FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Getaway day for a lot of you, so we appreciate you tuning in. And it remains Hell Week. You can have a Thanksgiving holiday. You can pick it down in the middle of the week. It's still Hell Week because it's at the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday. We're one day closer. Good to be with you. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello. How are you?
Feels like a Friday.
Does feel like a Friday.
That's how the afternoon show is handling it, I think, aren't they? Well, they're doing Thirsty Thursday on a Wednesday. Or did they do Thirsty Thursday yesterday?
They did. I don't know if they're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy today, I believe. That's all I know. I don't know what they're labeling it. I don't know what they're calling it, but they will be out and about amongst the people, I believe.
That's Thirsty Thursday on a Wednesday.
Thursday
on a Wednesday.
Thirsty Thursday on a Wednesday.
Get your Thanksgiving started right with a bunch of wings on a Wednesday.
Yes.
And make it a tradition.
Yeah. That's turkey on Thursday. And Buffalo Wild Wings with the boys on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. Let's do that every year from now until the end of time. It's a big one coming up on Sunday. How you feeling, man?
I feel good.
Yeah?
I feel good about I was on in Indianapolis yesterday, and I was kind of pleasantly surprised by how many questions I got about, hey, from an outsider's perspective, does it look like the Colts are doomed? And I said, yeah, no, you guys – You look great. You're doing fine.
It is funny those the out of market interviews, and I think when we have people on from outside, we don't do it all that much, but we do it from time to time, you and I, but you and I do quite a few of them the other way, like vice versa, like you did in Indy yesterday, as you said.
We don't like to bring in outsiders all that much, but other places are all about let's bring them on in.
But other places love to bring us in. But what I was going to say was, it's funny that half the interview is, hey, tell us about your team. Mm-hmm. But the other half does tend to be like, so what do you think of us? How do I look in these jeans? Yeah, it is. And I think we probably do it too. Like, hey, what's, in Nashville, what's the impression of, C.J. Stroud or whatever? It's funny. Like, it's a 50-50 thing.
I said, well, one issue is that Daniel Jones going to start looking like a sack of bones and organs because he's not getting protection.
No.
He's getting destroyed these past few weeks. He wasn't sacked at all versus the Chiefs, but in the 3 games prior to the Chiefs, he was sacked 12 times and was just constantly under pressure. He's now got this fibula issue, and we don't know what that's all about. He didn't look all that great when he was running in the game last week, but last week the Chiefs were blitzing him like crazy, and he was trying to get rid of the ball as fast as possible. And that vaunted aerial attack just hasn't been the same since he's been under a whole lot of duress. So it's a weakened team. Yeah. They are, in the first part of the season, they averaged 33 points a game. The last 3 weeks, they've averaged 23 points a game. 2 of those performances against the Chiefs and the Bills, those are the losses.
The Chiefs and the Steelers.
Excuse me, the Chiefs and the Steelers.
Yep.
The Chiefs and the Steelers, thank you. Those are teams that blitz a lot more than the Texans do. It'll be interesting to see just how blitz-heavy the Texans go in this game because that's kind of been the recipe. And especially on first down, force them to pass the ball because they do not like to run the ball versus a loaded box. And it's kind of nice to see because really the true test of whether you're a genuinely great rushing team is can you actually run the ball versus a loaded box. The Colts do not do it well. Mm-mm. They tend to get tackled for a loss or stuffed at the line of scrimmage. So the cat and mouse between Steichen and Matt Burke and DeMeco Ryans is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it should be. I'm looking at the Texans. I'm pulling up the Texans schedule here just to re-trigger my memory on how running backs have done against the Texans. The only one I can really remember getting off against the Texans was the combination of Tampa Bay's Bucky Irving and Rashad White in week 2. Other than that, the Texans have faced Travis Etienne a couple of times. They've held him relatively in check.
Well, I can tell you, they've held, of the top backs that they've faced, they've held all of them to below their season averages, except for, I haven't checked James Cook. The problem with James Cook is that 145-yard run was really bogus. And look, it happens, but the Bills got away with a couple of really egregious holds on that. Mm-hmm. As far as how the defense played on that play, it was a tackle for a loss. Dylan Horton destroyed the offensive tackle, but got held, and it should have been a tackle for a loss. It ends up being a 45-yard run or so. By and large, they took James Cook out of the game. The Texans have done a really good job, especially when they focus on, if they go into this game and they say, you know what, we're more worried about Jonathan Taylor than we are Daniel Jones, especially on first down, then the Texans will do a good job versus John Taylor.
Cook had 17 carries for 116 yards, so it's probably over his season average. But you're right, the long was 45 on that one play you're talking about, and that was probably a little bit bogus. So I think the head of the snake is Jonathan Taylor in this thing. Daniel Jones is hobbling around on some fibula calf injury, but if the Texans can do to Jonathan Taylor what the Chiefs did to Jonathan Taylor last week, the Texans will win this football game.
The Colts they're reeling, man. They really are. They've had a rough few weeks, and they just don't look at all like the team that they look like in the first half of the season, where they're on pace to be an historically great offense. Daniel Jones is coming back down to earth. And I'll remind everybody, they traded a bunch of draft picks to get Sauce Gardner because, hey, this is the year. Sean, the Texans can do so much for my morale this holiday season, which we all know. We're all at great risk for depression during the holidays.
Yes.
They could be like my personal Prozac. If they beat the Colts, A, that's awesome.
Yep.
B, ascend in the playoff probability rankings. I love playing with those little toys.
Yes.
And C, remind everybody that the Colts went all in on the season, pushed all the chips to the center of the table because, hey, they'd found lightning in a bottle with Daniel Jones. They trade a bunch of picks for Sauce Gardner. And it might turn out they don't have the quarterback they thought they did. Well, it might all collapse into dust, and with scarce resources to go out and get another quarterback.
The day they traded for Sauce Gardner, I remember tweeting it 5 minutes later. I'm like, this is a huge bet on Daniel Jones. You don't trade 2 first-round picks for a guy who you haven't even started paying $30 million a year yet, unless you feel like you've got a chance to do something in the season in which you're doing it. I know Jerry Jones went and tried. Okay, let me back up. I know Jerry Jones traded for Quinnen Williams that very same day, and people were like, what are you doing? And there were people explaining it like, well, this is really a trade for 26 and 27. Quinnen Williams has kind of turned that defense around, actually. The Quinnen Williams trade thus far has worked out better than the Sauce Gardner trade has for the Indianapolis Colts. It was a bet on Daniel Jones. If you're not solidified at quarterback and you're trading multiple first-round picks for guys that aren't quarterbacks, like that. This is why they were getting D pluses for that trade. It was a major, major, major risk because if the quarterback starts failing, none of the other stuff really matters. It's
been beautiful. I mean, since that trade, they've played Atlanta. The 4-7 Atlanta Falcons, currently 4-7.
Yeah.
They defeated Atlanta in overtime.
Yeah.
And then they lost to Kansas. They had the bye week, and then they had the Kansas City game, which they lost in overtime.
Yeah.
So far, ever since they made that trade for Sauce Gardner, they really haven't looked like all that potent a football team.
No, and there's so many. There are so many matchups in this game that are juicy, and I'm excited for Nico versus Sauce.
The Sauce Gardner one is, ironically enough, as I'm laughing at that, the Sauce Gardner versus Nico Collins matchup, and Sauce, plays both sides of the field. Do they trust Sauce Gardner to go one-on-one versus Nico Collins? And if so, can the Texans' pass protection hold up, and can C.J. Stroud get a couple of deep strikes to Nico Collins versus Sauce Gardner? That's got the makings of a Thanksgiving classic, Sean.
It does. And Nico's had big games in that stadium, man, the last 2 years.
He owns that stadium. He might as well be wearing the clown mask as he walks into the stadium the way T.Y. Hilton did when he walked into NRG Stadium.
I like where you're
many years ago.
Your head's on that one. I like that a lot. Yeah, it's
Does Nico even own a clown mask?
It's Nico Oil Stadium. That's what it is, all right?
Mm-hmm.
It's Nico Oil Stadium. He had the 9 catches for almost 200 yards in Week 18 2 years ago, and then they played in the opener last year there, and he had a huge game. Remember the deep shot down the field early in the game? He goes up between 2 guys and goes and gets it. So Nico's had big games in that stadium the last couple of years. Here are the playoff ramifications according to MRCASEB.com. MrCaseB.com, I guess, is what that is. Playoff leverage. If the Texans were to win this game, they all of a sudden, for the first time probably since Week 1, would be back above 50% for chances of making the playoffs. They take their playoff chances to 63%, according to MrCaseB.com.
Yeah.
If they lose, it falls to 26%.
Ooh.
So this is a big swing game. Look, when you start out 0-3, they're all big swing games. And
my athletic playoff predictor is a little bit more cynical.
Okay.
If the Texans win this game, it puts them at a 56% chance of making the playoffs. If they lose, 24% chance of making the playoffs.
Okay, so a little bit more pessimistic.
I think the big thing here, though, is like a lot of that, though, is I think it's a bigger swing than either of those numbers, just because a Texans win on the road versus the Colts, given the way the Colts have been playing, and their defense doesn't look as dominant as they did early in the season either, when they don't have that offense on the other side of them.
Yeah.
I think it's it's a changing of the guard mid-season about who the hot teams are and who the teams are that are on the decline. This would be 4 in a row for the Texans. It would be 2 games above 500. And it would be beating the team that previously looked like the unstoppable force. And meanwhile, the Colts will have lost 3 of their last 4. It's more than just whatever the statistics would indicate.
Okay, I'm gonna throw this at you at 6:11 in the morning here. Let's assume that both games are competitive. Okay, and there's no blowouts. Mm-hmm. At the Colts, at the Chiefs are the next 2 games. Which one would you rather win? If you could pick one to win, which one would it be?
I think I'm ashamed of how meek I was last week when I was thinking, well, you should probably want the Colts to beat the Chiefs because the Colts have probably already sealed the what a coward take that was. No, I want the division, Sean.
Okay.
So I say beat the Colts.
Okay. I
want the division.
Yeah. Defend the South. The South. I'm with you. Boy, I tell you what, though, you would get a lot of monkeys off your back by winning a primetime night game in December at Arrowhead Stadium. You know, like and at the same time, you would solidify your at least your playoff hopes.
It is beating the Chiefs and losing to the Colts does a little bit more for you for your chances of making the playoffs.
So at least getting in,
Yeah, it makes it more about the wild card.
Yep.
But I want my cake, and I want to eat it, too, alongside a whole bunch of pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. I want to have my pumpkin pie and eat it too.
Right. This time
with
of year.
that pumpkin spice whipped cream that I discoused the existence of.
Did you pick some up for
week.
The holiday season?
I didn't. I can't be trusted with Cool Whip in the house.
Really?
Too much nitrous. I gotta.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the whippets that you would do with
Brandy's like, why is it not coming out? why is the whipped cream not coming out of the can?
You were so excited about that pumpkin whipped cream at our. That was here. That was.
I'm a real whipped cream type of guy on Thanksgiving. We whip it up ourselves.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Get the old heavy cream and whip it up.
MYOWC, huh? Make your own whipped cream.
What'd you call it?
MYOWC. It's like BYOB, but just yeah.
I've never been more disgusted with you.
Why?
Yeah.
Seth, did the indie interviewer know that you think they're all inbred hillbillies? Did you bring that up?
I forgot. Honestly, I forgot about it until towards the end of the interview, and I was like, should I lean into the gimmick? Nah, this guy's a nice guy. I like this guy I was talking to.
You're a fraud.
Part of it, you know what it was? It was a solo host. So a solo host is not as much fun. If it was usually what I do is, if I'm going to talk smack when I go on another station, it's fun if you're doing it versus a duo, because then they can kind of gang up on you and everything.
Yeah.
And it's just, you're doing it one-on-one. If one of them isn't, if the guy's not into it, then it just gets awkward.
Yeah. I'm kind of into that kind of radio, though. That's funny. Let's see. Good morning from Kansas City, making the road trip down to Houston today. Yeah, man. If you're checking in today, if you're up with us today, because I think a lot of people have checked. I expect to see 0 people up here today, up here in our office.
From our office?
Yes.
Oh, no, they're mostly remote workers anyway.
They are, but Wednesday's usually the day people show up because that's the sales meeting. The sales meeting is on Wednesdays here, so that's usually. I'm not saying they're not working. They just don't come up here. It's
one thing that's happened, and this is why I'm very much in favor of working from home, is that because most of our salespeople are remote now, when they come in and have these sales meetings, they have food there, but then after they leave, there's nobody really to eat it other than the on-air talent.
That's right.
So we have like 3 days worth of food up there, really good food usually.
Yeah.
And something different every time.
Yes.
For like 3 days afterwards.
Yep.
It's nice.
Oftentimes kolaches. They do a lot of
holiday
kolaches.
party. Oh, that holiday party! It was like we had a cornucopia for an entire week afterwards.
Dude, the
much.
fridge was your personal bakery for like the next 4 days.
I ate a pumpkin pie diet.
Yeah.
And I'm not even joking.
No.
For like 3 days, nobody else was eating the pumpkin pie. I had a half a pumpkin pie for breakfast. I had a half a pumpkin pie for lunch.
When you told me that, you're like, it was before the show even started. I think you're like, I ate half a pumpkin pie. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, he's exaggerating. He didn't eat half. I went and looked in the fridge.
Those big HEB pies.
I know. You would eat half of it. I was like, yeah, you're being literal.
I'm not going to dishonor the Pilgrims by ignoring
our founding fathers.
They died so we could steal the rest of this great land.
That's
from
right.
the Native Americans.
They founded
we had a little toehold in Massachusetts, and they died so that future generations could blaze a trail across everything.
Could mow down pumpkin pie.
Yes.
There's still someone had some really good potato salad at that Thanksgiving thing last week for us, and there's still a huge bowl of it in the fridge. And about 9 o'clock, I get really hungry, but I have not touched.
A bowl of what?
Potato salad.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a tricky one.
It's a tricky one. It's been in there for a week.
The bacteria count is
been in there for now. It's been in there for a week. It was out in the open buffet style to begin with. You know?
Oh yeah. So it spent a good amount of time unrefrigerated.
But I love potato salad. It's that really bright yellow potato salad. Now maybe that's
probably got a real tang to it right now.
Well, and it's it's a brighter shade of yellow than it normally would be too. So, but I get so hungry when I see it. But I'm not going to touch it. That'll be something.
Just go ahead and do everybody a solid and throw that out.
The potato salad?
For the good of the floor. I don't think anybody needs to touch that potato salad.
Yeah. People are adults here. They can make their own decisions.
They can, that's a little bit of, culling the herd a little bit, too. Somebody's dumb enough to eat it.
Right.
They don't belong here anyway.
It's natural selection.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, we're off and running on a Wednesday that feels like a Friday. Big day today for the Texans. Back at practice. Fingers crossed on C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie news today, right? Did you do a video on the concussion protocol?
I did a video explaining the concussion protocol yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
on my YouTube channel.
So maybe when we come back, you can tell us what needs to happen in order for these guys to get cleared.
Okay, good call.
Do you have that information? Was that part of the video?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. We'll do that. Also, the Texans are getting more national love. John Gruden, the latest to give the Texans some national love. And do we hate Dillon Brooks now? We will play the audio as to why we should hate Dillon Brooks. Football talk, by the way, on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. You know what would be a good thing to pick up today? Holiday season.
Live from the Mocarum Inter-Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You can text the show, 713-572-4610. Texter says, turned on the radio, heard Sean yelling, defend the South, defend the South. I put my coffee down and cracked open a beer.
Yeah.
That's how you defend the South, man.
It's the best way to prepare for war.
That's right. Get drunk. Cheers,
That actually
buddy.
used to be a thing back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, you're asking these young peasants to go, you know, pretty much to their certain death. They're like, hey, you, with your rags that you're wearing for clothes and a club that we gave you, go fight those guys who are on horseback with armor. Well, here's some booze first.
Yeah,
you know?
Here's some whiskey. Grab a musket.
We'll give you a little. You'll go out happy, I promise.
Here's a bag of musket balls and a musket. Go ahead. You're all set. We appreciate that. Yeah, text in if you're listening, if you're up with us here. We had a texter here from Hershey, Pennsylvania, home of Ross Tucker, saying he's listening right now on the free Odyssey app. So we appreciate you tuning in.
It's got to be weird living in Hershey, PA. Like all the chocolate tourists around and everything. It's an odd, I don't know. It's just it's kind of a unique attraction to be around.
They got a big amusement park there, right?
Oh, that's right. They've got the amusement park too. Yeah.
They got a big, It's so there's that. You're not just going and mowing down a bunch of chocolate, although I bet there's a ton of chocolate.
It's got to be annoying as hell, though, that every time you tell somebody you're from Hershey, PA, like that's it. You probably got a lot of small talk about chocolate.
Let's start
in your hip pocket.
Let's start our interview with Ross on Tuesday with just a bunch of chocolate talk and see how long it takes him to.
Is he from there, or he didn't grow up there?
No, I think he lives there right now. I think he lives in the Hershey area right now. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he grew up near Philly, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely a Pennsylvania guy for sure. Shout out Ross Tucker. He was on at 6:30 yesterday. If you were downloading the podcast, you're like, where's my Ross Tucker? It's 6:30 segment yesterday. John Gruden does videos for Barstool, and I find them to be very entertaining because Gruden's very entertaining. He did one on the state of football in Texas yesterday, and he is a big fan of the Houston Texans.
And how about the Houston Texans? You know, not long ago, they were 3-5. They lost to Denver. They lost their quarterback. But have you seen Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, and Kamari Lassiter? It reminds me of that Johnny Cash song. I hear the train a-comin'. It's rolling down the track.
Got me feeling nice.
Davis Mills has picked up the slack. And nobody has this defensive attack. Who?
Kind of annoyed me.
I like her. I can tell. Seth wants nothing to do with this audio right now.
I don't like when Gruden starts singing. I don't know. It annoys me. I can see why some people get annoyed with me at 6 a.m. It's just a little too much this early in the morning.
So you don't want to hear about the Dallas Cowboys?
No, I do want to hear it. You know what it is with Gruden? I know the difference between Gruden, the actual coach, and Gruden's television persona.
Yeah.
Like, he was not this... Hey, Joe Positive all the time, just gushing about his own players or anything.
Did you hear stories from friends?
Oh, yeah, he was a son of a bitch to play for. Yeah, so it's just funny to see his persona as this guy that's like, look at this guy, love this guy, he's a great guy.
Okay, well, this one should get you feeling, because this one's not even about a team that you like. This is Gruden talking about. Again, he's talking about he's hyped about football down here in Texas. Here's Gruden on the Cowboys.
How about the Dallas Cowboys? You know, Jerry Jones and his Cowboy defense, they were mightily criticized. They were down 21-0 after 3 possessions against the world champion Philadelphia Eagles. But they gave up nothing after that. 3 3-and-outs. Sammy Williams has a forced fumble. Osa Odigizua with a big sack. Dak throws for 354. It looked like easy pickings. How about them Cowboys?
Oh! I like the hope. It's easy pickings. Somebody writes that for him, right? Like he doesn't do his own.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's just kind of freestyling out there.
Is he? Okay.
I bet. I mean, it's pretty corny dad joke stuff.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's him.
Yeah.
He's got a bunch of 20-somethings working for him. I don't think those guys would be writing that stuff. Unless they were doing it specifically, like, all right, let's give Gruden some corny stuff.
Put it in Gruden's voice, I bet AI helps him out a little bit. If somebody taught him to.
No, he's been like this since he was way back when he.
I'm just saying, writing the jokes, like the whole thing with because he was rhyming in the Texans one.
Yeah.
This is easy pickings, for George Pickens.
He's so easily impressed. He rhymed.
Right.
That's what it is. That's an insult to Gruden. You think he's too dumb to rhyme a couple of words?
I think he's probably I don't think he's too but I don't think he sits down and goes, I'm going to come up with a poem here.
He needs computer help to do. What the hell else is he doing all day? He gets up at 4 a.m. and he's doing these videos and everything. I think I will not sit here and hear you. I will not sit here and listen to you insult John Gruden by saying that he needs AI to come up with a stupid
I'm
rhyme.
going to text him because I got his number. I'm sure he'll tell me. If it
How
weren't someday,
responsive has he been to your
someday
text?
he'll text me back.
That's where I'm getting PO to Gruden is that he won't text you back.
I've texted
He's like,
him.
what about all those promises you made in that po' boy shop?
I've texted him twice, and I've bookmarked the tweet of the video that he did in that po' boy place where I'm like 50 feet in the background. So that's my reminder. I'm like, hey, I'm the guy sitting behind you in this po' boy video here, and you said to text you to get on because you said you wanted to come on the show. I told him that you and I play his Barstool audio. At the time, I probably exaggerated like how much we play it. Maybe not necessarily this segment.
I got another call from this Pendergast.
Yeah.
Think it's time I passed on texting him back.
Right.
Had AI help me out with that one.
With his rhyming. I don't think Gruden sits down and writes poems. That's my hot take on this segment. All right, let's shift gears for a second here.
Yeah.
Dillon Brooks and the Phoenix Suns lost to the Rockets on Monday. It was a big love fest afterwards. I don't know if you saw any of the footage afterwards, but Jalen Green obviously is at the game. Everybody's hugging on each other and laughing and having a great time on the court after the game. The only thing that was missing was jersey swaps. It was a big love fest. And then Dillon Brooks goes into the press conference after the game, and he accuses the Rockets of being a bunch of fakers and floppers.
I've never seen so many flops being rewarded on the other side. It honestly felt like I was in a FIBA game, like playing basketball in FIBA where you just get rewarded for flopping. And that killed every single run we had. Couldn't be physical, but the Rockets were physical, grabbing and holding. And when we tried it, there was calls right away.
Okay.
Sounds like he's upset with, another team being better at understanding the way the game is called.
Yeah.
You know?
How does this make you feel about Dillon Brooks right now?
It's a good question. He wasn't really blaming the Rockets. He was blaming the officials.
Right.
I think he was whining about the way the officials called the game.
Yep.
He didn't say, I've never seen a team flop that much. He said he's never seen a team rewarded for flopping that much.
Great distinction, Seth.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. He wasn't throwing shade at the Rockets. He was throwing shade at the NBA and the officiating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's just a garden variety NBA crybaby. We still like him.
He wasn't upset about the Rockets flopping.
Yeah.
He was upset about the officials mopping up all of these penalties with
I've created a monster. Okay, good. Yeah, because
stopping. He was upset with the officials stopping any momentum that they had.
He was actually. That is what he said. Good job, Seth. You're a poor man's John Gruden. Okay. So I still liked him, Brooks. Then, all right. That's
That was. I didn't think he was it's not like he's calling Steven Adams a punk or anything. He's just saying, man, these guys are flying. He might as well have said, I guess I'd be flopping a lot too if officials are rewarding me for it.
Yes.
So I don't know. I don't hate Dillon Brooks.
Okay. I was just checking because when I saw that yesterday, I'm like, oh man, do I got to go back to this? Because I did hate Dillon Brooks at one time. Because he was so stupid when
he was in Memphis,
poking
and then
the bear.
Loved him.
Yeah.
And now you're ready to hate him again.
I am ready to hate him again. And
that's where Pat Beverly, we never had to go through the phase where we hated Pat Beverly and then we loved him and then had to hate him. It was love from the beginning.
Yep.
Just this kid, he picked himself up off the scrap heap in Russia of all places, and here he is. Yeah. Oh, you don't like him? Tough cookies.
That's right. That's right.
And then he went elsewhere, and then he started talking smack to everybody. And then it was a little bit. Now it's uneasy between us and Pat Beverly.
It's uneasy between a lot of people and Pat Beverly right now. He's got some stuff going on right now.
Oh, God, that's right.
Yeah.
I forgot.
You were looking at me. I'm like, oh, God, did I say something here? Yeah.
No, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
The scenario he's in.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know, he's alleged to have physically assaulted his younger sister.
Correct. Yep. So
in a very ugly fashion.
He is claiming through his attorney that the situation is being mischaracterized right now.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
He's saying he's innocent of these charges.
That's a good attorney right there.
That's yeah. So far.
Hey, I found an attorney that's going to say I didn't do it.
So far, so good.
That is a brilliant move.
How much? Listening from San Antonio live. Usually listen behind on the Odyssey app, but got up early to grab some breakfast tacos on the way to work. Good for you for going to work. Everybody who's going to work today, shout out to you. And the guy says, go Texans as well. We agree. Go Texans. All right, headlines coming up next. We will touch on the Texans. They're back at practice today. College football playoff rankings are out. We've got the Hall of Fame in pro football whittling their finalists down one more stage here. So some interesting names making the cut. We'll get to all that in headlines. And we'll get to top of the hour. We'll get to what some more of the national people are saying, not just about the Texans, but about their opponent this weekend. This will get you excited about this matchup, I promise. That's coming up. Headlines coming up next.
Hey, it's fast breaks, it's buzzer beaters, it's people.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Appreciate everybody checking in on the text page on a getaway day on the holiday weekend here. Texans are going to be back at practice today. No rest for them. They'll practice today, tomorrow, and Friday, and then head off to Indianapolis on Saturday to kick off at noon on Sunday here on Sports Radio 610. The big news we are waiting for today is some sort of update on C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie, who both remain in concussion protocol. We forgot to touch on that, Seth. We kind of semi-teased it into the last segment and went straight to Gruden. But you did a video on the concussion protocol on your YouTube channel.
I didn't say anything that we haven't talked about a bunch on this show. It's like there's a lot of people that just don't know at all about the concussion protocol and refuse to Google it.
Right.
But basically, you just have to make it through a practice, a full contact. They call it a full contact practice, even though there's not anything like full contact in the NFL. But you got to go through an entire practice, and then you need to be examined by the independent neurological consultant. And that guy, the independent neurological consultant, consults with a club physician that they basically say, okay, you went through a full practice, didn't have any symptoms afterwards. You do neurocognitive testing, balance testing, all of these things. Compare it to the baseline from preseason, and you're good to go.
Okay.
So presumably today or tomorrow, they would make that designation if indeed both those guys are, not showing any symptoms after going through practice. They do practice today.
At the very least, we know it's going to be a talking point when DeMeco meets with the media today. So,
and there's no real hurry. I mean, for the sake of gamesmanship, they could just take their sweet time and really just, hey, let's be sure. Let's be really sure.
Yeah.
Let's go through a Thursday practice as well. They both practiced in limited fashion last week. And with the quarterbacks, they do, some independent neurological consultants will do a little bit of extra things just to be sure that their mental functioning while they're exerting themselves is all there. But by and large, most people expect those guys to play this week.
Yep. So we'll keep an eye on Texans practice today. I'm sure there will be updates here on Sports Radio 610 as we get ready for Sunday between the Colts and the Texans. Rockets back in action tonight. They're in California to take on the Golden State Warriors. Rockets will once again be without Kevin Durant in this game as he tends to family matters. Tari Eason also dealing with the oblique issue. Steven Adams going to be out. I think I see we put here that's in the notes. It's Steven Adams.
That's what the Dream Shake had told me.
Okay.
My go-to source. Yeah.
Okay, and I would imagine that's just regular rest for an older guy.
They got this back-to-back coming up this weekend.
Yeah. Yep.
First back-to-back of the season.
It'll be interesting to see how they handle that. So Rockets Warriors tonight in San Francisco. Rockets looking to continue their winning ways. They beat up on Phoenix on Monday. College football playoff rankings are out.
By the way, Adams is it's the ankle issue that he's been dealing with. But he's perpetually on the injury report, so I don't know if the ankle's any worse or if they're just treating it with care.
Gotcha. College football playoff rankings are out. Top 5 has not changed. The top 5 includes 2 teams from here in the state of Texas, A&M at number 3 and Texas Tech at number 5. The full top 5, Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Georgia, and Texas Tech. There weren't a ton of upsets this past week, so there's not a ton of movement inside the top 25. Oregon jumped ahead of Ole Miss after its win over USC this weekend. They're 6 and Ole Miss is 7. Oklahoma, Notre Dame, and Alabama round out the top 10.
When are we getting our final answer on Lane Kiffin? What's the deal with that? What's going on?
It's supposed to be. Well, the reports were that there was an ultimatum that this Friday we were supposed to that Ole Miss was saying
the day after the Egg Bowl.
No, Friday is the Egg Bowl. I think the
word okay. They said the day after the Egg Bowl. They moved it back already.
The Friday, November 28th was the date that I had seen in the initial story.
Right, in the initial story, and then I've seen since then that they actually said, okay, after the Egg Bowl.
You can coach in the Egg Bowl. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Why would you? Yeah, that whole Friday ultimatum never made sense from the jump. Like, you're not going to let the guy coach in the game. You're paying him however many $1 million a year, and you're 7th in the country right now.
Yeah.
People are speculating as to, is it Oregon beating USC, which is a good win, Is that enough to jump them over Ole Miss, or are they beginning to speculate in that committee room if Lane Kiffin is going to be around for the college football playoff? Is this the beginning of Ole Miss getting downgraded because their head coach might not be there for the postseason?
I got by fake news yesterday, by the way.
You did?
As I'm thinking about my ultimatum and whether it was pushed back a day. Because Lane Kiffin he's still denying that there is an ultimatum.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
It was I had seen that Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator from the Bills, had lost his play calling duties.
Mm-hmm.
And is that true?
No.
No, it's not true. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, you said and I was like,
no,
oh.
I was just continuing.
I had seen it on a headline right before I went on in Indianapolis, and I kind of made a reference to it. And then afterwards I looked, and I was like, I can find no news at all of Joe Brady having lost his calling duties.
Oh, so you went public with it. You said it.
I just flat out referenced it.
Yeah.
I just thought it looked like a real story, but it was like 30 seconds before it went on air. And then as I said it, and I didn't get any response or anything, I was like, oh boy, I really should have seen if that was a real
you're
article or
usually
not.
very careful about that stuff.
I'm usually very careful about it. I'm shooting from the hip these days, Sean.
Well, you only have 30
like
seconds.
John Gruden.
Like you said. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a little more rhyming. Yeah. So Joe Brady did not lose his play calling.
As far as I can tell, I don't know. I ended up searching it for like 5 minutes and couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing he didn't.
Yeah, I'm guessing he didn't too. He's been doing a good job, right? I mean, I know Buffalo Bills fans are upset that he's a little predictable right now, but that's a good offense.
He's not doing a good job, though.
He's not?
They're a top offense. I guess the problem is they're not consistent. So generally to make it through the playoffs and to win a Super Bowl, you have to be somewhat consistent.
Yeah.
But they go through, beating the Chiefs and then getting destroyed by the Dolphins, and then winning another game, and then just looking horrendous versus the Texans.
Yeah.
It's a good defense, but still.
I just wonder, if they were to rip play calling duties from him, who would they give it to?
Right.
That's the thing. It's a defensive head coach. Pro Football Hall of Fame has narrowed it down to 26 semifinalists for the class of 2026. The big names are Drew Brees, Eli Manning, and Phillip Rivers. Those are the three quarterbacks. Brees and Rivers are both on the ballot for the first time. Manning was a finalist last year. Frank Gore, another first-timer, he's made the semifinalist list, as has your former teammate, Fred Taylor, Seth. This is the second time, I believe, he's gotten – at least second time he's made it this far.
Those guys would be both looked at as kind of compilers, I guess. Frank
100%.
Gore to an extreme extent.
Yep.
Fred Taylor, at least, was, for periods of time considered one of the very best backs in the NFL. Frank Gore was never really like a genuine, top three back in the NFL, but he just did it so consistently for so long.
Yeah, he stuck around for a while. Larry Fitzgerald, first-timer, he's made the cut. And Jason Witten, the other first-timer, to make the cut down to 26. The only former Texan still left, Vince Wilfork, is made it to the final 26 here on the semifinalist list for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
What are the bold names are the first-year eligible? So Larry Fitzgerald is going to make it in eventually, right? Jason Witten is a first-time. Yeah, do you have any feel on his odds?
As a first ballot guy, no chance, I don't think. Yeah, as a first ballot guy. Fitzgerald is interesting, and I look at the list. There's 5 wide receivers left. Larry Fitzgerald, Torrey Holt, Steve Smith Sr., Hines Ward, and Reggie Wayne. And my gut reaction to that is I'm glad Andre Johnson is in, and we don't have to worry about any of this stuff.
Eli Manning, if I just look at him, I look at Eli Manning, Drew Brees, and Phillip Rivers. And I just don't see Eli Manning as those are the quarterbacks who are finalists.
Yep.
I don't think Eli Manning's in the same category as Drew Brees and Phillip Rivers.
I agree with you.
And I know a lot of people disagree vehemently because he's won a couple of Super Bowls. You know who else won a couple of Super Bowls? Every teammate of his on the Giants when he won those Super Bowls, and they're not in the Hall of Fame. Or most of them aren't in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
he made a couple of brilliant plays as part of a Super Bowl winning effort. But I look at this team Super Bowl wins.
Yeah,
he was never a great quarterback from year to year in the NFL.
I don't think that I don't think a few big plays and a couple of Super Bowls cancels out a career of being average, and he was average. That's it.
Yeah.
And people are going to point to all the but he's 7th overall in passing yards, and he's this in touchdown passes, and this and that. Yeah, he played a long, long time, and he was average for a long, long time. All right, so there you go. Those are your headlines for today, a Wednesday edition, a holiday weekend edition of Payne and Pendergast. All right, up next, into the 7 o'clock hour, the Colts have been having offensive problems. Do they still have these problems, and are they going to have them for the rest of the season? One expert says they will. We will have that for you coming up next.
Thank HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. Texter, Sean, that's a sweet Stranger Things sweatshirt you're wearing. Are you excited for the new season that's dropping on Netflix? It's actually a long-sleeve tee, and yes, I'm excited. That's why I'm wearing this today. Got this baby at Target. Target's got good T-shirts, man. They got a good T-shirt selection.
They have good band T-shirts.
Yes. Yeah. Like old school
At least
stuff.
for us olds.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember if I watched the last season of Stranger Things or not.
Okay.
I felt like I didn't like once the kids got to be teenagers or young adults, I was like, screw these kids.
Yeah.
They annoy me. Is that a thing? Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're the last season, they're in a very awkward, like, post-pubescent state. You know, they're kind of that. I mean, I think probably some of that leans into the characters that they are. I mean, they're sort of, they're kind of nerdy kids on the show, so that they probably lean into that a little bit with the look and everything. But
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just generally, like, it's rare the child actor that becomes somebody that you like as an adult, and that was just the feel I got. I'm like, all right, these are all bunch of just subpar actors wait a second. Are we gonna see Marissa Tomei or whoever else? Oh no, it wasn't Marissa Tomei. It was what's her name?
Winona Ryder.
Winona
Ryder. Okay. Yeah.
Is she still in it? Or
she is.
Dead now?
No. She's in it. Well, yeah, she's in it.
Her husband got killed, right?
On the show?
Yeah. Did he sacrifice himself?
He Hopper, I believe, came back. I got to go back and watch the last couple episodes at the end of last year.
Sean Astin, your buddy.
Oh, yeah. But boyfriend, right.
Her boyfriend,
yeah. Boyfriend, yeah. Sean Astin. He sacrificed himself. He threw himself on the monster grenade.
Good for you, Sean Astin.
Yeah, way to go, man. Way to go. He's on our Christmas card this year, Sean Astin.
Oh, he's one of your...
Sean Astin and Marcus Freeman, so it's kind of a Notre Dame theme.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
We got our picture with both of them this year. That's
a good theme.
Yeah, it's not bad. And they're having a good season, so it all works out. Yeah. All right.
Catholics celebrate Christmas?
They do.
I know you hate the theological question.
It's a great aplomb, yes. Yeah. Well, I can't answer them. I'm not good at that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday that is essentially a Friday, which means we are going to do the Circle of Swarm at 7:20 today, Seth. Because you're not in on Friday, but the Circle of Swarm is something, I don't want it to lose the integrity of it at the end of the season, it being anybody other than me and you voting on this thing. It's that important, the Circle of Swarm. So we'll do that at 7:20 today for the Colts game.
Sean Astin might make the cut, since he's one of the rare child actors that became a likable adult actor.
He did. Super likable. He couldn't have been nicer. He was a great dude. So we'll do that at 7:20. We'll do that in about 15 minutes. Ben Solak, who you talked to him at the Greenbrier, right? He was at the Greenbrier covering the Texans.
Yeah. And I gave him I wanted him to have the experience of talking to an old grizzled NFL veteran in the days of yore.
Yeah.
So I tested him a little bit.
Yeah.
And he kind of looked shocked and taken aback at the language I was using. He's definitely one of these gentle young people that were shocked to hear some of the vocabulary I was using. So I felt like I did a service to him.
I think you toughened him up a little bit.
I think so.
Because here he comes in this take right here.
I want to say what I said to him, but I can't.
No, you can't.
It's
No,
early
definitely
in the morning.
do not. I know.
No, I can't tell, but I used some choice words.
I don't think you can even allude to it. This.
No, I don't think I can.
Yeah, because I remember it. Here's Ben Solak yesterday, I believe, on SportsCenter, and they were talking about the Colts and the Texans game. And if you're a Texan fan, I think this is audio that should get you excited for the game on Sunday.
What do the numbers say about why Indy's offense has been struggling as of late?
It starts with pressure. Daniel Jones performing a lot worse under pressure than he was previously. First 8 weeks of the season, on pressure dropbacks, he was taking a sack on 8%, 7% of his dropbacks, a ludicrous figure. The last 4 weeks, it's over 30%. And this Chiefs game was the game where Steichen said, enough. Listen, no more sacks. They were in max protection, Jay, on 34% of Daniel Jones' dropbacks. That's the most for any quarterback in any game this season. They had a time to throw Daniel Jones of 2.4 seconds, the fastest of any game so far this season. They took the offense out of his hands, the passing attack out of his hands, in a way they had not previously to this point in the year. And they coached really cautiously as well. Shane Steichen tends to be one of the most aggressive fourth down decision makers in football, but he punted on a 4th and 3 at midfield, another one at midfield. He kicked field goals on a 4th and 4 and a 4th and 6. They were afraid of the ball being in Daniel Jones' hands in this game, and for that reason, these offensive concerns can be very serious for the Colts. They have 2 games against the Texans coming up, 2 games against the Jaguars. I'm worried about their seat there at the top of the AFC South.
I'm guessing we're going to see a whole lot of what he was just talking about against the Texans.
Because he is banged up. He's got this fibula injury, and if you watch that game last week, you saw when he ran, he did not look like the same guy. And it was funny. It was ironic. On one of the plays, old Jim Nance there did the required – as Daniel Jones took off running, Jim Nance had to remind the viewers that this white guy can run. Because he can run. Yeah, I know. He's like one of the most prolific runners in the league.
There was a time that was all he could do.
Despite his whiteness, yes, yeah. Jim Nance, we understand he can run.
Yep.
But as he was running, he wasn't running the way you know that he's capable of running. Mm-hmm. He looked real tentative. He kind of had a hitch in his giddy up. There was a 3rd and 1 where he ran for the first down and easily could have run for another 5 yards if he'd actually sprinted.
Yeah.
But he kind of ambled to the first down marker. So, he is still a running threat, but he's very limited. And I think part of what they're having to do now is account for that. And it's everything. All those stats that Ben Solak brought up are correct. I mean, he got sacked. Last week he didn't get sacked at all. And they were taking great pains and measures to not let him get sacked, but he'd gotten sacked 12 times in the 3 previous games.
Yep.
15 times. He got sacked 3 times versus the Titans, 5 times versus the Steelers, and 7 times versus the Falcons.
So 12 in 2 games, 15 in 3 games.
They were looking at the trend, and it was on its way up towards 9. If he had gotten, it went from 3 to 5 to 7.
Yeah.
And they took great measures to keep him from getting sacked again, but I think he's not as mobile as he was. And then also what the Steelers and Chiefs did especially was say, all right, we're going to take Jonathan Taylor out of the game. Let's see how you do then, nerd boy.
Yep.
And he wasn't so good in those games. My biggest question, honestly, Sean, if you want to add another Notre Dame guy to your Christmas card, we might see a little Riley Leonard in this game.
We might. Just some packages maybe in the game because he can run the football.
Or if Daniel Jones goes out.
Oh, if he gets hurt.
We'll see what the injury report is today. But it went from a calf injury before the game to now it's a fibula injury.
Okay.
And I think I don't know how many, I guess you could get a deep bone bruise on your fibula, but I would guess that there's also a chance it could be a stress fracture or something.
Yeah,
which you can play on, but it's dicey.
Fibula sounds worse. Calf is scary if you're a Colts fan just because it's soft tissue and it could be a long-term thing.
Well, you go thinking about the NBA.
Yeah.
And what happens with calf issues these days.
Achilles.
Feels like every guy with a calf issue tears his Achilles tendon.
That's exactly right. So, yeah, they may be they're a breath away from Riley Leonard being the quarterback in this game, and I can tell you, he ain't ready to be a quarterback against this Texans defense at all.
So they have these very real receiving threats on the outside.
Yep.
The likes of which the Texans did not see the last couple of weeks. The Texans caught a little bit of a break in not having Jalen Petrie for 2 games where, or the last 2 games at least, versus the Titans and the Bills, they don't have a lot of outside threats.
Yep.
They really don't have a lot of receiver weaponry. The Colts are different. They have a whole lot of threats. It's just a matter right now, as of late, the Colts haven't really had time to get the ball to them, or Daniel Jones hasn't been as accurate when throwing. Last week when they were getting the ball out of his hands real quickly, he didn't look so hot. And I don't know if the fibula is affecting his accuracy, but this is a different Colts team than we saw the first half of the season.
How would you rank the receiving threats on the Colts? Who's the scariest? Tyler Warren's the scariest one to me, just because the Texans and covering tight ends hasn't always jibed too much.
It hasn't always jibed, but like the Texans this year have done a good job of kind of putting a bottle on things and not allowing the big plays as often. I don't think that like Tyler Warren's want to catch a deep ball down the seam. I think they could feed him a steady diet of stuff over the middle.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll do some damage. But I'd be more worried about just the combination of Pierce and Pittman and Josh Downs. That you're still, as long as Jalen Petrie comes back, that's fine, because then you got Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley on the outside. They'll get theirs if the Colts go back to playing the way they were earlier in the season. The biggest problem, though, is Daniel Jones the last few weeks when he's getting pressured. Those stats that Solak was talking about, when pressured, he's getting sacked 30% of the time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a crazy number.
I mean, and when they're operating at their best, they're doing it with play action, which means that, hey, Jonathan Taylor is doing his damage, but at times teams are trying to stop Jonathan Taylor, and they're getting those shots downfield. The last few weeks, teams have just bottled up Jonathan Taylor. Yeah. And when all of a sudden it's second long, third and long, and the play action isn't as effective, then Daniel Jones isn't as effective. He might be turning into a pumpkin before our eyes.
Yeah.
And I would like to, on 3 days after Thanksgiving, just completely mash that pumpkin weird-eyed Daniel Jones.
Okay,
yeah.
We got some Daniel Jones texts coming in here. Daniel Jones is injured. Y'all better start collecting bail money for Azeez Al-Shaair.
Oh, God.
It's not bail money. It's fine money. He's not going to jail, all right?
What are the odds that he's that Azeez Al-Shaair is suspended after this game? It's a non-zero. It's always non-zero.
Yeah, with Azeez. Someone says, not sure Daniel Jones can run fast enough to tear his Achilles. He's pretty athletic. He's fast.
Like right this moment, they're saying, no, I don't do that thing. Yeah. Don't do that thing where you assume that just because he looks like a nerd and he's a white guy that he's not fast.
I think that's what
really
they're doing.
Fast.
Yeah, I think that's what
he's
they're doing.
really fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jim Nantz was correct to remind the audience that Daniel Jones can actually run.
Or at least this texter,
Yeah.
And the likes of this texter.
Just because he looks so nerdy, don't be mistaken. Mistake nerdiness for impotence in the run game.
For kindness. So concerning Daniel Jones, this is a text. The most comical thing is hearing folks in the media saying he's in the MVP conversation. Absolutely hysterical. I don't know that he's in the MVP conversation anymore. I think Jonathan Taylor, despite the fact that he didn't do much against Kansas City, as Colts go, there's way more chatter about should Jonathan Taylor be considered in the MVP race than Daniel Jones. I think the MVP race right now feels like it's Matthew Stafford, Drake May, Josh Allen.
Yeah, that was early in the season. It was a legitimate conversation early in the season. Daniel Jones was putting up ridiculous numbers. The big question was, all right, how long is this going to keep up? I think that to really overly simplify it, this is what's going on with the Colts right now. Shane Steichen is a really good play caller. Shane Steichen's really good at getting the absolute most out of a quarterback. But much like we've seen with Trevor Lawrence, like in the past with, say, Doug Peterson, there's only so much he can do with a limited amount. And I think he got the absolute most out of Daniel Jones early in the season. But now you've got half season's worth of film on him. And the other thing where the Colts have kind of been exposed by is Jonathan Taylor is an awesome running back, but they're not a good enough rushing unit to run the ball versus loaded boxes.
Right.
And Shane Steichen really veers away from it. So he doesn't like to run Jonathan Taylor when there's 8 men in the box. And defenses know that, so they can kind of set the table a little bit. All right, we're going to show 8 men in the box. Guess what, guys? They're going to pass the ball.
Yep.
The Chiefs did a great job. Of understanding when Daniel Jones was checking from a run to a pass. So they would show blitz. They would show a safety walked up to the line of scrimmage. Daniel Jones would check to a pass, and then all of a sudden the Chiefs check out of their blitz and play coverage. And I think that's what's starting to happen. The Chiefs are a very smart defense. Steve Spagnuolo is great at doing stuff like that. But you can kind of dictate terms to this Colts offense because there's certain things that Shane Steichen wants to do and doesn't want to do, and he doesn't want to run Jonathan Taylor into a loaded box.
Yep.
So you can show them the look that you want to create the situation you want, and then play the tendencies.
Yep. You know what I just realized? I think we did the Circle of Swarm last Friday because it was a Thursday night game. I think we did it the very next day. So we've already done our Colts Circle of Swarm, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, we did, yeah.
I think we did it the
so
day
what do we
after.
do? Do we pivot?
Yeah, we'll pivot to something. We'll find something to talk about. I'm not too worried about it.
You want to rehash just exactly who the Circle of Swarm is?
I didn't keep it. I only keep the overall tally. I don't keep the week to week.
And it was a tough one because there were so many swarm-worthy dudes.
There were. I can tell you right now what the season tally looks like, who's leading. Will Anderson is the leading swarmer on the team. He's made it 6 times.
That passes the eyeball test.
That checks out, yeah. Number 2, how about this? Second, tied with 5. Danielle Hunter, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton Schultz is the second, tied for the second swarmiest player on the team, according to me and you. How do you feel about that? Does that match the eye test?
I think when he's shown up, in the last few weeks especially, I think he's gotten extra credit because he's obviously playing through a bunch of injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's got, at any given time, just one limb attached to his body.
Yeah.
And early in the season, obviously there were some performances earlier in the season.
He's the leading receiver on the team right now.
And sometimes we feel an obligation to put an offensive guy on there just because it's so rare this
it's like
season
the all-star
that we've seen
team.
offensive guys really go off that we're like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
Hey, you gotta have one big man.
Each side needs to be represented. Yeah. So Schultz is actually tied for second with Danielle Hunter. That's really interesting. And so next with 4, Jalen Knoll. I feel like every game where Jalen Knoll's made a big play, we're like, you know what? Jalen Knoll in the Circle of Swarm.
That's why people get so frustrated because he'll show up in a big way.
Yes.
And then the next week he gets 10 snaps, 1 target.
He's made a lot of big plays this year for a guy proportional to his snap count.
I know at least one of those was based on a special teams play.
Tampa.
Yeah.
For sure Tampa, because his punt return set the Texans up with the go-ahead touchdown in that game. And then we got a bunch of guys at 3. Ed Ingram, who I feel like you've put him in all 3 times that he's been in the Circle of Swarm. You like Ed Ingram.
I do, yeah.
Jalen Petrie has been in 3 times. E.J. Speed has been in 3 times.
I'll tell you what, since we're on Ed Ingram real quick,
yeah.
Since we were 3 seconds ago, I think that is the one thing. The thing that I see in the national media that annoys me is the people who still do a flyby on the Texans' offensive line. Not to say I'm not saying the Texans' offensive line is awesome or anything, but people will talk about them like they're one of the worst units in the league still. And I'd say over the past 5 or 6 weeks, they've operated kind of like an average offensive line. It's not good enough. They have to get better, but it is vastly improved over what we saw early in the season and what we saw pretty much the entirety of last season. So I think because I'll still people say like, oh, look, he's operating behind that offensive line. I'm like, look, don't put me in the awkward position of having to vehemently pound the table and say they're mediocre.
Defending
Damn
mediocrity.
you. They are mediocre.
That's what every sports talk host loves to do, defend mediocrity.
Put some grudging respect on their name.
Grudging.
Yeah.
Yes. Doesn't have to be full respect. Reluctant respect. Yes.
Put some non-vehement criticism on their name.
That's right. So Ingram 3, Petrie 3, E.J. Speed 3.
Well, E.J. Speed, when he shows up very swarmy.
Yes. Yeah, that helps.
He announces his presence, you know.
He pops.
He's got the appropriate lust for violence.
C.J. Stroud 3.
Okay.
Kamari Lassiter 3. I would have thought Kamari would have been higher up the chain. Yeah.
We got to keep an eye on that. Maybe that's he might be. He's been snubbed unjustly.
Is he being held to a higher standard? Maybe kind of like what you do with the defense. Sometimes.
Well, this is what we do sometimes with the defensive line, the defensive ends, and the cornerbacks. Sometimes it feels like, okay, let's just put in one of either Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson.
Right.
And I think there's other times where we say, okay, let's just put in one of either Derek Stingley or Kamari Lassiter.
Maybe, but Stingley's only made it twice.
Stingley, by the way, I think the first half of the season he was really struggling with that oblique injury, and he just didn't quite look himself the way he was moving. But I've got a DM put into a PFF guy because I have a question about Derek Stingley specifically. I do feel like his PFF grades don't quite match the eyeball test. I think he's played a lot better than his PFF grades would indicate. And I'm wondering if part of it is just the style of coverage that the Texans are playing this year. They're playing like the advanced stat sites will call it zone coverage, but they're playing matches where you start off in zone and then you transition to man. But it's hard to be a lockdown corner when he's not up the line of scrimmage jamming people all the time and everything. And I think sometimes the Texans are willing to concede certain things. The Texans, by and large, are a bend but don't break defense, except that they do it so well that it doesn't look like it.
Right.
Because usually people only say bend but don't break when the defense isn't performing well. Because usually it's actually bend, break.
Yes.
The Texans are playing kind of conservatively in their coverage, and they can do it because their defensive line gets such a good pass rush. But you're going to concede some receptions just because you're keeping things in front of you. It's just more conservative, and I think it keeps you from really highlighting just how good Derek Stingley is.
Yes.
That's my theory, at least.
That's fine. It's logical. Makes sense. Texter saying we need an Ed Ingram contract extension. God only knows how bad we've been hunting for a decent guard.
It's gotten to the point now where, because Ariante Ursary has really come along, and because Ed Ingram has played well, and now because Trent Brown looks like a viable option, you're really down to the left guard. I don't love Titus Howard at left guard as much as Nick Caserio does. I think he's probably their best option right now. But for now, it's Jake Andrews is the only guy that I don't think is a bona fide NFL offensive lineman, or at least the makings of one. Ariante Ursary still has his rookie moments. It's one of the reasons that the last few weeks I think they've played like an average offensive line. They need to be better, and I think they can be better as they get some cohesion. But it's not nearly the nightmare that it was earlier in the year.
No, it's not. And I wonder, and we'll do this. I've got this slotted at 8 o'clock, but the chatter on Nick Caserio, the negative chatter among Texan fans, seems to have died down some, as opposed to early in the year when the offensive line was still relatively disastrous. It's not nearly that anymore. I still don't know if this was the best approach to take with the offensive line, but it is coming together to a degree.
I would say, part of it is right. Was it the best approach? It's kind of the same way I feel about teams not playing their starters at all in the preseason. I understand the theory and everything, but man, you get off to an 0-3 start, and it's kind of freaking tough to dig your way back out of that. And that's where was the offseason strategy aggressive enough? I'd still say no. You spent the first half of the season rotating two guys at left guard who now don't touch the field. And that's yes, injuries had something to do with it, but Jarrett Patterson played a lot better at left guard when he had a chance to play than those guys had before. The other thing, too, about right now, it's important to point out, yes, the pass protection has gotten better, but also when Davis Mills was in there, as of right now, Davis Mills got rid of the ball faster than anybody else in the NFL this season on average.
Wow.
Average time to throw at 2.57 seconds. Nobody gets rid of only Tua Tagovailoa, who gets rid of the ball a hundredth of a second slower on average at 2.58 per second. Nobody gets rid of the ball faster than Davis Mills. And that, there's plays in every game where one of those offensive linemen is getting beat pretty badly, but doesn't technically give up a pressure because the ball's already gone. So there's it's a little bit of smoke and mirrors to say that the offensive line is really, really improved in pass protection. It's a combination of they have improved, but also the Texans are getting rid of the ball really fast. And you think C.J. Stroud is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th fastest getting rid of the ball.
So this is something we're going to continue to see when C.J. comes back, too. It's what we were seeing before C.J. left. He was that San Francisco game, man, that ball was out fast.
And CJ's getting rid of the ball about like a full quarter second faster than he usually does.
Which is that's a big improve. I don't know if improvement's the right word, but it's a big change from last year.
It's a change, yeah.
Yeah, it's a big change from last year.
Last year they were kind of loading up and trying to take shot plays and everything. And this year it's like death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, baby. I double checked. We definitely did do the Circle of Swarm last Friday this week. We did it the day after the Bills game. So there's your overall tally. Texans are still getting some love amongst national people, man. Dan Graziano was on Get Up yesterday. And they did reaction or overreaction, and the statement was Texans can win the AFC South, and Dan Graziano said not an overreaction.
It is not an overreaction. This Texans team has a championship caliber defense. It's getting its quarterback back. C.J. Stroud likely this week after going 3-0 with the backup Davis Mills. They play the Colts twice, including this coming Sunday. If they win that game, I think they become the favorites. Yes, they got to jump over the Jaguars too, but I think I think if you look at those three teams, the number one unit is Houston's defense, and I think they can drive them.
Yeah, the path to 10 wins is there. That's the biggest thing for me. This Colts game, I know the Colts are a 4.5-point favorite. The Daniel Jones injury combined with just the regression that the Colts are experiencing right now. Plus, I don't think the Texans are intimidated by that building at all. I do think like the following week, it does feel like Arrowhead Stadium, especially at night. That's going to be a thing. The Lucas Oil Stadium. That there's no boogeyman there for me with the Texans going there.
Right.
They play well, and this group plays well there.
Well, I think the biggest question is, and this is what I told the Indianapolis radio station I was on yesterday, when he asked, how to, do you think the Texans are a contender, or how are people in Houston feeling about Houston as a contender? It really does come down to what does C.J. Stroud look like when he comes back. And, they go 3-0 with Davis Mills, and I thought Davis Mills performed very admirably, but didn't at any point look to me personally like, oh, yeah, Davis Mills has a higher ceiling than C.J. Stroud or anything. But it was very hit or miss with C.J. over the first part of the season. Things looked like they were starting to click, but they also just it's weird. I feel like in some people's minds, C.J.'s taking a hit for the Broncos loss. And even though CJ only played the first quarter of the game and looked good, they got to the goal line and they ran the ball 4 times in a row, got knocked off the goal line by a penalty. And I feel like that one drive alone is somehow in people's minds like indication that somehow that was his loss in that game.
No.
So the Seahawks game was the one that gives you pause, because that was the one closest to when he got injured. But the offense in general looked a lot better when he got injured, and I felt like some of the good things Davis Mills did was an extension of a trend we were starting to see already. Can CJ jump back in and look like the best version of himself?
Yeah.
Does the offense genuinely look better? The defense, like Graziano was saying, there are no questions about the defense. Anybody, you put that defense on, take that defense and put it on just about any other team in the league, and teams are going to say, this actually, yes, this improves our chances of winning a Super Bowl. Yes, very much so.
Right.
The other thing that would help is if the Texans stop allowing special teams touchdowns every other week.
Yep. Yeah, the special teams has not helped in these endeavors lately, for sure.
C.J. Stroud, if you look at him by QBR, he's 8th in the league this year.
Is he really?
If you look at him by expected points added, QBR's taking one on the chin this week. People are very upset about Shedeur Sanders.
CJ Stroud is 8th in the league in QBR.
QBR's I think what they've realized over time is that QBR kind of just it rewards like some type of quarterbacks but not others, and it's just I think it's lost its luster as
look, I love CJ Stroud, but when he went out, the Texans were 3-4, about to be 3-5.
Right. So as far as EPA, it's all about expected points added these days.
Sure, that's what the kids like,
CJ Stroud's 16th in expected points
That
added.
feels about right, like middle of the pack.
I don't know if that's per game or a cumulative one there, but so he's right below Jared Goff, right above Michael Penix, Jackson Dart, and Lamar Jackson.
Okay, yeah. Lamar Jackson's down that far the list, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I think to circle back to what Graziano was saying, he was laying out like, hey, they play the Colts twice. He's talking about some schedule things. The first 10 or 11 games, I'll say first 10 games of the season, because game 11 was week 11 was the Titans. So the first 10 weeks of the season, the Texans didn't get many favors schedule-wise. I think there were a lot of teams that turned out to be better than we thought they were going to be. The 5 teams that the Texans lost to were a combined record of 39-16, or are right now a record of 39-16. You look at the schedule, Seth, the rest of the way, and obviously things can change on a dime if CJ gets hurt again, that kind of thing. But if this snapshot were to hold in some fashion, it goes back to last week. You got your Thursday night game at home. That helped. You're catching the Colts now later in the season when Daniel Jones is starting to turn back into Daniel Jones. You didn't catch them early in the season like you did last year when they were a complete buzzsaw. 3 out of your last 4 games are at home. And 2 of them are against teams that are, seem to be packing it in to some degree. Mm-hmm. Arizona in week 15 and Las Vegas in week 16. And the one other playoff caliber team that you play, aside from the Chiefs, the Chiefs, I'm not citing anything about the Chiefs being beneficial other than they're just not as good this year as they normally are, but there's nothing about the circumstance around that game at night on the road in December that's beneficial at all for the Texans. But I feel like they're getting a break with getting the Colts late. I feel like they're getting a break with 2 very easy home games late in the season. And even the tough road game that you have outside of Kansas City and Indy is the Chargers game where, A, they don't have a great home field advantage. I'm guessing some fans will travel for that one on during the holidays to L.A. That could be fun. And Justin Herbert might be dead by week 17.
I'll tell you what.
That O-line.
Yeah, Justin Herbert might be dead. Daniel Jones might not have they might have to have his fibula removed sometime between now and then.
Fibulectomy, yes.
So we'll have Riley Leonard perhaps instead. Who knows? I think the biggest one, though, still for me is the test of C.J. Stroud versus the Chiefs and the way that Chiefs defense operates. And, the Chiefs obviously are not the same peak version of the Chiefs that we saw a few years ago. But you watch that Colts game, their ability to confuse quarterbacks, their ability to blitz creatively, all of those things, they've been an issue for C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense. So I don't care where they are on the spectrum of their peak power, but you're going to be playing on the road in Kansas City in a very loud environment, and that is still a defense that can do some damage. That's the real test for C.J., I think, comes 2 weeks from now, more so than it does against the Colts.
I agree.
Whose defense... Their defense can do some good things, but they don't they're propped up. They were propped up statistically by how dominant their offense was in the first part of the season. Mm-hmm. They're still not. They're like the skeleton of that defense isn't as impressive as some of the overall stats look like. The one big X factor in all of that is Sauce Gardner has only been there 3 weeks.
Yeah,
and are they able to? Are the Colts able to just leave Sauce Gardner alone on Nico Collins, not have to give any safety help over the top, be able to take away Jaden Higgins and those guys? Or do they give him a little help and then can CJ find Jaden Higgins the way Davis Mills was starting to?
Tomorrow's games, 2 of the 3 games have big implications for the Texans. The first game is Packers-Lions. That's just, I think if you're a Texan fan, that's for entertainment purposes only. There's no effect that even has on your tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Because you don't play either of those teams. Like San Francisco, it made sense to root for them on Monday night against the Panthers because the Texans actually, the tiebreaker they're losing to the Steelers right now is strength of victory. And, the Texans beat the Niners. It helps when all the teams that you beat win games down by like the 4th or 5th tiebreaker. But the second and third games tomorrow, major implications for the Texans. The Chiefs travel to Dallas to play the Cowboys. I know it's going to hurt, but we need to be Cowboy fans tomorrow against the Chiefs. That's just if you're a Texan fan, that's just how it is. And then we get the return of Joe Burrow on the night game on Thursday, and it would be nice if Joe Burrow put up an MVP caliber performance against the Baltimore Ravens. Mm-hmm. The Ravens, Chiefs, and Texans are all sitting there at 6-5. We got a chance for the Cowboys and the Bengals to do us a little service tomorrow on Thanksgiving, and then we would give them thanks and praise afterwards and eat some turkey sandwiches. Tomorrow's Tomorrow's a big day.
This 3-game stretch we went into saying that you got to win at least 2 of these next 3. And now I'm getting greedy and I'm saying, well, you have to win both of these next games. And then that's a shortfall to me saying they have to win out the rest of the season. I'm getting very greedy right now. Do I need to take if the Texans win the Colts, do I need to accept that, like, all right, maybe they drop the game to the Chiefs, but I said you got to win 2 out of these next 3. I don't think so. I think I'm going to be in still must-win situation with the Chiefs game.
I think some of it depends on what the Colts game looks like.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like some of it, if the Texans go in there, like if CJ comes back and he's taking the offense to a different level than Davis had it and the defense is still doing its thing and special teams is playing like we expect them to play, you can beat the Colts by a couple of touchdowns in Indy if that's the case. And then I am feeling a little different about that. Dude, if they win the next 2, you've got the Cardinals and the Raiders at home the 2 games after that. I mean, okay, we're getting way ahead of ourselves.
Well, I know, let's say, the biggest one, honestly, the easiest to grasp is that right now the Texans are 1 game out of the wild card race. And with the Bills, it is, like you alluded to this, all the tiebreakers at this point are annoying to look at because they're not the ones that end up factoring at the end of the season. No. You have all this strength of schedule stuff that ends up looking like the college football rankings. That stuff usually sorts itself out, and it's not a factor by the end of the season. So on the sum total of it all, there's 3 teams that are 7-4 ahead of you.
Yeah.
You're 6-6. Yeah. Or 6 and 5. Yeah. There's 3 teams that are 6 and 5.
Yeah.
And like that right there is the bulk of the race for that wild card spot between those 6 teams.
You're in great shape tiebreaker-wise right now if you're the Texans because 3 of your losses are over in the NFC. Yeah. You have a good division record. You have a good conference record. You've beaten the Bills. You've beaten the Ravens. You play the Chiefs. You play the Chargers. You play the Colts twice. You got all these opportunities against teams that you're going to be in that swamp with. The Texans are in really good shape if they can take care of business.
It's a weird year in the AFC, as we all know. And, it's also there's a lot of clarity on the wild card race and that there's really only 10 teams in it at this point because you fall off from the Chiefs all the way down to the Dolphins at 4-7. I mean, the Bengals, sure, it's conceivable they could make some kind of run, but you got to remember their defense does suck. So even Joe Burrow comes back. And then the Raiders, the Jets, and the Titans. Yeah,
the Bengals would need to win out probably. I mean, they're 3-8. So, but they're mathematically still sitting there, and they got.
It's
Joe
almost
Burrow.
impossible. There's no way that with that defense.
No.
I could say with a better defense, maybe it's possible, but it's almost impossible.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I put up the poll yesterday, Seth, and this is maybe the most anxious I've been for you to guess on a Pender poll. What's worse, getting spit on or getting kicked in the junk or punched in the junk by your opponent? That is coming up next. But first, it's an important topic, people. Now, getting punched in the junk.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Couple funny texts, and then we'll get to the Pender Poll on what's worse, getting spit on or getting hit in the junk by an opponent. The people have spoken on this, and I will have Seth guess as to what the people have said. But real quick, so we need to be Cowboy fans tomorrow. Okay, John McClain. No, we need to be, though. We need the Chiefs to lose. If you're a Texan fan, you got to root for the Cowboys tomorrow. Sorry, as painful as that is.
John never got as much backlash for anything as he did when he said that he was rooting for Wembanyama to go to the Spurs because he wants any team in Texas to succeed.
John is the only person in Texas that I know that feels that way. That we're supposed to root for all the Texas teams.
Well, this is when pandering goes bad. I think there was an element of like, well, let's just say something that folks will like, and even his posse told him that he was way out of line on that.
They're as loyal as they get, that posse of his, man.
Yeah. John can laugh at himself, and he said he got home and he had a bunch of text messages from his actual friends that were like, "No, John, usually I will stand up for you through thick and thin, through anything." Right. But not through this. What the hell are you talking about?
Conceding the next generational NBA player to a team in our division that we've had.
Let's just be happy for
many
him.
tussles with. Yeah. Another texter points out, very good point on, as we're looking at that Chiefs game in Week 14, on the road, prime time in December. Also, the Chiefs will be coming off the mini bye since they play tomorrow. The Chiefs are going to have 3-4 extra days to rest and prepare and do whatever they do.
Oh, Andy Reid after any kind of a bye week is just Andy Reid after an actual bye week has got an astoundingly good record.
Yep.
So does he have that same advantage?
Yep. And the Texans will be coming off, what will probably be a very fought bloodbath of a division game. So
I don't know. I honestly feel like this could end up being Texans.
You're feeling strongly about it.
32-13. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
the Colts are dying, man. They are dying. Dying.
You're not
that game. Look, that game went to overtime against the Chiefs. You got to remember they had the Leatu Leatu, the defensive end, had an interception down on the 4-yard line that the Colts were able to punch in. But they were largely the box score doesn't lie in that game.
No,
they got really handled physically the entire game, and the Colts were able to keep the Chiefs out of the red zone. But there were some weird penalties too, and it just the Colts were really lucky that even went to overtime.
The Colts in the fourth quarter in overtime generated 18 yards of offense and had 4 3-and-outs.
Yeah.
Every possession was a 3-and-out.
Yeah.
Every single one. So there's that. All right.
Yeah, it's not me saying that the Texans are going to beat a really good team. I think it's the Texans are beating they're going to beat a team it's no longer a really good team.
Yeah, I'm anxious to we got to get a prediction at the end of the show since you're out on Friday. I'm anxious to see what this is. I'm anxious you're going to stick with the 32.
We never do predictions on a normal Friday, but we'll do it today.
No, we have before. We've done it before. We've done it. Okay, Pender Poll. This was inspired. Michael Irvin posed the question yesterday. I mean, we talked about it on the show yesterday, but Michael Irvin tweeted it. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to tweet out a Pender Poll for this. Not nearly as many people voted in this one as vote in actual sports ones. I don't know what that says. But to the men out there who love the NFL, that's how Michael Irvin led into his tweet. I ask you this question. Which is worse, being spit on or being punched in the nuts by an opponent?
Okay, this is interesting because the way you framed the question, it puts the person in the position that, at least I do, that makes me imagine, okay, what would I rather have happen to me?
Okay.
If I'm an observer,
as opposed to what's worse societally, that kind of thing?
Like what's worse, what should be penalized more heavily.
Yeah.
As an observer, I feel like watching somebody spit on somebody else, it just feels so incredibly degrading.
Yeah.
Physically, it's obviously a lot more painful to get kicked in the junk.
Yep.
Phew. So there's like a moral side to it, but then there's also just the actual physical pain side of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think, now, the way you framed the question, I think I'd rather get kicked in No, I'd rather get spit on because in my mind I can retaliate. Versus if I get kicked in the junk, there's a good chance I might not even be able to retaliate because I'm going to be doubled over in pain.
You and I actually had this conversation off the air yesterday. Like, which one would you rather have happen to you?
No, you must have had that with somebody else. That was or at least I was thinking about it from a different frame.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather get spit on because then I would take. I don't feel. Personally, it's like it doesn't hurt my self-esteem or pride or anything. It's a bogus move or whatever, but I don't feel any physical pain, and I can retaliate either verbally or physically.
That's how you would vote.
Junk.
What do you think the people said?
I think the people said that the spitting on is worse by 71%.
Okay, you're right about the side. 71%. Boy.
3%'s my margin.
3% your margin? All right, well, you're off. You're off by about 7%.
Okay.
64% said it's worse to get spit on than get punched in the nuts.
Yeah.
I think so too, man. There is something that it's completely degrading. It's obviously less physical pain, but it is so over the top for someone to spit on you.
You're treating somebody like they're subhuman.
Yeah.
You spit on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're the ground. You spit on the ground. Like
right.
It's horrible. Horrible. I'm curious what the people.
What did that? Did the guy yesterday who thought that we were pathetic for even power ranking this? He was disgusted with us. Did he ever reply?
Not that I saw. I don't know. I wasn't looking. Yeah, I'm not sure.
You spit on his text.
I did.
Like I spit on you and your stupid take.
I did.
Your sanctimonious BS.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't need the Chiefs to lose. We just need to win. F the Cowboys for life, Sean. It's directed at me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I want to keep the math on the Texans side.
Yeah, if you're going to try to think about this as...
Are the Texans a team that just takes care of business all of a sudden?
Look, do you really think the Cowboys, you think this victory is somehow going to vault them or launch them into greatness because their defense has had a couple of good showings?
Right.
Come on.
Right.
No, I don't give a damn about that. The Cowboys, I spit them. They don't matter to me one way or the other. They are a device or a tool that I can use for my own purposes and needs at this point.
Yes.
So yeah, I'll use them.
Thank you.
They're a cheap trick to me.
That's right. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go here on a Wednesday. I alluded to this before. We had a listener ask, should they sign Ed Ingram, the Texans? Should they sign Ed Ingram to a contract extension? Ed Ingram's been a good pickup. How is the balance sheet looking like right now for Nick Caserio? A lot of Texans fans were very angry with Nick early in the year when they got off to an 0-3 and a 3-5 start. Have the scales started tipping back towards Nick Caserio over the last few weeks? We'll go through the balance sheet coming up next.
If you are ready to propose this holiday season, don't...
Odyssey to Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We may have to visit this tweet later on in the show. Ben Rogers, who used to be on our sister station up in Dallas, obviously Dallas Maverick fans are very upset about how well Luka Doncic is playing for the Lakers this year.
Who could have seen that coming?
He's got a list of the worst decisions / mistakes in human history. He's got 15 of them. I'll just recap quickly the top three. 3, the British wearing red coats in the American Revolution. 2, Adam and Eve eating from the forbidden tree. 1, the Mavericks trading Luka Doncic.
It is one of those things. Well, it's he lost his job for it.
Nico Harrison. Yeah.
Yeah, but he did. There's one way to ensure not losing in the NBA Finals. It's just not getting to the NBA Finals
or the playoffs.
They were a great risk. They were a great risk of losing in the finals again with Luka Doncic on their team.
Yeah.
Where now they're all but assured not to lose in the NBA Finals.
They definitely won't. Yep, they definitely will not. Some of these are hilarious. The Empire leaving an exhaust port on the Death Star in Star Wars.
I know. That's one of my favorite skits from anybody, like including a lot of Star Wars nerds will do that, but just the weird weakness of the Death Star, this moon-sized thing that just had it had the easiest and simplest path possible to destroying it.
It was
what is the exhaust port to? That's a good analogy for various things, like the biggest glaring weakness.
Yeah,
that's your exhaust port.
Yeah,
and how could you? With the Texans, I might say the offensive line.
Sure,
that was their exhaust port.
Yep.
And you're like, how could you go? Certainly, you're not going to go into an NFL season with a haphazard bunch of journeymen
misfits
and laggards and rookies.
Yeah.
And it didn't play that well for you last year. Certainly, you're not going into an NFL season with an exhaust port like that. And yet,
oh no,
for the first half of the season, it's kind of what it looked like.
A few proton torpedoes, and you can blow up that Texans offense right through the exhaust port. Okay, so that actually leads into what we teased into this segment. Are Nick Caserio's moves in the offseason, some of them starting to look better? There are moves that he's made that the die is cast, and he will not come back from those moves. The C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade / restructuring of his contract was a bad move. Cam Robinson, signing him to a 1-year deal to, at the time, be your left tackle. Now, they hadn't drafted Ariante Ursary yet. So that move at the time, neither of those moves we were criticizing at the time. Hell, we were excited about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. It just didn't work out for a variety of reasons, and they paid him $8 million to play 3 games for them.
But at the time, it was that Cam Robinson was also, he was, at least from our perspective, okay, good bridge tackle. If you do, he can start for you now. If you draft a guy and he's not ready to go yet, he can be your bridge tackle. And then also, maybe you draft a rookie and he looks good, but he can be your swing tackle.
Yep.
He has none of those things, right? He is currently playing for another football team.
He's a Cleveland Brown right now, and I think he's starting for the Browns. And the other thing with Cam Robinson was you restructured, or I don't know if you restructured it, but you paid him a lot of upfront money in his deal. So you paid Cam Robinson, $9 million for half a season that he didn't really do anything for you. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you could argue you paid him $7-8 million to lose a couple games for you with some of the things he was doing out there.
This is the thing that people don't seem to like this when I say it, but I 100% believe it, whether it's Nick Caserio or anybody else. Like, taking a flyer on somebody and whiffing, sure, it's bad. It's when you sign a free agent to a 5-year deal and he's atrocious and doesn't work out for you. That's the really, really bad thing. Like, when you sign a bunch of guys to 1-year deals, a bunch of them aren't going to work out.
Sure.
And none of these, the Cam Robinson was annoying because they traded him away, seemingly just because Cam Robinson didn't like the idea of not starting. That annoys me. I would just say, deal with it, big boy.
Yeah.
That's right. Them's the breaks. You chose to come here.
Yeah, checks still cash.
Yeah, so who knows exactly what went on there.
Yep.
But the C.J. Gardner-Johnson, look, the guy was just a valuable part of a Super Bowl winning effort with the Eagles.
Yeah.
They knew, they had their eyes wide open about the downside risk of him, but it was a relatively manageable risk for a guy like that. and they cut ties as soon as it didn't work out. Doesn't make it a good move or anything. Those aren't fireable offenses. A one-year deal for a free agent isn't a fireable offense.
No, they're not. So the moves, and Laken Tomlinson has not worked out. Again, I think that falls into the category you're talking about, Seth, where some one-year deals work out, some don't. I do think that the Laken Tomlinson one, the fact that he was anointed the starting left guard to start the season, was problematic.
That he was anointed, and it felt just so much like Shaq Mason.
Yeah.
Almost that, all right, Shaq Mason was a guy that Caserio had prior experience with, so you bring him in, he's old, he's not the same as he used to be, and you give him a new contract. That was a bigger sin because they gave him that new contract. Laken Tomlinson, hey, DeMeco's got prior experience with him, but he's old.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they come in, but making him the starter and letting it play out for the first half of the season with him rotating with Juice Scruggs, that's the bigger sin in my there.
It's $4 million. It's not a thing that's going to kill your cap. But I think those are the three moves that the die is cast on those. I think anything else is either still up for debate or has been solid. Like I think Ed Ingram, which led us to this conversation, the trade for Ed Ingram for a 6th-round pick, really good move. I think EJ Speed, for what they're paying him, he's on a 1-year, $3.5 million deal. That's been a good move. Bringing back Sheldon Rankins on a 1-year, $5.25 million deal has been an excellent move. And I think the rookie class as a whole is emerging appropriately for where they drafted all of these guys. So I think that stuff has been, to me, inarguably good stuff that's been done with this team.
And the 1-year deals. To me, it's kind of like when people get upset about 6th round or 7th round draft picks. Yeah. It's not, in the grand scheme of things, it's really not that big a deal. You got to look at it almost, that's the batting average part of it. That you're not going to bat 1,000 on it, but are you taking too big a risk in doing any of it? And are any one of these going to do you under? I think the upside of guys like Ed Ingram, EJ Speed, and Sheldon Rankins this year outweighs the downside of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Cam Robinson, and Laken Tomlinson.
Okay.
Because when they C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you were adding him to a secondary that was already really good and solid with the one question mark at the one safety position. But that's still far better. Their secondary was far better and deeper than most teams could ever hope to have. And so it was a little bit of a bonus flyer. That one didn't hurt as much that it didn't work out.
Yep. Agreed. As far as the moves go that I think are still underneath the microscope, still suspect, I would say, absorbing Christian Kirk's final year of his deal with the Jags. I mean, you brought in Christian Kirk. They were going to cut him in Jacksonville, so you sent them a 7th-round pick and said, we'll pay him the $16 million this year.
That was 1 year, but it was way more exorbitant. I'm more critical of that one, given that especially he had a recent injury history, and yet again, he's added on to that injury history.
Yeah, he's missed games.
So now him as a bridge guy on a 1-year deal for Jalen Noel, I'm cool with that. I just wonder exactly. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
He ended up getting, a 3-year deal in Seattle?
3-year, $45 million. Yep.
And it's worked out. He doesn't have great production, but he's been kind of part of Jackson Smith and Jigba becoming one of the best receivers in the league.
He's missed a few games lately. I know
he's already missed a few games.
Yeah.
I guess, man, this is a tough one. I want to say we'll see how the season plays out. Christian Kirk did some good things last week.
Game. Yeah.
I think I'd still rather have Christian Kirk on a 1-year deal than Cooper Kupp on a more exorbitant deal.
I think so too. I think they're both at a stage where you just can't count on them for more than 10 or 12 games.
It made more sense for the Seahawks to take more of a risk just because they didn't have they needed to fill their wide receiver roster out. So did the Texans, but they obviously planned on doing it in the draft.
Yep, they did it. Yeah, they drafted a couple guys too. Where are you on the whole sequence of events at the center position as it pertains to Nick Caserio? They drafted Juice Scruggs in the 2nd round a couple years ago. Same draft, you draft Jared Patterson, who's also an interior guy, played center for you. And then you signed Jake Andrews off the street. He's got 2 years left on his rookie deal, so he's not a ton of money. He's a relatively minimum salary guy, but he's played like a relatively minimum salary guy.
Yeah, nobody's clamoring for we haven't had to explain to anybody that you're not allowed to extend his contract yet.
Right.
It's
a great way to put
it. If Jake Andrews had come in here and been playing like crazy, we'd have people saying, like, you got to extend him now. And we'd have to say, well, actually, by the rules of the CBA, you have to wait in a year before you can do that.
Yep.
Nobody's saying that. It's not a conversation or a debate topic. So that's the part about the offensive line, and I'll go back to that 0-3 start where the offensive line performing as poorly as they were was part of the problem. And you might say, well, yeah, but they had injuries. Right. If you have a deep offensive line, the injuries aren't a death blow the way they have been with the Texans. Some of it is the strategy is, hey, you got to build it over time and be sure that you're not overspending and that you can get a lot out of an offensive line that's average. You can actually have a good offense with an average group of offensive linemen if they're really well coached. We're starting to see that potentially be the scenario, but it's a continuation of a years-long process of not having a good offensive line. And you ended up losing the first 3 games of the season partly because of it. Every given year, I can't say always, well, like, hey, the long-term approach is good. No, the Texans they've lost the benefit of the doubt when it comes to long-term approaches on the offensive line. So that I just still can't excuse them just using the first half of the season as some kind of petri dish for who the offensive line should be.
If the season ended today, and you had to look at the offensive line through the off-season lens, I think you go, we're set at left tackle. Ariante Ursi's our left tackle of the future. We're set at right tackle. Titus is going to go back out to right tackle. I don't know if you can count on Trent Brown. I probably should have put Trent Brown's 1-year deal.
That ended up being a really good deal.
Yeah, he's making the minimum right now.
Yeah,
Trent Brown is.
That was kind of probably what Caserio looked at as it was kind of like the Cam Akers signing.
Yeah,
because Cam Akers is coming off an Achilles tendon. Who knows what's going to happen? Trent Brown's coming off a patellar tendon tear for a 375-pound guy.
Yes.
That's hard for offensive linemen to come back from patellar tendon tears, especially when you weigh 375 pounds. That was a very good low-risk, high-reward so far.
Scenario. Yeah. That's yes. It's only been a couple games, so I can't put him in the same bucket with Sheldon Rankins and speed. But that move is looking like a really good move so far. But I would say if the season ended today, and the offseason we're starting, I would say, okay, we're set at left tackle. I would say that Titus Howard, I think he's got a year left on his deal. You're going to go back out to right tackle. We're going to try to re-sign Ed Ingram to be our right guard to a reasonable deal. And then I think you go into the offseason saying we still need another guard and we need 2 more interior offensive linemen here. We've still got work to do on the offensive line. And we'll see we'll see if they fill it either via free agency or via the draft.
Trent Brown, I guess I'm going to personally pull for him a little bit, in that he's got his incentives are – he gets these escalating $150,000 bonuses. If he plays 30% of the snaps, he gets $150,000.
Okay.
If he plays 40%, he gets another $150,000. I think his max really would have to be 50%, right? Because he took over. Did he take over right at the midway?
It was a little after. I think. I think it was that Titans game. Maybe I think he's been in there for 3 games. So now.
Even the bonus structures are the max he's going to get in bonuses this year would be $300,000. If he ends up playing out the rest of the season, a tackle, that was a hell of a contract.
Assuming he plays well, or
from
at least
the Texans' perspective.
Yeah. And what if this is the level of play that we get out of Trent Brown the rest of the year? We're laughing about that signing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I still have to look at.
It's been good.
The fact that the Texans are in the situation they're in where they've just been constantly experimenting with different lineups and different roles for the guys on the offensive line, it was a horrible offseason strategy. Yeah. I don't care where you are. Like, the fact that you started off 0-3, the fact that the offensive line remains an issue more so than some of the stats show, because the Texans, they're operating partly, the reason they're getting rid of the ball so quickly, it's not just because Nick Caley wants it to be death by 1,000 cuts. It's that they have to get rid of the ball quickly. Yeah. They don't fully trust that offensive line can hold up in 5-man protection.
Mm-hmm. I would say a couple people texting, what about Nick Chubb? How do you guys feel about that? I think he's just another one you throw in that gaggle of 1-year deals and go, okay, he's been all right.
That was another one. You know what? It'd be nice if we knew exactly what they thought about or felt about Joe Mixon's injury situation, because if Nick Chubb was just extra insurance, but you figured that Mixon was definitely going to be back, I think it's a great signing. If you were planning on Nick Chubb being one of the two guys that you had to have healthy, and that still, even as he's doing it, isn't performing all that great, that's a bad strategy.
You're on a ledge running back-wise right now.
Yeah.
You know, you're
and you went into, and I'll say the other thing is that you're still giving Dameon Pierce a chance going into this season.
Yeah.
Like that experiment has failed.
Yep.
And that's the one I'm least patient with, because I just watching in training camp 2 years ago, I didn't get it. I didn't know why. I thought for sure. I was aghast that they didn't trade Dameon Pierce in training camp in 2024, based on what I was seeing in practice. He was going down on any kind of contact at all. Like, I just didn't see it or get it. But I figured, all right, well, they see something that I don't. Turns out they did not.
No, they did. Yeah,
they were not seeing anything what they thought they were seeing. They were not actually seeing.
It was a mirage. He is gone now. I guess the big wild card would be and this doesn't really affect you at all in 2025, but what do they end up doing with the draft picks that they got for Laramie Tunsil in next year's draft? You know, the biggest asset you got from the Laramie Tunsil trade, which not a lot of Texan fans are complaining about. You know, as below average or mediocre as the offensive line has been this year, I don't see a ton of Texan fans clamoring for Laramie Tunsil to still be here, which is a very strange thing considering he's a Pro Bowl left tackle. But I think we're all close enough to the situation of what that line room looked like last year to know why.
Well, and Ariante Ursary looks like he's going to be a very solid left tackle.
No question.
Yeah, so that part of it's worked out, and he is the opposite of Laramie Tunsil when it comes to accountability, when it comes to appetite for run blocking, all of those things.
Yep.
He's everything in terms of football character that Laramie Tunsil is not.
Yes, and I think that helps. The biggest asset you got from that trade comes in April when you get Washington's second-round pick. You have their second and fourth-round picks in the upcoming draft. That second-round pick is shaping up to be a top 40 pick in the draft right now.
Yeah.
The Commanders are not a good football team this year.
They're falling apart, man.
They are. So that pick is going to be, hey, look, if you were to ask Jack Easterby, it's basically just a cheaper first-round pick, right? I mean,
that's right.
That's what they got. They got the 40th overall pick when they traded DeAndre Hopkins.
It's everything that you want in a first-round pick, except for the lower probability of the guy actually being good.
That's right. That's right.
No. I mean, obviously, yeah. It's a very good. It's a very valuable pick if you've got first half of the second round.
A valuable.
It's a Jaden Higgins type of pick.
Well, I was just gonna say, no, it's a valuable pick. I think it's gonna be in the high 30s, low 40s somewhere. Nick has had good draft picks in that range in the last couple drafts. You drafted Higgins with the 34th pick. You drafted Ursary with the 48th pick. You drafted Lassiter with the 42nd pick 2 years ago. The only one of those, he's had 2 second-round picks in each of the last couple drafts. The only one that is not working out right now is Blake Fisher. But the other 3 have been in that range where your Commander's pick is going to be. And I think they picked at least 2 future foundational players in Lassiter and Ursary. And Higgins, I think, has a chance to be something nice as well.
I think, at least for now, it's nice that I get a little bit of a respite of being. I was very vocally not in favor of hiring Cliff Kingsbury as an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Based on little things like him never having not been a good offensive coordinator for more than a half to 2/3 of a season for most of the time he was in the NFL.
Yeah.
So far, well, for now, I mean, Jaden Daniels has been injured. He's definitely had a drop-off when he is healthy and playing. Jaden Daniels, I don't know how durable he's going to be. So I'm not going to put all of this on Cliff Kingsbury, but I know that people in Washington aren't super stoked about the way he's operating that offense this year.
All right, I feel like this article on awful announcing is right up our alley, Seth. They have their annual NFL TV announced team report cards. Where did J.J. Watt fall on the report card?
Ooh, and who's going to be on the call this weekend?
That's right.
For the Texans game.
That's right. And where did some of our favorites and not so favorites fall on here? Are we in the weakest era of number 1 announced teams for NFL football right now? We will discuss that coming up next.
Heads up, H-Town. Thirsty Thursday. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Star Wars nerds are coming out of the woodwork, Seth. I'm one of them.
Yeah.
I'm a big Star Wars nerd. And I was going to explain it when you and I were talking about the exhaust port and the Death Star, but I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. But
yeah,
a lot of people seem to want to.
So for those of you who don't know, there was a glaring weakness in the design of the Death Star.
Right.
And it was that you could just fly straight to the center of it and destroy it.
You had to hit it. It was a small target. You had to hit it with 2 proton torpedoes. So
right.
Yeah.
But you had to, but you go right, like fly straight from a hole on the outside right into the center of it, right?
You could, not in the first one.
Okay.
They made 2 Death Stars. The first one, which is the one they're talking about, you had to actually fly into the trench on the outside, and you had to shoot the proton torpedo. You had to use proton torpedoes.
Okay.
It's a key. And there was a very small 3-meter exhaust port. You had to get them right in there, and that set off a chain reaction that destroyed the Death Star. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Now, later, the second Death Star, you could fly to the middle of it, but this one that we're talking about here in Rogue One, people point out.
I didn't even know there were 2 Death Stars.
There were 2 Death Stars, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
they go rewatch that.
Started building a second one, yep. In Return of the Jedi, they were building a second one. But people point out.
But that makes sense. In Return of the Jedi, it was still under construction.
Yes.
So it makes sense that it was kind of exposed.
That's right. But Rogue One, which is a prequel to Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope, explains that the deficiency in the Death Star, the exhaust port, which seems ludicrous that the Empire would leave a weakness like that, was actually put there by the person that the Death Star essentially held at gunpoint, saying, "You're going to design this space station for us."
Yeah.
He said, "Okay, I'll design this." To himself, he said, "I'll design this, but I'm putting a flaw in here."
And then did he somehow leak the flaw to?
Sent the designs to the rebels.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. So that's what that's all about.
But we can all agree that it was a stupid design. Yeah, brilliantly stupid by the saboteur.
At a minimum, it was poor oversight by the Empire. That they allowed this to happen. Yes.
It was like when Jesse in Breaking Bad was held captive and had to cook meth for that rival drug lord.
For the neo-Nazis.
Was that what they were?
They were, yeah. Well, at least the uncle was. They had Jesse Plemons from Friday Night Lights playing Todd. It was Todd's uncle. He had all kinds of swastikas on his arms and things like that. NFL announce teams, they awful announcing.
Oh, yeah, Todd.
Put out. Remember Todd?
Todd could have designed the Death Star. Jackass.
That's what you want to go rewatch.
That guy is. I love that actor.
Yeah.
He always plays a jackass.
Jesse Plemons.
He just looks like broke-ass Matt Damon looking weirdo.
Yes. Yeah, he's Timu Matt Damon.
I always love people point out to Matt Damon that he looks like that guy, and Matt Damon is so polite about it.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. So the folks at Awful Announcing, and I think this is actually readers of theirs voted on this. They gave letter grades to all 18 of the national NFL announce teams. I think the readers of Awful Announcing did a pretty good job. I'm going to kind of rapid fire from the bottom here, but in last place is Chris Myers and Mark Schlereth, who we just had on a game.
We've had them on a couple calls, and I think that I think Mark Schlereth is pulled down by Chris Myers somewhat.
I think Schlereth is good.
Yeah. Myers is just it's a rough one.
Yep,
it's a rough one. Everybody knows that listens to this show. I screw up names a lot, and that's why I have never accepted a play-by-play assignment. Even when I've kind of thought about getting into it and everything, I'm like, I'm going to lean into my strengths. Me botching a name on the reg isn't going to do much for the viewers, the listeners, or my own ego. So no.
Spiro Ditas, Adam Archuleta, 17. I'm not going to hit all of these.
Yeah, I like Archuleta, so that annoys me a little bit.
Yeah, I like Archuleta too. I'm not a huge Spiro Ditas guy. I'm going to skip up here. God, off announcing.
Who are you looking for?
Browser. I think it's interesting that the two A teams, one for Fox and one for CBS, those are the two networks that carry the day on a Sunday afternoon. Right?
Yeah.
It's either Sunday night is NBC, Amazon is Thursday night, ESPN's got Monday night. when you're an NFL fan and you're sitting down, it's Sunday, I'm on my couch, I'm watching, unless you watch Red Zone, you're watching either a Fox or a CBS broadcast. And I'd have to go back and look. Awful Announcing does this every year. But the fact that the Fox #1 team is 9th out of 18 announced teams, and the CBS and Fox #1 is Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady.
I thought the most colorful comment about Tom Brady was...
well, real quick, Seth, and the CBS is #1 team, Nance and Romo, are 7th on the list. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Tom Brady, who I think is getting better and better as he gets more comfortable, but I can't argue too much with this. Dull as a butter knife. He has terrible vocabulary and has no control over his voice.
Yeah.
I think that's if Peyton Manning were an actual color commentator instead of doing the Manning cast, I think the area where Manning has Tom Brady beat, hands down, day one, is just personality.
100%.
Peyton Manning has a boatload of personality,
Yeah.
and Tom Brady at the end of the day is kind of a milquetoast fella. And I don't know how much Tom Brady's going to overcome that. His personality is what it is, and he'll show some more over time and he'll get looser. But I do enjoy his perspective on the game.
The Manning cast is actually graded as part of this, and they came in 10th, just behind Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady.
It's weird. They really shouldn't even be in this competition because it's not, but I get it.
You know who's 11th? And I was happy for our guy, Ross Tucker. And I know you go, well, 11th out of 18. Man, you're paddling upstream when you're on the D&E teams on these networks. And I don't say that disparagingly, like the D&E team. I'm just using the alphabet to list where they are in the pecking order here. But Ross Tucker, Tom McCarthy came in at 11th. They're the best on here of what I would say are maybe the lower profile teams. Like everybody after this, pretty high profile. The Manning cast is 10th. Burkhardt and Brady are 9th. Al Michaels and Herb Street are 8th. That's a national one. Nance and Romo are 7th. I mean, that's pretty good. Ross Tucker.
Well, Ross Tucker, I think he's going to be polarizing because he's got very much of an everyman vibe about him. And I could see where some people, especially if they're not used to his personality, might think, well, what's this guy? Oh, who the hell is this guy? What's he even doing? A lot of people praised them and said, as far as Ross Tucker said, which sets him apart is his ability to convey insight in a way fans can both understand and relate to. Hands down the best color analyst. But some people did call Tucker a buffoon, a blowhard, and the worst.
Oh, the worst. Come on.
I love the way Ross Tucker calls a football game. I understand where it might not be some people's cup of tea.
He has fun.
Yeah.
He conveys it in a way that's very simple. He's not nerdy about it at all. He's got great chemistry, I think, with Tom McCarthy, his co-host there.
I think the biggest thing is that I wish he could be separately ranked for the times that he's with Kevin Harlan, because I think those two have incredible chemistry together.
Yeah.
I think when he's done, I think he's only done radio with Kevin Harlan.
Yes.
But I thought those two together are great. I think they really balance each other well at the same time, having the similar appreciation for the goofier side of things.
Yep. Here, the top 5 go like this. Number 5, Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt are number 5 on this list. Yeah, so JJ's
for a newcomer as well.
JJ's up at number 5, and now my browser. Do you have it open? My browser is just killing me.
More people either liked Watt already or thought he'd grow into this role. Some of the lines included a natural in the booth.
Yep.
Has been awesome, providing both great analysis and comedy. Still a work in progress, but I think he'll get there. And that was it for for some of the positive comments.
Can you page down, who's number 4 on the list? My list.
Kevin Harlan and Trent Green.
Okay, so and again, like Harlan and Green being rated better than Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt are the number 2 team. Harlan and Green are the number 3 team. The number 1 team for CBS, we will point out again, is 7th on this list. So people generally, the ones voting in this poll at least, generally like J.J. Watt, Ian Eagle, Kevin Harlan, and Trent Green better than the highly paid Nance and Romo team.
And the Kevin Harlan-Trent Green duo, that is led because of Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
I think with if you swap out a couple different color commentators, he might be number 1 easily on this. Because I have a hard time putting – boy, you know what? I got it. I love Greg Olson. Joe Davis, I just don't
They're
know.
number one, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're number one overall.
Who's 2 and 3?
Okay, number one overall is Joe Davis and Greg Olson.
Yep.
Number 2 is Joe Buck and Troy Aikman.
Yep.
Number 3 is Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah, my favorite of all, if I were power ranking the A-list teams on here, the for each of the 5 networks that carry the NFL, I would put Tirico and Collinsworth as my favorite. I would then put Buck and Aikman. I would put after that Brady and Burkhardt, Nance and Romo, and I'm just not into the Thursday night, the Herb Street and Al Michaels.
So you don't have Harlan anywhere in your top
No,
five?
the A teams, the number one teams for each of the networks.
A teams, I got you.
Yeah.
I would say if we separated this from the color commentators, I think I'd have to go Kevin Harlan, then Mike Tirico.
Yep. I could.
And then after that, I'm not going with, and I don't hate Joe Buck the way other people do. I just don't really enjoy him as an actual play-by-play commentator.
Yeah.
He always sounds eloquently unsure of himself. That's what I'll say about him.
Iron Eagle would be my next one after those two you just named.
Yeah.
JJ's partner. I think he's excellent.
Romo in that Chiefs game was just
he's unlistenable.
It's how far he's fallen from the guy who used to call out every play to now being almost always dead wrong. There's one play. What was the one I had texted you about yesterday? Gotta attack outside the numbers on this one. Immediately deep strike down the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Another one is I gotta watch out for the tight end on this one. Run play. It was just he routinely is very, very wrong. So he's just gotta, which is fine. That's like not everybody can call out every play. He's got to just stop. I think he's just throwing it out there and hoping that he's right.
Yeah.
And every now and then maybe it'll get picked up and people will gush about it. But he's wrong almost all the time when I watch.
The problem for him, that was his gimmick that got him paid.
Yeah.
That was his thing. Like, so now if he's not doing that, then he's actually got to get the fun points because he's not. If you plunk some average sports fan down that just doesn't watch a lot of football and you plunk them down in front of the Nance Romo team to watch a game and told them, like, these are the guys that CBS puts on all their best games every week, they'd be like, are you kidding? And then you had them watch a Kevin Harlan game or an Iron Eagle J.J. Watt game?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Kevin Harlan and Mike Tirico are hard for me to separate because Tirico, I'm just so impressed by his overall versatility and how smooth he is.
Yeah, Harlan too.
And just how dialed in, just how smart Tirico is.
Yeah.
But Harlan's personality just kicks him way up over the top over anybody else for me. Because I feel like he's got that combination of a very intelligent call of the game, but also with a boatload of personality and the appropriate level of humor for the right moment. And he's awesome.
Headed to the slammer.
Tirico is more impressed. What's that?
I know you're watching the same film I watch. Come on now.
Yeah, it's a hotkey. Ben's playing hotkeys. That's what that was.
No, I know, but there's two voices going on there. What's the?
Headed to the slammer.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I thought I heard a second voice too. Anyways, all right. Let's jump out here. We're going to do a Take-A-Mania at the top of the hour because Seth's not in on Friday, so we're going to do it today because I need him to adjudicate some of the bad takes this week. But there's one people have been clamoring for. We're going to give this one a separate judgment because this guy might be ineligible for Take-A-Mania moving forward based on something he said yesterday. That is coming up next.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get to this. Kendrick Perkins. We've had several people text in today saying, "Hey, did you guys hear what Kendrick Perkins said yesterday?" Which I guess Perkins, that's the goal. If you're trying to get people talking, he succeeded in that endeavor yesterday.
We're considering banning him from Take-A-Mania.
Yes,
because it's just such regularity he's coming out with just things that you can tell he either hasn't put any thought into or he's just simply trying to elicit a reaction.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know exactly on what grounds we do, because that makes for some bad takes. So we might have to retire him like as the greatest champion of all time,
maybe,
so we can give room for others to grow and prosper.
Okay.
Or just make him Take-A-Mania champ of all time and just call it a day on Take-A-Mania.
Yeah, we might need to retire him. And we're going to do an actual Take-A-Mania in the next segment. The champ right now is Stephen A. Smith, who blamed Kevin Stefanski for Shedeur playing terrible in his first appearance. Not the start this past weekend, but when he had to come in the middle of that Ravens game when Dillon Gabriel got knocked out, and Stephen A. Smith blamed it on Stefanski. There's a lot of Shedeur takes that are finding their way into Take-A-Mania the last week or two.
And most of the Shedeur takes are people. It's people who are just glomming onto the whole thing. They don't actually have a thought-out opinion about Shedeur Sanders, positive or negative. I'll listen to all of them.
Sure.
But some people are just clearly just jumping in because, hey, this is what's getting clicks these days.
Okay, so this one from Kendrick Perkins, he says that Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man since Barack Obama.
Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man since 2009. You know what happened in 2009?
Right.
That's when President Obama got elected in office. He's the most powerful black man since 2009. You said you were sitting there watching the game in your house, and what you did? You ran with the TV.
Goddamn right.
Right?
I did.
What was you doing, DB?
I was cheering. I was happy.
You was cheering like a motherfucker.
Whoa. Okay, Ben. Probably should have told you it needed bleeps.
Yeah, what the hell, Sean?
I usually do. I usually put needs bleeps. That's on me. We got it, right? We dumped it.
Okay, so now to summarize, the big thing.
I wish I had told Ben it needed. That's my bad, Ben. I wish I did. Because you get beeps on it, Ben, maybe in time for us to play the whole thing? Okay.
So the most powerful black man since Obama, it's interesting because his rationale for it was that he's unifying black people.
Yeah.
That he said something along the lines of he hasn't met a black person yet that isn't, gung-ho, Shedeur Sanders, all of that. And, so it's a little bit more nuanced than him being the most powerful black man. I might say galvanizing might be a better term for it than powerful, because generally powerful people don't get drafted by the Browns in the 5th round.
Right.
Like if he genuinely, so that if we isolated it to the most powerful black man in sports since 2009.
Right.
I think we've got a list of about 50 very powerful black men that have actually exerted control and influence. One LeBron James, perhaps.
There had to be, like people like LeBron and, as you point out, dozens and hundreds of others. They had to be rolling their eyes at Kendrick Perkins yesterday.
I know. I would imagine. Yeah.
Yes.
I guess because it's kind of insulting to a lot of the people who have wielded a lot of influence and power. Now, galvanizing is a different thing. And with Shedeur, it's like you got to remember you're a few months into this, really, where, all right, maybe there's a big divide along racial lines in terms of whether you're pro or anti-Shedeur Sanders. But first and foremost, for him to be genuinely powerful and to have a voice, he has to prove that he's actually a good quarterback,
right.
you know? And
right.
so maybe he could become that guy.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll say that. He could become that guy. But whether it's his fault, no matter how you feel about Shedeur Sanders, whether it's his fault or forces aligned against him or anything else, he hasn't yet proven that he's a good NFL quarterback.
No.
It's a horrendous take. It's just awful.
It's really bad.
And it's a huge insult. It's a huge insult to actually influential and power. Deion Sanders,
Yeah.
for instance.
Yeah, he's not even the most powerful one in his own house.
Yeah.
All right, Ben's got it censored now. Want to play the whole thing? Okay,
yeah.
let's play the Ben. And again, I apologize. I apologize to the audience. I apologize to Ben Gary. Here we go. Kendrick Perkins.
Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man since 2009. You know what happened in 2009?
Right.
That's when President Obama got elected in office. The most powerful black man since 2009. You said you were sitting there watching the game in your house, and what you did? You ran with the TV.
Yeah, right.
Right? What was you doing, DB?
I was cheering. I was happy.
You was cheering like a motherfucker. When Shedeur Sanders is on the field, and when I say powerful because there's two sides of it, right? Think about it. Okay, you got the black community. He bringing the whole black community together. I ain't ran across one black person that didn't said one bad thing about Shedeur.
We want him.
And guess what? Not one, because he has the balance. He has the balance of that. I'm arrogant, but I'm humble too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right.
He have fun with this.
And he having fun with this. And on top of that, y'all want me to say it ain't. Y'all want me to feel it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, he talking.
He's the most powerful black man in sports. No other. Matter of fact, black man. He the most powerful player in sports.
Okay.
Wait, so did he reduce it? He reduced it from society at large down to sports, right? Because he started off with the most powerful black man since
Obama, which would be every black man out there. Yeah.
And then he reduced it by the end down to the most powerful in sports. Yes. Again, powerful enough that he got drafted by the Browns and was the fourth string quarterback.
So if we were to take this and try to give Perkins any benefit of the doubt on one of which transcribed is one of the silliest things. If we were to give him any benefit of the doubt, what you're saying is, okay, maybe he just misused the word powerful and he meant galvanizing.
Yeah, but even galvanizing means to inspire action or something. Yeah. And it's not like I feel like it's polar. It might be I don't know. And the other thing, I guess, is that it's not like there's zero white people that like Shedeur Sanders either. Perhaps Colorado Buffalo fans haven't showed up in your mentions the way they have in mine. When I've just not even said anything negative about Shedeur Sanders. But he's just he tries too hard all the time. He said that C.J. Stroud can't throw to his left. Where the hell is that coming from?
Yep.
You're trying so hard by not trying at all. He's just throwing stuff out there that he knows is gonna get a whole lot of attention.
Okay, this is generating a lot. Okay, a few people have pointed out, wasn't the election in 2008? Yes, I think he's referring to the inauguration.
He meant the inauguration,
Yep. Kendrick Perkins is an idiot. That text just came in. That guy here, WTF. How many concussions has Perkins had throughout his career? That one just came in. More like prolific, divisive, controversial.
Divisive or controversial, maybe.
Yeah.
But even then, I feel like I don't know. I don't want to take this down a very serious road. But I mean, I was just like Trayvon Martin or George Floyd or anybody. If we're talking about any of these descriptors or people that have caused huge social movements or actual action or something. It's a bad take.
Yeah,
it's really bad. I don't think we can allow him in anymore.
Kendrick. Okay, that was
Take-A-Mania.
We didn't do this to adjudicate the entire Shedeur experience. Trust me, there will be plenty of opportunities to do that. The question is Kendrick Perkins banned from Take-A-Mania for life? And it'll be one of those for life things where if something else pops up, we can decide, like Pete Rose. He went through the whole appeal process several times.
I feel like somebody's going to find a way to make it racial if we do. So I don't know if...
I didn't even thought about that. Okay, so he's still in.
We've had many black champions of Take-A-Mania, okay?
Okay.
We have not discriminated when it comes to white or black. I don't think we've had any Hispanic people in Take-A-Mania as Take-A-Mania champs yet. Yeah.
Okay, when we come back, we will play the defending champ, and we will see if Perk's take on Shedeur beats Stephen A. Smith's take on Shedeur. And see, okay, so we're not banning Kendrick Perkins. All right. We'll do that coming up next.
Thanksgiving Day. AILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Well, Kendrick Perkins has lit up the text page. We're gonna do Take-A-Mania today because Seth's out on Friday. I like Seth to be the judge and jury for all these.
Yeah.
So let's
can't do it without me.
Can't do it without Seth. So in the previous segment, previously on Payne and Pendergast, we played this take by former NBA star and now hot take podcaster Kendrick Perkins saying that Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man since Barack Obama was inaugurated in 2009.
Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man since 2009. You know what happened in 2009?
Right.
That's when President Obama got elected in office. He's the most powerful black man since 2009. You said you were sitting there watching the game in your house, and what you did? You ran with the TV.
Yeah, right.
Right? What was you doing, DB?
I was cheering. I was happy.
You was cheering like a motherfucker. When Shedeur Sanders is on the field, and when I say powerful because there's two sides of it, right? Think about it. Okay, you got the black community. He bringing the whole black community together. I ain't ran across one black person that done said one bad thing about Shedeur.
We want him.
And guess what? Not one. Because he has the balance. He has the balance of that I'm arrogant, but I'm humble too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
He got fun with this.
And he having fun with this. And on top of that, y'all want me to say y'all want me to feel it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, he talking
He's the most powerful black man in sports. No other matter of fact, black man, he the most powerful player in sports.
Powerful player in sports.
So he started off as the most powerful black man since Obama. Then he dialed it back to most powerful black man in sports.
But then he upped it again to most powerful person in sports.
Okay.
Which last I checked included white people, Hispanic people,
so
Asians. Yeah.
So he's the most powerful black man since Obama.
Yeah.
But the most powerful person in sports right now.
In sports right now, yeah.
I don't know. We'd have to do a runoff between those two for which is the most ludicrous.
He
take.
had three takes baked into one that are really bad.
I feel like this might be the bad take of all time because I feel like even people who like Shedeur Sanders can't sit and agree with this take.
Yeah.
Like, I think he can be very polarizing.
Yes.
He might be the most polarizing black man in sports.
Yes.
Not in society.
Right.
By a long shot.
Correct.
Maybe the most polarizing black man in sports right now.
Yeah.
Right this moment.
Right.
Because Colin Kaepernick has been out since 2009 as well.
Yeah.
And that became a crossover. Like, Shedeur Sanders is largely still a sports phenomenon.
Yep.
It's not a crossover story to the same degree, obviously, that Colin Kaepernick was. I don't know, man. It's hard to find.
Most powerful in sports.
Person in sports right now.
In sports, yeah.
This is just so he's got two of the worst takes of all time
baked into
right
one.
in that. Right at one take that started off as a seedling.
Yes.
And it grew into
here's
a mushroom cloud of a horrendous bad takes.
And we're going to do Take-A-Mania right now. And the defending champ is Stephen A. Smith, who also is talking about Shedeur, but from over a week ago when he made his debut coming into the middle of a game, and he blames Stefanski for Shedeur being bad. We're going to play that in a second.
Yeah.
We're only doing Take-A-Mania today because Seth isn't here on Friday, but I feel like this Perkins take is so bad that we might have done an emergency Take-A-Mania even if this were a normal week.
It's
on
So,
Wednesday.
but even trying to power rank it. Remember that person that got upset in All Holier Than Thou because we were trying to power rank whether it's worse to get kicked in the nargs or spit on.
Yeah.
This feels like you'd be asking somebody to what are your three least favorite things?
Yeah.
Asparagus,
Yeah.
Mondays,
Yep.
or nuclear holocaust.
Right. Let's do that poll.
This is the nuclear annihilation of bad takes.
All right, so let's do this here then. All of a sudden, it's like Clubber Lang walking in to the stadium in here, and Stephen A. Smith is Rocky Balboa trying to fight him. Here is the current champ. Does Perk take this down?
What I'm saying is, where Kevin Stefanski loses me, you're a two-time Coach of the Year, 2020, 2023. We know you can coach. We know you know what you're doing. How does a quarterback go out there in a game like that and look that ill-prepared?
Yeah.
How does that happen? See, that's where I push back on you to some degree in terms of something's not right. Because we could say a lot of things about Kevin Stefanski. We can't say he don't have his teams prepared. We can't say that he doesn't. Like, if you don't have the talent, you don't have the talent.
Well, he doesn't have his team prepared because you don't have the backup quarterback prepared.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's my point.
1,000%.
That's my point. My point is that's not an error he would make. He's too wise. He's too knowledgeable.
Okay, so I mean, saying Stefanski might be tanking on Shedeur, isn't he?
He's making the perfect argument for against Shedeur Sanders, unless, as he would submit, is that Kevin Stefanski is willfully pointing out that he's sabotaging Shedeur Sanders or something. So he points out a bunch of things we actually have evidence for.
Yeah.
And then uses it to buttress a vast and wild conspiracy theory in the opposite direction.
And yet I sense he's about to get thrown through a table by Kendrick Perkins here, right?
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay. I mean, I've got like 6 challengers here that Kendrick Perkins is going to blaze through.
I can't keep doing Kendrick Perkins every other week, man.
Okay. Well, for now,
ahead.
He's the champ. You just made him the champ
right now.
He's the champ right now. All right.
And by the way, and we've had multiple of our black listeners be like, hey, Kendrick, don't speak for me.
Slow down.
I don't like Shedeur Sanders either. Trying to. So as soon as you start to speak, it's like if I tried to speak for all white people or something.
Right.
That's going to go south or right quick.
Very quick.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah. Like don't speak for me, you bastards.
Oh my God. Yeah. So so Kendrick Perkins is the new champ, with a take that I mean. This might take a while. I don't know what's happening today, but here we go. This was J.J. McCarthy. This is from actually a couple weeks ago, but I wanted to replay it because of how ludicrous it sounds now that he is putting up numbers that are among the worst in the history of football.
Yeah.
You know, like EPA per start for X amount of starts, he's like 831 out of 832 since the Great Depression or something like that. Like J.J. McCarthy is ridiculously bad at football. He was asked after a Vikings win, a win in spite of J.J. McCarthy, like, hey, do you flip a switch while you're out there?
Do you go to a different place in your mind, like on game day?
I feel like I do, yeah. There's definitely a level of a switch that gets flipped. You know, for me, it's, you know, that I call him 9. 9 comes out, and I got to understand, like, okay, he can't be at his peak performance throughout 3.5 hours. So how do I find little ways, you know, on the sideline, you know, get back to my breath, get back to my visualization that could kind of maintain that intense, you know, competitive stamina throughout the whole game. But, yeah, it's just, you know, the pure will, determination to get the job done.
Yeah. I hadn't quite grasped at the time the fact that he was speaking about his alter ego in the third person.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't really realize how weird it was.
Yeah, it was very strange. Yeah.
Yeah, this falls into the category of really weird, just annoying stuff when you're a bad quarterback too, and you think you're going to tough and grit your way through to being a good quarterback. But no, he's
not even close. Perkins is going to kill all these guys.
Yeah.
All right, this is. I wanted to play this one in Take-A-Mania just because I've never seen a football player, ask people to free his dad and shout out his boy. But this was Brian Kelly's son, Kenzel Kelly, on the sidelines at LSU during the LSU final home game, senior night. He was wearing a shirt underneath his jersey that said "Free BK."
Go Tigers! Long live BK! Long, free my boy! Free my boy BK! You know who?
You ever call your dad your boy?
No, never did.
Free my boy!
I feel like this is actually turning into, more than anything, these are takes that show that, like, hey, listen, we find plenty of black or white dudes annoying too, okay?
Yeah.
Stop trying to call me a racist every time I think Shedeur Sanders is annoying. There's plenty of white guys that are super, super annoying.
Yes.
Including J.J. McCarthy, the starting quarterback for the by designation and by name, the starting quarterback for the Vikings.
Yeah. And Brian
a
Kelly's
team that's slightly better than the Browns.
Brian Kelly's kid, Kenzel Kelly. That does not beat Perk, though, right?
No.
I mean, obviously. I just want to replay it again more than anything. Free my boy! Free my boy! All right, here we go. Back to Shedeur. Here was Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp on the night. bitter mad at Kevin Stefanski. Yeah.
And these guys have had one of my favorite bad takes of all time, which I actually loved the take because Ocho Cinco pulled back at the last moment.
Desmond Watson, that's right.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite. I had no ill will towards them for that bad take. It was mostly Shannon Sharp with a horrible take, but it was kind of comical.
Yeah, that one's going to be a Final Four.
I have an affection for these guys when they have bad takes. I really do. So let's hear it.
Okay, they're mad at Stefanski for not giving Shedeur a game ball on Sunday.
So hold on. A guy making his first start, a guy that you didn't really want to start, a guy that you didn't even want in your organization.
Right.
And that's all he get. Great job.
Well,
he don't get no game ball?
Nah, he don't get no game ball, Unc. That wasn't his pick. That's not what they want. They don't want him to succeed. You know that. That's no disrespect. The owner told you himself. Even the head coach's guy is Dillon Gabriel. We all understand that.
You know what? I don't want to listen to it again, but just in case I missed it, did at any point either of those guys say that Shedeur Sanders was the most powerful black man in America since 2009?
I didn't hear them say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did they at any point say he's the most powerful person, regardless of race in sports right now?
I didn't. Ben, did you hear? I didn't hear them say that.
Okay.
No,
they
you didn't hear it
Okay.
either?
So
Okay.
no, they do not win.
They didn't. That's an easy one. It makes it much easier when whatever take it is lives in this Shedeur ecosystem there.
Yeah.
All right, a few more here as Kendrick Perkins continues to rip ass through all these challengers. Here's Ethan Burke, a defensive end. I mean, this is Perkins is going to squash this. Ethan Burke is a defensive end for the University of Texas. It was brought up in his press conference this week that he was asked about Texas being an underdog, a betting underdog to the Aggies on Friday night.
I think most of the sports books have y'all as underdogs in this game. You guys feel like the underdogs?
No, I think we know what we're capable of, and you know who does the sports books? Have they ever played college football? Probably not. So, yeah.
Yeah, because clearly you got to play college football to set a line on it. That's a bad take.
That's like being like that's like saying like I don't know, does the president of Ford Motor Company ever actually worked on the assembly line?
Right.
Know what he's doing?
Right.
No, that's a bad take.
Yeah, bad take. But I mean, Perkins just like picking this kid up and throwing him down.
I enjoyed it. It's funny, Jeff Van Gundy, I heard him in an interview once talk about how once he entered the media and wasn't coaching any longer, he kind of reflected back on when he was a coach, and he wondered, why did I get so worked up about whether people picked for me or against me?
Yeah.
It's like, it's really weird that I got that worked up about it. I don't know. It's natural. It's such an easy piece of motivation.
Yep.
It's so easy to put, because you're always searching for a way to put a chip on your shoulder. You're always finding a way to hate the opponent or anything and bring extra emotion to it. So I guess that's the answer, Jeff Van Gundy. It's easy motivation.
It is. Yeah, it is. Let me address a text here, and we'll get to these last two cuts. Y'all hate Sanders, SMH. No, we don't. This is not us hating Shedeur Sanders. This is
if you're being honest with yourself, even if you love Shedeur Sanders, but you say that he's the most powerful person in sports right now, or the most powerful black man since Barack Obama, you're lying. You're lying to yourself.
Right.
Yeah. This
like,
has nothing to do with whether you love or hate Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, man. It's not zero. Yeah. So check yourself, texter.
Stop being so stupid early in the morning.
Michael Taff is a safety for the University of Texas. So we got another Longhorn here. He did a press conference this week, and he was asked who would get his Heisman vote.
If you had a Heisman vote, who would you vote?
Arch Manning.
What's that?
I think, I don't know. You compare his numbers. I bet his numbers are probably up there. I think he's the most hated on person in all of college football, and he doesn't even care. He just cares about winning, and he cares about his teammates and, the things that he's done for this team and the adversity that he's gone through. I think if you look at the best player in college football, I think it's Arch.
Okay. I mean, that's your criteria, is that he's gone through a lot of adversity and people hate on him. Therefore, he's the Heisman winner.
Do you have the stats in front of you at all?
I've seen there have been the ones I've seen lately, particularly because the game is coming up in 2 days.
Yeah.
Marcel Reed, who is a top Heisman candidate, like he's among he plays for an undefeated, soon to be maybe possibly SEC championship team. Marcel Reed's numbers for touchdowns and yards and some things that Longhorns will cherry pick are very similar to Arch's. Yeah. But if you watch Marcel Reed play football this season and you watch Arch Manning play football this season week to week, it's no comparison to me who the better quarterback has been over the course of the season.
Yeah.
Arch Manning has struggled big time in a lot of games this year and is not nearly the generational prospect that a lot of people were anointing him at the beginning of the season. He's got mechanical issues. He's got all kinds of stuff going on. They're going to be 9-3 probably if I had to guess.
Yeah.
At the end of the year. So.
But that was almost. It sounded like really. I mean, he kind of did a flyby over the stats and then said the fact that he's much maligned makes him the best.
Yeah, that's not it. It's
really the most powerful white man in America since George W. Bush was elected.
What we're doing with each guy. Let's do it. Let's lean into it, man. So they're 8-3 right now. The Longhorns are. They're 8-3.
He doesn't beat Perkins.
Yeah, and it doesn't beat Perkins. That's a big thing. Doesn't beat Perkins. They're going to be 8-4. All right, last one. This is a basketball take from Theo Pinson, who is, I don't know if he's still in the NBA. He was played for North Carolina in college. Been on and off of some NBA teams for a number of years. He, like many players, has a podcast. They got talking about Kyrie Irving to the Rockets. And this is the very first voice you're going to hear is Pinson's. It gets tough to keep track of because there's 3 or 4 guys just sitting here rapping back and forth. But Pinson is the most egregious offender in this thing of wanting to move foundational pieces to get Kyrie Irving on the Rockets.
But if Kyrie goes to Houston, oh my God.
Houston's going to have to give back one of their pieces, though.
Bye-bye, amen.
Bye-bye, amen.
If you could find a way to not get rid of amen.
Would you give up Sengun?
Would I give up Sengun?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. For Kyrie coming off of ACL?
No way?
I got to think about it, D-Will. I got to think about it.
I don't know if I can say no way that fast.
I don't know if I say no way.
Okay, so
it's weird. So it was like Amen. It was like no pushback whatsoever
at all,
whatsoever.
Yep.
Even though they would later acknowledge that it's Kyrie at his age coming off of an ACL.
Yeah.
In Sengun, it was like no way in hell, no way in hell. Which Sengun's playing like an MVP candidate.
Sure.
But yeah, I think from a Rockets standpoint, horrible.
I wouldn't trade either one, and yet I'm not totally sure if they meant both of them for Kyrie Irving.
Is that like we're adding in Sengun to that?
I couldn't get the sense, and I listened. There's like 30 seconds after that just didn't make sense to play.
We're getting to a point with Take-A-Mania where we might have to disqualify any potential Take-A-Mania candidates based on like if there's anything explicitly racial about the take.
Yeah.
I just don't want to deal with it. This is my fun sports show.
Yeah.
I do this because I don't want to have a real job.
Yeah.
There's no way for a lot of annoying things to seep in once there's anything explicitly racial about it. Now, implied racism, I'm all for it.
Okay.
But it's the explicit stuff that I really don't want to feel
Okay, so
about.
2 things here. One, Perk still beats that take, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 2, when you say there's nothing racial about the Theo Pinson take on Kyrie Irving and
I'm talking about Kyrie Irving. Yeah, no, I'm talking about I'm talking about the Kendrick Perkins take.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay,
I'm just sitting here and I'm playing out the next 5 weeks in my head, and I'm trying to figure out a time when that's going to be. And mostly it's the hyper reaction. Type as they hear anything racial at all, want to make a federal case about it that I don't feel like dealing with because it steals my joy. Damn it!
Some of it's pretty funny though. Are you guys racist?
It's funny for now.
Are you guys racist against Arch Manning? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, congrats, Perk. We didn't ban you from
You're
Take-A-Mania.
the champion for now.
Yeah, for now.
But the race baiting is too easy though too.
Yeah.
Like it gets people. And Perkins knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like he knows exactly what he's doing. I don't want to be a party to all that.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to the Texans and the Colts. DeMeco Ryans on his coach's show had something interesting to say about where he's seen the offense improve, and he weighed in on the Colts offensively and defensively. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans coming up next.
Hey, if you want some peace, some tranquility in your
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, here we go. We'll put a bow on this thing, on the Shedeur thing. Seth, definitely not racist, nor is Sean. I do think, this is a texter.
Yeah.
This isn't me saying Seth definitely is not racist, although I agree with the texter. Seth is definitely not racist.
Listen, everybody, I can vouch for Sean.
Yeah.
I try to beat him with a lot of racist comments.
Never bites.
And he never bites, yeah.
The texter says, Seth definitely not racist, nor is Sean. I do think the irrational hate for Shedeur Sanders that Sean has can appear to be discussed at a confident, unapologetic black man, though. I'll say this. I retweeted one of Shedeur's post-game interviews 2 days ago and literally led into the tweet. I comment tweeted it, and I said, I love Shedeur's confidence. I do love his confidence. I just think he lacks in self-awareness. That's not hating on him. I'm not alone in that point of view. And by the way, I spend as much or time throwing shade at J.J. McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers on this show than I do Shedeur Sanders.
There is nothing more courageous you can do for civil rights than to quote tweet somebody, Sean. And
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I posted something that is direct contrast to what this texter is accusing me of.
I know.
Yeah.
You're saying I'm not racist. I've retweeted positive comments about black people.
That's exactly right. That's precisely what I'm saying.
The very fact that you're getting so sensitive over my playful jibe.
I know how a percentage of the audience is going to. I know. Well, and you've got that transcription going right now on this
on
the Zoom thing.
Call?
Yeah. So that leaks out.
So we do.
So when I sarcastically agreed with you, that shows up on the transcripts.
We get an AI synopsis of every show, and I'm curious to see if one of the little bubbles or blurbs is that Sean defended accusations of racism against him.
No, it definitely will be. It 100% will be. It's how it construes this banter between me and you that I'm anxious to see.
I think there's definitely but there is with Shedeur, there's definitely that element of it where it's hard because people try to parse out and they act like, oh, this is how everybody's talking about Shedeur, or how this is how this group of people is talking about Shedeur. And you can really, once you get into that point of a conversation, you can really bend things to whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
But it gets super annoying because it gets to the point where you can't say that Shedeur Sanders isn't a good quarterback without people assuming that somehow there's some kind of implicit bias at work there.
Yep.
And it gets annoying.
It does. All right, here was DeMeco Ryans on his coach's show earlier this week. Where have you seen the Texans' offense improve?
For the most part, we're not having the negative plays. And that's the one thing you have to mitigate the negative plays, right? We've done that. We've been gaining positive yards on first down. We've been able to win on some third down. So we're getting there. The red zone has gotten better. We've been able to get in the end zone the past couple weeks. So we're taking those steps as an offense to put us in position to win games, right? And they gave the team enough points against Buffalo to go win, and that's what it's going to take. Whatever we need, I'm always trying to get at least 21. That gives us a chance, right? But they've done a good job, I say, overall in the red zone, just running the more, the scheme plays with the run, getting Woody on the outside more with some of our perimeter runs. Done a good job pulling our tackles, just a lot of variety in the run game. I like that about our offense, and I think it just keeps defenses on their toes, keeps them out of balance, out of sync. They don't know really what's coming. So the more and more we continue to thrive on what we're doing well, and the more we lean into what we're doing well, with our play-action pass game, we got to run the ball well to open it up. So Nico and Higgins, they've been a great job as well. Higgins, he doesn't get talked about much, but I think as a rookie, he's come on in our offense. He's been the guy who's really lighting it up, making some big plays, explosive plays on early downs, and in the red zone, he's been the guy who's getting in for us. So we got to lean on him a little bit more as well.
The mitigate negative plays doesn't look all that great on a motivational T-shirt, and yet I think it's accurate to say that one of the improvements the Texans have made offensively this year is that they're mitigating negative plays.
Yeah.
And it's tough. It's kind of like saying that, hey, I got rid of my herpes is no longer raging herpes. I bet I still got herpes. But it's not as bad as it used to be. The willingness to run down on the goal line, it's frustrating, and at times it's just infuriating if you're running it 4 straight times and not getting into the end zone versus the Broncos. I will say that demonstrating that willingness to run down on the goal line has opened up the play action down on the goal line as well. So, going to last week, they run on first down, get stuffed, and then they have a touchdown on the next play to a wide open Nico Collins on the next play. Because that was on second down, right?
Is you talking about in the Bills game?
Yeah.
The Bills game that's the
I'm thinking about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, 2 weeks ago.
Everything's melding together in my brain. Because of the short week.
Yep.
So it's the whole thing about setting up the play action is you don't necessarily have to be awesome at running the ball. You just have to show that you're committed to running the ball. Mm-hmm. But the downside is, all right, great. We can get them to bite on the play action if we know that we're committed to running the ball. But if you only get 0 yards on the run on first down, you ain't running play action on the next play and anything out of it. So there's a little bit of you gotta get the down and distance right to make play action effective. And they've gotten better in that regard. They're more consistently getting 3 or 4 yards on first down, and that's enough. That's enough to spring the play action.
Yep.
So it's not awesome. It's not anything that you put on a banner in the stadium or anything yet, but they have made progress compared to last year.
I thought one of the interesting things that DeMeco said in that cut was that I just tell him, get me at least 21 points. That's a defensive head coach right there. If it was an offensive head coach that stepped up to the podium and said, get me at least 21 points, they'd be like, what?
Back when I played, back when dinosaurs walked the earth, it was 24 points.
It's 24.
Now it probably should be skewed up to 25 or 26 points if you want to have a winning effort on offense. But when you have one of the best, second best scoring defense in football, 21 points should do you.
Do you know what the Texans' record would be if they scored exactly 21 points in each of their 11 games so far?
We do real quick. 2 losses, right?
They'd have 2 losses. They'd be 9-2. They would have lost the Jacksonville game because Jacksonville put 29 on them. But they would have beaten the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
They would have beaten the Buccaneers. They would have beaten the Jags in the first game. They would have beaten the Denver Broncos
with a mere 21 points.
With 21,
and at least the
Broncos
and the Rams game at least makes more sense. Like I can kind of. I don't want to say accept that you didn't score enough points to beat those guys, but those are 2 really good defenses.
And no touchdowns in either of those games.
Yeah,
it was all field goals.
Well, the other thing is, though, too, you take some of those games and you say if you score at least 21 points, then the other team's offense isn't on the field as much either. You're having more. Well, no, but you might even have it even in the losses.
Yeah,
the game might play out a little bit differently if you're just a competent enough offense to score 21 points.
Oh yeah. No, that's There's definitely a symbiotic.
The defense isn't on the field as much.
Yep, absolutely. No, you're right about that. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the Colts. Speaking of the Texans' defense, here's DeMeco Ryans on the Colts' offense.
Yeah, the thing that sticks out to me is that their offense is operating very efficiently. They've been very explosive. Pierce, I don't think he talks about enough. Like he's the down-the-field targets, the deep shots. Then you have the running game with Jonathan Taylor. He's always been one of the top backs in our league just for his explosiveness, his home run playmaking ability. And I think Daniel Jones is playing the best that he's played like in his career. Shane has done a good job of paring things down, and he's doing a great job of executing. The play action game is working for them. They stay out of third and long situations. They're really in those manageable spots where if it's close enough, they're going for it on fourth down. So, they're doing a good job offensively.
It sounds like DeMeco is describing much more what the year has looked like for them as opposed to the last few weeks, including that last part about fourth down. Benjamin Solak pointed that out in that audio we played a little bit earlier, is Kansas City got Indianapolis out of character in that game. Max protect, not running Daniel Jones, and then on fourth down, they got much more conservative in that last game against Kansas City.
Score 21 points and mitigate negative plays. Those are our slogans.
That's
for this
the mantra.
week.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. The motivational.
And
speech
the Colts.
around.
Honestly, make Daniel Jones uncomfortable. That's the last few weeks when teams get after Daniel Jones, he's been horrendous. The offense has been bad. And like even though they took it to overtime last week, one touchdown was scored because of an interception on the opponent's 4-yard line, on the Chiefs' 4-yard line. The Chiefs generally controlled and physically dominated the Colts in that game, and the Colts had to play a whole lot of just getting rid of the ball quickly, max protection, doing all these things. They're in a critical spot. I saw at least 2 articles up in Indianapolis this week of questioning whether it's time to hit the panic meter or not. Like, they're right. You could push them over the emotional edge right now.
Oh, man.
So we're talking about scoring 21 points or more.
Yeah.
The Broncos are super interesting this year, Sean, because they're winning a bunch of close margin games. They're doing what the Chiefs did last year.
Yeah.
The 2 games where their offense didn't show up at all.
Yeah.
The New York Jets, where they scored 13 points but won.
Yep.
Raiders, they scored 10 points and won.
Jeez. Well, and even this game here, they scored 18. It wasn't like it was just, fireworks.
That's but at least those 2 games, you're like, man, if there's a day for your offense to not show up, they end up getting the wins
teams
versus really 2 really bad football teams.
They picked the right 2 teams, no question. Man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final one up. We will hear one more from DeMeco Ryans on the Colts. Get DeMeco Ryans' Thanksgiving thoughts as well as we head out here for the holiday tomorrow, and we'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop as well. We will do all of that coming up next. Hey, quick reminder that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And we've had people chiming in all day saying they're listening on their holiday here. Gavin is in Flagstaff, Arizona. Happy Thanksgiving to Payne and Pendergast. Listen every morning from 7,000-foot elevations in Flagstaff.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I hear our show really pops at elevation. It's like Coors Field. You know,
So I've heard you get drunk faster at elevation,
Yep.
and Payne and Pendergast just hits a little bit different
Yes.
at elevation.
Yes. So appreciate all of you listening. Obviously, Thanksgiving. Very thankful for all the listenership out there for the show, for not just for our show, but the station at large. It's been a great year for Sports Radio 610.
I don't think I've ever been to Flagstaff. Have you?
I have been to Flagstaff. Yeah, Amy and I went through Flagstaff when we went on our long summer road trip a few years ago. You know who's been to, my daughter spent like 2 months in Flagstaff during COVID running because she was taking a gap year during COVID, and she's a coach now, but she was a cross country runner. So she and a bunch of her teammates got an Airbnb in Flagstaff for like 2 months and trained out there, because when you train at elevation, it translates very nicely when you get back to sea level. So, yeah.
I think we had to read a book in high school that had Flagstaff in it. The Last Buffalo Hunter. Did you guys have to read that book?
Not that I remember.
Okay, anyway.
Might have read the
go
Cliff
down
Notes.
that road.
Probably might have read the Cliff Notes.
Yeah.
That was my thing. One more from DeMeco Ryans. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop shortly when they jump in with us here. This is DeMeco on the Colts defense.
Switching it up, the defensive coordinator, I think they've added a lot more variety on their defense than what they've had in the past, so we'll see a ton of different looks from Anarumo. But he's done a good job with the defense as well, mixing up. They got the two corners now with Charvarius Ward. They got Sauce Gardner. So they have some players on the outside. It's going to be a tough matchup, as always, versus Indy, and one we're always fired up for. It's like you play guys in the division, but Indy, it means a little bit more. It's something about playing Indy. So we're fired up, to be going up there against them, and they playing well. They're the top team in our division right now, and we're on the hunt. So we're climbing the charts, trying to be on the hunt, and Indy is the team we're after this week.
Still hasn't hit me that Sauce Gardner is in this division now.
Yeah, that's the biggest question, I think, is that Sauce Gardner's only been there for 3 weeks, and the Colts defense is going to have some more pressure on it now that the Colts offense has fallen to tatters in pieces. But how does Sauce Gardner match up versus Nico Collins? Do they leave him one-on-one? Do they not give him safety help? Because that could end up being an epic battle between those two.
Yeah.
And we know that if CJ sees Nico in true one-on-one coverage, he's going to target him. Yeah, like he's going to get him.
He's
so
going.
That could be fun. We've seen Nico really just have some big moments and some big games against the Colts. And this isn't the same as the play-in game or anything like that. But the Texans, because of their 0-3 start, are pretty much into every game versus teams like the Colts or the Chiefs feels like a must-win game.
It's not the same as that play-in game, but it's down the street from it. It's in the neighborhood, man. The two games that Nico Collins has played with C.J. Stroud as his quarterback at Lucas Oil Stadium, 2023, the play-in game that you just referred to, 9 catches for nearly 200 yards, had a touchdown to open the game on the very first play, 75-yard touchdown. And then last year in the season opener, in which Joe Mixon ended up winning Player of the Week honors in the AFC, Nico had a great game. 6 catches, 117 yards, probably the two most memorable ones. The early in the game catch where he went up in between two Colts, kind of came back to the ball, went up in between two guys and switched field position early in that game.
Yeah.
And then the 3rd and 11 catch along the sideline to close out that game, which was a tremendous throw by C.J. Stroud and an even better catch and toe tap by Nico Collins.
This is how greedy I'm getting about this football game, Sean. Not only do I want to destroy the Colts, and by me, I mean the Houston Texans football team.
Right.
But not only do I want the Houston Texans to destroy the Colts, but I want Nico Collins to have a couple of big catches over Sauce Gardner.
Yes.
As Daniel Jones completely falls apart into pieces. And the Colts fans are left there wondering, wow, we just traded away 2 first-round picks for a guy that didn't help us stop Nico Collins.
Mm-hmm.
And also, we might need to find a new quarterback.
Yeah.
Yet again. So what do we do now? What do we do now?
Yeah, and Jet fans are watching these Colts games the same way we were watching all those Browns games those years, rooting against them. So those first-round picks continue to creep up the board and help them rebuild. So yeah, that's that. I'm with you, man. There are some great matchups and storylines in this game. Before we get out here on Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. Larry and Stafford is here. What's going on, Larry?
Hey, what's going on, Sean? Seth, just wanted to get in and say I hope you guys have a great Thanksgiving. And, y'all was talking about y'all show popping at 7,000 feet. It really pops at 33,000 feet, if you know what I mean. If you just crisscrossing the country a couple times, you can hear Sean and Seth all clear up there, man. Next thing, hey, Sean, if I put a bowl of a green bean casserole and a bowl of macaroni and cheese in front of you, which one you sticking your fork in?
It's not even
first?
Close, dude. Mac and cheese. Get out of here with the green beans. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any racism over there, man. You made the right choice.
Thank you, Larry.
And Seth, let me test your ability. If I set a slice of pumpkin pie and a slice of sweet potato pie in front of you, which one of them you sticking your fork in?
My cracker ass is going pumpkin.
See, look at you. I knew Seth had it in there, man. He wasn't going to deviate from it. Look here, fellas. It's going to be a fun time this weekend. And real quick on DeMeco, I don't know how many games DeMeco as a player actually won in Indiana. I know that he lost a lot up there in Indiana because Payton was there. But I'm going to say this. This team is going to be ready for it. And, Seth, you said it. I hope Nico Collins runs Sauce ass right across that field every chance he get if they leave him one-on-one, because this is a big game, and every game of these next 6 games for me as a Houston Texan fan is a playoff game. Last thing, fellas, look, on Black Friday, y'all ass don't need to go buy no more TVs. What y'all need to do is figure out how to get that Victoria's Secret bra and panty set with that little skirt that's pink, green, or red, and have your old lady put that on Friday, and then get your extra piece of sweet potato pie in our house.
Okay. That was good.
Randy loves it when I call her that.
Your piece
hey,
of
you little sweet potato pie.
Little piece of sweet potato pie. Oh,
I'm gonna
man.
be in my sister's house. I don't know what the bedroom we stay in is right above everybody else's bedroom. So I don't know. We might have to. Okay. I might have to hold Brandy off for a day until we get home.
Yeah. This ceiling's rocking. Don't come a knocking. Yeah.
I don't know. I'd be more mortified as my sister or my nieces and nephews. I don't need any of them hearing any of my
definitely the kids.
Moments. Yeah,
definitely the kids.
Yeah.
Derwin says CJ with a chip on his shoulder about this Mills is better crap has me feeling and predicting a blowout. You kind of broached the subject of a blowout earlier in the show.
Yeah, I do feel really good about this. The Chiefs are really reeling offensively right now. A lot of the things that were working for them early in the season just aren't right now. I think defenses have gotten to the point where they can kind of dictate terms to Shane Steichen.
Yep.
If they load up the box, because we saw this with the Chiefs. Chiefs would show a look. Daniel Jones with his crazy eyes would check into a pass, and lo and behold, all the Chiefs are dropping into coverage. And as impressive as Jonathan Taylor's numbers have been, Shane Steichen does not like to run him into a loaded box, into an 8-man front. And it makes them kind of predictable in a way. So the cat and mouse game between Shane Steichen and then Matt Burke and DeMeco Ryans is going to be a good one. And then it's on the linebackers who have been really good at reading play or on play action. They've been doing a really good job reading that since week 2 of the season. That's been one of the strengths of the Colts is their play action. And I think that's starting to fall off a little bit as they build up some tendencies. It really comes down to whether or not it's a blowout for me, comes down to whether we see the best version of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. C.J., when he came back from concussions last time a couple of years ago, they beat Tennessee like a drum, but he wasn't great in that game. Then he was great against the Colts and the Browns in the playoffs.
I've thought about it since this morning when I was just being kind of, just off the hook, kooky and crazy about it. With a little bit of sobriety now that I've sobered up, I'm going to say 27-14 Texans.
27-14. All right, There you go. There you go. God, I hope so. That would be great. That would be tremendous.
I think I said like 42-3 or something
You
early
said
in the morning.
You said 32-13.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you're still.
So I haven't come up much on the Colts, but yeah.
Yeah. That would be great. That would be fun. The guys on In the Loop are here. Hey, before we bring John and Reggie on, I just want to get this one in real quick. In the Thanksgiving spirit, here was DeMeco Ryans at the end of his press conference the other day. He was asked for his take on cranberry sauce.
Cranberry depends on how good the dressing is. It can't come out of the can. No, but
the traditional food.
Yeah, the traditional. I'm always having the mac and cheese, the sweet potato pie. But as I told our guys too, I told them, hey, we can save that food for another day. This week, I mean, we're focused on the Colts. But happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Hope you guys enjoy the time with your family. We will be working.
Dropped the mic and walked off the stage.
We will be working.
Yeah.
He tipped the table over Jim Rome's style.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So he doesn't like the cranberry that goes like
a lot of
out
people
of the...
think that. A lot of people think it needs to come out of the can.
Yeah,
that's part of the Thanksgiving
Correct.
tradition.
My cranberry sauce better have some ridges on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the little
It's
can
more
imprints.
nostalgia than anything.
Can imprint. So I don't want any cranberry sauce. I'm not a cranberry
it's kind
sauce
of a waste,
guy.
but
Yeah.
I always get some.
What?
I don't like that they call it sauce when it's in the can because it has zero sauce qualities to it. That's what I don't like about it.
This is true.
I don't like that they call it dressing instead of stuffing because my dressing is in a bottle and says ranch on the front of it.
Well, I mean,
I
I think the distinction there is if it is not stuffed inside of a bird, then what is it?
Oh, okay.
Like,
Got
it
it.
loses its
That's
essential quality of being stuffed.
Yeah. I see. I grew up in the stuffing part
And
of the
parsley can be characterized as dressing. It's just dressing up the table.
I got you. It's,
Dressing up the
it's
plate.
decoration.
Yeah, dressing
Okay.
up the plate, the food,
How
whatever.
you guys doing, man?
Terrific.
It's almost here, Thanksgiving.
I was
Getting
doing
better
it and found out that you guys hate cranberry sauce.
I'm not a big fan. Yeah.
Although,
that's
to be
fine.
fair, more
hate
cranberry sauce for me.
Yeah.
I don't like that it's called sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair
I don't
enough.
hate it.
As somebody who is also pedantic, I very much appreciate that about you.
Okay. So along those lines, question of the day.
I think your answer, your conversation right there might be a part of it.
That's a good segue, right?
That was a great segue.
Yeah.
You should do this for a living. What's your strongest Thanksgiving take?
Okay, I've got two. One, leftovers are better than the actual Thanksgiving
Is that
dinner.
strong? Because I think a lot of people agree. I agree. Like
You
especially
do?
the turkey sandwich.
Turkey sandwiches,
It's
yeah,
it's absolutely
Okay.
it's better than the turkey.
I wonder if we're in the majority or not.
maybe
That-
we
that
are.
would- yeah, I don't know.
Turkey sandwich the day after. Come on.
The best
It's the
because
best.
you're watching more football that day.
Well, that
You eat
it
like
depends.
7 of them.
If the turkey is done right, and that means either deep fried or something else that keeps it from being a dried out mess.
Yeah.
The best way for an oven baked turkey to actually taste good is in sandwich form.
Yes.
Right.
You know,
Yes.
so like
Yeah.
the inferior turkey, which is oven baked turkey, I'm waiting until sandwich time for that.
Now that might be a hot take of Seth, but I do agree with you. I think smoked turkey or deep fried are the best.
Are the
Yeah.
best. Okay,
Yeah,
see, I'm
yeah.
more of an oven guy. My other one is no taking your dinner and sitting down at like a TV tray and watching
What?
football. You got to sit at the table
No.
with your family and at least
But
for
they
a little
suck.
while and watch and spend time with each other because that's what the Pilgrims did.
I miscalculated.
Got to sit at the table.
I thought too much about you being a sports guy. I did not think enough about you being a dad and family guy, and that seems to
Got to
have trumped
spend
in
some
this
time at
instance.
the table.
We traditionally have it at the table, but if the game that we love, especially back in the day when A&M and Texas was on
Oh yeah,
Thanksgiving,
yeah.
we
Well, no, you-
say grace at the table and let's go.
But but I would manage around the game. I'd say, okay, we're going to eat dinner, a little earlier or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's you got to.
Mine is honestly, I understand that there's some people that prefer sweet potato pie, and I'm not gonna bag on the mentally ill right now. But I would say that at the very least, if you're gonna have both pumpkin and sweet potato, you got to have a placard or something that tells you. Because as soon as I bite into that sweet potato pie,
I like
and I
this
realize I've been the victim of a ruse,
Yes.
that piece of pie is wasted. I'm not going to put it back in there after a bite's already
I really
out of it.
like this one, Seth. That's a good one.
Are you ready for this, Cracker McPumpkin?
Yeah,
Pumpkin pie sucks. Pumpkin pie is trash.
It's not
Pumpkin
my number
pie
one.
is terrible.
Yeah, it's not my
Well, can I tell you? You're obviously a cuck who's your family forces you to sit at the table the whole time. You'll eat your sweet potato pie and like it.
I don't like sweet potato pie either. How you like that? I'm on neither side of this debate.
Standing up.
Are you
for
having
it.
any
I'm
pie?
standing up.
table.
Are you doing any
I
pie?
know how much he likes pumpkin pie because he mowed through 7 of them in the fridge last week.
What do you have against pumpkin pie? The consistency?
No, yes.
It's the gelatin sort of.
I didn't realize,
taste. I'm not
I didn't
a big
realize you're a
pumpkin guy.
3-year-old that doesn't like slightly slimy things.
I like plenty of slimy things, just not slimy things that taste like pumpkin.
I've long held my strongest Thanksgiving take, and that is Thanksgiving should not be in November.
Okay, well,
absolutely.
Wow. I don't know why I didn't think that John Lopez was going to win this segment. And yes, it can be won. I should have known because that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
It makes a
what the hell are you talking about?
It makes a world of sense.
Explain
Two
yourself.
reasons more than any others. If you want to be specific about it, the first Thanksgiving was in September. That's number one.
Okay.
The first Thanksgiving was in September.
You respect history as well.
I respect history.
Okay.
Number two, which I respect even more, November for guys. It is the best fishing, the best hunting. Hunting season is in November.
Yep.
Bird hunting, deer hunting.
Right.
You know, the weather is absolutely perfect to be outside, to do things outside. November, I guarantee you, most of our listeners, now not everybody here is a fisherman or a hunter or anything like that,
Right.
but I bet you the majority of our guy listeners are saying preach right now because
think?
you have to stay home. You have to stay home.
723-572-4610.
You know what though?
One day.
I'll actually trump you with a more manly take than that, which is that my in-laws, they have venison on Thanksgiving as well.
Yes.
So they actually go out and get their own, which they couldn't do in September.
yeah.
But okay, okay, we'll work around the venison on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But
The dripping with disgust.
Most guys want to be somewhere other than there as soon as dinner's over.
See, it's funny.
Whether it's a football game, November is big football games.
Of course.
You don't go to the game. You have to stay home with your family a lot of times. Whether it's hunting, fishing, bird hunting.
No, I see people at these games.
Yeah, well, yes.
The games on TV, I see
because
people at
they're wearing the
5
pants in the
a.m.
family. No, Thanksgiving absolutely should be in September.
That's
late September.
incredible.
In September.
Yes, late September.
That's one of the things I love about Thanksgiving is that in addition to it being a time for being grateful, it's also a time for the most arguments that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
I'm going to lean into that energy today.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
First text I see, preach.
I can't wait to.
It's been really awesome since 2016.
Yeah, right. A lot of good conversation. That's true.
Not necessarily in my house.
Coming
Seth.
together.
That's probably why some people are like, Sean, you really want to sit at the table with your family. You really want to sit. No, we go to Amy's parents' house. We have a great time and start emptying the liquor cabinet. It's a really good time.
Yes.
That's interesting. Okay, because I, as you know, my previous marriage, I was married to a Cajun, lived in Cajun, Louisiana, and she had brothers-in-law and half brothers, whatever.
Yeah.
And it was always a huge feast for Thanksgiving. They would all just go hunting in the morning.
Thank you. Well, you can do that, and that's a lot. But a lot of times you can't.
Come back and eat.
But see, a lot of times it's like, no, this is when Aunt Mary is here.
They didn't seem to have a problem.
So
with
and
it.
so and so and so. You can't go
I
hunting.
don't know, but you're wildly discounting how awesome September can be. I feel like you're making a case for anything that June should be Thanksgiving.
I kind of like the idea of multiple Thanksgivings.
I like it as the gateway to Christmas. To me, that's why I like it. It means that Thanksgiving is here. It's the launch of the holiday season, which I love.
Yeah.
So
now that is fair, but A30 says listening on very low volume in my earbuds because I'm in a deer blind in San Angelo.
So that guy agrees. Yeah, so that guy wants to move it. Quit your dumbassery, Lopez. That's the text I'm looking at. Right
He
now.
doesn't want
that
the
guy doesn't
sound
wear
of-
the pants
He
in his
doesn't want the
family.
sound of our show to override the sound of the feeder as it clicks on your show up on command. Be very, very quiet. I'm waiting for a feeder to open up.
All right, we are done. By the way, I got to get this in. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Got it in by 5 seconds. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. So I'm glad we established all these hot takes that pumpkin pie is the candy corn of pies.
And
yes. All right.
A friend of mine sent me a picture of candy corn eggnog that people will be having at their Thanksgiving festivities, and I think that was made by evil people.
Okay, can I give you another one? Eggnog sucks too.
Okay, all right. We're just gonna have to fight at some point.
Okay,
you're like I've been waiting for
Let's
it.
go. All right. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, happy Thanksgiving and antibodies to you.
Antibodies, and may you drown in a gigantic vat of pumpkin pie
vat
filling.
of pumpkin goop.
Yes, slowly.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We are thankful for all of you listening to our show, listening to the station. Hope you have a great holiday. Until then, In the Loop is up now. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. A getaway day version of In the Loop starts now.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving Eve, I guess, to you all listening in the great city of Houston and everywhere else where you might be tapping in on the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, anything that you can do, because there's a lot of places where you can get at us. Yes, Payne and Pendergast, they are thankful for you. I am thankful for Mess. I am going to lean into that side of Thanksgiving. Obviously, there's the side where before you are allowed to eat, the matriarch or someone of your family forces you to go around the table and say what you're thankful for, maybe even say a prayer. And then the other portions of it, y'all argue, you complain about things. That's the Thanksgiving energy I'm about. Like, I'm not here. Yes. I am here for the fake. I was about to say, I am here for the fake portion of it. And I guess it's not fake because ultimately, right, like, I think that is the energy that undergirds all this. Is like an appreciation for being able to come together, being able to have bountiful harvests, being able to have a little bit of time to stop and reflect. Sorry, you got me into my poetic portion of it.
Only if you're allowed to go hunting.
You just had to ruin a beautiful sentiment now, didn't you? But I also love the real of it, which is we all know that picturesque greeting card version of Thanksgiving don't exist at all of our houses. So I kind of want to get into the mess. As you know, question of the day coming up. We will get into your strongest Thanksgiving take, which I imagine will tear our listenership asunder, which is what I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm throwing all the words out, baby. We're going out into this holiday season with a bang. And also, once we get past that, we're still looking towards the Texans and the Colts. B. Scott will be in to supplement the Friday availability that he will not have. So we'll have that.
He's got a hot take on the YouTube channel already.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
And that is B. Scott in there. And I'll allow him to tell his hot take in person. I won't take that from him. But we will go behind enemy lines as we typically do. We'll talk to James Boyd, who covers the Colts for The Athletic. So all the typical staples with more cranberry sauce love from this side of the table and just more energy, more honestly, mess. That's what I'm looking for today. What are you looking for?
What I'm looking for today?
Yes.
Today, good luck at H-E-B and Kroger, people.
That's a great point.
Good luck at H-E-B and Kroger.
Good luck at H-E-B and Kroger. Good luck on 290, 610, 10, 45. Like, good luck on them roads, too, because I imagine it's going to be a mess.
Hey, my confession, the holiday like this can turn you into an altogether different person. An altogether different person because of the grocery stores, man. That's my turkey.
And if nowhere else accepts you being that different person, In the Loop accepts you being that different person. So let's go ahead and do that here on a Wednesday. Fig, I should have asked you this before. Speaking of the way that John Lopez wants you to be cooking up and grilling meats, do we have a Texas Star Grill Shop giveaway today?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we'll do that as well.
Hey, ain't no holiday stopping nothing, man.
Ain't stopping no show at all.
It is still Texas Star giveaway.
All right, perfect. Wednesday. So we'll do that in the 12 o'clock hour as well. All right, let's get going. Texans, Colts, we know that's happening after we get Food's birthday celebrated tomorrow, after we get Black Friday on the books. We will then be looking forward to a big matchup in the AFC South. And we know the thing that we're super interested in is that Colts offense that was really good to start the season. Looks like it's had some of its issues versus this Texans defense that everybody's loving. We'll talk more about that. The question that has been on my table, or in my mind, when it comes to the ultimate potluck of Thanksgiving that the Texans are going to do.
You're just tying it all in.
Oh, I'm leaning in heavy. If you are not here for metaphors and such, you might as well go ahead and change the channel today.
Big bag, big
That's
bag.
right. That's right. We know that the defense is the host. They made the turkey, they made the ham, they made the stuffing / dressing. It's just offense. Y'all coming through. What y'all bringing?
Yeah, look.
Are y'all bringing something?
What are they bringing? You know, one thing we've done, and it's only Wednesday, it just feels like the week has gone by pretty quickly because we're already kind of previewing the game. But one thing that slipped through the cracks was Monday. Did you hear what I heard when DeMeco was talking about the offense?
I believe I did, but go ahead and remind me of it.
Tell me if this isn't kind of a little shot or at least a little motivator. Like, he's not altogether satisfied with the offense.
Doesn't necessarily correlate. We still got to do a better job moving the ball in the second half. I don't think our second half offense was good enough. And, so we have to continue to strive, continue to get better at executing the plays, calling it better. We got to do a much better job, coaches, players, everybody. We got to be able to move the ball way more than we did in the second half. We're going to finish games the right way.
Stealing the headlines has been Davis Mills. Stealing the headlines has been the defense. Stealing the headlines has been some big plays, getting some rookies involved, getting some young players involved, Jaden Higgins, Woody Marks. And we're kind of like, hey, offensive line found some consistency. And we're like, hey, there's a little there with the offense. And I think there is. There is a little there in the offense. But is there enough? DeMeco's kind of calling them out there.
Not
absolutely.
Even
kind of.
Yeah, that's pretty clear, and I appreciate it. Like, I sincerely appreciate it. It speaks to one of my anxieties that I allowed and vocalized, and we'll get deeper to that as we go in this program as well, which was kind of isolated to the run game, which was, I hope they don't see that and just think everything's good. I think also to that end, I don't think that DeMeco Ryans, or I think that DeMeco Ryans is doing or is not doing something that it felt like he was doing last year, which was, we got the win, so it don't really matter. Right. I think that this year was like, hey, don't let that 3-0 fool you. I am still seeing that we need better. Like, there's no complacency within this, and I appreciate that because you can't afford that, right? You can't afford that, especially with the schedule that's coming up. I think also there is a level of understanding that, hey, man, defense has been carrying a lot of this weight, and what the offense has brought is a little bit nicer, but no, we need more.
Right.
And so I think that I appreciate that. I sincerely appreciate that from him. I think the question then becomes, what are they capable of bringing, right? Like, because, again, we could say, y'all got to bring more, but what is it that we believe that they are capable of bringing to I was about to call it the RCA Dome just because you and Andy were talking about it yesterday, to Lucas Oil on Sunday.
Yeah, look, since the bye week, this offense has scored in the teens 3 times out of 6 games. In 2 other wins, they scored 23 and 26. That's been good enough, by and large. But scoring in the teens, and even though the offense is looking better and feeling better about it, like especially this game, maybe that's what it comes down to. Maybe I just have a kind of a bad feeling that they're going to need more points in this one. I heard Seth talking about a blowout, and I was kind of shaking my head. I don't feel a blowout here. I feel like, especially there on that turf, with that offense and that crowd, their offense is going to get some points on this defense. Now, maybe that's only 24. But that's still pretty good considering what they've done. So I'm kind of feeling this offense. Yes, you've looked good and it's felt good. Now you got to be good. You got to get into the 20s. You got to get in maybe even the 30s, which sounds insane, doesn't it? But I think you do.
Yeah, and I think you're going to need the offense. Just period. I think this could be a situation where you can also help your defense because it doesn't feel like there's been enough of that. Game script. It's one of those phrases that I use a lot, and sometimes it can kind of fade to the background, and I understand that. But no, this has been something that you have not had enough of, and enough of a capability to employ with your offense. That pressure that you can put on that team over there by going out and being effective, not just being effective, but being effective early, is huge. Like, that is big. And so not just needing the points, but also I would like the points for you to change the way that this game goes. How much more do you think the defensive line of the capacity and the capability as the defensive line as this Texas team has shown you? I think that made sense. I'm not close to it. But how much more capable do you think that is when that other team is over there and they're like, damn, we're down 2 scores.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, we need to get in gear right now, and you push them into places where they can't be as conservative or they can't be as protective as they would want to be. Those are things that you need. But then on top of it, like, we understand all the additional demographics of this, right? This is not a week where you're going up against a team that is just flat out bad in the run. So you don't have that as a boon to your offense. This is also a week in which you have a little bit of a shift happening, although it being, I think, largely it should be to the benefit of your team, which is C.J. Stroud returning.
Right.
But how does that, like, there is some question mark within that. And I think that all of those factor in. But no, you've got to be able to deliver more. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for more deliver in the offensive
Yes,
side
absolutely.
Of this?
And DeMeco referenced it there in what you just heard. Do you know the only reason it was a close game Thursday night? Because the offense sucked in the second half. The second half play calling was, what do you say, boo-boo? or doo-doo, or what do you call it?
I don't know. I go different places at times.
Second half play call. It's almost like
did
that's
you know
been
that
ignored too.
Sorry, did you know that the Gen Z folks are apparently utilizing the phrase dog water in this way? Like that's what they use to say something is really bad.
I like it.
They call it dog water.
We can use that.
Uh-huh.
I like that. That's very descriptive.
I just wanted to have a little bit
Is
of
dog
a sharing.
water that I guess worse than boo boo?
I mean, you wouldn't think so.
No, I wouldn't think so.
You wouldn't think so. Also, like, is that a shortening of hot dog water, or is that just dog
That's what
water?
I was about to say. Hot dog water sound worse.
I'd rather drink dog water than hot dog water.
Really? One of those is actually wait, hold on. One of those is actually a food byproduct, and the other one.
Don't act like you don't kiss, Jackson.
I do not. We cool. We ain't that damn kids.
But sorry, you
When
were
he looks
saying
at you with those eyes.
Yeah,
No, second half play calling. Nick Caley was bad.
Yeah.
Like we can talk about all the good things we're feeling and seeing. That second half play call, and DeMeco, you've heard of DeMeco. We got to be better in the second half.
Yeah, Lou Anarumo ain't no chump.
That's the other thing, right? That's the other thing. We talked about how their defense closes very well on the ball. They're real good, in certain situations. Yeah, I'm not saying I have a bad feeling about this game because I mean I said it right after the game on Friday. Like, this team can beat anybody with this defense. All I'm saying is, if you want to, we're talking about getting to the next level. We're talking about playoffs. This offense got to be better.
Yeah, that's a great is that as much as this game needs to be about itself, right, and especially in that building and amongst the people that wear Houston Texans official gear, I think that for them, this game has to be about itself. But for us, this game is also somewhat an indication of what you can do moving forward. Like, I think you've worked your way back into that place where, I get it, style points don't matter insofar as you just got to get yourself into the dance. But also, I think for me, not that my opinion matters nearly that much to what they're doing. For me, I would like to see the capability of not only what are you working to get into the playoffs for, right? Obviously, I appreciate just getting those more football games. But if you're working to get into the playoffs, I want to see some proof that you can actually go and make some hay in those playoffs. Yeah. And this is a great opportunity to do that as well.
John, 21 points and we win the game. 832 says, I don't disagree. I always say 24. Get to 24 and you win. But what if the Colts, have that in that building as you're talking about? What if they get to the 20s? You got to be better than that. This offense is it's about taking another step.
Yeah, and I think you're capable of not allowing those points. Now, if you start allowing special teams to get into this, that's a whole nother conversation, and we will have that conversation. But yeah, this offense definitely has to step in. C.J. Stroud, I hope, can bring like a capability of diagnosing what's happening over there with Anarumo. I hope that they mentioned Nick Caley, that we continue to see progress, because that's one of those things that we've talked about. It's better. It's not fully developed yet. And so what is the additional step? Those are all things that I'm intrigued to see when the Texans face off against the Colts. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on this Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Coming up next, welcome to my anxiety. I know that I probably shouldn't put this on other people, but delve into this. I feel like in this game, and you've seen this a little bit from me as we've had conversations, there's things that are likely not issues. And so there's a couple of things I've been thinking of that are likely not issues. What if they are? 713-572-4610. I'm going to worry about them. Allow me to worry about them for you next.
All right, football season is in.
92-22.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
Happy Wednesday to you. Happy Thanksgiving Eve to you here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. All the usual folks. John Lopez to my right, myself in my actual seat, and then Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you getting involved with the program, ready for the exact energy that I was looking for. Y'all are already bringing. I'm excited about you guys doing that wherever you're listening, whatever you're doing, whether you're just chilling with a little bit of time off? Are you getting your last work in before having a day off? Or is it just business as usual for you? Are you going to be working through? Just let us know, 713-572-4610.
And shout out to those who are.
Yeah, and 100%.
Shout out to those who are.
In fact, I have nothing but respect for anybody that is working in the lead up to a Thanksgiving or working on a Thanksgiving.
Hey, don't sleep on no Black Fridays, man.
Oh, boy.
That is tough.
100%.
Man.
That is going to be wild.
Yeah, 100%. So,
are people still lining up outside of Best Buy?
I don't think
doing
so.
all that stuff now.
I think mostly for sport.
Did they cut all of that out?
Yeah, pretty much. Especially with them opening up stores earlier and earlier.
Yeah, mostly sport and tradition. A lot of families have that. Hey, we're going to get up at 6, and just more of a tradition.
It got so ridiculous,
it's
though,
stupid.
man. Where
if
people skipping out on Thanksgiving to line up just to get a damn TV.
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
come on, man.
$50 less.
Yeah,
I think also those things like consumer electronics that just keep getting cheaper. At least it's one of the few things that keeps getting cheaper. So it's like, hey, I can catch this.
I just get one on a regular Wednesday.
That's right.
Did COVID ruin Black Friday? My column. All right. Would you rather that, or would you rather dig into my anxiety? Because that is what I have on tap for you here. Not fully.
How long you got?
Yeah, we're not getting into all the anxieties that I have because I'm not paying you guys by the hour, so that'd be irresponsible of me to dump that on you.
We ain't your damn therapist.
That's right. That's right.
Figgy, I saw this. He was mentioning this on the pre-show, and I was like, legitimately like, oh, this is going to be fun. We're talking about Reggie's anxiety?
We're not doing all that. It's not a podcast. We're still doing a sports talk radio show.
Good enough.
Hey, we got to deal with this after the show.
That's right. That's right. That is just for you guys. That's special for Figgy and Lopez. But no, I think the football anxiety of this, because again, I'm starting, and I think a lot of people feel pretty good about this matchup between the Texans and the Colts, even with the Colts being 4.5-point favorites. Headed into this thing. But in particular, there are some things that are probably not issues, but kind of what if they are? That's how my brain seems to work at times. And so I wanted to kind of delve into these. Let's talk this out a little bit. And one of those, actually, I'll take this from the text line, because somebody asked, are we sure that CJ is playing? Because technically CJ Stroud and Jalen Petrie are out of the protocol. Now, there is reporting that they will be practicing today. And if you're not familiar, there's like 5 phases of returning to participation from the concussion protocol. It's symptom-limited activity, which I imagine we've probably crossed that threshold. Aerobic exercise, which I feel like we've probably crossed that threshold because they were both at practice last week. Football-specific exercise, I imagine practice is probably somewhere in there. Club-based non-contact training drills, which I imagine they would have had to done to probably get before they got to practice. Full football activity and clearance is the final stage, and I think that's probably where we are. Yeah. So I'm guessing that and this is again shot in the dark, or like maybe not entirely in the dark, but like educated guess is probably the way that I put this. Is it feels like both of those guys, and obviously I was about to say most importantly, but maybe not most importantly, CJ Stroud, but both of them
probably most importantly
should have an opportunity to, or probably will be cleared, I imagine, once we get done with practice today.
And we probably will know by the end of today's show. They are on the field, I believe, 12:45. If I remember that correctly, 12:30, 12:45. We'll be getting reports. We'll let you know. But I mean, to be fair, it's not official yet. It's not official yet.
That kind of make you nervous a little bit?
Yeah, I was going to say, 15 seconds. I'm not a lot of time. This is a speed round.
Yeah.
What if CJ and Petrie aren't ready?
Oh, boy. That's my answer. That's my answer.
Really?
Because it's not so much about not having confidence in Davis Mills. He's earned that. My anxiety would be about just how bad this head
Gotcha.
injury
Fair.
was. Like, because if you go 4 weeks, that's bad by any gauge.
What's the longest somebody had missed over a concussion like this?
There have been athletes, players, and I've talked to some usually after the fact. They don't say it during the season, where they say all year long I was in a fog, like all year. I just felt like,
and usually that's like a third. Like we've had a lot of concussions that lead to that place usually.
But has anyone missed? I guess this many games over just because of a concussion like this?
I can't put it
like 4 games.
I can't off the top of my head tell you yes, but I feel like the answer is yes.
Yeah, I'd have to go and double check. It would be rare if it has happened, which I think points to what you're saying.
So that would be my it's not about football at all. It's like, oh boy.
Yeah. So honestly, I'm truly do believe that he's going to be fine. I think that we'll see that him and Petrie will see them cleared today. That is my guess. All right, so let's dive into the real here. Let us start with. Did you see the news yesterday that Daniel Jones, the little injury that was seemingly was able to sustain from that Kansas City game, it might be a little bit more than what we had previously thought. Shane Steichen yesterday asked about Daniel Jones, who was clearly a little bit hobbled. He said he has a fibula injury. All I got for you is he's got a fibula, and that's it. I'm not going to get into specifics, but he's out there, he's playing, he's practicing, and he's good to go. And I know you're thinking, Reggie, why would you have anxiety over that? That feels like, that's blood in the water. Not super football guy, right? I'm not the smartest football guy in the world. I would go, I imagine teams would want to blitz that. Hasn't blitzing kind of been one of the few places where the Texans defense is actually like kind of relieved pressure in weird ways?
Yeah. No, I hear you on this one 100%. First on the injury, when someone says it's a fibula, can it be anything but a hairline fracture? Is there any other injury?
I don't know. Like sometimes they talk about like bone bruises or whatever, but I don't know. But I feel like they would have diagnosed it as a bone bruise.
Yeah, like when I heard that, I was like, well, I've never heard of a sprained fibula. It's got to be like a hairline, right? Or stress or something like that.
I think stress fracture is what Seth was kind of talking about, a possibility of that. So like the anxiety here
But I'm with you.
Does it feel like they would be able to capitalize this, and could this possibly lead them to maybe taking a false step in a way that actually isn't as beneficial as one would hope?
A lot of times the answer is who they want you to do. I think the Colts want you to blitz. I think they would. Because, first of all, the Texans have been smoked most recently against Buffalo when they blitz. When they rush 4, they crush you. They take your soul because they have the coverage that helps the pass rush a little bit, and they don't need much help. When you blitz, there's always a free runner somewhere. Now, how smart of a quarterback are you facing? Is it going to be Josh Allen? Like, what was that dump off to? Was it to
Khalil Shakir?
Yeah, Shakir.
Off the orbit motion that he reversed.
Right. Mm-hmm. I think the Colts want you to blitz, so I'd rather you not blitz.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing how they handle it. Honestly, just in general, I don't know that I'd want a lot of blitzing. I feel like you could probably get home. And to be fair, I feel like Daniel Jones is getting the football at least faster than Josh Allen. Josh Allen, they were actively 5-man protection. We gonna let you, and I think that's because they want 5 men in routes because they don't have the talent, so they need to have the numbers. And they were just like, we're gonna trust Josh Allen to get out of this. That worked out well for him. I don't know that any other team is going about it that way. I think that you probably can afford to, and not saying that you just blitz, not at all. I think you have to mix it in. But I don't know that I want to see this Texas team, especially when they get out and completely double mug the line. And they send a bunch of I don't think I want any of those.
I agree with you.
I'd
rather they just let those dogs hunt up front,
Yeah,
and have another guy in coverage.
And then one more for you here, as you just welcome to my anxiety as I make things that probably aren't issues into little bits of issues for myself. This one is probably the biggest. Actually, might be an issue. Jonathan Taylor, very good at running the football. Are you familiar with this gentleman? Have you heard of his work?
Very much so.
Yeah, he's good at running the football. Probably going to be Offensive Player of the Year. I think some of us believe that he should have an opportunity at MVP. Neither here nor there. He's really fast. He's also really strong. Those things add up to he breaks tackles and he gets yards. I think FTN has a stat. That's how I start a lot of sentences. That is win yards, which they categorize it as that because it's yards after broken tackles, yards after forcing missed tackles, right? He is one of, actually, I think he's the best at win yards per rush. Does that not bode kind of weird with the Texans team that has had a penchant for missing tackles at times?
Absolutely. If you had to ask me which one of your anxieties is most valid and most shared by people like me and Texans fans, that's it. Jonathan Taylor is the key to the game for without question. Talk about C.J. Stroud, talk about anything else. Jonathan Taylor and his success is the key to the game. And if you're missing tackles, it gets a lot easier.
Yeah, and I think that's why this ends up being honestly, the whole segment was built around this, and I was like, let's pepper in some other things that I was thinking about as well.
It's this.
But this is the one.
Yeah.
And I believe that this team actually, funny enough, has been better at when it comes to not allowing a lot of yards off of missed tackles se, and I think that's where the swarm comes in, making sure that you have secondary, tertiary guys coming up and rallying to the football. I think that that's going to be very important in this game, is obviously stopping Jonathan Taylor, but not just stopping Jonathan Taylor in the way of we got to get to that first one. Everybody got to be in on getting to that football very, very quickly, because the likelihood is he's going to bounce off of some people.
And he's so much better after the first one. If you're not sure on the first tackle, then his speed and everything else starts getting into the mix, and he's anxiety.
Shout out to y'all also getting into a little bit of the anxiety here. 346 need to watch Tyler Warren, dude's beast. They have not had too much trouble statistically with tight ends. However, Jalen Petrie just coming back off of his time off, and I don't know how many people were super confident about Jalen Petrie in tight end coverage, anyways.
No, and then Tyler Warren, that's another really good one. I'm glad they brought that up. That's probably the second the big stop you have to have.
But funny enough, shout out to B. Scott, who will be joining us here in a little bit. Stephen Holder, who covers the Colts for ESPN, made note Daniel Jones versus blitzes was really good versus the blitz in the early weeks. Since week 9, he's been 22nd of qualifying quarterbacks.
I'd still rather not.
I think I still would as well.
Yeah.
But hey, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thanksgiving Eve. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. And because it's Thanksgiving, let's lean into the madness of it. Get it up, gear up, text in. What is your strongest Thanksgiving take? Strong. Come with it. 713-572-4610. Let's get messy next.
Our guy Lopez made a
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Say it with your chest now. Question of the day. What's your strongest Thanksgiving take? 713-572-4610. You know what energy I'm looking for? I'm looking for...
Oh, you're going to get some energy.
Thanksgiving arguing energy. I don't know if it's going to get you riled up so that when you Thanksgiving tomorrow or what have you, that you're ready, or is it just going to get it out of your system so that tomorrow you're just going to have only peace and food and football energy for your family or friends or whoever you're spending time with?
That's not going to happen.
Either way, right now, right this moment in this segment, I need you to come with it. Strong Thanksgiving takes. John Lopez.
Oh, you know mine.
Go ahead and get your nonsense off.
It's not nonsense.
It's pure nonsense.
It's a terrific idea. Thanksgiving should not be in November. It should not be in November.
Why? So dumb.
The original first Thanksgiving, first of all, if we're going to get...
brother.
Well, no.
Jesus wasn't born on December 25th. I'm still leaving Christmas right there.
This with it technically.
No. Technically is not going to be my biggest reason, but it is a reason. The original first Thanksgiving was in September, so there's that.
Okay.
But this is the bigger reason. November, I was going to say guys. I think it is most guys, but I think a lot of women as well. November is the best month for fishing, the best month for hunting. Hunting season is in November, and I'm talking, deer, birds, ducks, all of that is in November.
Turkeys.
Turkey season. You're right. Hey, look at you. You know you're outdoors.
I wonder if those things correlate.
Yeah.
I wonder if people go hunt turkeys and bring them in for something. I don't know.
And all these machinations that people have to do to try to go hunting after Thanksgiving dinner or the next morning and all that. Why? They don't want to be there. Most outdoors women don't want to be there. They'd rather be fishing or hunting. And it's a long, even if it's not a long weekend, because the long weekend would be in September, but it's a weekend in November. There's only 4 of them, maybe 5 if you're lucky. I don't think so, only 30 days. But there's only 4 of them. And you want to be outdoors in November. It ruins a lot of plans for people.
Just go ahead and say it's you. I think the plans work great for everybody else.
Just say you speaking for you and your Bite Me crew.
713-572-4610. Millions across the country. Millions.
This is like me saying, hey, Thanksgiving, we need to move it because I always got to work on Thanksgiving.
That's right.
I got a good buddy. Speaking of the podcast, my buddy Caleb McCumber. He went up to South Dakota to go hunting with his son, pheasant hunting. You know why he's back now? Because of Thanksgiving. Because he had to be back for Thanksgiving. Imagine he could spend a whole week.
He wanted to be back for Thanksgiving.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm sure he's not.
He wanted to be back with his family. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I'd rather be with Uncle Tommy, who is a pain in the ass and I've never liked, than hunting or fishing.
Damn, well, Tommy. You know what? I think
you sound like you don't want Thanksgiving at all. Then
no, I want it in September.
I will say, is a strong take 1. But 2, I think you might be leaving one of the best potential reasons for you on the table here.
Oh,
which
really?
is
Help me out.
Giving a little space between family visit holidays.
Yes, that too.
Right? Like you are a month between your Thanksgiving dinner, your Christmas. Right? And now that could be a little rough depending on who your family is. We're not going to all pretend that everybody's got a television movie family. Some people don't like seeing them. Yeah. So give yourself a little distance. I can see it. Or even if you do like seeing them, space it out a little bit. Right?
A little bit. September to December,
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would just argue we need more eating holidays, period. Like I like food holidays, if you can't tell. But yes.
What's your hottest Thanksgiving cake?
My hottest one is kind of like it's kind of a hot because it's not hot because it's hot, right? If that makes sense. Which is turkey is clearly the worst thing that we eat on Thanksgiving. But if you can't not have turkey at Thanksgiving is ultimately where I'm like, you have to have it. Like it's so much work.
Yeah.
It's not worth the ROI. Everything that you have on your table is better, and yet it's not Thanksgiving dinner if you don't have it.
This is true.
Like it's just not.
That's not real hot. A lot of people would agree with you. Yeah.
All right. I would say my actual hot take is that you can't eat, like, you got to eat before 1. Like, it has to happen before 1. Why are we waiting till 3? God forbid the people that are waiting till like 5 and 7. I feel so sorry for you. If you have to eat anything besides Thanksgiving food on Thanksgiving, your family is like, you need to sue. I'll call Child Protective Services even if you're not a child. Like, I feel bad for you. But you eat early.
I don't mind
so
that
you
one.
can eat. You can get at least 3 plates in.
Yeah.
Like that's necessary.
Yeah, I don't mind that one, but there are families that, well, my family, my daughter and her husband have to go eat at one here, so we're doing ours later, and then they have another one here, and you know what I mean? Yeah.
I think it depends the situation too.
Yeah.
So you got to kind of spread it out a little bit. So you might have yours at one, but somebody else's family might have to
so you
change theirs a little later. Yeah, so everybody can go to everybody.
That's also a great one, especially in a city like Houston where there's a lot of folks and you might have a few people to jump over to.
Yeah.
It's kind of great to be like, all right, I'll be one place at 1.
Yeah.
We'll get over there to the other place about 4. We'll hit the nightcap over here about like 7, 8, and then we'll take it to the house with 3 different plates.
And a midnight sandwich.
Yeah, so mine, I don't even know if it's a hot take or not, but what's the one thing that you have on the television like early on before any game starts?
The parade?
Lions.
Yeah, no, the parade. Yeah.
Oh, the parade.
Yeah, the parade
Okay.
stinks. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it stinks.
The parade.
I don't care for the parade. And my wife, she gets up like, oh, yeah, the parade is on. You got to turn on the parade. And I'm just like, no, this ain't causing that much energy, man.
Yeah.
Like, no, what are we doing? Everything looks so cheesy. The people on there ain't the performers. They be finding some singers that I totally forgot about. I'm like, wait a minute, is that so and so?
I like yours too. I
It's
feel
just
like
it's just like, man.
we turn on the Macy's parade or the Houston parade
for sure
because we have to almost.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm just like, man, like, I'd rather watch something else.
You know what? This actually ties in with a great one that came in here on the text line, and I've lost the number, so apologies to that person. However, I do appreciate the idea of there are not enough Thanksgiving movies. Like that's what it should be.
Topic for
If we did not have we would not have to put on the parade if we did not if we had Thanksgiving movies. You run those in the morning until the football start, and then here we go.
Yeah, planes, trains, and is it planes, trains, and automobiles? The one with John Candy?
That sounds correct, but I have no idea.
Yeah, that's it. That's the Thanksgiving movie.
832 took yours a step further. They said that Macy's was never good.
I'm not saying it was. I'm saying it's just like we have to.
Yeah, it's really background music or background sound.
Yeah.
But the people that say, "Oh, I gotta stop and watch the parade," I'm like, come on, man, you sitting there watching a parade on TV?
Yeah.
All right,
not the championship parade.
Cranberry sauce, yes or no?
Yes, but it's low on the list.
Jerk. Cranberry sauce, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Canberry or actual cranberry sauce?
When I was a kid, I loved the can, the one with the ridges. But my wife has been making one for the last 15, 20 years from scratch. That's just flat out better. It's just better.
From the 409, man, Reggie, I need to smoke a turkey for you. You'll change your mind.
See, people always do that too, man. Hey, you got to try mine, though.
Yeah.
You got to try mine.
I do.
And that's fair.
I do. I'm sure that it's really good. I thought Dustin Nickerson, who is a comedian, made a fantastic point. He was like, if your turkey's that good, chances are your sides are still better. And that's a great point. Like, if you were that good at making turkey taste good, I bet them sides are kicking, baby. I bet those things are fantastic.
Yeah. Well, this is a hot take, and Seth brought it up earlier in a different way. I think you should tell mom or grandma to just make sides, not the turkey in the oven. Any turkey smoked or fried is better than the oven turkey.
Yeah, I was going to say, kind of rank the turkeys, like the different type of
I would say
ways you cook the turkey. What's number one?
Fried one.
Fried is lead.
Smoked, like slow smoked, spatchcocked, opened up, is awesome. And
have you seen someone debone the turkey?
I've done it.
How does that go?
It's just I spatchcock it. I cut the backbone out.
Yep.
And then spread it, and then you spread the legs. I've deboned it a couple times, but when you spatchcock it, which is a fun word to say,
I noticed.
It's so much better. Slow smoked, it's terrific.
Are you at all one of those? Because apparently I found the not enough good Thanksgiving movies, which again salute to it's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. No, Great Pumpkin is Halloween, ain't it? There's a Thanksgiving one in there. Yeah. 832. If your wife doesn't bring you a slice of pie or in a cup of coffee while you're watching the game in a recliner, you didn't treat her right during the year.
I agree.
Okay. So your lady got to make you a plate. Is what you're coming from.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Do your lady make you a plate, or she just kind of say, "Here you go"?
We usually have the dinner. We used to have the sit down dinner with place name cards and all that stuff.
Yeah, I went to yours last year.
Yeah, that's right. You came, and we have name cards.
Yeah, my
people
name
got
right
assigned
there.
seats.
Yeah, assigned seating.
I was kind of shocked.
Okay.
Too. I was like, okay, this is a little different for me.
a hot take?
I have not known that.
That might
I've
be
never
a hot
known that
take.
life.
Yeah. Yes or no on name cards? I like it. It just makes it a little more.
It's a little more formal than I'm
also,
coming to Thanksgiving
you
with.
strategize who needs to sit with whom and all that stuff.
Are y'all a we gotta say grace family, or are y'all a buffet go eat?
No, we say grace first.
Okay.
I kind of grew up. This a buffet.
Okay.
Going there in the TV room.
Okay.
Watch TV.
All right.
We didn't even sit at a table.
Some other ones. Shout out to Mary texting in from the 346. If you're going to have cornbread dressing, you must have bread dressing as well. I disagree. Like, either cornbread is all I need there, big fella.
No, I like both.
Is this a hot take right here? I mean, we was talking about the lack of Thanksgiving movies.
Mm-hmm.
That's because you really should be watching Christmas movies. That should be playing.
Don't.
Absolutely not.
Please.
Yeah, and that's one of the ones that I'll stand.
The tree
strong
should
on.
be up at Thanksgiving.
Absolutely
That's
not.
a hot take.
You know when
that is your post Thanksgiving activity. That's your Black Friday activity. Is putting up the tree.
We're going on Friday, Figgy. We're going to storage on Friday to get all our Christmas stuff.
It should be up during Thanksgiving dinner, man.
No, it should not.
And facts of the matter is, if you have thoughts on Thanksgiving, keep texting those in. We'll talk about it all show long, gearing up for Thanksgiving. But until then, let's keep having some sports fun here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And hey, when you think of sports fun, at least for me, one of the people I think about is B. Scott. He'll join us next. We go over the NFL here on Sports Radio 610.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL, and I say that knowing that I'm probably lying to you. B. Scott has walked into the studio here in Loop, and it's Thanksgiving, and we're leaning into the Thanksgiving of it all. We have the hot takes going on, which, mind you, 832, strong agree. I'm in more of a general sense. They said that dog show that the random family member wants to put on instead of the game is trash, and that person should be kicked out of the family. I feel like, especially if you got those of us that would listen or work at Sports Radio 610, we love sports. Don't be trying to put on, let's watch a movie. No.
Yeah.
There's too many games on right now for you to be trying to, take the big TV to watch some nonsense.
They got to lose that fight every time.
Yeah.
Nah.
But they be winning.
Yeah, I know.
They be winning. I've spent Thanksgiving in the back room watching TV, watching the game because they want to watch some. Or
let's go in the basement and watch the game.
Yeah.
See, it helps in my family that both the men and women, like it's not a gender specific thing on wanting to watch the game. The women want to watch the game. The men want to watch the game. So we're all in agreement. We don't have that sort of, tug and pull sort of situation of, hey, somebody wants to watch this. No, everybody wants to watch the game. I grew up around a bunch of Cowboys fans because we're from Southeast Texas. Everybody wants to watch the Cowboys and the then at the time Redskins. That's what I grew up being a part of the Thanksgiving.
That's kind of law in Texas, though, man. Like it's not strange for the women that want to watch a game. But up where I'm from, man, we had to convince everybody to put the game.
Especially on Thanksgiving.
And you don't got to sit down and watch it. Like, I think for me, you don't got to watch it. It's got to be on, though. I got to be able to look over and see what the score is.
I think
we don't want to watch no Hallmark movie with grandma.
Out of all days to pull the card of, whatever trump card you might have as the woman in the relationship, whoever wears the pants of the relationship, out of all days to pull that, Thanksgiving ain't the one, at least not where I come from.
Look, I am with you 100%. I think most of our listeners are, but I think that's kind of, how sometimes you go with your girl because you just have to. It's just something you do. I want to go antiquing. I want to go to whatever.
Yeah.
You just go because you have to. The shoe's on the other foot on Thanksgiving. They watch football because that's their version of I have to.
That's part of the tradition.
That's what he does. That's one of his things. I have to. I think that's a test that they need to recognize.
Yeah. I just know some maniacal Cowboy fan women in my family that are locked in. At least in the 90s when I was growing up. We're locked in. Especially the 90s, right? Talking about the 90s Cowboys. So, that was Thanksgiving for me.
One of the things that brought up to my mind, not Cowboys fan, but obviously my mom is of an age where she's watched a lot of Cowboys. Every Thanksgiving without fail. And not intentionally, mind you. She ends up holding court talking about one of her strongest sports take, which is that Troy Aikman wasn't really that good. Every Thanksgiving without fail, it's gonna come to a time where she's, man, that Troy Aikman wasn't that good. He just had Michael Irvin
30
and
years later.
Every time. I can't call exactly when in the day will happen, but it will happen. I know it happens.
My father is the same way about Bernie Kosar. He was like, man, he was not that good, man. Everybody used to he was not good.
Hey. Troy was blessed with a supporting cast. I'm just saying. I'm not saying he wasn't that good. Maybe that's a little extra, but he was very fortunate.
That's so
he was not playing for the Bengals.
No,
you know what I mean.
No, he was not.
Is he Troy Aikman? If he's Troy Aikman of the Arizona Cardinals, or the Phoenix Cardinals,
I'm gonna have to disagree with that one, sir. He was really good. He was really
not according to my mom.
Oh, I mean, he was good, but
he was really good.
Yeah,
he was really
He's a
good.
system quarterback. John.
Oh God, no, he wasn't.
He wasn't a system quarterback, but I guarantee he goes to the Cardinals and he's not doing Monday Night Football. I'll tell you that.
Well, that's different because of the star on the side of his helmet.
I'm just saying,
he would have been really, really good no matter where he played. Yeah.
Did you guys see, as we go around the NFL here, did you guys, speaking of the support and cast that you have and what have you, you see Joe Burrow in his availability? He seems like he will be playing and helping make Thanksgiving football more interesting when the Bengals face off against the Ravens. I think he was talking about Matt Stafford and talking about how, it seems fun to, throw for 300, 400 yards when you have the guys that you're throwing to, as if to, kind of discredit Matt Stafford, when in all reality, look, who are you? Like, and not win games. Or no, he was talking about Calvin Johnson, right? Throwing to Calvin Johnson at that point with the Lions. And I'm like, hey, man, not winning games, throwing to good receivers, that's your whole get down right now, right? Ain't it?
Yeah. But also, and he's not going to throw this part under the bus, but that's not the problem. Like, it's not like it's just empty calories offense. Like, they are a high-powered, high-quality offense when he's healthy, and obviously that's not enough these days anyway. But the issue is that they can't put together a defense to save their lives.
Yeah.
Right? And that is essentially their downfall. They can go for 40, but they'll give up 42. So that's just that's more so their issue than anything.
But to that point, he's going to be playing. You mentioned the Cowboys. Cowboys-Chiefs is going, and I believe Rashee Rice has been listed as a full participant, so he'll be going. Dameon Pierce is expected to play. Well,
make his debut against the Texans.
Okay,
they need help.
Not this week. So not this week. That'll be the week after.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That move made perfect sense.
Yes, it did
for the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, without even trying to overanalyze it or dissect it too, like, they need running back and return help, and he is a running back and returner.
Yeah.
So like they're out there. Shout out to Kareem Hunt for like still being, the sort of a similar physical back to what he was before, like all those years ago, back in the previous Chiefs days and the Nick Chubb days with the Browns and all that. Like, he still looks like pretty much the same guy, which is kind of crazy and remarkable. But they need more than that. You can't just do Kareem Hunt and reincarnated Clyde Edwards-Helaire, bring him back. Like, no, you need to figure out something. So that move just makes sense.
Yeah. So, which of these games that are going tomorrow do you have the most interest in? And maybe that's not a fair question, but actually power rank it for me, because I feel like the one is probably a given, but maybe I don't want to speak for you guys. Obviously, you have the 12 o'clock game, which did you notice that this is actually 12 o'clock as opposed to 11 o'clock, where it had previously been?
Oh, I thought it was Eastern.
No. It is 1 Eastern. It is 1 Eastern, 12 Central, which is God's time, as we all know, where the Green Bay Packers will go to Detroit and play the Lions at Ford Field. And that's on Fox. Kansas City goes to Dallas to face off against the Cowboys at 3:30 on CBS. And then the night game on NBC is the Bengals taking on the Ravens in Baltimore, where Lamar Jackson has just constantly popped up on the injury report in a real weird way. Power rank those games for me, fellas.
Obviously, Chiefs-Cowboys is number one. I would say Packers-Lions number two. Just the tradition, the teams, and then Bengals-Ravens.
Yeah, so I actually think that Packers-Lions is going to be the best game. I agree. Like, Chiefs-Cowboys is number one for, I think, more than one reason, right?
Yeah.
For most people that are listening to this show. So I would actually power rank that in terms of interest, but in terms of like games, compelling games, I think that Packers-Lions has the chance to be the best one. And then I would even go, I think Bengals-Ravens, even as a division rival, has a chance to be a better game, I should say.
Because of Joe Burrow.
Because of Joe Burrow and obviously Lamar Jackson, be a better game than Chiefs-Cowboys. So I think Chiefs-Cowboys could actually be the worst game, but it is the number one marquee matchup for our eyes.
And this is why you can't don't put on no parade. Well, the parade won't be on at that, but don't put on no movie. All these games got to be on the TV.
Man, you got all of these days to watch parades and movies. And even to Lopez, I didn't understand the whole hunting and fish. I get what you're saying, but I just don't get how Thanksgiving stops you from doing all those things.
We're getting texts like crazy.
But all of you guys, everybody who's texting, I don't understand. How has it stopped you from hunting and fishing? And it's a whole, like, Thanksgiving is a day.
Yeah.
Hunting is a season.
But it's two things. Number one, everything is rushed, and a lot of guys or women don't even want to be there because they'd rather take the whole time on that weekend.
Well, that sounds like you being a punk.
Yeah, that sounds
Just
very
tell your
greedy.
family you don't want to see them, and you'd much rather sit in the blind.
Thanksgiving's on Thursday. You can hunt from Monday to Wednesday and then from Friday to Sunday.
But that's the second part. A lot of times you are told, no. We have these relatives in town. You got your grandkids you got to go visit. You got to do this. That you're locked in.
Sound like you don't like them relatives.
You're locked in. No, I love them. I want to do it in September.
I get the.
Hey, he said the relative part. Actually, I'm good.
Sometimes I'd rather hunt. I'd rather shoot a deer or a bird than talk to Uncle Ed.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, oh, they're coming to stay with us. You can't go anywhere. Oh, come on, give me a break.
I guess I can.
I don't even like them.
Yeah. Look, this is a safe. It feels very selfish, Lopez, but this is a safe space for us to
No, but there's millions across the millions.
He's like, there's dozens of us.
Thousands in this that are listening right now.
Dozens!
That are saying preach, basically.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, mind you, is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, so we talked about the Chip Kelly firing, and obviously you could look at him and be like, damn, that messed up for $6 million? That's rough. I thought in Inside Coverage podcast, Frank Schwab and Charles Robinson.
Robinson from Yahoo.
There we go.
Formerly, I don't know if he's still at Yahoo.
He is.
Okay.
This is because this is a Yahoo Sports podcast.
Okay.
They offered a little bit of insight that made me go, huh, with this particular thing. Actually, not that, huh? It makes sense because it's the Raiders. Listen to these fellas.
Nepotism is a big problem in NFL coaching.
Thank you. Yes.
It is. Pete Carroll came on, and 2 of his assistant coaches are his sons. The Raiders have the worst offensive line of football, and it's not even close. The Raiders' offensive line coach is Brennan Carroll. That is Pete Carroll's son. He ain't lost his job, has he?
Look, you fired your special teams coordinator. You fired your offensive coordinator. Who the hell was building this staff in the first place? And by the way, Chip Kelly came out. He let the cat out of the bag a long time ago and said, when I sat for an interview, the guy who got me on board was Tom Brady. It's been floated out there that Tom preferred Geno Smith over Sam Darnold. Also not great. You have people through the league who are now asking, is everybody on the same page in that organization? And, one of them I was talking to today said, look, man, I think Pete's on his page. I think Mark Davis is on his page. And I think Tom is on his page. And I don't think any of those 3 pages are together.
And are any of them any good? You got 3 cooks in the kitchen, and none of them have no kind of
they're making mac and cheese like Reggie.
Right?
Wait, hold on.
I was gonna say, like, can't nobody cook, and you got 3 cooks in the kitchen. The blind leading the blind. It sound like I did.
But we all know that he's 100% right. It's not just nepotism, as in actual blood. It's like play cousins too. Because look here, John Carroll University.
Yeah.
And all due respect. Kind of. But you know what I'm saying? Like that little circle of friends that you grew up with tends to be the little circle of people that you coach with.
Yeah. But just the fact that it's so fragmented that you've got the good old boy network is siloed into 3. You've got Brady's, Carroll's, and then Mark Davis.
Yeah.
Like the owner of the actual owner of the team. So like, I don't know. That is a mess.
Mm-hmm.
That is a complete mess because it doesn't look like anybody actually knows what they're doing. Either the game has passed you by, or in Tom Brady's case, you're the greatest of all time, but you're a novice when it comes to putting these teams together. And then Mark Davis,
talk
about nepotism. Like, that's the heir to the throne.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
does that context at all change how you feel about Chip Kelly being fired?
No, I mean the offense was bad.
A little bit.
Offense was bad. Like, it makes me think about him being hired in the first place, giving him $6 million, not really having a vision, going with Geno Smith over Sam Darnold, and literally the team that had Geno Smith has Sam Darnold now. Like, I mean, all of it.
Doesn't it change a little bit? Guy is I'm not going to say he's one of the greatest ever, but he's dang good.
No,
he's
good.
Yeah.
Like, I don't view Chip Kelly any differently because of this. So, like, I guess I didn't just to start from an initial place of, hey, do you view Chip Kelly as some kind of failure because this didn't work with the Raiders? No, I'm looking at the Raiders sideways from beginning to end here.
Right.
From beginning to end and in between.
Salute to Brandon Cooks, who found his way from a very bad New Orleans Saints team to at least a good in record Buffalo Bills team.
Okay, I didn't see this. I saw he was gone from the Saints. He's with the Bills now.
Yeah, he signed yesterday with the Buffalo Bills. And this just makes sense on both sides. I don't know that they're actually going to get the desired result out of it per se, but I mean, you looked at that Buffalo Bills wide receiving core, and it was a whole bunch of Khalil Shakir in the pips, and Khalil Shakir should probably be a pip himself. Yeah. If we're going to be entirely honest, with no disrespect or all due respect meant to that man, Brandon Cooks gives you a little bit more talent in that wide receiving core now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, at this point in his career, he's just I think a better pip.
But sometimes you need better pips.
Use that.
Yeah, no. So they it's still the pips, but this will be the best version of it in terms of what they have in comparison, especially when you consider that the Keon Coleman thing is not really working out exactly the way that they want.
They not him to show up to work.
He's a healthy scratch, and they could use him.
Yeah.
Like it's not like, oh, we got so much depth, and this guy's got his issues, and so we're just gonna let him figure his.
That's how
stuff
you know
out.
they mean it.
Yeah,
they're like our wide receiving core is bad to the point where we got to just put numbers instead of talent out there. But you can't come.
Yeah,
you can't show up.
That's
Don't
how
do
you
that.
know that. Like the Cowboys, they say, hey, look, CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, they gonna miss a series or whatever, or a quarter, whatever it was, but they gonna have their ass back out there, because obviously you believe in that. So the Brandon Cooks signing makes sense for the Bills because they were pretty poor in that position.
What does that say? You mentioned Keon Coleman, but is he ever going to get out there?
Will he show up to meetings? I imagine they are really trying to break him. Like, hey man, we need you to understand we are doing this to our own detriment. Which, to be fair, I actually give them a little bit of credit for. Anytime that I see someone actually stick to their guns to their own detriment, I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
I can respect the morals, whether or not I actually appreciate what your actual morals are or whatever.
Right.
The fact that you're willing to stand by it, I give you some props on that.
Yeah, and I'm not out here rooting for the Bills, but in terms of Keon Coleman, I hope he does have somebody, at least in his life, or maybe just within himself, to kind of realize the opportunity here. You're playing with Josh Allen.
Yeah.
The Bills, they don't have – it's not like you're playing behind anybody. You could be the star with Josh Allen.
You could.
Go out there and do that. Don't get stand on the sideline healthy.
What a waste.
Watching your team lose to the Texans on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
That ain't it.
I enjoyed that, though. Real quick before we go here around the NFL, the Art Rooney Sportsmanship Award nominees for the 2025 season have been nominated, and, of course, one for every team. Your representative from the Houston Texans, one Nico Collins.
Oh.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is awesome. I mean,
Not the guy that punched the boy and the boys?
No. Although I feel like that should not hurt his candidacy. He was doing what needed to be done.
Yeah.
Juwan Jennings.
No, I'm talking about the guy.
Or Trevor Morrig, rather.
Yeah.
Actually, let me see. Who was the Carolina Panthers?
Not Trevor Morrig.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Derek Brown. Thank God.
Not Jamar Chase.
Because that would feel very much like not Riley Leonard. What was his name? Riley Cooper. Mr. Black History Month. That's what that would feel like, right? When you actually, who was the Eagles? Let me make sure that it ain't my boy that was spitting, Zach Bond. Okay, cool.
What concert was that where he was going to beat up all 7 of the black people that were there?
It was I can't remember now specifically. Yeah. I know it was a country act.
It was a country concert. Like, I will beat all 3 of you. Okay. All right, buddy. Hey, if you say so.
Oh man,
what are we doing in the NFL?
That is one of those stories that it will never leave me. It's that one. It's when Geno Smith got his jaw broken because he told old boy, what you gonna do about it when he did not pay him back for that money that he owed him.
And he did what he was gonna do. He did what he was gonna do. Exactly.
Those stories, those are my favorite. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, enjoying ourselves on a Thanksgiving Eve. Hopefully, you're doing the same, and we get more enjoyment because coming up next, let's get B. Scott's thoughts. We'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is Inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I can tell you that we've already gotten a taste of what B. Scott's thoughts are, and they are fascinating. So without further ado, B. Scott, give us some thoughts, big dog.
So I think that Texans fans need to understand. I want to make sure that it's just clear, right? I'm not talking down to anybody here. I just want to make sure that it's clear that the path for the Texans has never been clearer after they won that game on Thursday night against the Buffalo Bills. And I'm talking about not just the path to win the division. I think that's kind of obvious, right? You need to sweep the Colts. And then you also need to outdo them in the 4 games in between playing them, right? You're going to play them this weekend. You're going to play them in the season. There's 4 games in between there.
Or at least match them, because then you would have, if you sweep them, then you'd have the tie break.
Correct. So like some of those things are clear. But I think what people need to understand that there's a magic number and there is a magic combination of numbers, right? It doesn't just matter that you don't finish the season out 500. I think people need to understand that. Like 3-3 is bad.
Yeah.
3-3 is Armageddon. 3-3, and now we're talking about all kinds of different scenarios that make it really, really complicated. But if you want to simplify things, the way to do it for the Texans is to go 4-2 to end the season, right? They got 6 games left. They got to go 4-2. It doesn't matter as much the combination of 4-2 because the odds are still going to be like 60% or higher, right? As long as you go 4-2. But once you start talking about the combination of 4-2, that's when the probabilities start to change. It does matter who you beat and who you lose to. And so the way that I've done this, and thinking about their last 6 games and who those actual 5 opponents are, but but let's just call them 6, okay? I've even tiered them. And if you look at where we are right now, the most valuable games that the Texans play going forward, right as we sit right now, are the Chiefs and the Chargers. Because those are the teams that you play, obviously, and those are the teams that you're battling for a wild card spot. So you can obviously gain ground against them by playing them. The next valuable set is these 2 games that you're going to play against the Colts, the one that's coming up and the one to end the season. The least valuable is obviously the teams that are not a part of the playoff picture, and one of them doesn't even play in your conference, right? And then, of course, the Raiders are not a factor in the AFC right now. So that's the tier. Those are the value of games, okay? And so what does that tell you? Okay, it means that it's most important to win. Obviously, you need to win 4, okay? But it's most important to win against the Chiefs, to win against the Chargers, and then, of course, those Colts games. You start thinking about division games. Oh, you could take it for granted that, hey, we could split. You know, talking about either one of these teams, talking about sweeping the other is a little ambitious, right? If the Colts think they're just going to sweep the Texans, and if the Texans just think they're going to sweep the Colts.
Another thing coming.
You might, but that's pretty ambitious, right? So if you take that for granted, that you're going to maybe probably split against your division opponent, then you're looking at the more valuable games against the Chiefs and the Chargers, and I feel like those are ones that you absolutely have to have.
Right.
And this is the first, I told you guys this in the break, this is the first time I'm going into a game, the first week leading into a game where I can say, hey, if they lose this game, I still got hope. I said during the break that I wouldn't bat an eye. I'd bat an eye.
Okay, good, because I was about to be like, we don't got to fight right now, do we?
But at the same time, I'd still walk away with my head hung high. Like, if they play bad, we'll talk about that, right? And that could be concerning, right? If the offense can't move the ball, if for whatever reason, the obviously this Colts offense is really good. If they're able to pick apart the defense, we'll have our questions about that. Like, the way they lose will matter. But simply losing the game won't matter to me as much with that Chiefs game on the horizon and knowing that, you know, you got 2 cookie cutters in between there and obviously the Chargers game after that. Like, those are the value games.
It feels like you have 3 tiers of games. You got the tough games by all accounts, which is your 2 Colts games, your Chiefs game. You've got the, should be easy games as much as you can say in the National Football League versus the Cardinals and the Raiders. And then you got that middle game where it's like, could be one, could be the other in the Chargers.
Yeah, but really, the tiers are more about easiest path to get in.
Sure.
Top tier is just Chiefs and Chargers.
Yeah.
Period.
So let's do this real quick according to the Athletics Playoff Simulator, okay? And already granted that we talked about you need to go 4-2. let's say that the Colts sweep you, that you lose both Colts games, but you win all 4 games in between. So you beat the Chargers, the Chiefs, and the Cardinals and the Raiders. You're according to the playoff simulator, your odds to make the playoffs are at 83%. Okay, that. So you feel pretty good about that. So in that sense, if you're going to win every other game, so you're taking for granted that you're going to win every other game, the Colts games almost don't even matter. Okay, now if you do that with the Chiefs and the Chargers, let's say that you win every game except the ones that's the Chiefs and the Chargers, that dips down to 60%.
Yeah.
Right? So that tells you just right there.
That's the top tier.
That those 2 games are more valuable because if you lose those games, but you sweep the Colts for pride and whatever else and this thought that you're going to win the division, never mind the fact that the Colts is the last game, and so you're waiting until the final week to decide if you're going to even be able to win the division. But, again, you lose to the Chiefs and the Chargers but beat everybody else, and now your odds are at 60%. So they just went from, 80-something to 60. So that tells you the value. Now, this is the curveball that I threw out there that's just chef's kiss. But at the same time would worry the the bleep, I almost cussed, the bleep out of you.
Thank you for not doing so.
The bleep out of you if this actually happened. But if you beat, the simplest route would be to just beat the good teams. And that would be the Colts both times and the Chiefs and the Chargers. And then if you lose to those cookie cutters, if you lose to the Cardinals and the Raiders, you're in. Your odds, according to the playoff simulator, go up to 96%.
Yeah.
So that is that shows you how valuable both sets of games are, the Chiefs, Chargers, and then, of course, both games against the Colts. Now, obviously, losing to the Cardinals and the Raiders.
Well, that would open up a whole other can of worms.
And imagine the 2 weeks of radio that we would do. We would be so concerned. We would be so worried, and there would be no confidence going to that game against the Chargers on the road and certainly against the Colts at the end of the season. But that would be the surest thing, the surest route to the playoffs would be to beat the good teams, and then you could afford to actually lose those 2 games against the teams that don't matter.
From the 8-2, Reggie's on cloud 9 with all these percentages. Damn, Skippy. Because I think it leads to fun conversation. And the thing about numbers is I love them, but I think we also still need to bring them into the real world. I think there are knock-on effects with particular games, one of those being the silent killer in all of this. And I hate to say it because I think that their team looks kind of dopey. But if they are not, the Jacksonville Jaguars over there can mess up your whole fun. Right? And I think that I hear you when you were talking about you would still have hope if they lose this game to the Colts, which I think you should, right? It just means that your margins are thinner against a Kansas City Chiefs team that you'd be playing on the road, outdoors, at night in December. That's not really – I don't love those portions of it. But then also I think the knock-on effects of that is if you give the Colts more wins, they play you in Week 18. Week 17, they play the Jags. Are you giving the Jags an easier path to getting that victory that they need on top of an already pretty easy final schedule to where they might have more wins down the stretch to push you further, right? Like I think that I'm getting into end game, red string,
but that's all
conspiracy
valid
stuff. But I think it all is valid.
All of that is valid, which is why I do think I know that I walk away with my head held high if they were to lose to the Colts in this upcoming game. But I do think it is important, like on this stretch where we're talking about they need to finish 4-2, to get those 4 as quickly as you can, right? So like win this game.
You're leaning on the last game of the season to be the 4th one. That's dicey.
Right. So if you take care of business in this game, right, and then you take care of business against the Chiefs, there's 2 right there. And then lo and behold, you got these cookie cutters on the next on the back end of that, right? Now you've got the Cardinals and the Raiders. You could handle business right there and then be able to afford to lose your last 2 games of the season and still have a really good chance of making the play.
That's the one that's 60-something, right?
Yeah, so and we can play that out real quick because we do have time. If you win the next 4 games, let's do that. Win the next 4 games, lose the last 2, and your odds are 73%.
All right.
So handle business early.
And your anxiety would be less.
And your anxiety is less.
Some of us would be very grateful for. You know what I mean?
And by the way, that will put you on a what? They're on a 3-game winning streak now, so they win 4. That's a 7-game winning streak. You're feeling really good about a team winning 7 straight.
Not only are you feeling really good, I imagine that talking heads are feeling really good.
Yes.
And more importantly, I imagine that teams that would be looking at that Houston Texans bull moving up and up are a lot more afraid. Like that
because of who you are.
Yeah, that throws some fear on some other teams. If you win that well.
Yeah. No, so definitely, like in terms of anxiety and the narrative and how you feel about the team, to get those 4 as early as possible would be ideal. But I do want to reiterate the point that all is not lost if they lose this game because you have the more valuable game still coming up.
That's fair.
And the overarching thing is just quit thinking about the division.
Yes.
Just stop thinking about the division.
Yes. Yes, because the division at this point, as much as you might want to win it and as much as you might want to beat the Colts and all of that, it's at this point a lot less relevant. You're trying to get in, and there's a clear path to do so.
Yeah.
Also, is there anything in here, because it feels counterintuitive? Would there be anything to you about getting into the playoffs and not winning the division? Like, it feels like that ends up being a little bit of a knock on the Texans.
I wouldn't
the
care.
only way you can get in is through
At this point, given the season and how it started, I wouldn't care.
Well, and even more so given the overall AFC landscape. And we've talked about this plenty of how the hierarchy is flipped. The best teams in the AFC now are apparently going to be the Patriots, Broncos, and maybe the Colts or maybe the Texans. Like, you have a chance here, whether you get in through the division or through the wild card, to kind of make some noise here because, like, we watched Kansas City against the Colts. Not scary. We've seen them already beat, of course, a down Ravens team, but not quite as scary as they used to be. They just beat Josh Allen and the Bills. Not as scary as they used to be. So the Texans have a really good opportunity in front of them.
There you go. All right, what does the simulator do if you lose the first 2 and then win the last 4? 73%. I just wonder how things fall, like the butterfly effect of it, right? Like, you're putting in the Chiefs team, pushing them up. You're putting the Colts team, pushing them up wins-wise. All of them in all of that, in that morass that you're trying to, traverse to try and get to the playoffs. But very, very interesting kind of thought experiment playing through all of it. Ultimately, you need 4 of these. You need 4 of these final 6, and it starts on Sunday versus Indy.
Yeah.
The world does not end, but it makes it a lot easier if you get this one.
And the obvious implication, you lose the first 2. Now you put more pressure on yourself to win out.
Correct.
Now we're actually talking about you got to win every game.
Correct. Yeah. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott ain't going nowhere. We still got him for the rest of the hour. So coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where there's some hoop that has happened. There's some hoop that will happen of import. No one better to talk to about it than B. Scott and John Lopez. Let's do that next.
Credit DeMeco's
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
At the risk of taking the conversation of B. Scott's thoughts even further, did you want to cap that off with any other? Because we talked all through the break about these various different scenarios for the Texans and getting themselves into the playoffs. I feel like you found one or two more nuggets on the backside.
Well, just that, to kind of take your eyes off your own paper for a second and look at really who the pressure is on in this season. It's the Colts. Mm-hmm. And it's more so just about the layout of the rest of the season, not what you prefer and what your rivalry is and who you hate and who you want to beat and all of that kind of stuff. Because a lot of that kind of filters into the conversation, like who do you hate more?
Yeah.
But it's just more so about what the remaining schedule is. And the fact is, the Colts have 2 games against 2 division opponents that are literally right on their heels. Whereas the Texans only have the 2 games against the Colts. The Jaguars only have the 2 games against the Colts. The rest of the division is, of course, they play the Titans, but we're not really taking that seriously. So, and those are their versions of Cardinals, Raiders, right?
Yeah.
And so the point that I'm making here is that it's the Jaguars and the Texans who have the opportunity to not just be on the Colts' heels as they are right now, but to actually nip at them and to hawk them. Both teams could actually hawk them, and one of them could win the division, and the other one could be the wild card team, and the Colts could be the team that started off 8-2 or whatever the hell they were at one point, and be looking around like, oh man, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, and that would be delicious. That would be delicious.
But the only thing I'd have to say is the Jags and the Texans both have the opportunity to hawk down. You can end up with all things said and done, and only one team hawks them down, and the likelihood is that's the Jags right
Jaguars.
now.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's the only thing is don't take it to be that because the Colts have such a difficult end of their season ahead of them, that means that you're just going to do it. They're going to need to do their work.
What I'm saying is the Jags could do the hawking down and be the ones to win the division, but the Texans actually control the destiny in terms of being able to be that other AFC South team or that other wild card team, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be the Colts once the Jags hawk them down. It could still be the Texans if you handle business as we were talking about in the previous segment.
And just to finish it up, the Texans realistically could care less about the division.
Yes.
The division games. The Colts, all they should care about is the division game, because that's what's going to screw them if they get left out.
Without question. Yeah. All right, let's get into what's popping. One of those being, it's a Thirsty Thursday on a Wednesday edition, again, for the fellas of the drive. Be out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, 19910 Park Road Boulevard is where you're trying to get out to.
I think I'm gonna get out there, man.
You gonna hang out?
I think I'm gonna get out there. I told Tyler yesterday, because y'all know I do the 440 segment with them on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So I told Tyler I was gonna do just like I did last week, because they were on remote last week because they had the Thursday night game. And I came in the studio, instead of going out to wherever they were. I knew I wasn't traveling. I was just gonna come to the studio. I think today, in the holiday spirit,
head on out there.
I told y'all earlier that I got an empty house.
You got all your grocery shopping done.
All of that. Yeah, there are no honeydews.
Yeah,
everything is pretty much done. So I might go out there and hang with the fellas.
Okay,
even if it's just for the segment, and maybe hang out a little bit after.
So there you go. So not only a chance to see one Clint Stoerner, also B. Scott. That's also an opportunity for you.
Try to get out there.
That'd be fun. All right. Some other things that are popping. I guess not necessarily popping in a good way. The Cougs lost to the Tennessee Volunteers last night, and it was a tough one. Tennessee looking really good defensively against the Cougs in the times where it mattered. A lot of it was given by Kelvin Sampson. They'll be back at it facing Notre Dame in the final day of the Players Era Championship. This is a tournament that's going on.
I don't know how much of this game you watched. That was a man's game.
I didn't get a chance to watch a lot of it. I had to go back and kind of get clips and read.
That was big boy basketball.
Everything they've done in Vegas so far, like even the Syracuse game was like it was a really compelling game, obviously. And then this one, I didn't get to watch as much as this one as I did the previous one against Syracuse.
Likewise.
But it's things are already heating up. Like you're talking about like early season tournaments in Vegas and like moments that you can remember and think about and say, hey, like this is the new look Cougars team.
There were more NBA scouts there than at any other venue yesterday, according to what they were saying on TV. And they have 2 freshmen. The Tennessee's got a freshman that is one bad dude as well, man.
What does it say about me or college athletics to where I look at Emmanuel Sharp out there and I'm like, what? Emmanuel Sharp is still here?
Yeah.
Because nobody plays. Like the guys that play this long don't play for one team this long.
Yeah.
Or if they're on a team like this and they have some success, they're gone or whatever the case may be. So when I saw him out there, I was like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
Not only him out there, but also another throwback is just seeing the player go from role player to, oh, you that dude.
You that dude now.
That was my big takeaway. Oh, man, Sharp is that dude.
Yeah.
And I think what the beauty is for this University of Houston Cougar team, I was talking about it with you, John Lopez, there's not one way to win for them. They've got multiple ways, but one of those ways is, oh, Emmanuel Sharp going to be that dude.
Yeah.
And I think that's really cool to see a guy go from, you're the sharpshooter on the team that fills in, but, oh, no, you the dude now. I love seeing that. And honestly, it's cool that the Cougs have this, this players era kind of tournament to give them playoff type vibes like that. The game against Syracuse, playoff type vibes. I didn't get a chance to see as much.
This was a rematch of the Elite Eight.
You had some playoff type vibes in the Tennessee game. Like these are things that when you're of the ilk and caliber that Houston absolutely is now, these are the games that matter, I think.
I just love the mix that they have. Like we're talking about Emmanuel Sharp, of course, Milos Uzank. He also came back. But then at the same time, you've got these freshmen. So you've got the guard play, you've got the defense, you've got the coaching. Like, this is going to be a really exciting year to watch the Cougs.
I got to go back, though, I don't know if I'll have time to actually watch this. I want to watch this and see what Tennessee was capable of doing. I know Bishop Boswell was a name that got a lot of love in the second half. But, yeah, they made it tough on the Cougs. I think that, not that I'm coaching or anything I need to know, but I'm interested in seeing, like, what was it that Rick Barnes' squad gave Houston trouble with?
Extremely physical, absolutely, demons on the offensive glass. I mean, like I said, this was a rematch of an Elite Eight game last year, the UH1, and it was just big-time basketball.
All right, a few things. I want to hit a couple notes real quick before I get to what I believed is the grand finale here, which is your pie and ice cream on this particular What's Poppin'. One, per Chandler Rome, just happening mere minutes ago, at least him letting us know, the Astros are hiring former Chicago White Sox pitching coach Ethan Katz as a pitching coach to their staff. So
familiar with Ethan Katz?
He'll be replacing Bill Murphy, apparently, who left for the Pirates job. Obviously, we talked about that last week or last month. That I don't know a lot about Ethan Katz, but just another instance of them filling out their staff and seeing the shifts and changes that happen there. Ultimately, we'll see what that shows. But that happened. Then also, shout out to Josh Hader, who says that his shoulder will be back to normal come the season, which I know that's one of those things that in this time period, dude saying it, what does that actually mean? But it's encouraging that I felt confident enough to say that because he matters, right? Your back end of your bullpen mattered a great deal last year, and it got dicey once Josh Hader was no longer pitching for you.
Good is all I have to say, but we'll see.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and the Astros got a lot more issues that I feel like they have to worry about aside from the back end. And not that it's not an issue, but like what they're doing with the Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez conundrum, exactly who's playing on the right side of that infield, and the Christian Walker contract. Like they got a lot of things that they're, I think, kind of sorting through. The Ethan Katz hire, though, I think is a pretty decent note because he was the pitching coach for the White Sox, and I think by that point Lucas Giolito had already kind of made his resurgence, but he was the pitching coach when the White Sox, that brief period when they were good.
Yeah.
Okay. So he had Lucas Giolito and what's my guy's name that ended up going to San Diego? Dylan Cease.
Yeah.
Dylan Cease and those guys.
There's people that would like him to be here. Which does that all do anything for you?
But back when he was really good, it was back when Ethan Katz was the pitching coach for the White Sox. So I think that's a pretty good gift for them in terms of them remaking their.
Are they keeping
coaching
anyone?
staff. It seems like they're remaking the coaching staff entirely.
This one I don't think they intended on, but they had to go make a hire after you have.
But they have
a man jump ship.
It's complete.
I mean, the hitting coaches and the pitching coaches is different.
Yeah.
So,
but I think that could be a good thing. That there was a level of frustration with kind of the way that they went about business. So we'll see how that changes. All right. I didn't leave a lot of time for this, but I got to get to it, B. Scott, especially because your Rockets back in action. They'll be facing off against the hated Golden State Warriors, obviously the team that bounced you from the playoffs. last season. It's weird looking at the Warriors because I don't think that they're a great team right now, but they're still a veteran team with savvy. And the tough part about it is you're missing a lot of people going into this one Rockets-wise.
Yeah, the Warriors are Steph Curry in the Pips. Remember we were talking about Josh Allen in the Pips earlier? Yeah. They are Steph Curry in the Pips. However, Steph is very much getting his Gladys Knight on these days.
Yeah, he is.
He is playing every bit of the star, much like the star that he definitely is and has been. And so this will be a really good matchup for the Rockets, because the one thing that you can say about them is that they've beaten up on the teams that they're supposed to beat, and their 4 losses have come against some of the better teams in the league, right? When you talk about OKC, the Pistons being the best team in the Eastern Conference, and of course they had the loss to the Spurs, which was a case of the Spurs beating them at their own game, all those offensive rebounds, and then a more recent loss against the Nuggets. And so those are all teams that are going to make cases for at least a trip to their respective conference finals this year.
Right.
Each and every one of them. I think the Rockets are better than the Spurs, but it's hard to ignore what they got going. So this would be another opportunity to beat a team that is viable and very good and is going to be in the mix, I think, despite the fact that they are Steph Curry in the Pips.
Well, no Steven Adams, which might not hurt you a ton in this one, because that's not been a team that rebounds well. They usually play a little bit smaller, but when you add in no Kevin Durant, obviously Steven Adams is not going to play in this one. Tari Eason's still out. Dorian Finney-Smith has not returned yet. So, you're going to be relatively small. It felt pretty small on Monday when you had Aaron Holiday and Reed Shepherd out there.
I was just about to say, Aaron Holiday got you.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Oh, really?
Aaron Holiday
You're
is
all
on
about it now?
Aaron Holiday is on the case.
Going 3 for 3 with Steph?
Hey, look, I have been an Aaron Holiday truther from the very beginning, not overdoing it, but for the role that they ask him to play, and as a guy who understands his role, he is a more than suitable basketball player, NBA basketball player.
Without question. I've called him a professional point guard, is what we've gone to, is on the a little play on the professional
He's the
hitter.
Michael Brantley of
100%. He is Uncle Mike, except he is Uncle Aaron, which is funny because I still think about him as Drew's little brother.
Which he is.
But, this is going to be an interesting one. Clint Capella going to get a lot of burn in this one, and I imagine Alpy playing a lot of 5.
I don't love that.
I don't either.
I don't love the Clint Capella burn.
I wasn't going to say it explicitly because I was trying to be nice. However, he has not been he's been the one addition this offseason that you go, ooh. Well, I guess you haven't had an opportunity to see Dorian Finney-Smith, but you've been like, ooh.
Let's go small. Let's go small.
Why not?
How small? Like Jay Sean Tate 5? Small?
No, Jabari can play 5.
Jabari 5?
Yeah.
I actually... Anyways,
let's do that.
We'll see.
Let's do that. Let's minimize our Capella minutes. Maybe the last 50 seconds of a quarter.
Wow.
Let's minimize that.
Wow.
Yes.
I didn't realize.
Capella?
Yeah, I know.
In the year of our Lord, 2025.
I thought you could play him a little bit more minutes than just the last seconds of orders.
I so too. Turns out you can't.
You know what? I also thought that.
Turns out you shouldn't. I was wrong.
I'll take your word for it, B. Scott, because you do a damn good job. We always appreciate you having you in. In fact, we appreciate you moving things around a little bit to make sure that we got some B. Scott's thoughts in the entirety of the hour on this week. All right, appreciate you, man. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. I know that your mama's cooking on 2 fronts this week, which is incredible.
She is in my oven and hers.
That's incredible. So I know that
currently,
I know that you're gonna eat good. I know that walk afterwards is gonna be good. I'm looking forward to all that for you.
I cannot wait.
I'm looking forward to all of that
for both.
All right, there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, having a blast here on this Thanksgiving Eve. Actually, I don't think we got your Thanksgiving take. All right, make sure that we got this all covered. All right, coming up next, let's circle back around to these Texans. It feels like a great day for Would You Rather. 713-572-4610. Would you rather either of these circumstances as it pertains to the Colts game? Let's go ahead and situate that and figure that next.
Heads up, H-Town. Thursday.
610. Hope your Wednesday is going fantastic. If you choose to view it as a Thursday on a Wednesday, you very much could, as it'll be the drive out in Katy at the Buffalo Wild Wings there off of Park Row. Go out and see them. B. Scott just let us know a little bit of breaking news from him.
Yeah, he'll be there.
He's going to make the trek. So go ahead. Pop out, see him.
Where
see
are
Clint.
Katy people at?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
If you just want to get out a little bit ahead of Thanksgiving and all, do that. But we're having a lot of fun. If you got them, your hot takes for Thanksgiving, like your Thanksgiving hot takes, I will keep taking them. I am enjoying seeing those. B. Scott left here with Thanksgiving takes still in the clip. Like he hit us with some early,
Yeah.
he hit us with some during the breaks, and he walked out. He was like, "I got more for y'all, but I'll save them." You know what I mean? Like I imagine I'll be getting
Save 'em
texts.
for what?
I'll be getting texts.
Yeah.
In fact, B. Scott, if you're still listening, which I know you are because I saw you walk by, send more texts.
Yeah.
We will take all of those.
Thanksgiving hot takes.
All your your strongest Thanksgiving takes, we will take those as well. A little bit of need some takes as well for you in this regard, because it feels like this is the perfect situation going into this Colts game, one that could be very vital for you. The most important game of your lifetime, in the same way that every election coming up is the most important election of your lifetime. It feels like the perfect situation to do a little Would You Rather Colts edition.
Yeah, because it's not just a pivotal game, as you said. But
pivotal!
It's going to say a lot, man. You know, finally coming off the games you've just played, and then playing the division leader and all that. So let's play a little Would You Rather. And Figgy, of course, you are in on this. Would you rather Jonathan Taylor run for 100 yards or Daniel Jones throw for 250 yards? Daniel Jones, as you may know, I mean, he had a streak, I think, of like 4 or 5 games. He was damn near throwing 300 yards every game.
And 250 yards is a lot in the current circumstance.
Is.
Like, again, throwing whatever you think of as, wow, that's a good amount of yards. I think take that minus 30, because that's offense has been down all the way around by 30 yards.
Yeah.
This year,
250 is,
and so 250 is you had a solid ball game.
On the other
hand, is real problematic. On the other hand,
Jonathan Taylor go for over 100.
Yeah, you're ticking time off the clock. Ugh, this is really uncomfortable. This is very. I mean, neither of those are particularly good. I'm trying to figure which one of those breaks the game the most. It's probably Jonathan Taylor running the football. I think Daniel Jones throwing for 250. I don't think I'm happy about it. Also, I think what that means is that he's felt the need to throw the football a lot. And so is there more opportunity for interceptions within there? Like, I think that probably is something that exists. And, well, yeah, I'm going to go with that. I'm begrudgingly. I don't think either of those are particularly good opportunities for me.
I'm going to say, honestly, if Jonathan Taylor can rush a little more, I think I would rather take that, because we saw it last week how James Cook, I know he had like a bigger run that kind of made his yards look a lot more, but they found the way to win and dominate, even with James Cook having an okay game.
I think it's an easy answer. I think
is Jonathan Taylor?
I would much rather Jonathan Taylor rush for 100 than Daniel Jones throw for 250 or more. When he has thrown for 250, can I interest you in some stats?
Oh, no.
When Daniel Jones has thrown for at least 250 yards, the Colts have put up 33, 41, 40, 38, and 38 points. If Daniel Jones is throwing the ball, their offense puts up a ton of numbers, a ton of points. I would rather just take my chances. Limiting Daniel Jones. This sounds so weird to say.
It's really rough.
It sounds so
And that's
weird.
the thing is, like, I think also the idea of stopping Jonathan Taylor seems
you would think Jonathan Taylor, right? Stop him.
Fair enough. Josh Allen threw for 250 and the Texans still won. I think that's part of what I'm thinking about as well, especially because this is an explosive offense. I could see it to where that 250 is probably like they had a 75-yarder and then like a 40-yarder, and that's a majority of what we're talking about to begin with.
I think it's simple. When Daniel Jones, if he's allowed to have a good game and throw for 250 yards, they're scoring in the 30s and 40s.
Oh, I like what we're doing here from the 832. Throwing yards, it could mean that they were behind. I like that.
It could be.
Because you're not running Jonathan Taylor like that if they're just behind.
This season shows if he's having a good game, they're lighting up the score.
Sure. And then the other thing I was thinking about is just the way that the clock goes. If Jonathan Taylor's able to run the football like that, although a text does come in where they go from they come with the idea of he also can create explosive plays.
Yeah.
What happens if he has like a good 57-yarder,
Yeah.
and then the rest of it is just like is another 40-something yards of fine on a whole bunch of carries.
I promise I had this one on the dock here before we had that conversation with B. Scott. I think we know the answers here now. Would you rather beat the Colts this week or the Chiefs next week?
I think it's the Chiefs next week.
Probably, honestly, I kind of want to beat the Colts, man. Maybe it's a personal thing, but
that matters. That counts.
Yeah, I think I'd rather beat the Colts.
I have the same feeling, but feelings don't matter. I'd rather beat the Chiefs. If you had to pick one or the other, based on what we just said, your playoff probability, if you beat the Chiefs and the Chargers is higher than even if you beat the Colts.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to be able to say beat the Colts because not only I think there's also the idea of you get that win, and then you look at it and you still have an opportunity to win the division. But I think we were talking about it. If you win the division, that's cool, but the perspective simply has to be get into the dance. Right. And I do like the idea of having the possibility of getting that tiebreak versus them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be really fun. That'd be really cool.
No, that's true.
So yeah, I hear because also the Colts, the rest of their schedule is also still very tough. You could not win that game and still see them falter, especially if what the trends are of us seeing them playing, the Colts playing right now. If those trends continue, they might be falling anyway.
All right. Without knowing who wins, would you rather the final score?
This is a good question.
The final score of Sunday's game be 17-14 or 31-28?
This is a really good question.
And the reason is, you can make such a strong argument on both
sides. The
sides.
thing that I'm thinking about, because again, it's basically
if you win 17-14, your defense mauled somebody.
Your defense absolutely shut them up.
If you win 31-28,
and your offense did the thing that they do, which is just kind of.
And then I'm kind of like, who was the quarterback?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that too.
Oh,
yeah,
I hadn't considered that.
You added another fly in the ointment there.
Because the 31
if it's Davis Mills, then I'm happy as hell.
31-28 would say that your offense did some things,
but your defense all of a sudden against the team that can put.
But if it's C.J. Stroud and he helped put up 31.
I'm not saying they win. I'm saying the final score is 17-14 or 31.
Oh, you're not saying you don't. Yeah. Without knowing who wins. Oh,
without knowing who wins.
But if CJ.
Oh, well, that feels like you lost that football game.
But honestly, if this Texans offense put up 28 or 31, with C.J. Stroud, I would be a little more encouraged.
Win or lose.
Yeah, if they put 31, that's like. And you know what's funny is I don't even think that that's the defense falling apart. I think that's also. You probably had some special teams woes in there as well. And then I have a whole bunch of hair pulling out moments that are 17-14. 17-14, I think that's the one that you're more likely to win of those two. I think if you had told me you win in either of those circumstances, I go with 31-28 because I believe that your offense has gotten better. Your defense, you trust them strong enough, even though in that one instance you can maybe go, oh, they had a bad game or whatever. You know that they can close out games, or at least that they can play solid enough to get you to those circumstances. Seeing the offense flourish would be great. The 31-28 doesn't guarantee a win. I think 17-14 to me does.
I'm going to say 31-28, man, because that way I feel like I got a little more faith in the offense. Maybe the offense is clicking somehow, even if it's with Davis Mills.
Win or lose, give me 31-28. Because we've seen signs, we've seen a little progress on the offense. Yeah. I'm not worried about the defense.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not, and I still got faith in the defense if they gave up 31 points or 28 points. But
that means the offense all of a sudden starting.
I would feel a little better about the offense.
Yeah, starting to put some things together, win or lose.
That is absolutely fair. I think you guys know I don't want this. I don't want the margins to get any thinner. We were just talking about it with B. Scott. We just said it there that you probably want to win that Chiefs game more than you want to win this Colts game.
Right.
I don't want to get these margins any thinner, man.
Yeah. All right. I want you guys to really think about this one. This next one.
Okay.
Would you rather have?
I wasn't thinking about the other ones.
At all. Would you rather have the Texans challenge a play? Or have a play challenged?
All right, so the idea, just to make it abundantly clear, it's either DeMeco Ryans is throwing the red challenge flag or Shane Steichen is challenging something.
Yeah. Shane Steichen is a little better at challenges, right?
Well, that's part of the reason we asked this question.
I think I'd rather have Shane Steichen challenge a play. I think I've gotten to it's very clear that I don't trust DeMeco Ryans, and really it's more the apparatus that he has when it comes to challenges. And I think that puts you in a place where you might lose a timeout that you probably need.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the way that they use timeouts.
Yeah, I would probably rather Shane Steichen throw a challenge out there, man.
It's a trend. Me too.
And then that's
in
not
your pocket.
and that's still not saying nothing, especially when it comes to the timeouts, because sometimes it seems like they don't be using them at the right time.
Well, this ties in with game management, just in general. Much less losing because of you losing a timeout.
That second, or I think the end of that first half, that was about to be awful if they didn't score. I think they scored towards the end, right?
They did.
Yeah, but if they didn't score, that would have been awful.
Correct.
Man.
It also bugs me that, and this was going back away, but when DeMeco said, they told me to throw the challenge, and I hadn't had a chance to see it. I don't know if I trust anybody up there.
Well, honestly, that's who I have more consternation for. Like DeMeco Ryans, I think there's so much that a coach is doing in that instance. That's why you have those people there.
Yeah.
And for him to explicitly say that, it was already like, hey, what are you seeing? Who is telling you to do this? And then for him to be like, well, they just told me to do that.
Yeah.
I don't have belief up there.
I agree. Would you rather Stroud not get sacked, 0 sacks, or the Texans rush for more than 120 yards?
Oh, it's the rush for 120 yards, without question.
He's coming off a concussion.
I hear you. And that's 100% fair.
Yeah.
He's not technically cleared yet, at least not of anything that we've seen. Neither him nor Petrie as of right this moment, but we anticipate that happens by the end of the day. We'll see what we get. But no, I think, again, one of the things that we've talked about, and actually this could work counter to me, but like if you go and you rush for 120 against not the Buffalo Bills, I can actually look at this and go, the offensive line has some push,
right?
And this might be actually sustainable. And this is what they've hinged their entire supposed offensive identity on, is being able to run the football. If you come out and show me that you can actually do that in a way, in a circumstance that's not against a very bad run defense, I go, oh, I mean, it's not a great run defense in the Colts. I want that to be acknowledged. But it would be like, oh, this might be something that you can actually utilize. You might have actually found some answers here outside of just throwing the football. I think in my head, I'm like, Stroud can get sacked one time.
Just keep your head up.
Yeah, just get sacked one time for us to run for a whole bunch of yards. CJ,
what
sound
do you
good?
think, Figgy?
Honestly, I kind of don't want CJ to get sacked.
Fair.
Man. I rather the offensive line just come out of that game with no sacks given up and keep CJ Stroud up. And I know it could be a little soft sack that don't mean nothing, but I'd rather be safe than sorry, man.
Yeah, me too. And also, both of these things in different ways are going to show progress with the offensive line.
Without question.
If Stroud does not get sacked, the offensive line is protecting him.
Sure.
Obviously. If they run for 120 yards, even if Stroud gets sacked, your run game all of a sudden, is looking healthier.
I was going to ask you, somebody said the easiest one yet, no sacks. Okay, y'all are just like, don't need to run the football at all.
Figgy.
Yeah.
I see you, 281.
I don't want any sacks.
But yeah, this offensive line, though, which of these do you feel like speaks more to what you believe they're capable of doing? Because I feel like the one that is more capable is the no sacks. We've seen this offensive line configuration do that with Davis Mills. I don't know that we've seen them put up 120-yard rush games behind this line.
You're probably right. That would be more of a statement kind of thing if they can rush for 120 yards.
Yeah.
Would you rather the Chiefs, Jaguars, Chargers, and Bills, the 4 teams that you're battling for a wild card, would you rather the Chiefs, Jaguars, Chargers, and Bills all lose, or the Texans win?
Oh, it's wait a minute, hold on. I think it's the others. I think it's the others all lose.
So you'll take a loss if those other teams also all lose.
I think so. I think that this is one of the tougher games that you have. I think that you also you have the opportunity to still get your wins. We were just talking about this.
Yeah.
That is a whole bunch of teams losing, and one of the things that, again, Reggie's anxiety is popping up is that Jaguars team over there and the ease of their schedule. Like, I want them to ask Mel's in here. Like, I sincerely do. Because I know that you have the Texans losing in that instance as well. But at least you get the Jaguars getting a loss. I don't feel as bad about the Colts and the remainder of their schedule because they got a lot of tough games in there too. Yeah, give me all them other teams catching a loss.
I'd rather the Texans win, man. I think they won 3 in a row already.
They have.
I kind of want them to keep going, man. Kind of build on something, man. So I'd rather win this game and everybody win rather than everybody lose.
And you do have a path to control your own destiny if you can win all these games. I think that's fair. This is me being neurotic of sorts, looking at this and going.
And I'm kind of thinking about just them getting that magic word momentum.
Yeah.
Just kind of getting some momentum.
Well, you see why I didn't pick that then.
Yeah. So I'm trying, I kind of want them to get in the groove a little bit.
I hear you, but I'm actually with Reggie on this one. I'm looking for the easiest path. The easiest path is they all come back to you, and you can still. We talked about it a couple times already. You can still get there with actually easier if you had to lose one or the other with losing this game and winning those others.
Finishing the season with 10 wins is where you're looking for, and 10 wins can be had if you get 4 more. It doesn't have to be this weekend. It'd be really good if you added 1 this weekend, though. I'll tell you that. All right. Appreciate you guys playing along. I see you already throwing in your guesses on the game. 35-24 Texans over the Colts from the 832. I appreciate that. And from the 281. To be fair, that concussion was on a scramble when they were talking. But I mean,
well, sure.
Once he's got that knock in the head, you're like, hey, don't touch our
you
quarterback.
don't want your quarterback getting knocked down all the time, man.
Don't touch him anymore. Somebody said Stroud will get sacked, hero ball with this offensive line. I feel like, nah. I don't know that that's inherent in that, but we'll see. We'll see what it looks like, and you'll be able to hear that here on Sports Radio 610 as you always do.
This one got him going.
Sunday at 12. Yeah, man, it's a good segment. Appreciate you bringing that to the fore here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation of 2. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I was talking to Reggie and you guys before the show about everyday things that are you kind of turn into a sport. Boy, I had there was a good game yesterday, man.
Was there?
There was a good game yesterday. So HEB, Thanksgiving. I love it. You turn it into a sport, right? I just love how going to a grocery store during the holidays changes people. And let me explain. I got a bit of a story here.
Okay.
So obviously, my wife is. You both know her.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly, someone that you would say is angry all the time, or she's pretty laid back, good demeanor, puts up with me, all that stuff.
Right.
So she's at HEB, okay, in front of one of the refrigerated, coolers, trying to decide what to get.
Sure.
And chaos is in HEB, and Kroger's the same way, obviously.
Yeah, these are the people that think they're being sharp. Like, I'm not going the day before Thanksgiving. I'm going the day before Thanksgiving.
Let me try to go in the morning when nobody else is trying to go.
Nobody would think of that
Nobody
strategy.
else had that idea. Yeah. So here you go, Figgy. Standing in front of the cooler, and one of the HEB curbside people, how they're picking stuff.
Sure,
as well. She hears a voice, one of those people, she hears a voice behind her say, "Excuse me, ma'am, you're going to need to move."
Oh, said it like that.
Yeah. She turned around, looked at him and said, "No."
Oh, man.
Just Thanksgiving.
And that wasn't a cop?
No.
I expect to be a cop for somebody to say it like that.
When I just love how Thanksgiving changes people. Like, that would never happen in any other circumstance, but you're shopping for Thanksgiving dinner? "Excuse me, ma'am, you're going to need to move." "No."
Sounds like she just got into the zone.
No.
For shopping in that circumstance, which I actually was also in the store because clearly I thought I was that novel as well. I completely fell apart. I went the entire opposite way. I'm talking about, how you go to the store and you're like, all right, I need to get this, and this. I'm going to, basically plan my route out. At least dudes, I feel like oftentimes do. Yeah. Plan my route out. Boom, one fell swoop, hit the register, get out of there. I was doubling back. I was like, oh, man, I forgot this on the other side of the store. And, oh, man, do I need this? And do I have enough of this at the house? I was awful. I felt like I completely collapsed under the pressure of shopping headed into a big-time holiday.
I just love when everyday things becomes like a contact sport. Like that. Like, she would never do that in any other circumstances. Like, no. I'm shopping here.
Not moving.
I'm not moving.
Deal with it. Go around.
Exactly.
These are my confessions.
Of course, I saw a statistic, but it made me really think it might be time for DeMeco to find some bravado.
Find some bravado.
Yeah. As it relates to something in particular, I realize in an absolute sense that sounds like I'm challenging DeMeco to some type of fisticuffs, which is something I would never
sound like it to me.
That would be absolutely stupid. It'd be fun, I imagine, for people to watch.
Yeah.
And DeMeco, I imagine that would also be a little bit of relief for Miko to be able to touch somebody up a little bit.
You're talking about him, putting it out there, saying something.
Especially when it comes to going for it in certain situations.
Okay.
Now I know DeMeco, and we played this at the start of the show. This offense leaves something that still needs. There's another level that they need to get to, and I agree with him in that regard. I was looking at win percentage lost.
Go figure.
By kicking in situations where you should go for it.
You know what? I was too.
I know you were because I was showing it to you.
Weren't you looking at that too?
Yeah, y'all late to the party. I've been looking at that.
I know. You've been telling me about it. In fact, I'm glad that you put me onto it. You know who's lost the most win percentage per game by not going for it in certain circumstances?
I'm guessing it's one DeMeco Ryans.
It's the Houston Texans.
Dang.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were
right next to Mike Tomlin. Mind you.
Boy.
Right? If that makes you feel any type of way.
I was here
to be in that company.
And I was here this week saying it's time for him to go.
You know what I mean? And like, I was chatting about this with B. Scott just a second ago. I think against the Bills, you could justify a lot of those situations. Over the entirety of the season, I get how you go, oh man, the offense, whatever. It can't be that level of I don't know what fear is the right word, but like, or
passive,
being passive, being exert. Like, I'm not even saying be over on the other extreme of things where you're Dan Campbell and going for it on every fourth down.
Steichen likes to go for it.
Steichen is pretty much in the middle, at least on this, and it feels like, hey, in certain situations, I know that you love Kaimi. Some of these times, I think you need to start trusting what this offense can do. And I know when I say what this offense can do, some people will ask, what can they do?
I was about to say, you down with trusting this offense?
I think that if you're going to get to places where you want to be, I think that you might need to find just a little bit more. Just be a little less conservative.
I mean, he might trust his kicker more than the offense.
Not might. He clearly does and has for years.
With full knowledge of what this offense is, I agree with you. Sometimes you just got it's not to be too hokey here, but statement, man. You know, show some sort of confidence there, etc.
It's a little tough, especially if you're in a close game and you see all of their losses were very close games. So it's hard to kind of just say, screw it, let me just go for it and not take the points.
No, and I think that there's, again, a lot of times where you can justify it. I understand this team has not been an incredible offense by any means. It'd be wild for me to say that. I think as you're seeing some level of improvements, and hopefully those improvements can continue, especially with CJ returning. Hey, man, you got to trust him a little bit. I think you got to trust just a little bit more.
A little bit more. I'm with you. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so remember, I think it was last week or maybe a couple weeks ago, I had to confess about dogs. That was
random dogs?
Yeah, random dogs.
In the neighborhood?
Yeah. I feel like it's getting more out of control. It's not a bunch of dogs this time. It's just one dog.
Oh, it's that one.
Yeah, I sent y'all the video of this big-ass white dog that looked like he playing Game of Thrones.
Oh, that was the dog you were talking about?
Yeah. Yes.
That wasn't a dog. That was a wolf.
Yeah.
You just got a wolf running around the neighborhood.
Dude, he was just hanging out in my neighbor's carport, just laying there like it was his house. Yeah. And I'm just like, man, what did we do? You ain't got nothing to do.
Honestly, when you sent that picture to the group text, I thought that's what was your neighbor's dog. I thought that's what you were showing me was just your neighbor's dog.
That ain't nobody's dog, man. And he just be hanging around.
Yeah.
And then right after, Amazon came to drop something off.
Yeah,
and he decided to pay the Amazon man a visit and scared the living daylights out of him.
Yeah.
To the point he made a weird little sound. So he went back to the car. The dog followed him to the car.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And then I'm like, man, what is he doing? And then he left the car, went all the way up to my door. Like he was sniffing under my door. I'm just like, man.
He was getting at the Amazon package?
Yeah, I'm just like, dog, he got it.
It's just frustrating.
And the thing is, I don't know if everybody else around there feel the same way that I feel, or maybe they just like, oh, this is just the community dog. But I'm sick of this, man.
No, look,
you didn't call the dog catcher?
No, I didn't, man. I ain't want to be that person, but I feel like I
sounds like you want to be that person right now.
Yeah, man. When you start hanging out in the carports and going up to my door and all that stuff, man, that's when it's an issue.
There's no doubt about how we feel about dogs. You and I,
yeah.
Reggie.
And I feel guilty because he seemed like he's not a dog that will attack people.
No, he seemed real sweet,
very chill, kind of like a cat, like one of those neighborhood cats that just hang around. But dog, you big and all in the way, man.
I wouldn't want to call either, but I would do this. Maybe this is the advice I would give you. Do you have a community Facebook page?
Yeah, kind of via the Ring camera.
Yeah, just put it out there that, this is the dog that's been roaming. Does anybody want it? Does it belong to anybody, or does anybody want it? Maybe somebody can adopt it if it's a nice dog. Or just unofficially adopt.
Man, that's a big ass dog, man.
Because it is a problem. There's no question, that's a problem.
Yeah, nah, you can't be hanging out in the carport. And then I think it was right before I went to work a couple of days ago. He was just laying in the end of my driveway.
Yeah, I would put it
blocking you in.
Yeah, I was like, man, come on, man. And he ain't one of them dogs that you can yell, get out of here, and you take off.
Yeah.
No, he look at you like,
hey, what's for dinner?
Who he talking, man? Why you so mad, buddy? Like, I ain't bothering nobody.
Yeah.
He's just in the neighborhood.
He's just walking around fat and lazy, man.
Yeah, that was the thing that I noticed. I was like, he's kind of big to just be a stray dog.
Yeah.
He's getting steady meals somewhere.
Yeah. But I had to cuss my wife out yesterday because I found her throwing some doggone breadcrumbs.
Oh, that's why he's there.
Trying to feed the birds. She talked about it's for the birds. I'm like, where have you seen some birds around here?
You should have led with that.
No wonder the dog was smelling under the door. He was like, "Hey, Miss Christina,
Yeah.
you usually feed me by this time."
Now we know. Now we know.
So damn irritating, man.
There you go. This is some lunchtime confessions. I see you on the text line saying Texas couldn't get a touchdown on the first to go on the 1 yard line. Fair. Red zone issues have been a little bit of a problem. But DeMeco himself has noted the fact that they've been a little bit better on first, third down, some of those circumstances. And I think that for me, I have probably gotten too far ahead of myself, but I've been intrigued by them utilizing Higgins in some of those situations.
Yeah.
I think that, man, it's starting to get to that time where be a little bit just I'm not saying be reckless, but you can't be like the most conservative team in the league.
I agree with you, man.
I don't know. I mean, you have a defense that feels incredible.
Yeah.
That maybe you think that your defense is so good that being conservative will be fine. I'm like, I don't know if you being literally last team when it comes to being conservative doesn't feel like that's the way to go about this. But what do I know? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Tyler said it's going to be a push notification that says that Houston radio host challenges DeMeco Ryans to a fight. It's not what I said. I don't want that.
To a fist fight at that.
I don't want that at all. Like, not even close. All right. You're in the loop. Coming up next, let's do a little bit of Judge John Lopez. It is indeed a Wednesday, so we will do that next.
vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. The court of the Honorable Me is now in session.
Never not silly.
It is very accurate. And the cases before us today, pretty interesting ones.
I would hope so.
And I think worth arguing over. Let's see who prevails. Representing, well, let me tell you the first case first of all. Alex Rodriguez.
Guilty. Oh, my bad. That's not even my role.
I know what side you're taking. Alex Rodriguez called out hypocrisy in Bud Selig being a Hall of Famer. And basically, he was on a podcast, or he was interviewed, and talking about, that he understands why Bonds wasn't, may have wanted to give steroids a try after McGuire and Sosa, et cetera, et cetera. And A-Rod weighed in on Bud Selig receiving the Hall of Fame honor. Quote, all of this stuff you're talking about was under Bud Selig's watch. And the fact that those two guys are not in, but somehow Bud Selig is in the Hall of Fame, that to me feels like there's a little bit some hypocrisy around that. He noted that he questioned Selig's Hall of Fame induction in the HBO docuseries. He might also, of course, have other reasons for this. But Bud Selig, overseeing all this, is in the Hall of Fame. Those who participated are not, or many of those, some of those who participated are not. So, Alex, should Bud Selig, basically, is the question, should Bud Selig be in the Hall of Fame?
So, I'm going to go against Alex Rodriguez on this. This one is kind of a tough one. Mm-hmm. To me, I feel like I'm kind of representing a murderer at this point. And if I could, I would take a plea deal and just keep it moving.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go against him on this one and say I feel like he should be in the Hall of Fame. I feel like Alex Rodriguez is the wrong person to be sitting here.
He was implicated.
Talking about who should be in and who not and all this other stuff with his bodies in the trunk.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I think Bud Selig, I think he should be in. And I think during that time and during that era, it was probably some of the best time of baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And probably the most memorable time of baseball in this modern era. And so I think off the strength of that, he should be in the Hall of Fame, but I'm totally just going against Alex Rodriguez. I ain't gonna lie, man. I feel like he's been a hypocrite,
mm-hmm.
and he's the last person that should be weighing in on this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, Alex Rodriguez, not going to find a vocal supporter in me and when it comes to himself.
However,
there's something about Alex Rodriguez that just makes you not like him even when he is trying and like coming from what seems to be a sincere place. I will say with this, I appreciated that he did not say, some of us deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. He was like, nah, Barry Bonds, which right. Those guys deserve to be in there. And and if they are not going to be because of the nature of the steroid scandal was something that happened very much under Bud Selig's under his time period, and it's because they were not capable of handling this, right? Like, and they handled it poorly. It became a scandal not simply because it was happening in the league, but also because of the way that the league decided to handle it, right? In addition to that, like, there's other controversies that have happened under his ownership. But yeah, I think that if this is going to be a huge sticking point in the era, then it almost becomes like a blackball era all the way across, and you cannot ignore the lack of institutional control, if you will, that Bud Selig had within this. So yeah, I think that he makes a valid point of, if you're going to make this a sticking point for these guys here, I think you have to understand and appreciate the fact that this was necessitated, or maybe not necessitated, because that would say that the way that it was handled made dudes cheat, which is not right. That's not a fair way of playing this. But it very much happens under his watch, and because of the way that he handled the league at that point in time and handled what was a very known thing, which is the use of steroids.
Man, you think you guys had a hard time with this one? This might be the toughest judgment I'll ever make.
It was hard trying to defend this, man.
Well, but also,
I think there's some defenses that exist in there.
But also try to to rule on this, because on the one hand, I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, first of all, Bud Selig didn't vote himself into the Hall of Fame. It was writers.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's the writers' fault. Like they're being hypocrites in this moment.
Well, yeah, but so I get that, and on the other hand, Bud Selig absolutely positively had to know what was going on. In fact, I can tell you he did. But his job was to grow the game. This is a tough one for me. He did his job. He did his job, dirty as it was.
In addition to that, and now I'm arguing against myself, World Baseball Classic is a thing that he brings into the fore. Jackie Robinson Day is something that he brings in. Interleague play happens under his watch. Obviously, realignment in baseball happens under his watch. Expanded instant replay, which depending on how you feel about that, happens under his watch. Like, there's a lot of things that you have here.
Yeah, and that's where I was kind of headed with this. I don't want to pick a side, but I have to, because I think both sides are valid. But ultimately, that's where I was going. If this was just the voters are hypocrites and he should not be in the Hall of Fame because of the steroid era, I would absolutely say I would side with you. But it's not.
Barry Bonds is probably the best player that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
At least I've ever had the chance to see.
Yeah,
and none of that matters when we talk about the steroids of it.
But ultimately, as commissioner, his task, his charge was to grow the game.
Barry Bonds is charged to hit the ball in the McCovey Cove.
Yeah. And he did.
A lot.
And
many times.
But steroids was such a part of that, for some voters. But when you look at Bud Selig, you have to take everything he did to grow the game. And as dirty as he was, I think I'm going to side with you on this one, Figgy.
Yeah.
Figgy doesn't feel like he won.
I know. I don't feel like it's
the thing about it is I feel like A-Rod is full of crap. It's just like, why is you, like, to me, I just wanted to go against him.
Mm-hmm.
And also with the whole Bud Selig thing, I'm just kind of like, ugh. I kind of got that ugh type of feeling. But you're right. The writers did vote him in. He didn't vote himself in.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like, let's just take a plea deal at this point, man. It's nasty work.
Yeah. I have another case before us today. Could be another hotly contested one. So the College Football Playoff Committee yesterday, no real big changes, maybe a couple little ones that are significant to this case. Such as Oregon jumping up and ahead of Ole Miss, which is big controversial, and the chairman of the College Football Playoff Committee. Do we have the audio? Do we have the audio of Hunter Yurachek? Like, just completely looking like a doofus when he's asked about Oregon jumping up. But let's hear it.
But there was a change at 6-7 with Oregon and Ole Miss swapping spots. How much of an impact potentially could it be on Ole Miss if it's determined they don't have their head coach in the field?
6-7. But seriously, Rich, we didn't have any discussion.
Am I right? That was the most cringeworthy thing I've seen all year.
That was somebody who took all the wrong notes.
Oh, God.
From the first time he was up there, it was like, oh, man, it's dry, and it feels like we're not going to get answers. He's like, oh, it was dry? I got you. I'm going to throw a 6-7 joke in there. It's like, that's not what we want you to take away from that. That's not what we were hoping for.
That in front of some grown men.
He's just so cringeworthy. It was unbelievable. And he did the hand gesture and everything else.
Who did he think that was for?
I know.
Who did he think was watching the college football playoff?
He thinks some little kids were sitting there watching all of this.
Yeah, little tween.
He probably think, oh yeah, it's gonna go viral. Yeah.
Oh, and he definitely had it in his back pocket.
College kids will love this.
He definitely would. He had that in the barrel, ready to go. But it leads to this case. The case being, keep in mind, Hunter Yurachek replaced Mack Rhodes, who was equally as inept and awkward and cringeworthy in all his comments. And most athletic director, it's almost exclusively athletic director, I think it might be, on the College Football Playoff Committee. They all have biases. They all have problems in terms of trusting their eyes sometimes, trusting numbers other times. And the case being, college football athletic directors should not be part of the College Football Playoff Committee. It should be actual data analysts, statisticians, people who cover the game objectively or as objectively as they possibly can, national writers who don't have a built-in bias toward their school or their conference. So who's taking the side of college football athletic directors should not be part of the
go ahead. You got it.
No.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that side. I don't think it should. That's kind of ridiculous. That's kind of like if NFL GMs take part into the NFL rankings and all that stuff. Of course, there's going to be a little bias going on there. So, to me, I think they should kind of treat it like you said, Judge, with a whole bunch of stat guys and people that's not affiliated with the schools whatsoever. And I think that will kind of help it a little better because sometimes you see a lot of schools that get, a higher ranking and they're not that good, and then they kind of get exposed in the playoffs. Or sometimes you might see a school like Alabama that's there because of the name. And we all know, everybody in this country know they're not the same Nick Saban type of Alabama. So I do think it need to be some people from the outside that's really doing a deep dive on these schools and really seeing who deserve what ranking and all that stuff in the playoffs. I think that will help a lot.
Council Atatula?
I don't think you're going to get rid of the bias in the way that you think you are. I think you're just going to shift the bias to a different place. If that's what if you want to do, sure. I think that the idea that college football playoff selection process should change, you can maybe sell me on it, but I don't know that you're fixing it. It's unwieldy trying to get down to a certain number of teams from, the 300 programs that exist. Like, you're already having to do this. So, like, you're going to find inconsistencies with however you do it. I think that's one of the things that we should have learned from the BCS process of everything. Now, you were trying to get down to just two oftentimes, at least in the ways of trying to determine a national champion. But yeah, it's always going to be uncomfortable, even when you try and break this down to the numbers of it. I think that I understand why the process exists to some degree in the way that it does, because this is all kind of it's a little bit of an insidious structure, right? Inherently, college football making this money off of this college football playoff that continues to grow this thing. So no, I don't think that it needs to change because it kind of serves the purpose that it needs to. They show up, they put a TV product on every week. They ultimately get teams together, and they'll now with the playoff selection process. Now you get teams out there, and they'll play. They'll play to determine who the champion is.
All right, another tough judgment here. I'd go back to the BCS, and you've got a lot of validity in your argument here, Reggie, because all I remember is people talking about West Coast bias, East Coast bias, big school bias, etc. That being said, the athletic directors clearly have a built-in obvious bias. Now, they do use data analysts and stats and power rankings and all that. So I'm actually going to side with Figgy again on this one. Figgy gets the sweep this time, and I don't like sweeps. I like to be 1-1 on these, but you got to be honest. I think something's got to change, and these guys just continue. They changed their opinion from 1 week to the next on what mattered most.
Yeah.
Like, what changed?
Well, and
what changed?
Yeah, I feel you there.
I don't know.
No, that's. I would like more consistency in their answers, but I think that's one of the things that gets rough is when we do have consistency in the way that we go about this, we're not happy at times as well. Not to say that doesn't mean that one isn't better than the other, but I just don't know that you'll actually be happy when we get there. It's not a process that's made to be happy. It's a process that's made to elicit conversation.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like the same stuff is going to happen even if the ADs are away from it, and then people going to say, hey, man, these guys aren't in college football. They don't know what they're talking about. It's all these stat nerds and all that stuff. They don't know the game. Yeah. So I don't think you're going to get away from the bias at all.
Maybe a mix of some really, really relevant
but it do seem kind of weird to see these ADs being part of this.
And then use some statistics and maybe put it into a computer.
Yeah.
Get some rankings out of it. I don't know. Maybe that'd be helpful.
Maybe use AI or something.
All right. Well, you lost me there. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. How about giving away some $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop? We'll do that right now. Caller number 6 to the number 713-572-4610 will win that $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops. And you'll also be entered for a chance to win a grill at the end of the football season. And in case it's OG Sauce. You call in right now, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, let's go behind enemy lines. Still gearing up for this Texans-Colts football game. Let's talk to the Colts beat writer for The Athletic. His name is James Boyd. We'll talk to him next.
The Drive. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, gearing up first and foremost for Thanksgiving, but two, still looking forward to Texans Colts. That's all the way on the weekend once you get through your Thanksgiving and so on and so forth. But we're still, as we're looking forward to that, getting some reports from out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center where C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie both out there practicing. And when it comes to the reps, at least in group deals, what have you, C.J. Stroud taking first reps, Davis Mills, Graham Mertz following. So without it being official, this feels like more trending towards the idea that C.J. Stroud will indeed be proverbially under center.
First team reps, that's all I needed to hear.
That's I feel like I'm in the same boat as well. All right, as we're continuing to look towards that game, as I mentioned, let's go behind enemy lines and talk a little bit more about what the Colts are bringing to this game, or at least what they're bringing to the physical facility there in Indianapolis when the Texans go out there. Let's talk to Colts beat reporter for The Athletic, James Boyd, who is on the phone line. James, what's happening, man? How you living?
I'm living good. Excited for this matchup.
We are as well. We've been talking all up and down about it since Monday, since we had our game on Thursday. And I need to ask you the most important question about this matchup. Is cranberry sauce in a can or elsewhere in your household?
I ain't rocking with it at all, honestly. I think cranberry sauce is the most overrated side dish in Thanksgiving. I could do without it, honestly.
Wow. Okay, that hurt my feelings personally. I understand that from the perspective. But looking at this game, one of the things that we are looking at with the Colts is that offense has taken a little bit of a slide over there. What would you say is the probably the main contributor to what we've seen from the Colts maybe since week 9 in a little bit of a step offensive?
I think it's been their inability to really thrive in the blitz. If you look at their first 8 games of the year, they were blitzed, I believe, the 3rd highest rate in the league, and they were still able to put up a ton of points and have a lot of success through the air. And Daniel Jones in particular was great. And then over the last 3 weeks and last 3 games for them, he has not been so great. They've still been blitzed at a very high rate, but just the success factor has not been there. And I think that's the recipe that Pittsburgh threw out there, I want to say, in week 9. And since then, other teams have kind of picked it up like, hey, if we just keep our composure and try to, make sure that we throw them off with some blitzes, some timely blitzes, make Daniel Jones beat us. And as of late, he's regressed back to the mean. He hasn't been horrible or terrible, but he hasn't been a top 5 quarterback like he was playing like he was earlier in the year, and before everyone rolls their eyes. Statistically, he was that earlier in the year, but now he's back down to earth.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, because the Texans thrive when they don't blitz, when they just let the two ends do their part and add somebody to the secondary. To me, that might end up being, one of those things that changes over the course of the game, because Daniel Jones has had, as you pointed out, has had success against the blitz, and so have other quarterbacks against the Texans.
Absolutely, but talking to the offensive line this week and talking to Shane Steichen, you better believe that Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson are 2 guys that are on top of the scouting report. And to be quite honest, I don't think that the Colts tackles have played all that great this year. They've been pretty good, but as of late, there's been moments where you look at Bernard Ryman, the left tackle, $100 million man, just got a payday. He has not looked like a $100 million left tackle this season. I think that's a fair statement. And on the other side, the right tackle, Braden Smith, he's had moments as well where he's gotten beat. So, again, I think it obviously would favor Houston to not have to blitz and still get home. But best believe, man, if those 2 pass rushers aren't getting there for whatever reason, whether they're trying to throw in extra tight ends or chip blocking them, whatever, I wouldn't be surprised if the Houston dials up a few pressures just to make sure that Daniel Jones gets sped up.
Well, I wanted to follow up on that because I guess Shane Steichen said Daniel Jones has a fibula, which I think we all do.
A couple of them, in fact, yeah.
I think we all do. And that was just comical to me because for me, and I was telling Reggie and our listeners, when I hear fibula, even taking the smart aleck comment out of it, that speaks to stress fracture or hairline fracture. I mean, you never hear of a fibula being strained or something like that. Is this a little more serious than and maybe affecting him as well?
I do think it's serious because anytime there is injury to your quarterback, you have to take that and make sure that you're not dismissing it, at least in my opinion. And on top of that, it's just the weird nature of it all, right? Like you mentioned, it's a fibula, it's a bone. So what other things can you do to a bone besides break it or crack it? And the interesting about this is he was fine. Wasn't on the injury report all year until last Thursday. It popped up. He was limited then. And then in Sunday's game against the Chiefs, in which they lost, on a couple of his scrambles where Daniel would, you usually be screaming for him to get down and, not take a hit. He was not moving as fluidly as he normally would be. So I was able to follow up with him today and ask him, hey, is this something you have to constantly think about when you're out there? And he said, no, you just go out there and play. And they say there's no limitations to, him being hit or having, some trouble there with the leg. But I'll be honest with you, they're just lying because they have to. And don't want to give any trade secrets to the opposing team. But in my opinion, man, there's no way your fibula can be bothering you and it doesn't affect you as a quarterback.
Yeah, thank you for clearing that up for us. We're talking to James Boyd, the reporter for The Athletic who covers the Colts. And I want to ask something that's a little bit longer term because obviously going to acquiring Sauce Gardner basically takes you out, I think, the Colts out of the realm of possibility of acquiring another quarterback, at least draft means. And are you in agreement with those of us that believe that says that the Colts are solid and in on Daniel Jones for a number of years after this one?
That's a great question, because if you'd asked me this after week 8 when they were rolling and, I think he had 3 turnovers to his first 8 games and was leading the league in passing, I'd have been like, yes, he's the guy of the future. He's not the same old Daniel Jones from New York, build the statue next to Peyton Manning, right? But now when you look at him, the last 3 games, I put a piece out this morning actually, kind of saying, hey, you don't have to rush this. The franchise tag is still kind of your friend. And the thinking there is, yes, even though you have shipped off your 2 first-round picks over the next couple of years, and you double down on having Daniel Jones here, I don't think you should triple down on it just yet if he continues to look like this, because I would honestly lean towards the franchise tag as of now, because if your evaluation of him is that he's not going to be who he was earlier this year, then I don't think you should just overly commit to him and give him a whole bunch of money over the next 2 or 3 years and say this is our guy. If over the next 6 games you see him regress too much for you to really believe in that going forward. So they're in some interesting territory, and I still think over the next 6 games, Daniel Jones is doing some auditioning for how the Colts will approach his future with the franchise. But no mistake, he'll be back here next year, whether it's franchise tag or a long-term deal. It's just figuring out which one you want to use.
Sure, that makes sense. The other side of that, or at least the deal that caused that thought, was the one to go and acquire Sauce Gardner. And it feels like Lou Anarumo has gotten to a place where they're playing a little bit more man, obviously, when you have a player of his caliber. Do you anticipate that this week? Because you got to understand, we over here are licking our chops at the prospect of Sauce Gardner versus Nico Collins.
Look, Nico Collins is Jerry Rice against the Colts. It feels like every single time they play each other, he goes off. He's actually one of my favorite wide receivers in the league, and they know that here in the media room they always call me a fanboy, but I'm like, I just like dogs, and he's one of them. Mm-hmm. So I think that he is somebody who's going to be a matchup problem for them. And no, I don't think that it will be necessarily just one-on-one. We trust you on an island against Nico Collins. I think he's too good of a player for that. But it certainly does help to have Sauce Gardner out there, along with Javarius Ward, who's also been an all-pro in this league, and then Kenny Moore in the slot. So it'll be a committee making sure that they keep an eye on that dude, because I believe over his last 3 games against the Colts, he's been crushing them, averaging over 20 yards a catch, over 100 yards a game. And he's somebody who I think if you let him get loose, you'll be looking at them and saying, dang, we let another, huge division game go in a matchup where coming off that Kansas City loss, this is a huge, huge one they got to get back on track with.
What's Tyler Warren's development been like? It just seems to me from watching this team that they're really starting to focus a lot more on him, getting the ball to him a lot more, and he certainly seems to know what to do with it.
Well, absolutely. I would say 2 things. One, his development as a speaker, not so great. He is still not the greatest to interview. Great player. And I'm like, boy, whenever he has a big game, I'm like, I got to go find somebody else to talk to, because you will not say anything to help me for this story or for the radio for that matter. But good dude, nevertheless. But I think that he quietly has become sort of the focal point of their passing offense. Yeah. Not necessarily meaning that he'll get all the targets, but because of how he affects everything else around him. You have to account for him because he's been such a good blocker that, unlike last year, they're not really tipping their hand when he's in there. You don't know if they're going to run it or if they're going to pass it, and he's a matchup nightmare. The guy catches everything in his vicinity, tough dude, and he's somebody I think that has really given them an option over the middle of the field they just haven't had in recent years. So special player, looked like it in camp, and he just continued to build on that. And then the last thing I'll say about him is the versatility, whether it's lining up in line as a traditional tight end, whether it's lining up wide as a wide receiver, lining up in the backfield as a running back or a fullback. They move around a lot, and his ability to not only keep up with all of that, but still be explosive in many of those settings, it speaks to just how good of a player he is. And I think he's on a pro or world trajectory.
I'm always interested in the perspective of the other city in these matchups, and clearly when you're looking at this defense, that's where your eyes go first. And I think even within that, it is number 51 is one of number 55, Will Anderson Jr., Danielle Hunter. Outside of that, what is the conversation of when you're looking at this Texas team? Where do your eyes go second, I guess, so to say, when you're looking at the Texans?
Well, certainly it goes, like you said, first to that defense. I was watching them the other day, a couple weeks ago on Thursday night, and I was like, God, I think I tweeted, this Texas defense is terrifying. And at the time, all the Colts fans were telling me, shut up, you're just being soft, and now everybody's a little nervous. I'm like, I told y'all they were for real. So I'm trying to, get them to be a little more, objective, but, fans are rarely like that. And then looking at just secondly with this team, I think the conversation around here, and I think they're kind of delusional, is like, they've been better with Davis Mills. When C.J. Stroud comes back, he won't be as good. And I'm like, man, bump that. This dude has had you guys' number the last few years, whether it's regular season, getting into the postseason. I'm like, you can't just dismiss C.J. Stroud, the guy who's led his team to back-to-back division championships, while your franchise hasn't won a division championship since 2014. I was my senior year of high school, and I got a couple gray hairs coming in. So I just think that they have to be, ready for C.J. Stroud and how hungry he'll be. And I think he's quite a competitor, very good player. And that's somebody I'm looking at to see, okay, how does he look first game back from the concussion?
All right, James, we go all this time. Haven't even mentioned Jonathan Taylor's name once. And it just seems to me, as much as all these matchups matter that we're talking about and things that are important in the game, it comes down to Jonathan Taylor. Obviously didn't get the game that he wanted. Your thoughts on his response now?
Well, if you're looking for someone to alleviate some pressure on Daniel Jones, it is Jonathan Taylor. And if you're looking for some weaknesses in this Houston defense, it is the run. We've seen, James Cook have a decent game against the Texans, so why can't JT go off as well? He's a special player. He's somebody who can change a game on one play. And so I think that it'll have to be all hands on deck to slow him down, because the dude looks better than he was in 2021, and he was a first-team All-Pro that year. So credit to him for, making things happen and continue to, I guess reinvent sort of that position here in Indianapolis, because they've had so many great running backs with this franchise. And I would argue that of Edgerrin James, of Eric Dickerson, of Lenny Moore, going back and others, he's the best that they've ever had, and he's shown that week in and week out. So he's somebody I think that, again, is hungry to have a breakout game. And 2 of the last 3, he hasn't been all that great because they've been stacking boxes against them and rallying into the ball. So we'll see if the Colts can have a little more balance this week, because he got shut down last week. But for your market, I'm sure they're hoping that JT does not have one of those vintage JT performances.
Oh, yeah, to the point that, people are cursing the Bears for picking Colston Loveland when it comes to the Tyler Warren, and the people are doing all sorts of things to hope and pray that JT doesn't go off. Obviously, last week, I think Shane Steichen took a little bit of heat for, at times, kind of turning away from him. What has Steichen said about that, and what are the things that cause him, Shane Steichen, to maybe not lean as much on Jonathan Taylor?
You know what? I think a lot of it has to do with him being a little too confident in the pass and too confident in his play calling and his quarterback. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Daniel Jones has been a revelation for this team. You went from basically worst to first. And by that, I mean, last year you had Anthony Richardson, whose completion percentage was the worst in the league. It was 47.7%, worst in franchise history. And then this year, Daniel Jones is at 69.1%, which would be a franchise record if he held it for the entire year. So you've changed a lot having Jones in. But as I alluded to earlier, he's not a top 5 quarterback. He was statistically earlier in the year, but in reality, I think he's more like 10 to 12. So just keeping that in mind will be big, I think, for Shane Steichen, because sometimes he played that game last week as if he had Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. No, you did not. You have Daniel Jones. You have Jonathan Taylor. So use him. And at the very least, I think sometimes when games get tight, he will abandon the run and kind of forget that in certain scenarios, it can be your friend. Like I said, JT can be an explosive player. He can break a long run. But also, in last week's case, and if it happens again this week, if you're ahead of the Houston Texans in the fourth quarter, run the ball a few times. The clock is your friend. Last week, I feel like he gave Kansas City a couple more timeouts because they threw it so many times, so many incompletions, and it gave them life to come back and beat you.
Is there ever concern about his game management, Shane Steichen?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the time. Credit to him. I think that he's made a lot of things work here when he wasn't really supposed to. First year, you had Gardner Minshew and Anthony Richardson as your quarterback, and then last year you had Joe Flacco and Anthony Richardson as your quarterback. So, I mean, you're not going to win very many games with those quarterbacks. They're not really full-time starters in this league. But, yeah, I think that's one area of criticism for Shane Steichen is you told us that your philosophy is to throw to score and run to win. And it seems like when you do throw and you do score, sometimes you still want to keep throwing it instead of leaning into the run and making sure that you're using your clock to your advantage because, like I said, he can get a little too pass happy, and that's fine when you have, Justin Herbert or like he worked with earlier in his career. Even Jalen Hurts to an extent. The guy has won a Super Bowl for all the stuff that he gets crap for. He's won it all. Daniel Jones, he's won one playoff game, man. You got to keep perspective on that.
There you go. James Boyd covers the Colts for The Athletic and very much does not like cranberry sauce. Thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your insight there. We appreciate you. We just hope that the team that you cover doesn't get a victory come the weekend.
Hey, look, man, I ain't never lost a game as a reporter, so have it don't go to overtime.
He said he's undefeated, never lost. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for jumping on us.
Man, y'all have a good one.
There he goes. James Boyd of The Athletic joining us here.
Going to overtime is a loss.
Yeah, that is true. That's one thing I wonder. Like, I feel like
overtime is a loss.
I feel like fans don't appreciate that at times, especially for like a lot of media members, particularly writers that are not having to come from some of the same perspectives that we are.
Yeah.
Is that they are rooting for one thing, which is their self-interest, which is regulation.
Just ask Adam Spillane.
Rooting
Play
for
faster.
Yeah, rooting for you to get done in regulation so I can get my story turned in so I can be done with this, right? Like I'm not rooting for this no longer. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is where we typically hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got the top 5 most mispronounced words in Texas. What are those 5 words? We're going to go through them. And a news anchor decided to have a little fun with it.
Okay. All right. We're going to get you some words for you to use at your Thanksgiving. We'll do that next.
Credit DeMeco. Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So they got a list of words that pretty much top 5 words that people mispronounce in Texas. And I kind of want to go through these. I want to see if y'all pronounce any of these words right or wrong.
Okay, all right.
So you got the medical term. You know the real term for staph infection?
What is it, staphylococcus? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you pronounced it right.
Is it staphylococcus?
Kinda cockle or something like that.
Let me see. Where's in front of us?
Yeah.
Oh, staphylococcal. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So you got that one. You got the sauce, the famous sauce that everybody always misused. Worcestershire.
I always have to think about it.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire?
Is it Worcestershire?
Worcestershire.
Yeah. That's how you.
Is there an R in there? Is there Worcestershire or is it Worcestershire?
I've always done the R. Worcestershire.
Yeah. Some people say Worcestershire and all this other stuff.
Worcestershire.
Yeah.
I don't use the sauce.
What is the proper word? I'm not looking at your.
No, you said it right. Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Okay.
Yeah.
See that is enough to upset me to not use the sauce. Like I'm sure I know that Worcestershire ends up in other things.
It
ends up in other things.
I don't want to ask for it.
I was like, I'm not buying that because I don't want to ever have to be like, hey, go in there and give me
the big W.
Yeah, no, I'm good on it.
Yeah, let me get the dub.
You know what? Just go ahead and give me some ketchup. I don't
Barry, this one, I just from working at Starbucks, I was pronouncing it wrong because I was hearing other people pronounce it.
Berry?
But
which berry?
Acai.
Oh yeah, the acai.
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to say because they have a strawberry acai drink there. And people used to always say
or something like that.
Strawberry acai.
Acai.
I'm not gonna lie. I probably would have said acai.
It's got like if you see it written properly, it's got like little. I don't know. I was about to say tilde. That's a very particular, but like little additional accents that change or alter the C and the I.
I would have messed that one up. I would have screwed that one up.
Yeah. And then you got the dog. Is it Deshaun?
A Dachshund?
It's a Dachshund.
Dachshund?
Yeah, it's actually
a German dog, man. What you
it's
want
a Dachshund.
Dachshund? Oh, well, because it's German. Dachshund. There we go. Got you.
And then you got the famous Greek sandwich, the
gyro.
The gyro.
Gyro.
Back where I'm from, we used to call it gyro.
Yeah, the gyro. That one I knew.
Hey, it was a place called Gyro George. Mm-hmm. It wasn't called Gyro George.
Gyro George.
Yeah, you lose the alliteration there. It's got to be a gyro in that instance.
Yeah. So here's Fox 26 going through these words. Salute to Melissa Wilson and Delon Dilliard. Mm-hmm. They was going through these words, and they was kind of having a little trouble with this.
The most mispronounced words by Texans, and it seems that we share some of the list with other states as well. The #1 most Googled search word is, and I'm guessing you're looking this up, if your doctor tells you you have this, they might just call it a staph infection, but it is pronounced staphylococcal. So people just call it staph. They don't want to deal with that. It's just too big of a word.
Like you speaking in tongues.
#2 is the sauce, and I always get this wrong.
I still don't know how to say it.
Worcestershire.
Is that how? Who told them that's how it's supposed to be?
Well, I don't know, but thank goodness for producer Kayla, who tells us right now it's sure. Sheer. Worcestershire. Who says that? I've never heard anybody say that.
She said, watch your sister, so.
Oh, there we go. Okay. #3 is the berry, acai. Mm-hmm. Then the dog, a dachshund. Have you ever heard anybody say a dachshund? I have.
Oh, I was about to say,
have you said it like that before? Delon, have you been calling those cute little weenie dogs a dachshund? You have. You've been corrected.
I was like, wait, are you saying it right? I thought it was Deshaun.
Wait. He thought that the little dog was named Deshaun.
I mean, when you look at it quick, it do look like it say Deshaun.
Deshaun. I'm going to start calling him Deshaun's now. That's more fun than Doction.
Yeah. Yeah, so those are the top 5 mispronounced words in Texas. So they kind of had the blast.
Honestly, these are words that rarely come up in my life. So it's cool, even if I did mispronounce these.
That's a great song.
I don't use it ever in my life.
Marinades and
sure. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word.
Was it us that went to dinner with Stanford Route and he drenched his whole steak?
We were so mad at him.
We went to a nice little steak spot.
Well, I think we went to Fleming's.
Yes, it was Fleming's.
I think we went to Fleming's.
He asked for that
sauce. Got any Worcestershire? And we're like, oh no, don't do it. Don't do it.
He put a little dab on it. He like drenched it in there.
Yes.
I was like, what?
What are you doing?
I'm like, I'm never going. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going to no steakhouse with you, man. You embarrassing us in front of the hoes, man.
That's right.
It's the mixtape in the Loot Sports Radio 610. This is completely random. I ran across this this clip from 1984. It was the Grammys. It was the Grammy Song of the Year.
You're talking about language, right?
Yeah. So I want to get your perspective of this. How tough of a category this is.
Okay.
The nominees are all night long. Lionel Richie, right? Beat it! Michael Jackson. Billie Jean, Michael Jackson.
He had 2 songs in there.
Every breath you take, Sting, right on. Maniac. Michael Sabella, Dennis Lankowski. And the winner is Every Breath You Take.
I was going to say that.
That was a tough category, man.
Legends, absolute
Goodness gracious. I don't know, because I don't know if it's a thing where you looking back at it, it's like, oh yeah, it was tough, but during that time it might not have been as bad.
Yeah.
But man, Michael Jackson had 2 songs nominated for Song of the Year.
Yeah.
And lost.
Sting. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
To the Police.
No, that's nothing to kind of laugh and point at.
Yeah.
But that was a tough category, man.
While we're here,
Billie Jean and Beat It lost.
Yeah.
Yes. While we're here, John Lopez, master of Way Back When. Did people also acknowledge at that time that song is stockery as hell?
Which one?
The Police song, Every Breath You Take?
Yeah.
Not really. No, I don't remember that being that big of a deal.
Because that song is stockery as hell.
Yeah.
Just like, I'll be watching you every breath you take, every step you take. Wait, what?
Yeah.
You just going to be watching me all the time, huh?
No, it was awesome.
I mean, it's a great song. It's a great song. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, don't sleep on Maniac too, man. Like all them songs.
I remember the video.
Richie.
I remember the video of that. I remember the video because this was on MTV. I mean, you watched MTV to hear the songs and watch. Yeah, and that was prime
I ran
time
across
right there.
that clip. I'm like, damn, I wouldn't know who to pick.
Is the song actually about a stalker? Because I always thought that was just urban legend.
Yeah, no, I don't remember that being a big talking point.
And you know what? That says a lot about me that I never actually went and looked that up. That's how you know I'm a child of the 90s, right? That was back when we were like, oh, someone said that was the case? Red 90 does things to you? Okay, cool. Yeah. Don't drink anything with the red. Was it red 40 rather?
Yeah.
The color or whatever.
Yeah.
Don't drink nothing with that in there because bad things happen. We just took it for granted.
And
Nobody
by the
looked things
way,
up.
Lionel Richie was just like an also ran with that song, which is another legendary one.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm like, man. That's a tough category.
What, All Night Long with Lionel Richie?
Yeah.
I feel like Lionel Richie's done better.
Well, with the Commodores,
100%,
but not necessarily by himself.
And I hate that the Commodores era of Lionel Richie is not talked about nearly as much as.
Nah, honestly, I don't even talk about Lionel Richie and the Commodore. I just talk about the Commodores.
Yeah,
and then I talk about Lionel Richie solo.
Probably the Commodores and the Rolling Stones are the concerts, the groups that I've seen the most in concert. I think I've seen the Commodores like times.
Goodness gracious,
man.
Man, Stan ain't even the word for you.
Yeah, like, you are really an OG in this way.
Did you camp out at the hotel?
I've seen him in like I think 3 or 4 different cities at least 6 times.
My man Lopez at the tour bus like, hey, Lionel,
remember me?
And Lionel's like, hey, what's up, Lopez? We gonna see you in the next city. You coming through as well? All right, cool.
How's that restraining order working out?
Do y'all talk about music at Thanksgiving? Like, what is the topic of conversation for y'all at Thanksgiving?
Oh, yeah, big time.
More often than not.
Mostly sports.
Mostly sports?
Especially that day.
Since you're the sports guy?
Well, no. Oh, God, you get that, too.
Everybody does. You're the sports guy. I'm going to talk about sports. Like, I'd rather talk about Billie Jean right now.
Yeah. Have you ever been in a situation where somebody asks you what you do for a living and you tell them? I'm like, oh, so what you think about the Texans?
That's immediately.
Now, what you think about the Astros? Now, what you think about the Rockets? Do you follow the Dynamo?
Oh, God.
Do you follow the Dash?
Yes.
Tell me. It's kind of like the comedians.
The one I get the most is, I know you don't want to talk about this because you do it all day, but
F that, I'm still going to ask you.
That's kind of like, oh, you're a comedian. Tell me a joke.
Tell me a joke.
Oh, you rap? Let me hear you rap right now.
The best one is, oh, you cook? Hey, make me some. Like, wait, hold on. Wait a minute.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I got to give a special salute to a legendary news anchor in Houston by the name of Melanie Lawson, who announced that she is retiring after a 43-year journalism career. And she released a video. Here's a little snippet of the video she released.
I first walked through the doors of ABC 13 in 1974 as an intern, a college student, thrilled just to work at the station my family watched for most of my life. In fact, my first time on the air was a mistake. I shadowed a reporter several times, and while we were covering a drowning, I said, can I ask a couple of questions and get some information from the police? He said, sure. I came back, wrote up the story, got it, edited it, and handed it in to my producer. He naturally assumed I'd been cleared by the news director. I had not, but he put it on TV without asking anyone else. Well, when the story hit the air, the news director came screaming down the hall. He wasn't happy, but he said the story wasn't too bad, and he let me stick around for a while. Amazingly enough, that was more than 40 years ago. I did take a detour to law school and did about a 3-year stint practicing law in New York, but it didn't come close to the sense of satisfaction I felt every day at ABC 13. So I realized my heart was not in writing legal briefs, it was in telling your stories.
Salute to Melanie Lawson, man. Man, 40. I think she was at ABC for 41 years.
43 years, was it? Maybe 41.
I think she was in journalism for 43 overall, but man, 1974.
Yeah, 43 years journalism career.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's incredible. And what a story of first time being on there. Just like slid in there under the gun. Didn't even know. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that news director. Wait, what the hell is this?
What is this? Who is this on my TV?
Well, you wasn't too bad, but maybe we could work something out.
I'm just kind of doing the math here. She was there. She might have predated even Marvin Zindler.
Yo, I had not done.
Think about that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
she was there in 74 as an intern.
I still count that though, man.
Yeah.
I still count that.
In the building. We've got a couple of people going back a topic here talking about the different their particular professions. Trey at Texas on the YouTube said people find out my profession and ask for help with their personal IT issues. They say they're a cybersecurity engineer. And then somebody said, try being a cop and strangers want to tell you everything about law enforcement. Nobody ever wants to talk to a banker about their job, though. Mm-hmm. Well, I want to find out. Are you a banker that people want to talk to their jobs about?
Where do y'all keep the money?
Yeah, I would have questions for a banker. Not going to lie.
Yeah. Do y'all got that little button under the desk?
Yeah, is that real? Is that y'all really be putting ink dye in there? For real?
Hey, just for the record, Zindler has been here since the 40s, but started at KTRK in 1973.
Oh, so they were right there.
Barely.
She was 72?
It was right there.
Dang.
That's incredible.
No, I think she was 74.
Okay,
so there we go.
He was 73.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, that it shows you just how long she's been.
Damn.
That's a long time to be at one place, man.
Incredible.
Yeah, so salute to her. And also salute and happy trails to L. Duncan, who is parting ways with ESPN. Fully part ways. Mm-hmm. I think this is a real part ways because she got another job.
Yeah, this isn't going to be like Pablo Torre that technically works somewhere else but still pop up on ESPN shows. Like she is going. ESPN, weirdly enough, agreed to do that more Because it used to be, if you want to leave ESPN, you got to go.
Yeah.
Right? Like that, you got to go enjoy your Fox or wherever else you go. But it's either here or there. And then ESPN opened up a little bit where they're like, you can kind of go and still come through and get you a play here or there.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I'm ready for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But she's going to Netflix full on, which I find to be fascinating. That Netflix is like really leaning heavily into their sports thing.
Yeah. So I'll be interested to see what type of role she have there, and honestly, what Netflix are doing as far as the sports part. But I did want to get to this, I guess in the spirit of Elle Duncan. This was her at the WNBA All-Star game there at halftime. And you know how the All-Star games don't have no defense at all?
Yeah.
She kind of wanted to lean into the joke of it.
Well, again, we hope it gets a little bit more competitive because like a girls' trip to Cancun right now, there's no D. It's a 22-point game for Team Colliers. That's the one. There she is from the 4-point circle. Second half action from Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Tips after this.
Al, you're in timeout.
Okay, done.
Honestly, I kind of love that for Elle. Like Elle doing Sports Center, she kept it real in the pocket.
I think
she is really good when she has an opportunity to flesh out, and just like you said there.
I thought that was great.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot who it was. It was like, girl, come on now.
But you remembered it. And that's all that matters.
That's right.
Yeah, so salute to Elle Duncan in her new role as well.
Yeah, and salute to everybody. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Safe travels. If you're on the road right now, be careful and have a good time.
100%.
Don't argue too much at the dinner table.
Or do. He's not your daddy. The mixtape. You catch it 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand off to the fellas of the drive. I believe they're out at the Buffalo Wild Wings off of Park Row in Katy. So go out and see the fellas if you so choose. But before we do that, let's do a little special draft the holiday. What are you looking forward to when it comes to Thanksgiving, whether it's sports, activities, or food? Let us know. 713-572-4610. We'll draft that next.
Heads up,
and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thanksgiving Eve to you. If you want to have a little fun, it is also a Thirsty Thursday on a Wednesday edition, as the fellas of the drive are out at the Buffalo Wild Wings off of Park Road there in Katy. And there's an additional treat if you need a little bit of motivation to get out there. One, Clint Stoerner's out there. Tyler Milliner getting outside the house.
T-Mill.
He's out at the Buffalo
I seen him
Wild
on the
Wings.
camera.
They let him out.
They let him out. Go see the man T-Mill. B-Scott said he probably going to drop by there as well. Sounds like a party.
Yeah.
Make sure you go see the fellas out at the Buffalo Wild Wings. That's going to be fun as well. All right, I'm trying to put a little spin on this, John Lopez. Clearly, we're still all looking forward to Texans Colts, but that's after the weekend, and there's still going to be shows right here on your live and local home on your Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610 on Friday after Thursday. So I'm just going to do this as draft the holiday, right? Like, what are you looking forward to through Thanksgiving? Whether it's games, whether it's activities, whether it's food. Let us know. 713-572-4610. Actually, I believe that I think I have first go.
Go for it.
And so I will absolutely take the low-hanging fruit. Give me Chiefs, Cowboys, 3:30 local time on actually I can't remember what television station it is. You know what it'll be. CBS. It'll be CBS. That's right. Which I still can't get over the fact that we have like home NFC games, or just when we have NFC games on CBS and then AFC games on Fox. It's weird.
Yeah.
I can't shake it. But this is obviously a very, very intriguing game, a very interesting one, and it'll be a great opportunity to see Kansas City under a different level of stress. I don't think it's the same stress that the Texans could place under them, but I'll be incredibly intrigued, one, just to see if Kansas City can get this victory, but two, that's a really good Dallas offense right now. Yeah. And I'm very intrigued just from a general NFL standpoint, outside of just the Texans' best interest standpoint. I just want to see that. Sometimes, I don't know, were you as a kid somebody that got a toy and were like, I want to see everything that this can do and put it to the...
heck yeah.
That's how I feel.
Immediately.
That is 100% how I feel looking at this Kansas City game. Like, I want to see just how far this thing goes.
Yeah. So who's drafting next?
You can go. You got it.
Texas versus Texas A&M.
Fair enough.
Friday night.
Fair enough.
6:30 p.m.
Should have seen that one. Where's your confidence level on this game, man?
I mean, it's not extremely high, but confident. Obviously, I said this, I think yesterday or the day before. The interesting thing about the Aggies at being 11-0, and I may not even said this on the air. I may have said it off air. They truly have not played a complete game.
Yeah, you said it on air. You said it with when we were talking with Joel.
That's what it was, because they went to Notre Dame. They were down. Was it 14-0? They got a block punt. You go into LSU. LSU's ranked. You're down at the half. You go into Missouri. You're in a battle at the half, maybe even losing. I don't remember. Arkansas was a struggle because they played bad in the second quarter. I'm confident if the Aggies can put the proverbial four quarters together that they'll win. But Texas is no joke. I mean, we understand that now, and Arch is having a
Texas a little bit of a joke.
Arch is having something
with all due respect,
nice little streak here. I don't think Texas is going to be able to run the ball, and that'll help. But yeah, confident, but I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, wait till they win," all that, because it's a rivalry game.
And of course, I said that as respectfully as I can. I do like this Texas team, but they I mean, you see the frustration, Texas fans, right? Like, I think you see the instances where they're not able to make some shake, or they like you're talking about. Sometimes they could start a little slow. Arch Manning has last game? There's the Arch Manning that we were anticipating to start the year. It's just you've seen all the other Arch Manning iterations that you saw on the front end of this. So will they be able to run the football is a big question, and the answer is probably going to be no against A&M. But we'll see how that plays out. And I just want to see how the environment is. I want to see seeing this thing come back to life in real life, especially during this week, when it comes to Thanksgiving and this time. That's going to be maybe more than half of the fun, is just seeing these two come together, especially when both of them have a claim to being pretty good this year. That's going to be real fun.
Yeah, I'm going to just go on to take mine right now. Ohio State versus Michigan.
It's going to be a bad weather game.
Yeah.
Oh, is it really?
Which is kind of got me nervous. I guess this is a little confession. I'm a little nervous about this game, man.
Well, you should be after last year.
Yeah, the last 5 years or whatever it was, man. So I'm a little nervous about this one. But but kind of like last year, they lost to Michigan, but they end up winning it all eventually. So it won't be the end of the world, but man, you got to beat Michigan, man. You can't lose to them.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to leave more. Somebody said they're a meteorologist. I love the text line right now because it's just all the people who have various different jobs and the things that people ask them when they go to Thanksgiving or just in general.
Yeah.
And they said they're a meteorologist. Everyone knows more about weather than you. Well, you got to understand where we're coming from, right? You see why we do this, right? Like, I understand how frustrating that'd be for you. From our side, that's annoying.
Imagine being an athlete.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll leave what I imagine is probably one of the best games to you still. Give me Rockets Warriors. That's happening tonight. And no Steven Adams makes this real interesting because you're going to have to. Well, I think you obviously lean even more into Alperen Sengun, but with no Kevin Durant, I want to see, talking about stress test. This is going to be an opportunity to see how far down the all NBA MVP kind of spectrum that I'm kind of throwing up there for him that he has. Can you be the guy that's physical and be like a anchor defensively in those things while also being the guy for whom a lot of the offense is going to have to run through? I was pleasantly surprised, I guess, for lack of a better term, with how well the offense flowed against Phoenix. There's still obviously things to be desired within it, but this is another level, right? Like, what does this team look like eventually without Kevin Durant? That's maybe too far to take it, but I do think that it's another interesting thing. And then also, if we're talking about the vibes of it, that Golden State team, man, Draymond's going to be doing his shenanigans.
Oh, boy, yeah.
What does Steph look like with another return and meeting with man? All those things are going to be fun to see when they play out there in Chase Center tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's the rest of the NFL games this week kind of look interesting and on an equal level. I might have to. I don't know. I might have to go with the.
You're going to Sunday?
I might have to Sunday.
I thought there was an easy answer on
What am I missing?
On Thursday, the first game, Thursday at noon.
Oh yeah, Packers Lions.
Yeah, I was like, you really just gonna leave that one on the table here? Huh?
I scrolled right past that.
Yes,
Packers
you did.
Lions. Gonna be a lot of fun.
That one should be fun. Like I appreciate, although I'm not gonna lie, maybe this is my take. This is my Thanksgiving take here. I kind of liked it when the Lions were bad.
No way.
I kind of liked when you had a game that you could just have on that you didn't have to pay attention to.
But it felt like such a waste of a good time slot.
But it was just on. It was just on.
Like a good time slot.
Right? Like either if you're doing it right, you're already eating, or if your family is, dragging a little bit, you still getting some stuff together.
This is Thanksgiving, man.
Yeah. All right. Maybe my take is, let's see how the other folks feel about my take here as we jump out to the Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy off of Park Row with the fellas of the drive. I know Clint. I believe we got Ron. Is T. Mill also on headset? Is that what's happening right now?
Yes, sir.
What? Y'all really let him out, huh?
Let him out here.
Yes, he is in the building, boys. He is in the building.
Man, y'all haven't learned your lesson yet.
I don't want to learn it. Hey, look, I thought when old Show left town, I said, man, let me see if I can't slip Tyler out there, man. We got an excuse to get him out of the building. I need a compadre out there behind the desk. Come on, man. And it worked this time, boys.
I love it. I'm excited for it. Don't do nothing crazy out there. We want to see you do more of these.
Nah, man. Live your life.
That's
no breaks,
that's an enabler. That is not a friend. That is not a friend.
Live your life, man.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, real quick. Hey, Figgy, I think Figgy should be concerned about Saturday's game.
You do?
I don't even know how good Ohio State is.
That's fair.
I'm serious. They have not played anybody that's anywhere close to that can make the playoff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Texas is the closest team, unless they lose to Michigan. He should be nervous.
Yeah.
I don't know but they haven't played anybody.
No, that's absolutely the case. I just have continually told myself that they don't got to play nobody. We'll see you in the playoffs, fellas.
Yeah.
Right? Like I know at least a couple of things that Julian's saying can throw that rock. That they got that receiver over there that's going to eventually end up in the Hall of Fame. That's all I need.
I know we're going to see him in the playoffs. I'm just saying. Go look at that schedule. They ain't got nobody that is like everybody else has played.
Right.
Somebody that's going to make the playoff.
Yeah.
No, 100%. I just figured that he would have that level of confidence, but that's fair. I know that Figgy is a responsible fan in the way he handles things. I know that. I like it.
I'm just thinking about the last 5 years.
That's also a great point.
Yeah. He don't trust Ryan Day's ass against
That's
that
exactly
team.
right.
And would you trust somebody who's so heavily colored their hair and beard? Like, would you trust anybody?
Yeah, I trust James Brown. Nobody uses more black ice than James Brown.
That's right. This is true.
Jet black.
Yeah.
Hey, James ought to be ashamed of himself, some the way he looks. And he has the audacity to do it outside in cold weather, where we can see that stuff streaking. Like, come on, man. Come on, JP.
All right, fellas, one of the things that we did today, our question of the day was, what's your strongest Thanksgiving take? And I know you guys are opinionated gentlemen. I'm interested in what you guys have going there.
I don't know if I have a random Thanksgiving take. I'm gonna need a little more context for that one right there.
Yeah. I thought Lopez's was insane.
Right? Lopez believes that Thanksgiving should be moved up in the year.
Yeah, the second part of it. The first part I can get with you. It originated in September.
Right.
You start talking about all these people want to be outside.
Yes.
You got to remember other parts of the country, Jack.
You do.
No, man. Hell no. I don't want to be outside November.
Well,
they don't want to be outside in Minneapolis.
Yes, they do.
They do not.
No, you're all due respect, you're 100% wrong. Because hunting season right now across the country is October, November. That's Minnesota, that's South Dakota, that's everywhere, and they want to go outdoors.
That's not that big of a clientele.
It's millions of people. It's millions of people. Yeah.
I know it's some people who want to be ice fishing, but not as many as you think.
No. Like I said, all due respect and just a salute to you, but 100% wrong.
That is my favorite thing about John Lopez. Man, he doesn't care. It's with 100%.
Yes, 100%.
No room for the possibility
100%
of anything else.
I challenge you during the next break to search hunting and fishing seasons all across the country.
I'm not saying people don't want to go, that there ain't people who want to go hunting and fishing. I'm telling you, the bulk of the people in this country don't want to be outside in November. Not everywhere.
I'm not talking about you and your friends and neighbors.
Unbelievable. T-Mill, I'm looking forward to hearing you on this broadcast even more so. I don't know why, but I am. Don't disappoint.
Man, I think it's that A&M and the Longhorns need to be playing this game on Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's a good take.
A hot take.
I don't mind it. It's not like killing me or really stuck in my craw, like super bad that they're playing on Black Friday for this year and a few years to come that I know of. But growing up, that game on Thanksgiving, Longhorns, Aggies, that rivalry, that needs to be brought back. We need to make that a Thanksgiving night game.
That's a good one.
I like that. All right, fellas.
My hot take, real quick. I want the NBA to attempt to do what the NFL does to them on Christmas.
Oh, I like that.
I want them to try to put together their best possible matchup, and just to see if they can steal 10%.
It won't.
Just to see if they can take a little bit. I think they should. That the other sports should just say to hell with the NFL like they do them.
You want to see a dead body?
That's right. hey, sometimes you got to sacrifice. Sometimes you got to sacrifice.
You like to lose or what?
You guys want to see a dead body?
That's all right. Sometimes you got to sacrifice. Hey,
that's like Alabama playing Samford. A&M playing Samford or something in Week 12.
That's last week, right?
Yeah, big victory.
Yeah.
Hey, there's an audience for LeBron and Steph. They'll come over there. There'll be a few.
All right, fellas, have a fantastic show. Have a fantastic Thanksgiving. Looking forward to it, and I will bring back evidence of whatever happens with my hopefully legendary but likely not legendary mac and cheese when I make it. All right, fellas, have a good one out there at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy off of Park Row. J-Lo, you enjoy your Thanksgiving.
You too,
Figgy, you enjoy your Thanksgiving. Everybody listening, y'all enjoy your Thanksgiving. But right now, you're listening to KLT-FM, KLT AM, KLT-FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, fellas. The Drive is live. And the fellas right there. Look at T-Mill in the building. Clint Stoerner.
Baby?
That's right. They're live. Buffalo Wild Wings, Park Row location. Go on out. Hang out with the fellas. And listen out there, and I miss you. Give T-Mill a hug for me. And some of you all, you get to put a face with the voice, because some people come up there repeatedly some people think Andy is Tyler. Some people think Aaron is Tyler. There you go.
That's a little more in line.
Some people think Matt is Tyler. I mean, now you get to see who Tyler Milner is and what he looks like. So it's a good time to be
all
had.
of my glory, baby.
I'm telling you, and I'm guessing I'm guessing you fellas aren't empty-handed.
No, we're not empty-handed. Bud Light's involved. Are you kidding me?
There you go, baby.
Looks like there's some. They look like there's some bagos going on over there. We got any gift cards or anything over there, Shay? Come on, man. Speak up, man. What you got? Huh? We got cornhole rolling, baby. Bud Light sponsored cornhole rolling today, and we'll see what the gift card situation is when we get rolling here.
Yeah, Shay's over there, so you can go ahead and get in that opportunity to win some prizes today. Go ahead and put your name, grab a ticket in the raffle box there, and you could be a winner coming up. Multiple prizes. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. Again, Park Row location. All right, fellas, let's jump into the big news here of the day. When we get the full injury report, we will let you know for both teams, the Colts as well. But Clint, the big news of the day is C.J. Stroud is practicing as he continues to take steps towards expected clearance this week under the NFL concussion protocol, and also Jalen Petrie. Texans nickel is practicing as well. He also remains in the concussion protocol. There is video footage, folks, of both of them out there looking the part, helmets on, moving around. So it does look like, Clint, we are trending, and I think we all felt this way coming in. It looks like we're trending towards those guys playing. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans a little bit later on in this hour, but it does look like they're going to get two of their big guns back.
Cannot wait to hear from DeMeco Ryans. Stay plugged in right here. That's going to give us all the details, really. But like you said, I mean, with C.J. Stroud practicing, there's obviously a step in the protocol where they've got to practice without having – they got to do football things before they practice. They got to do football things, which could just mean some footwork drills, playing catch, whatever. And they've got to then see if any of the symptoms return, and then you can get back to putting pads on, participating in practice, obviously hoping that the symptoms don't return after that. But this is big news on the C.J. Stroud front relative to him playing this week, is if he's practicing, if he's taking meaningful reps from Davis Mills, then obviously DeMeco Ryans has got word that his quarterback's going to play this week. And so, again, I can't wait to hear from DeMeco on many fronts, but definitely the C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie front in the sense of will they be on the field for the Texans Sunday?
Yeah, that's it's big to have those guys back. And listen, a lot of it, Clint, is the headline of C.J. Stroud, but Jalen Petrie is also an important piece to this team, an important piece to this defense that they have been missing as well. So I think, Clint, that is also a potential big name to look at that they are getting back as well. And you look at the Colts with the tight end they have, the Colts with Downs in the middle of the field. They use the middle of the field, and I'm not saying you'd love to have Jalen Petrie in coverage with Downs, but like you'd like to have all your guys back to do what it is that you want to do with this obviously number one, number two offense in the league.
Yeah, look, I mean, Jalen Petrie obviously he's a great player that plays with tremendous instinct. So whether it's rushing the passer, stopping the run, even in coverage, although that would be considered his weak spot, I mean, he's still very instinctive in those scenarios. And so, yeah, man, getting him back will be big. I admire what DeMeco's able to do and has been able to do in the absence of some of his best players, particularly in the secondary over the last year and a half, 2 years. But it's always good to get these guys back. And when you look at one of the better run attacks in the league, there's something to be said about a guy that plays with great instincts on the edge and what he could mean to their ability to contain Taylor in this game. And so getting Petrie back is big as well on this defense.
All right, coming up here a little bit later on in the hour, we will hear from rookie wide receiver who has really been coming on, Jaden Higgins. We'll hear from him coming up a little bit later ahead of this big game against the Colts. All right, I kind of want to start this off here, fellas. Clint, Tyler, jump in. Shout out to Byron, who is producing this thing, as Tyler is deservedly on location, having a good time at Buffalo Wild Wings Park Road location. 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this. Fellas, are the Texans in must-win mode on Sunday? Is this a must-win game? They're 6-5, 9th in the AFC wild card race right now, 8th, 9th. They're tied with the Steelers and the Chiefs at 6-5. Is this a must-win game? I feel like the Texans have had a couple of these that come to mind every time they played the Titans. Maybe the Ravens game was that way. I think you said that at that point, Clint. Is this must-win mode right now?
No, I don't think it is.
You don't think
I don't
so?
think it's
Okay.
a must-win. No, I'm in wild card mode for the Texans, and to me, the further the Colts can separate from the crowd, instead of coming back to the wild card crowd, the better off we're going to be. And so I'm in wild card mode, and so I don't. Now you win this game, you give yourself a lot of grace, man. You open some doors to potentially win the division. You know there's some different doors that could be opened, but must win is reserved for dire consequences, and I just don't think that this game in particular, especially if you bump them up against the other 5 that are remaining, I don't think this is a must-win game. To get ultimately where they want to get, which is in the playoffs, playing in the big tournament, playing for a championship. So no, I don't think they're in must win at all.
Yeah, I would. I don't know that I think they're a must win. I feel like if they lose, that's where we may get to. If they get to 6-6, and depending on what happens around them. But you look at their schedule, I think you're comfortable at 11 wins if you get in. And then I think at 10 wins, you kind of look around and see what happens around you. And to get to 11 wins, that means they can lose one more game, right? And it's tough. I think they got to win one of the next 2, Clint. And so I'm with you. I wouldn't say this one is must win. I wouldn't say this game feels the way the Jags and the Titans games felt a couple of weeks ago. I felt like those you had to have with the upcoming schedule. I think you got one that I think people didn't think you would get in Buffalo. So this helps a lot. I think once you start to get to the 500 or under 500 range, I think at that point you start getting into must win. But I agree with you. You got the Cardinals and the Raiders, although that Cardinals game could be a little frisky, the way they play. But you got the Cardinals and the Raiders, and you feel like those are games that you can get. And you do get to play the Chargers, who are in front of you, and you can maybe potentially control that. So I'm with you. I don't think we're quite yet in must-win mode. Maybe a week away from it. I don't think we're quite
I think we're going to be able to argue, even where we sit right now, and I think that you can argue that the must wins are Kansas City Chargers. Those are the two teams that are
because they're in the wild card. Yeah,
because they're going to be vying for the 1 or 2 spots that's remaining. When we do decide what number of wins gets you to the number 7 spot, gets you to the wild card spot, I think the teams that are going to be in that bunch are potentially Buffalo, who you've already beaten. Obviously, you look at Pittsburgh, you look at the Chiefs and the Chargers, and so those are the teams right now, and the ones that you have left on your schedule happen to be the Chiefs and the Chargers, and so I think those teams are more must-win games than the Colts. We'll see what that next game against the Colts looks like and what it's for, but right now I can't put them in the must-win situation, but. To the point of how big this game could be, you win this game, you give yourself grace moving forward. For damn sure. And when I say grace, I mean you could afford and maybe not win both of those games, Kansas City and the Chargers, and still get in. But you also open that window of potentially, if you can go on a real run, winning the division. So monster game, no doubt, must win. I get there yet.
Yeah, text line coming through saying must be in playoff mode, so they're all must win. On YouTube and Twitch, Cornbread said, not a must-win game. This is another game where we have a chance to show we're ready to go to the next level as a team. Trey of Texas, it's must-win if you want to win the division, but not just to make the playoffs. If they lose, they'll still need help to make the playoffs. I don't think it's. I don't think we've reached that point yet of must win. So it's a big one though. It's a big one that can change. Yeah, I do agree though. If the division is something you're looking at, then yeah, it's a big one. All right, as I said, Jaden Higgins coming up behind us. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans today. We'll hear from Nick Caley as well. It's going to be a kind of a tough night for me, fellas. Going to take the wife out for dinner tonight.
Are you? Why does that mean a tough night for you, dude?
Man, that seems like something you look forward to. What's going on?
She got reservations at Mahomes and Kelsey's new restaurant.
Oh, she's taking you out to eat.
Well, no, she just got the reservations. I was a little busy. 1580.
That sounds awesome. What's the problem?
1587 Prime.
What is that?
That's their new restaurant.
That's Mahomes and Kelsey's new restaurant.
Yeah, you see the numbers, 1587 Prime.
Oh, okay. Yeah. How is it, a hot spot or what?
Yeah. And I pulled that. I just wanted to do a little quick search on that menu real quick.
Did you look at what you were going to order, or were you looking at the prices?
I know the answer to that.
I just wanted to just be prepared, man. We got these appetizers ranging from $30 for $40. The appetizers.
No,
really?
1587, huh?
No.
Yeah, that 15. The items that start with 15, they ended with the title of the name of the restaurant, huh?
Yeah. Yes. The drinks are just. I'm looking at this thing, man. I just pulled up that menu, fellas. I said, okay. All
Ron
right.
ain't even going to be able to enjoy himself. He's just going to be thinking about them dollar signs all day.
I am, and I want. Hey, baby, get whatever you want. Let's maybe skip over that Wagyu section, but get whatever you want. I mean,
get the grass fed.
I mean, it was just aggressive. I mean, we're talking.
I mean, it's just. Be honest.
Salads, $25. I mean, what are we doing here, man?
Be honest. Do you have a gift card? Do you have a gift card?
No, I don't have a gift card.
All right, hey.
I would have shared this.
What are you? I mean, are you going to let? What time is it? 2 o'clock, 2:15. Are you going to let between now and 6? You going to let it ruin your dinner? I mean, thinking about the prices.
It's not ruining the dinner. It just caught me off guard just a bit.
He's probably not going to be participating and involved in the conversation because he's going to be sitting there staring off, thinking about all the money that he's about to pay.
I'm excited to see what it looks like. I've heard some good things about it, and I saw Troy Aikman and Joe Buck and the Monday Night Football crew go out there and enjoy themselves. I'm excited to take a look at it.
If we ask Courtney,
it's just $250 for a Wagyu. I mean, a Wagyu's a 6-ounce. What are we doing?
Well, hey, if we ask Courtney, we said, hey,
pull that menu up.
Over under how many times Ron brings up price while he's looking at the menu. What's that number? If Courtney were one, how many times are we? Whoa, hey, golly, look at this. How many times are we referring to the high prices as you're scouring?
I'm not gonna let her see me sweat. I mean, I'm not going.
Just picturing Ron taking them glasses off and rubbing his eyes like he does.
I mean, I just know she likes to take her time and she wants to go through every course. And, she looks at this bottle of wine. I mean,
is it just you two?
Yeah, it's just us two, man. If
you got a party of 8 or more, you're going to be in a really bad spot because they're going to force that tip on you.
I mean, listen, you know when it's real bad, they just got MP next to it. Market price. They ain't even got a damn price on that thing.
Damn, crab cakes are $36.
Come on, man! You pull this menu up.
Okay,
we got to be kidding me, man.
That's a price gouging.
I'm telling you right now, this
there.
I know I'm supposed to go there and get a steak, but this $25 fried chicken sure is jumping off the page to me.
It's double battered, man.
$25 fried chicken.
These damn Wagyu cuts starting at $100. Well, you got to be kidding.
Hey, man, sample it all. Sample it all. Tell I want you to shock the hell out of Courtney. I want you to look at that waiter when she gets here. Hey, ma'am, my bride can't decide between 2 entrees. Can you bring both of them?
No, consistency, Jack. No,
come on, man.
Shocking the world here.
Come on, man. Bring her both, and then you can take that other $100 home to the kids, man.
What is Pat and Travis? $350. For a Wagyu tomahawk. Boy, y'all can kiss all of my ass.
Gotta get my money, man.
We're going to figure this out. Yeah, this is, but we're going to have a great time. Have a great time.
You absolutely. Is it in like downtown KC? Where's it at?
Yeah, it's in downtown. It's just a bit aggressive here. I don't
have a grand time. Just don't think about it, bro.
I'm having a grand time. All right, DeMeco had something to say, and we'll hear from him coming up in a bit. DeMeco had something to say. I think it's a real important factor in this game coming up on Sunday. We'll discuss that next.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Ron buys fake Air Maxes so he can go to dinner. I went back and bought the damn things. So
backward ass swoosh.
I'm gonna have to. I think I just have to push back the oil change for a couple of weeks.
Oh God! Don't let your vehicle suffer.
I'm not gonna let it suffer. I mean, you just got to move some things around. I mean, Clint, I'm looking at this, and it's. I mean, we're 400 easy in the bag. I can see it.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm gonna tell you. It's gonna ruin your day. It's gonna ruin your day before you ever get there. I can already tell. We're 2 segments. You've mentioned it 4 times.
I mean, I'm not gonna go there and not get a steak, right? And
what you need to do is realize that there's no way around it, man. Just realize that you're gonna slide them a little piece of plastic when it's over. You're going to slide in that little piece of plastic over there across that table, and you might as well enjoy it. You ain't gonna like what that little plastic gets hit with. You might as well just enjoy it.
It's not even like real money whenever you use the credit card.
Yeah, I mean, you sit around,
It absolutely is.
You just sit over there. You sit over there with this approach right here, and you're gonna be sad spending $400. You can just put it on the table, put that hog on the table, and spend $600 and let it happen.
Yeah, man, show them what you're working with.
The beef tartare is 37 on its own. I mean, that's just where we're kicking it off. And I just looked at these cocktails. Jesus.
I can't get over the spaghetti with Wagyu meatballs. That might be the most ridiculously priced item on the menu.
Let's be honest. Y'all can eat whatever you can eat, whatever makes your little belly full. And if you stay away from the alcohol, you will have that tab will not be a problem.
No, I can't stay away from it, man. These cocktails.
See, now we got another problem. See?
I'm just saying, man. This Yeti thing they got, this gentleman's cut bourbon, bullet rye, and that's right down the alley. I know I'm gonna have 2 of them.
Hey, get your credit card, put it firm in that pocket, pop you a gummy, and go to dinner, man.
Nah, I know what I'm gonna do, man.
What are you gonna do?
Get some airplane bottles. Order me a.
You gonna order Sprites while you're in there and drop that vodka out of your boot?
Nice establishment like that. The table next to you would be like, oh my God.
Hey, will you please please just do that as a prank on Courtney? Please get a little vodka in your boot. Oh, that would be great.
You want one of these?
Hey, the first time order a Diet Coke, Courtney will be like, damn, what's wrong with you? Well, hang on, baby. Hang on. Put that little show that little airplane bottle of vodka.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do that. We'll have some fun. Jaden Higgins joining us coming up here in moments, so stay tuned. Stay tuned with us, and as we'll talk to him, who is really, really coming on. But Clint, I wanted to play this from DeMeco. He said this earlier this week on the Coaches Show, and I think this is a really, really big piece and point to this game early for the Texans.
You know, it's so important. I go back to your question, what's different for them? And I think that's what they've done this year. Like in the first half of games, that's what they've done. They've thrown those big haymakers, and they've jumped out to huge leads in games, right? And when they're not doing that, that's when the games have been close and come down to the fourth quarter. So that'll be huge. For us, we got to come out. We got to strike first. And we got to continue to strike because we know that's what they're trying to do, and that's what's worked for them throughout this year. They've thrown that haymaker, and that's what allowed them to be in the spot they're in with 8 wins.
Hey, I think this is a big deal, Clint. They have, if you look at their games, they have been Mike Tyson. They will get up 17 points in a quarter, in the first or the second quarter. They've gone to halftimes up 20, going to halftime up 17. And throw a huge punch early in the game and pretty much really win the game at that point because they changed how you got to play. And they get off to great starts, Clinton. I think that is a major, major key to this game. They're coming off of probably a tough offensive game that they played against the Chiefs, and I think this is a big deal that they get off to a great start.
Well, look, I would imagine that part of their – at least plan at this point is to realize if you get up double digits at any point in the game, you can really shorten that sucker with Jonathan Taylor. So I would imagine that like their starters, there are shots implemented in there, and there are the specific specific decisions to take those shots, trying to get that lead. If you don't get it, hey, you just keep playing football. But if you do, a lot of teams will come out and they'll be conservative out of the gate, don't want to make a mistake early. Our defense is our strength, so let's stay ahead of the change. Where I would imagine Indy, somewhere in those first couple of drives, they're going to try to go for the juggler simply because they know if it changes the game significantly if they land them, because Jonathan Taylor can chew the clock in an absolute hurry. So, and he's been able to hit the home run in the run game as well to extend the lead. So, it doesn't surprise me that these guys have a strategic approach to try to throw a couple of knockout punches early in the game.
Now, Clint, I'm not saying I think this is something that is going to happen to the Texans with their defense, but clearly, like that's been their MO, is, as you said, starting out fast, and he has said this a lot. I throw to get a lead, and then I run to win the game. Now he did the opposite last week, but whatever. That seems to be their tactic, to get up, and then, as you said, use Jonathan Taylor early. But I do think that's a big piece for the Texans to come out and at least weather that storm at home. You got to believe that place is going to be going crazy the way they played lately, and this is a huge game for them. And you got to start off.
It wasn't long ago we were on the road against Seattle, and it was I believe it was 14-0, 14-3, bang bang. So it's whether it's Indy or it's
they never recovered from that.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult, man. You can argue that there's really not a weakness with our defense, but if there were, it is, if a team gets up on you and then they're going to really overly commit to the run downhill, then sometimes you may have I'll tell you this. You definitely limit the impact that a Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson can have on a game if you all of a sudden can go into run mode and 4-minute mode. And so we saw it happen to us against Seattle on the road. Absolutely. I think it's priority number one to make sure it doesn't happen against Indy.
All right, hoping to speak to Jaden Higgins, rookie wide receiver, coming up. We'll see what his thoughts are. Big day here on The Drive, as the Drive is live out Buffalo Wild Wings Park Row location. Make your way on out there. T. Mill is out there, baby. We'll be there till 6 o'clock. DeMeco coming up. Nick Caley coming up. A lot to get to. Brandon Scott at 4:40 coming up with his Texans report.
He'll be here.
Right. He'll be live as well. So big show today coming up. Jaden Higgins, hopefully we'll have him coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Thanksgiving Day football is on Sports Radio.
Qualify, including VA benefits.
It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive as it is Thanksgiving Eve. And I know a lot of people are either off work or getting off work, and it'll be done maybe for the week. Bring your ass up to Buffalo Wild Wings, Park Row location, courtesy of Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings. You got prizes to win. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box or your ticket in our raffle box to give yourself a chance to win. The fellas are out there. When I say the fellas, I mean Clint Stoerner and Tyler Milner. They're out there. Brandon Scott will be there soon to hang out. So come on out and have a good time with the fellas on usually a Thirsty Thursday, but it's a wet Wednesday. Yes, a wet Wednesday, and you can go out there and have a good time with the fellas right now, and get your holiday week started off right. We expect to hear from wide receiver Jaden Higgins very, very soon. But fellas, a lot of this game, a lot of people are talking about, which you understand, strength against strength. Right, you've got Indianapolis, who until this past week had been the number one offense all season long. They've dropped to number 2, but they still are first in points per game at 31 points per game. The Texans, they have been number 1 in total defense, and they've been number 1 in points for most of the year. Now the Rams just passed them up, and now they've dropped to number 2 in points at 16.5, number 1 in total defense. So strength against strength. When you look at this, fellas, who do you think has the best unit in this game? Who is coming in with the advantage in terms of the best unit in this game?
The Texans defense, without a doubt, 100%, all day, every day, twice on Sunday.
You said that with extreme confidence.
Yeah, no, there's no. I mean, that's how good this defense actually is, Ron. I mean, there's this. It's no disrespect to the Indianapolis Colts and their offense. Their offense is tremendous. I'm not one that leans into, oh boy, their record was garbage the first 8 weeks or whatever. I don't believe that. I don't believe in that. I think they put together a large sample size, and they're the highest scoring offense in football. So I can't minimize that. But I can look at our defense, and when it comes to the ability to just disrupt any level of any run game or any level of any pass game, protection scheme, anything like that, I don't know that there's a better unit in football than the Texans defense.
Yeah, I would take it a step. I'll be honest here. I don't think there is a game that the Texans will play where they don't have the best unit on the field. Maybe the Rams offense, the way they're playing right now, maybe. I don't think there's a defense that there's a game that they could play where there's another defense that has a better unit than them. And I just think with everything and the weapons they have now, this doesn't mean they're invincible, right? Like, it doesn't mean that teams can't score on them. But going into the game, like for instance in this matchup, it feels like to me, Clint, if the Texans are able to slow down Jonathan Taylor, the Colts have some problems. like they're gonna have real problems, and it has shown itself damn near every game that's happened. It feels like the Texans defense can attack you in multiple ways. It feels like if something goes awry, like let's say they start to run on them, I still think the Texans defense can still make plays and still give them problems. Like hell, we watched the Buccaneers, a pretty good offense, especially at that time, run really almost at will at times. They put up 20 points. and it took all of the time for them to get that. They scored literally with like 6 seconds left to get from 13 to 20, right? So I just think they have so many answers and can play really any type of offense and have a high level of success. So I'm with you. I just don't know if there is a game that they can play in which their defense, not saying they're going to win the game, but their defense isn't the best unit on the field.
Well, if there is one, it's going to be one we haven't seen them play yet, and I think you mentioned the Jonathan Taylor. If they can stop Jonathan Taylor, the reality of it is that's a beast that I don't believe we've ran up against this combination of O-line, running back, play caller approach to the run game.
What's the closest? Maybe.
I mean, yeah, but there's just that. I mean, that they, like I said before, for whatever reason, they just kept dropping back Josh and just kept, putting him in harm's way kind of deal. Where I think this squad is gonna overly commit to the run game. Now we'll see exactly what they do. I just think this is a little different approach to the run game, both play caller, approach to how they run the football, as well as the actual dude toting the peel. I don't just off the top, I can't remember them shutting a run game like this down this year. So we'll see. We'll see how they do. I mean, this will just be another notch in the belt of DeMeco Ryans' this defense if they're able to get it accomplished.
Yeah. Text line said they can't believe they're agreeing with me. Yes, you can. No, I call it a spade a spade. Now, obviously, I think the Texans' defense has been the best all season. Now, that doesn't guarantee that they're going to – they are 6-5. Doesn't guarantee they're going to win every game. Because, obviously the other side of the ball and different things. But, yeah, like that, they're not taking a back seat to any team at all. Text line coming through, will we be singing a different tune if the Colts light them up? No, we'll see. I don't think anybody's really lit them up.
Well, yeah, nobody has. Look, nobody has. Will we and everybody else be singing a different tune if the Colts Texans? Absolutely, everybody will. It would be something that we haven't seen to date. It would be a bigger deal for the Colts look like they're more for real than maybe somebody thought. And it would just be a blip on the radar, I believe, for the Texans, because I just don't think that is something that would tarnish the entire season and the body of work this defense has done. But yeah, I think everybody would change their tune around this particular game if the Colts slice and dice.
Yeah. All right. Hoping to hear from Jaden Higgins at some point here coming up today. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caley as well. Fellas, you see. Lane Kiffin, apparently, according to the athletic director at Ole Miss, Keith Carter, he wrote in a statement and an announcement on Coach Kiffin's future is expected this Saturday following the game. So,
Egg Bowl's a big game for him, ain't it?
So, what the hell does that mean? I'm about to say, are we about to watch him win? As you said, that's a huge game down there, the Egg Bowl. Is this about to be like a LeBron Cleveland thing? Where
Lane Kiffin, the decision.
Where he has the decision and they play the Egg Bowl and beat Mississippi State, and then he says he's out. And
so awkward.
And he doesn't coach anymore. Like, right, if this is drawing out drama of all right, hey, Saturday, he's gonna make it known I'm a rebel. I'm staying here. Like, that's weird. Like, it's I think if he were going to stay, they would have just come together for a contract. This clearly seems like Lane's out of here.
He's taking his talents to Baton Rouge.
That would put them at 11-1. They would be they're number 7 right now. They would probably, they depending on what happens around them, they could probably climb as high as 5 to 7, maybe. I don't know exactly what Oregon and Texas Tech are looking like, but you're talking about a top 7 team sitting at 11-1, staring a college ball playoff appearance in the face, and not even having to play in your conference game. So you're going into in your conference title game. You're going into the college ball playoffs with a bye week to kick this thing off, and your head coach is going to bounce. Yeah, that would be. It's wild that we live in an era of college football right now, guys, where this is a real thing. Like the coaches and players are even put in a position where this could be a discussion, right? But we're here. It's wild, but we're here, and it's real, and it would be hard to pass up Ole Miss. I mean, it'd be hard to pass up LSU, boys.
But Clint, does this mean he's not going to coach in the playoff? Like, does this mean that he announces Saturday – they win, because all they got to do is beat Mississippi State, and they're going to get in.
Yeah, no, look, I think that is exactly that's why this announcement is being made. Look, Ole Miss is not in a position with Lane Kiffin to be firing off ultimatums. So that this isn't a result of Ole Miss going, hey, you got to tell us something. This is a result of Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin talking and going, hey, man, I'm going to leave for LSU. How do you want to handle this? Right, we'll wait till after the Egg Bowl to announce it, and I'll stick around and coach, and I'm gonna see this thing through, but I'm leaving to go to LSU. And to me, that is an agreement, probably a handshake that's been made of how this thing's going to be handled. It's not like Ole Miss is sitting there and they're in the dark on what the hell Lane's fixing to say when he steps to the podium.
Like, do we feel like we feel like right now the decision's made, right? It's not like he's still pondering.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I feel like the decision's made.
Anyway, he says he's staying at Ole Miss.
I do not believe so. I do not believe so. I don't think you handle it this way if it is the case. I don't believe you handle it this way. So, I mean, unless it's some big Ole Miss Lane Kiffin ploy to garner the most attention that they possibly can.
I'm telling you, man.
Maybe.
Where is he gonna,
but I think he's gone.
Where is he going to announce it? Like, is he going to do the press conference? Is he going to address? Is he going to grab a mic?
They'll have a press conference, and every station in America will be there.
I heard Jim Nance is sitting down with him.
Jim's going to go ahead and roll. He's going to do the game tomorrow, and then fly down to Oxford.
Yeah,
or Starkville, wherever it is. It is just. That is wild. Text line, if Lane leaves midseason, I 100% root for Ole Miss to at least win a playoff game just for the drama of it.
Well, he'd be leaving postseason. It would be after the last game of the season, and it would be before the college ball playoff. But
we're beyond midseason. But, interesting. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll hear from the head coach DeMeco Ryans, and hopefully also hearing from Jaden Higgins coming up soon. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Drive is live on a WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, and The Drive is live on the road on this Wednesday, wet Wednesday at Buffalo Wild Wings Park Row location. Going out, hang out with the fellas. T. Mill is out there, Clint's out there, B. Scott will be out there soon on this big game week on a Wednesday. Let's head out to the phone lines and be joined by rookie wide receiver Jaden Higgins. He joins The Drive. Jaden, we appreciate you stopping by, man. We talked about you all year. You were the top pick in the draft for this team. And listen, we kind of felt like it was a bit of a slow start for you. But, man, you have really come on. What for you has been the change over the last few weeks?
For sure, yeah. I think it's just, the confidence that, everyone has had in me in the organization. Just believing in me to go out there and make plays, and I feel like I've just done a good job at that, and just hope to continue.
Jay, what has that communication been like, man, with whether it's the quarterbacks or it's the receivers coach or Kaylee, the offensive coordinator? It just – I mean, I know you're a receiver. Hell, tell me what route to run, and if I'm open, get me the ball. But it seems like, you've got some favorites, man. What's the communication been like with you and what you like to do and what you've done well?
Yeah, for sure. Just like you said, whatever they want me to do, I'm going to do it regardless. But, just a lot of things, especially like red zone stuff. I love getting the ball in the red zone, using my big body to, score touchdowns. And really just, it's just a testament to our OC, Nick Haley, drawing up plays for me and in the open field and in the red zone as well.
Jaden Higgins, rookie wide receiver, joins The Drive. Jaden, what's the biggest difference between Davis and CJ?
I feel like, those guys are great leaders, both of them. They're two guys that are going to come help the team win regardless. And, they're just great guys at the end of the day as well.
Talk to us just a little bit about, the offense and getting rolling. It seems like, I said this over the last couple of weeks, Jay, like it seems like having a counterpunch in the wide receiver room, if you will, to Nico Collins, it just seems like it opens up a whole different offense, really, to be honest with you. And with you sitting at that 6'4" big body and then Nico 6'4" big body, you two guys on the outside seem to really kind of open the offense up a bit. I mean, is that kind of how you see it? And how do you feel playing opposite Nico?
Yeah, of course. I think first and foremost, you got to give a lot of credit to the O-line. They've been playing great. You got to be able to run the ball in the NFL. And then, Nico, of course, is a huge deep threat, a huge playmaker at the end of the day. And, I'm just on the other side trying to make plays whenever they come to me.
Jaden, real quick, I know all of a sudden this Colts secondary has become, at least at the cornerback spot, when you start to look at it, Kenny Moore in the slots is a pretty good player there, but they've added Sauce Gardner and they've gotten Charvarius Ward back from a concussion. That's a pretty good group of corners. What are you seeing on film with this group and this challenge coming up?
Yeah, for sure. Those guys are super talented. They got not only just secondary, but, they have a great defense and all, good D-line, good linebackers. So it's going to be a really good challenge for us, and we're excited to go out there and make plays on those guys.
Hey, can you take me through a big, you obviously big win last week, really good job with the offense, big night for you. But I think one of the things that stuck out to a lot of fans that were watching was when you and Davis weren't able to connect when the DB fell down. We all sitting there and the DB falls down. It's like, hell yeah, and then all of a sudden you guys had a little bit of a disconnect there. Can you give us a peek behind the curtain of kind of what goes into that kind of situation and what happened there?
Yeah, I think for that situation, it was just a little bit of miscommunication. I had a really good release, and then we just got to be on the same page. Me and Davis there, but we're we're hungry and ready to make that play next week for sure.
Hey, I mean, that's just – I'm an old quarterback, man. So for me, I look at it, Jay, and I'm like, yeah, it's just the miscommunication, man. It just happens. And everybody else looks at it like, what the hell happened? You kidding me? Everybody. But I know when something like that happens and Davis sees the DB fall down, it's like, hey, man, let me hit this up the sideline for 6. And then you're going, hey, do I keep my route on? Do I change my route? What do I do? And so it was just interesting to watch kind of the reaction to it, man. But Jim Hill, you just keep on keeping on, and you were the focal point early on in that game, man, and had a hell of a game. So I don't want to tarnish it by any means, but I'm always interested kind of the communication and what goes into those kind of plays, man. So I appreciate you being open and answering it.
For sure, of course.
All right, Jaden, man, we appreciate you dropping by, man, and good luck. Big game in Indy, and we'll be watching and hoping you guys are able to pull it out.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right, that's Jaden Higgins, rookie wide receiver, who is really starting to come on. Hey, let's not waste any time. Let's head down to NRG. DeMeco Ryans' important comments about his quarterback and his safety, Jalen Petrie and C.J. Stroud. Here is the head coach, DeMeco Ryans.
When it comes to the NFL protocol, you can kind of explain just sort of how these guys stay in the protocol and what they have to do still to pass, specifically CJ and Jalen?
Yeah, for the protocol, each guy has their own steps of what they have to pass. It's take that to heart and make sure we're taking precaution with the guys whenever it's a concussion issue. So right now, as we stand today, they're still in concussion protocol.
With the Colts receiving game, you mentioned that their passing attack the other day. With Pierce, Downs, and Pittman, it feels like they all kind of do something different, and they all do it pretty well. How do you see how the Colts kind of use those different skill sets to benefit themselves?
Yeah, the Colts utilize their receivers in a variety of ways, starting with Pierce, when you see more of the down-the-field shots, like he's a problem downfield, averaging over 20 yards per catch, so a very explosive player downfield. Downs is more of the, slot player where he does a lot of option routes, finds a way to get open, very quick player, shifty player, who's very quarterback friendly. And Pittman, who's just all around, just a tough player, physical, can find a way to get open. And they utilize all those guys in ways that really helps them to put the guys in position where they're most successful and they do the things that they do best.
What is your offense need doing well against the Colts because of the kind of defense they run?
Yeah, for us offensively, we have to just play with awareness. They have a lot of different looks, a lot of different pressures that they can deploy. I think their backers are really good players. They play aggressive downhill. The nickel's a good player. I mean, they're a talented team. So we just have to make sure we're aware for when they are running the pressures. And, they'll have some different looks where they're dropping guys out, dropping D linemen out as well. So we just have to be, really smart from the quarterback perspective of understanding our reads and going through and making the best decisions we can make with the football. And overall, we have to protect the football as an offense and find a way to drive, win third down, and go score.
What do you feel like has been most important in you all being able to sustain this 3-game winning streak and get you yourselves back in a more breathable position?
Each game, I always say, it's its own deal, right? And whatever we have to do in that particular game to win, we've won in a variety of different ways. So to me, we found a way to finish. That's been the difference for us in these past 3 games. We found a way to finish. We played clean. We protected the football well. We've taken the football away, and we finished the right way. So if we continue that formula, right, we should be in a good position.
Obviously, a lot of teams run defensive stunts and things of that nature. Obviously, you played end the game against the Bills. Was obviously a pretty good executed play to get Charlie Rankin's video on Josh. What kind of just goes into executing those at a high level to where you can just feel confident in calling that in a high-pressure situation like that?
With our defensive line and how we run our different packages, it's just about our feel for the game and what we're calling at that particular time, where we'll do whatever we think works to help us be in a position to go get the quarterback.
If CJ does clear protocol this weekend, he is back in the game,
How long do you think it'll take? Is it the same as coming off a normal injury, getting back into the flow of the game as far as game speed is concerned, him being away for the last 3 weeks?
Whatever injury is, like, it's different for each guy, and you know how long it takes for a guy to bounce back and get back into the form that they were in previously. It takes time, and so we'll see what happens. If he's out there and playing, we hope he's playing at his highest level to help us be in position to win the game.
When it comes to blocking Latu, what are some things you're seeing from him? It seems like this year, particularly lately, has really come on.
Yeah, Latu's definitely gotten a lot better as a pass rusher, finding a way to be more slippery, finish on a lot of his rushes. He's leading their team in sacks, doing a nice job as a young player, finding his way, finding his craft, how he needs to rush the passer. So he's done a good job. Every time we're protecting against these guys, it's just about everybody just finishing, remaining relentless. They're going to stay after it as rushers. They do a really nice job, so we have to outwork them.
What are some of the things, kind of follow up on Sarge's question, if he is back, what exactly does he kind of just provide for you guys offensively and just from a leadership and teams?
Look, CJ's been our starter. When he's out there, he's played well for us. He's done some really nice things. When it comes to delivering the football where it needs to be, he's one of the best in the league at doing that. So, we're hoping that he gets back. He can get out there and help us.
What do you see from Sauce Gardner since he's been playing with the Colts?
And Sauce is picking up the scheme, fairly well. You can see where he's a guy who can play sticky man coverage. He's going to challenge you. Big corner, long. He can run. He's going to be feisty at the line of scrimmage. Use his hands a lot. We have to really find a way to work an edge and beat man coverage versus their corner, both corners, Charvarius and Sauce. They're both good players, and they're bigger corners. So I think that's a difference in what we've seen over the past couple weeks. Both guys taller, physical, more stout corners that really play well at the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be some work for us to win at the line of scrimmage, all right, to put these guys in a bind.
You and Steichen have faced off in some big games, win or go home as assistants and as head coaches. What is the challenge of facing a Shane Steichen offense?
Shane is a very, very smart coach. He does a really good job of, designing scheme plays to attack you defensively. Like he knows how to get his guys in position, right? And he knows how to test your rules defensively. Just a really smart play caller, always kind of a step ahead. So you just have to be on it each and every snap. Anything can pop up. So there aren't, any plays where you can take a down off and you kind of know what's coming. You have to be on it every single time.
With that, how much do you enjoy the chess match sometimes when there's a coach like that you respect a lot?
I love the chess match. That's the beauty of the game. That's what I enjoy most about it. It's the chess match of, you're trying to figure out what they're doing. They're trying to figure out what you're doing. So that's the beauty of coaching, on game day, being in that chess match.
You said to test the rules. Can you give me an example of what that looks like? He said he tries to test the rules of what you do defensively.
Yeah, I think when I say test your rules, it's more, your eye discipline. Are you really going to be like where you're supposed to be? Are you really biting heavy on the runs? They've done a great job. Jonathan Taylor's an outstanding back, and they've done a great job of running the football. Now, if you overcommit to the run, he has a really intricate play-action pass game that can really catch guys off guard if they're not exactly where they're supposed to be.
The opening script that, once, obviously, especially with you guys, once you guys kind of settle in, guys struggle to move the ball consistently throughout the game, and kind of the case. There's some times that opening script, they can have some success moving the ball. Generally speaking, what is it about that opening script that can make, things challenging at times for an opposing defense?
Look, teams are going to try to come out, and then they're scripted plays. Some guys scripted, some guys don't. But typically, if they're scripted in the first 15 to 20 plays, like there are going to be some shot plays, some opportunities of some plays they haven't shown before, right? Or it may be the same plays, but they get to it in a different look, a different motion, different formation. So it's just how guys put the window dressing out there to try to scheme up a play to, get an explosive on you early to try to get a lead. And that's what most offensive coordinators will try to do. So defensively, you have to kind of weather the storm through the first 15 and not give up any, as I call it, cheap explosives just because you're not disciplined with your eyes, disciplined with your assignments and techniques. So you have to, remain focused every single snap. Not only those first 15, but there is a heightened importance to those first 15.
Coach, what is some of the growth you've seen from Matt Perk this year?
Yeah, Perk has done a great job when it comes to just overall him being able to handle the meetings with our guys, like installing things and, going through teaching the guys our coverages and different plays that we'll see, how he's teaching the D-line, the secondary, teaching everybody. I think he's done a really nice job there.
What does Thanksgiving means to you and your family? And do you have a favorite dish from Thanksgiving dinner?
Yeah, Thanksgiving is it's an awesome holiday, right? We all have a lot to be thankful for. We're extremely blessed, and it's a holiday that I really enjoy it. I enjoy the time with the family, the joy that Thanksgiving brings. It's a very joyous time, and my favorite meal, you said, or food, I like it all. Whatever Miss Cam makes.
When you played, was the eye discipline and the focus that you talk about a lot, was that a challenge for you?
When I played, when I started early in my career, there's a lot of big fullbacks you had to face, so they weren't as fast and elusive, so you were more so better buckle your chin strap up a little bit tighter to go attack these guys downhill. But it wasn't much variety to the offenses as we have now, with so much more passing game, with the tight end position becoming such a much more athletic position, where these guys they're really receivers who can get in and block at the line of scrimmage. That's opened up the playbook a ton for offensive coordinators. And then when you throw in the jet motions, all of those things, the shifts and motions, and how they're time emotions with the snap point, that's where the game has evolved, and you really test your rules as opposed to what you're doing in coverage. If the snap point is at, let's say, behind the line of scrimmage, or is it snap point out behind the number one receiver? So there's a lot of different things, and it really helps me as a defensive coach to really, you test your rules, and you have to continue to evolve as a coach. You can't just sit back and do the same thing all the time. Your rules have to evolve with what the offensive coordinators are doing now.
What are some of the things that Daniel Jones is excelling at within this Colts scheme and having one of the more productive years of his career?
I think Daniel has done a really nice job, and Shane, along with Daniel, they've done a nice job of, scheming it up to where the first guy is open a lot for him, right? And he's able to deliver the ball very quickly. So he's really taking advantage of that, guys being open, and I feel like he's doing a just really good job of just managing the offense. If it's not there, you don't see him make a ton of bad decisions, with the football. He's not turning the ball over a ton, and I think that's a huge improvement for him, and he has a really great supporting cast around him, and they're all playing well together. They do a really great job on first down. They stay out of third and long, so they're managing drives really.
All right, that was the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, speaking to the media, and a lot there. The big news coming out of that, DeMeco Ryans, when it comes to C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie, said as we stand today, they're still in concussion protocol. Want to get our thoughts on what he had to say in that as we continue live. Buffalo Wild Wings Park Row location. Come on out. We'll be there till 6 o'clock. And we'll react to what DeMeco had to say coming up next.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big in a 23-19 win against the Reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, make your way out to Park Row. Katie out there with the fellas. T-Mill is in the building.
It's a wet Wednesday, man. The big voice guy needs to get it right.
Yeah, Thirsty Thursday as well on Wednesday is what he said, damn it. See, that's how I feel, doggone it.
Wet Wednesday.
That's right. Got a chance to win prizes. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings as well. Nick Caley coming up here in a little bit. We'll hear from him as he's got a challenge with this Colts defense coming up. But we just heard from DeMeco Ryans, and I think the big thing, Clint, that is right off the start of that. He said a lot of good things there, but right at the beginning he said, as it stands, as it pertains to C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie, as it stands right now, they're still in concussion protocol. Now, they practiced today. We've watched video of them, Clint, but he says it's Wednesday. They're still in concussion protocol. Any concerns for you on Sunday when you hear that?
I mean, not right now. I mean, I believe that DeMeco, when he's talked about CJ, it seems like he's expecting him to play. He's having to work his way with the media. He's having to work it to sound like he don't know yet, but it seems like it seems like what he's saying and kind of how he's approaching it that CJ is going to play. And I'll be honest with you, I think once you get beyond the initial football activities and symptoms returning like we were the previous weeks, once you get beyond that and we're putting a helmet on and we're actually out there taking part in what's going on, that is a really, really huge step to getting back on the field, and I think that's what matters. I mean, they're not putting C.J. Stroud back out there if they don't feel really strongly about him getting out of protocol to go out there and watch the offense in full pads or scout team offense. If he's out there in that capacity, it is a really good sign for him playing this week.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am just a bit surprised that they're still using the designation, like not even using the designation, but making it seem like, yeah, man, don't know yet. They're in the protocol. I think the action of them being on the field and in helmets on Wednesday make you feel better, right? Make you feel like, all right, they're going to go. But I am a bit surprised that it is still, they still have things they got to clear. I thought maybe they would be clear by now, but we'll see. We'll keep tabs on that, and over the next couple of days, hopefully, that thing gets completely understood, and the guys will be able to get back. We'll give you the full injury report coming up here when it comes out for both teams. But he talked about CJ, and he talked about him, Clint, in a way of if he does play, if he is out there. But he did kind of talk about shaking off the rust. How big a thing do you think that is, Clint, with that kind of time off? I don't know if you ever experienced that in your career where you had to miss several games and then come back in if it took a minute to get going. But how real is the rust factor, do you think?
Oh, it's extremely real. We talked about it the last week before this Thursday night game, and everybody thought I was saying this dumbest stuff ever. Like, to put a guy on the shelf, I don't care how talented you are, to put a guy on the shelf for that long, and your backup is playing well. If you've got options, obviously, and to think that he's no reps, you're just going to push him back out there, and he's going to be able to just take off where he left off. I mean, if people believe that, they ain't played much ball in their life. They damn sure ain't never played quarterback. And so, that has been a topic, I think, for over a week now. And so, yeah, I think it's very real. I think even with a week of practice, there's going to be some rust. But I think it's worth the risk. day after practicing for a week to say, hey, all right, man, let's go. Even 10 days. I thought the 10-day mark here with CJ was a huge plus to getting back. And so, yeah, look, I think it's real. I think it's a big deal. And we're going to have to show a little grace probably to the young fella for a quarter. I mean, it's not going to take long. Once you get hit once you make one throw, once you get that sweat rolling and the negative thoughts of that head bothering you and the concussion stuff, once you get that out of your head, I mean, he'll be full steam ahead. But I don't doubt for one moment that there's not going to be some level of rust in that first quarter.
Anything else that DeMeco kind of talked about that jumped out to you?
Yeah, I think the part about, just what he expects from the offense, I think it's not rocket science. It's not telling, but it is the head coach saying this is what I expect, right, is the offense to protect the football, all the stuff that he said before. Sustain drives, protect the football, play smart, all those kind of things. He's going to expect C.J. Stroud to get in there and ultimately forget about the details of whatever, but he's going to expect C.J. Stroud to get in there and keep the momentum rolling that you've gotten over the last 3 weeks of winning ball games. And so, I think that's, again, nothing earth-shattering, not surprised that he said it, but it is the head coach saying what he expects out of the young quarterback when he returns.
Yeah, it's funny because Clint Monday, when he spoke to the media, he didn't sound like when he discussed the second half offense, when he said we just weren't good enough offensively in the second half and that's got to get fixed. He didn't sound like he was somebody that was telling Nick Caley to throw the emergency brake on in the second half. The way he seemed to be disappointed in their approach offensively in the second half. That was something that kind of stuck out to me.
I don't expect DeMeco Ryans to step in there and go, yeah, I told the offensive coordinator to be conservative, and damn it didn't work. He's obviously, it doesn't matter if he says, hey, run the ball every snap in the second half. He's going to expect a certain level of execution, and they didn't get it. So he's always going to have that crutch to lean into. But yeah, I mean, they've got to. They'd be better in the second half. This is one of those games, one of the opponents on this schedule where I believe this has got to be a four-quarter game for them. The Texans have been able to play well and then put it in neutral a couple of games and still get out of there with a win this year. I think this is going to be one of those games where they got to play 4 quarters, man. They're going to play offensive football for 4 quarters. They're not going to be able to coast. This is the highest-scoring offense in the league, I believe, at this point in time. The defense is getting significantly better. Both through the trade deadline as well as just getting in Lou Anarumo's system, longer and longer. So I think they're going to play football for 4 quarters. They're not going to be allowed to shut it down like they have from time to time this year.
Well, speaking of playing 4 quarters and not a half, let's hear from Nick Caley. Let's hear from the offensive coordinator as he speaks to the media. Nick Caley coming up next.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans.
Yeah, I bet you. I'm developing right now a really hot take that I'm not going to say it right now. It's a really hot take. I'm not prepared to say it all the way, but I'm getting real close. A real steaming hot take. Just a tease.
That's what we call a tease
of some
in business,
sort.
people.
A real hot take. We've been talking about this Texans defense, a real hot take. But before we get to that, as Clint said, going out to that Buffalo Wild Wings Katy Park Row location, get yourself a chance to win some prizes. Shout out to the great people at Bud Light as well as Buffalo Wild Wings. Let's head back to NRG and hear from the OC, the guy that Clint says has really taken some steps forward with his offense. Nick Caley, right here live on The Drive.
Got a clean hat.
It's cleaner, yeah.
Mike Ward from St. John's High School in Akron says what's up.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he was a hell of a player for us. Yeah.
With the offense and the second half against Buffalo, what are some things that you feel like gave it more difficulty to get things going? What do you hope to do to change?
We got to be a lot better, cleaner. Had a couple self-inflicted wounds, right? The P and 10 drive, the drive started right out the gate. Chubb would have gotten the ball, I think, to minus 40, call it 3 or 4. Went backwards multiple times that series, and I just don't think played as clean as we did overall. And not good enough. So got to do a better job there. Got to capitalize when we get down in the red zone.
What's some of the difficulties of going up against the Colts cornerbacks and Sauce Gardner that you can afford?
Yeah, they're highly competitive. I mean, they've got length. They're sticky in coverage. Been doing it for a long time. They're experienced too. Understand how to really defend. Leverage and all those things, and they're well coached. So I mean, good outfit overall for sure.
Jaden Higgins has been getting involved a lot more in the offense. What have you seen from him that's allowed you all to trust it? You all can go to him a lot more often.
The same thing we've seen from the jump. I mean, he's coachable. He's got length. He's got route versatility outside to inside. He's got a big catch radius. He's got good feel for space and coverage. He's got a lot of really good, absolutely you love him, and he just keeps getting better, and we're happy with him for sure.
Whenever CJ does return, are there things that he could learn or pick up from what Davis did and was successful with in the offense?
I think just as a team and how we need to play, and just in general the things that we all try to learn from every single, we get back on Mondays and look at the things that how can we improve as a team operationally and stuff like that. I think we all have to learn from those things. So he's been there every step of the way throughout the process, obviously from the jump, and he's a great teammate, and continue to grow as a unit together, not just one person. But no, I mean he's always learning and growing like we all are, and trying to strive to do. Excuse me.
Be clear, as concussion protocol, he is able to play. How long is that ramp-up period for him to be able to get back going to playing the way that he was? It's been 3 games.
I mean, you'd have to ask the ramp-up in terms of once he's cleared. I mean, once he's cleared, I would assume he's cleared to go and ready to go. So that's over my pay grade, obviously, from that standpoint. But once we get the clearance and, we're ready to roll, then we'll be ready to roll.
He was one of the better receivers in college that we've seen at the running back position. Do you feel like there's more opportunity to maybe utilize that skill in this offense?
Yeah, I mean, I think Woody's got a very good skill set, terrific hands, good feel. But absolutely, I mean, I think he's continuing to grow, and I think he's shown that with some opportunities, and I think he'll continue to grow, and we'll continue to grow with him in the offense.
Hey, Nick, can you talk about up front the O-line? You guys have been trying to find that right mix. Last week, no turnovers, no sacks. How do you build on that? Do you think you found it, or where are you guys in that process?
Yeah, I think you build on it by continuing to play and clean up things collectively. I mean, still, I was proud of the way we competed. They protected the quarterback. We were able to carve out good yards consistently in the run game. Throughout the game, I think that it's just going to be a matter of continuing to refine whether it's footwork, hand placement, finish, leverage, strain, all those things. Eliminating MEs when they pop up. Every group has them, but we continue to do that and refine it and play our best football as the season progresses. That's what we're trying to do. So, I thought there was some definite steps we took in the right direction, and I think there's plenty of room for growth that we got to continue to move forward with.
What are the challenges for an OC when you have a long drive, you score a touchdown, and then on the first play, you get an interception, then you have to go call plays? Can that catch you by surprise, and how do you think you handled it when it happened?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is you try to be ready for every sudden change situation. I mean, we've got drive starters. We have, whether it's, P and 10 situations, whether it's field zone situations that we plan for. So you rely on your preparation or your evolution in terms of some things you have to adjust as the game goes on, and you go. You know, I have confidence in everything that we do, and you know, felt ready to roll.
What do you feel like that particular offensive line combination that you all ran last week provided you all?
I mean, I thought toughness. If you just start there in terms of controlling the line of scrimmage, I thought they did a good job of that. I thought we collectively did a good job of that. I think that's an extension to the tight ends too. Blake, when he was in there as well, you know, getting some jumbo reps, Yak and those guys, and obviously helps. And the backs were running and setting blocks too. So I thought it, you know, helped us control the line of scrimmage. And I think, you know, we need to continually do that more and more as we go on.
Did the Bills have a different focus defensively than some of the previous teams you guys have played when it came to Nico Collins, and they approached him and playing him?
No. I mean, I think that the Bills consistently have done what they do. They mix coverages. They do a really good job of keeping, you know, things spinning on you. And I think they did a good job of trying to mix two shell and stuff like that, and try to give some cloud help and stuff, which we've seen throughout the year. And but they've been pretty consistent in who they are. They have their identity, and you know, they're a well-coached defense.
At this point, this point of the season, do you feel like you finally gained that camaraderie and that comfortability as far as your offensive skill players are concerned?
Yeah. We have a good group of guys. Have fun. I mean, they all, you know, got a bunch of different guys with different skill sets, and we have a deep, you know, especially deep room with the receiver room. The tight ends, we're starting to get, you know, getting some guys back there. Backs are playing well, you know, and I think that, you know, that's a testament to those guys, and I think we're all growing together along the way, finding what we do best, and trying to continually evolve that as we go here down the stretch.
And as you do that, as you learn them each week, do you have to go in and maybe tweak some of the playbook to their success?
Oh, sure. I mean, absolutely. We're always trying to do it, whether it's player, personnel driven in terms of putting guys in positions, or whether it's, you know, tailored around things that we're going to see from a coverage structure, matchup standpoint. I mean, those are always things that we're trying to do, obviously, on the front end of the week while we game plan. But absolutely.
With Latu getting him blocked, what are some of the challenges we've seen him disrupt passes and pick them off, and also get up?
He's tenacious. He has a motor. He plays hard all the time. He uses his hands. I think they do a really nice job up front. Charlie Partridge, their D-line coach, does a fantastic job, and I think that, you know, he's continued to grow and play in a short career for him so far, young career for him rather, I should say, and he's been playing with his hair on fire, man.
Where's the injury? Did you feel like CJ was playing some of his best football under this system?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I think he was continuing to find his groove. I thought we had some really good strides that we made there as a team and as an offense, and absolutely, yeah.
What are you seeing from Trent Brown? I mean, every week you see him getting more and more football shape, or what he's able to do. Talk about where he is.
Yeah, I mean, the more he's playing, the better off, you know, in terms of the districting level, we're going to improve. But yeah, Trent's an experienced guy that's played a lot of football, and he's tough, and, you know, he'll continue to get better the more that we play, and we'll just continue to build cohesion there too as well.
DJ, what are some of the differences, like, you know, when it comes to cornerback play, in terms of how you guys would want to attack bigger, longer corners that are more physical at the line of scrimmage versus like a guy like, hypothetically, like Derek Stingley, who's more feet at the line of scrimmage before using his hands. It's more of a, I don't want to say Sauce or aren't technicians per se, but they lean more on the physicality standpoint. What's kind of the differences when trying to attack corners that are more physical versus corners that are more technicians?
Well, I think there's a couple different things. I mean, obviously, like, being able, you have to match the level of physicality. You got to play physical. You got to win to the catch point. You got to protect the throws. I mean, you got to have aggressive hands. Like, those are all the things that we covet. We challenge our guys to, and that they embrace, and starts. We do it out here in Indy every single day. The second thing is, I mean, schematically, you want to be able to, create access. There's ways to do that too. There's ways to be able to use stacks, bunches. I mean, everybody in the league, talks about those things and does those things. So, I mean, the biggest is you got out there and you got to compete and win your one-on-one. That's, having good route detail, working edges, getting open, winning your leverage, protecting throws, being friendly at the top, winning to the catch point, and doing all those things, especially in man coverage situations.
I think when it comes to the chess match that you have with the opponent, how much do you kind of scout the coach, kind of knowing like, hey, this guy, I've seen some things from him, I'm watching him, know that over the years he's called this, called that, and then how much fun is it to kind of have that cerebral matchup?
Yeah, no, I mean, you love going against this game. I mean, you love to compete. That's our way, and we're not out on the field, but that's our way to compete is to try to come up with the best plan every single week. And absolutely, like you're aware of backgrounds, the lineage of coaches, previous history of guys. We do an extensive amount of work on a bunch of games for each opponent, and all the situations that we can dig up to.
What kind of goes into developing? Like you've been preparing for this situation where you're calling plays for years now. What kind of goes into developing the scheme that you would want to have whenever you finally got the opportunity that you have now?
Yeah, I would say first and foremost, you have to start with you have a framework, okay? You want to be a physical team up. You want to start everything up front. You have a framework, and then I think with that framework, how do you want to get your best players involved? What are the strengths of your players? I mean, not every team's the same, not every player is the same. So trying to find those guys and have a broad enough, I would say, structure your offense in terms of inventory to be able to fit it to the specific, fundamentals and skill of each of your players. And that's what we tried to do. We want to be a gap scheme team. We want to be physical. We know that. How can we incorporate our guys that we have to be able to fit the schemes that we want to run and the usage of players that we have and be able to do it from there?
All right, that's the OC, Nick Caley. There was a lot that he talked about. I love what he had to say in the second half from last week, talking about Nico Collins. Just overall, Clint, are you liking what you're hearing more from Nick Caley?
I don't really, to be honest with you, I don't put a whole lot of stock into what I hear. I mean, he is a very talented talker. When it comes to talking, over the head of those he's talking to, he is very good at it, talented, and says all the right things. I mean, I like what I hear, yeah, but I mean, I just don't put a ton of stock into, what we hear from that perspective. Like it's. It's fun to listen to him talk football because I can comprehend what he's saying and I'm right there with him kind of deal. But I think he talks fast and over most folks' heads, so it's hard to put a ton of stock into it.
All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, I got a terrible timing of of my most recent tweet, as well as we got a Thanksgiving Day NFL lineup that looks pretty good. We're going to knock those out. We'll talk about each one of those and pick those 3 games. I love Thanksgiving football, and there's some big games here, including some news with one of these teams that makes one of these games significantly more exciting. And I think the big thing is we heard from DeMeco Ryans a little earlier today, and there's 2 things that I want to replay for everybody out there from DeMeco Ryans that I think are relevant here for this upcoming matchup versus the Indianapolis Colts. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Thanksgiving Day football is on Sports Radio. KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it is, and today's Dirty's Daily is powered by them old 00 lights. Where's my man Andy at? Them old 00 lights, baby. I got me another one now. That's that old Coors Light if anybody is out there wondering. Back in the day, Ron, I heard it wasn't just the Silver Bullet and the Wolf Killer and the Coors Latte and all this, you know. Back in Andy's day, he said it was known as a 00 Light, baby. You could 00 if you were just drinking Coors, but if you wanted one of them Coors Light, it was that 00 Light. So we're going to take it back to the –
Light.
What was that, Andy? Back in them had to be late 70s. Hell, they weren't brewed till 78. He said early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. 00 Lights, I like that, baby. Found me a little something that I can add to my Coors Light spiel right there. But we are at Buffalo Wild Wings Park Row location out in Katy. We spend a lot of time up in these parks, Ron. This may be our most frequented location. It may be our most frequent location. I'll come on through. If you're in the building, get in the raffle right over here. It's just a ticket. We don't need any of your private, personal information. There's a little Bud Light cornhole set that we'll be raffling off in the 5 o'clock hour. My man Tyler Milner, he's usually back in the studio in behind the glass on the ones and twos. Hey, he's in the middle of the restaurant giving the yell, baby. But he is in the building tonight. He's going to take care of that old cornhole set. He's going to give that away. We're going to take him back to his promo days and let everybody know what's going on with the raffle. We're going to do that here in a bit. I do want to remind everybody also, Friday. Hey, Andy, Friday we're at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. He thought it was today. He didn't drive down there, but he thought it was today, y'all. BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland. Today we are at the Park Row Buffalo Wild Wings location in Katy. And, look, there's a lot of folks that on that east to southeast side of town that give me a lot of hell now because I'm from over on that side. They give me a lot of hell about we don't come down there enough now. I've carried that hell that they give me right back to the office, and I've communicated it. And now Boss Man's got us down in Pearland. Now, I know it ain't just directly east, and I know it ain't as far, but that's close enough now. All that complaining y'all been doing, if you're in Pearland, if you're in that neck of the woods, come on through and hang out with us. BB's Tex Orleans is second to none. Great place to eat and hang. So come on out and hang out with us. Two things that DeMeco Ryans said a little earlier. Today is Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, obviously, and the Texans are practicing. The reports are that C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie are both more involved today than they were previously. Let's put it to you like that. DeMeco Ryans has not made the announcement yet that they are out of concussion protocol, so clearly they're still to some degree in the concussion protocol. Now, I'll say this. There's like 4 or 5 different boxes that have to be checked, right? And once you get beyond doing the football activities, which is stretching, maybe throwing the football around a little bit, once you get beyond that with no symptoms, typically the dominoes start to fall in your favor and you get back to action pretty quick. And it's obviously clearly done that, not only by the tone of the messaging coming out of the organization, but there's also some videos that Ron has alluded to that those guys were back at practice in a more active role than previously. So good news is it looks like one of or both of those guys could potentially be back this week. A lot of questions for DeMeco Ryans about the offense and about C.J. Stroud in particular. And one of them that I think is very, very real is about C.J. Stroud, and when you sit on the shelf for 2 or 3 weeks, really it's been 3 weeks, right? When you sit on the shelf and you don't set your feet in the pocket and you don't navigate the pocket and make decisions, in split-second decisions with chaos going on around you and hearing the pads thump and hearing guys talking trash and getting your heart rate up, when you don't do that for an extended period of time, I believe, and I've been telling folks for the last 2 weeks, that is real, very real rust that a quarterback has to find a way to shake it off. And C.J. Stroud, if he's cleared and comes back this week, he will definitely need to do that. Here is the head coach talking about C.J. Stroud's potential rust.
Whatever the injury is, like it's different for each guy, and you know how long it takes for a guy to bounce back and get back into the form that they were in previously. It takes time, and so we'll see what happens. If he's out there and playing, we hope he's playing at his highest level to help us be in position to win the game.
You see, about halfway through that answer right there, he said, "Oh yeah, I got to remind him that it's an if he's out there. I got to." But I think him acknowledging that there's some level of rust there, Ron, is real, and I think that's one we're going to show it a little bit of grace. I think in that first quarter of him just getting comfortable. Hopefully, ideally, I'll be honest with you, what you'd like to see is you go out there and you run the football really well.
That's what I was going to say. What's Nick Caley's role in helping with that?
Well, it's the biggest role of them all, right? I mean, you've got to now I believe you should do it all the time. NFL coordinators will tell me that I'm crazy, but I would go out there every game, but definitely with a guy that's been on the shelf for a while, you get out there and you find me a quick completion. Find me the soft corner. Give me a quick completion. If the corner's going to play hard the whole game, then get me Dalton Schultz or Christian Kirk in the slot on a little option route and give me just an easy throw in the ocean on first down, get the drive started, and get me seeing the ball leaving my hand and being caught by the receiver. And then obviously a big emphasis early on running the football. If you can run the football and just effectively in the first half and kind of extend some drives, I'm not saying you got to go out there and score 21 points, but go out there and extend a couple of drives, get you 10 or 15 plays in, and then once that rust is off, once that heart rate's up, we can take off. We can get to playing real football. But I do think it's very real, and I think it's more evident, like most things, for a quarterback, because if you're an offensive or a defensive lineman and you sat out and you get in there and they say it's a bum knee or even it's a concussion, you get in there. I mean, if you're half stepping one snap, you're gonna get got, and there's not a whole lot of time for you to analyze this thing. Where the quarterback has more time to analyze that he hadn't had any reps in those more physical positions. I think it's a little bit quicker to overcome it. So C.J. Stroud and his rust, Ron, I think is going to be a big part of this game.
Yeah. So it could be a slow start for C.J., or they could at least ease him in with the play calling.
But I mean, I don't know that
that's something that should be expected and prepared for. I would think, for Texas fans.
Absolutely. For people that think, like all the folks that came at me last week, if you think that the quarterback is going to step back in there after being on the shelf and look like he looked his rookie year and take off. Now, I hope he does. Look, stranger things have happened, but I'm just telling you to prepare yourself a little bit and give the kid a little bit of grace. Now, the other thing is still really relative to the offense, but I think the other thing that DeMeco talked about that may be a little bit different this week than what we have faced in the past is the secondary. The two corners for the Indianapolis Colts are long, big, physical corners, and I don't know that the Texans have necessarily dealt with that, right? You got Higgins, who's a young rookie who's going to deal with Charvarius Ward or Sauce Gardner, and obviously Nico Collins on the other side. We know Nico can handle whatever, but this is more, for me, it's more about can Higgins handle the get off? Can he get off the line versus the bigger, more physical corners that are obviously playing that are playing at a high level, that are playing with a lot of confidence? Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about Sauce Gardner and the others.
And Sauce is picking up the scheme fairly well. You can see where he's a guy who can play sticky man coverage. He's going to challenge you. Big corner, long. He can run. Like, he's going to be feisty at the line of scrimmage, use his hands a lot. But we have to really find a way to work an edge and beat man coverage versus their corner, both corners, Charvarius and Sauce. They're both good players, and they're bigger corners. So I think that's a difference in what we've seen over the past couple of weeks. Both guys, taller, physical, more stout corners that really play well at the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be some work for us to win at the line of scrimmage, all right, to put these guys in a bind.
You're talking about Charvarius Ward sitting at about 6'1", 200, high 190s, 200, and then you're talking about Sauce Gardner sitting at 6'3", 190. So it's obviously less about the tangible size and more about just the physicality and the length that they play with at that corner position, Ron. But I think this is something to really watch. I mean, I'm excited to watch Nico Collins versus Sauce Gardner. I think it's going to be a hell of a matchup, and I'm excited to see if Higgins – we've seen him take a step. We've seen him arrive. We've seen him make some game-changing plays, but can you do it again when you're catching one of the better corners in the league? Not the best, but one of the better corners in the league. I would say both of these guys, one of them is in the best category, and the other one is in the really good category. And so what kind of role does Higgins play versus better cover corners?
Yeah, that's we heard from him earlier. That's a big deal, and I think across the board, man. In the slot, Kenny Moore is really, really good as well, and they're going to get physical with them, as you said, and as DeMeco said, bigger guys, and he's had a lot of space the last couple of weeks too, right? That I think that's a concern. Do they have the personnel? And I think the Colts may, Clint, where they just say, "Hey, let's get in their hip pockets. Let's get in tight. Let's press them." You know, obviously, Nico, they're going to have help. We watch that coverage roll to him all the time. But let's really get physical and take away quick early throws to them and see if they can beat us down the field and through physicality. And I think they've got the type guys in the back end that can play that way.
Well, I mean, here's the thing is I think when we're talking about the two corners that Indy brings to the table, I think these are the kind of corners that you would hope Nico Collins sitting at 6'4", and Jaden Higgins sitting at 6'4", maybe even 6'5", and plays. I think he plays longer than Nico. The kind of matchups. This is why you have guys like that, right? Your smaller receivers might get swallowed up by a corner that's that long, or maybe a guy that's that physical. But when you've got 6'4", 200, 6'4", 210 sitting at your wide receiver position, then hopefully you handle their size and their length better than most wide receivers do. So we shall see. But that's the two things that DeMeco Ryans said, I think a little earlier today that stood out. We will hear from we also heard from Nick Caley. We'll hear from more moving forward. Brandon Scott will be joining us the second half of the show. Yeah, there's a lot to love about Thanksgiving, and I've heard the types of foods, the relatives, everything has been covered on Sports Radio 610. But there's a couple of football games. There's a few football games, and the Thanksgiving Day NFL lineup is shaping up to be a good one. And look, I don't expect anybody to dig in real deep here. I just want to get something on the record. There's three games. You got Green Bay at Detroit. You got Kansas City at Dallas, and you got Cincinnati at Baltimore. And I tell you, the Cincinnati-Baltimore game just got significantly more interesting because
come on now,
it looks like Joe Burrow has been cleared. Joe Burrow has been cleared to play for Cincinnati and will start tomorrow night. They play the late game, and Joe Burrow's back in the driver's seat. Now, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're a 3-win football team right now, 3-8, so I believe their playoff hopes are dashed. However, you want to talk about a team with Joe Burrow being back that can heavily impact that division, which is Pittsburgh and Baltimore, the two teams that are at the top kind of battling to see who can win that division, as well as whoever else is left on the Bengals schedule. So if you're catching the Bengals in the last 6 weeks of the season, I feel for you because everybody else got a Burrow-less Bengals. Now you're getting Joe Burrow. But, boys, let's go through this real quick. Who do you got? Green Bay at Detroit Thanksgiving Day to kick things off. Ron, who you got?
Man, I just don't know what Packers team, more importantly, what Jordan Love is showing up. I'll take the Lions at home. Don't feel good. Seems like something's missing there. It looked like they pulled out their last bullet and saying, "Here, Dan Campbell, you go and
gig them."
And hey, man, you go start calling plays. And that was like the last bullet, and that hadn't been seamless. So I'll go with the Lions, but I don't feel great about. Seems like something's missing for both of those teams.
Yeah, I'm very much with Ron. I was going to say, man, you just never know what Green Bay Packers team you're going to get this year, it feels like to me. I mean, 1 week Jordan Love is possibly an MVP running, and then the next week he looks like Daniel Jones with a bad fibula. So I don't know what to think about Green Bay. I'm going Detroit because they are at home, and it's Longhorn Hate Week. Head coach Dan Campbell, former Aggie, if you didn't know, gig him.
I'm going Detroit all day long. I'm telling you, man. You're right. It's been a little taking over the play calling kind of situation. Maybe the offense isn't as good as it's been in the past. But one thing they got figured out is that damn Jahmyr Gibbs, and he is the absolute truth. Going for over 200 yards last week. In the last 5 games, he's gone over 130. He's gone over 150, and he's gone over 200. In 3 of the last 5 or 6 games. I mean, he is.
Played against him in fantasy last week. I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna tell you, man. I was ridiculously high on him coming out, so much that I would argue with folks that he was on par with, if not better than Bijan Robinson as a pro, as an actual pro. I had no idea dude was going to look like this on the field. I mean, when I watched the Detroit game, he looks like a man amongst boys, which that is wild to think at the NFL level. All right, Kansas City goes to Dallas. Ron, we'll start with you, baby. How you feel about Kansas City? How you feel about them Chiefs in Dallas?
Well, I think it's a big, damn near must-win game for both teams. And I will just trust the team that has been the team of the last half decade. I'll trust them over Dak and the Cowboys. I think it'll be a tight game. I think both teams are beat up, and both teams just came away from really emotional wins. But when it comes to that, I'll trust the team that's had the Astros of the NFL.
That's a very fair thing to say. CeeDee Lamb gets in before curfew this week, avoids getting punished, but the Cowboys still lose because they suck ass. Sorry, Jerry Jones. Kansas City Chiefs win this one.
I was wondering, I feel like this is a hard one this week, Clint, for Texans fans. They obviously, you hate the Cowboys, and then the Chiefs have been the best team in the league, and they've ended your season, so you hate them. This must be a tough one for some people.
Yeah, look, I don't have much hate in my heart for either team, to be honest with you. In fact, one of them wrote some pretty hefty checks to me, so I greatly appreciate it.
I got enough for both of us.
I'm okay. That's right. That's fair. I'm gonna go with the Cowboys in this one, just simply for football reasons. I think Quinnen Williams changes the game. I think Overshown. I think what we've seen. I don't know exactly what it means, but I think what the improvement that we've seen in that Dallas defense, I do think it's real. I do think it's tangible, and because of players and not just a fluke that they're not that much better. So I'm going to go with Dallas at home on Thanksgiving with the Centennial. All right, how about Cincinnati? Them Burrow-led Bengals at Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. Ron, what you got?
Yeah, Joe is coming in. And I think they're a different team, but they have still been scoring points. They've just been giving up points just like they did last year. And I think the Ravens are one of the hottest teams in football. I think they get it done.
I'm not a big fan of this new generation being fans of just players and not teams.
Okay.
I can't really follow with that. But I love Joey Burrow, man. I'm pumped about him returning. Joey Burrow drives his Batmobile to the stadium, gets it done, beats the Ravens this week.
I think he canceled it.
Yeah,
he canceled that order.
Yeah. That's what he wants.
I think he canceled that order.
That's what he wants you to think.
I'm going to go with Baltimore for similar reasons why I went with Dallas in the previous game. I think the defensive struggles early in the year have not been necessarily corrected, but they've been improved, I guess. I think Cincinnati scores some point, but I don't think Baltimore is going to get ran through the way, let's say, we ran through them here in Houston. I like Baltimore. I like all three of the home teams in these games, Ron. I like all three of the home teams.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. The line almost for 300 yards, rushed for over 250. St. Brown had 150 yards receiving and a touchdown. They had to go to overtime with the Giants at home. What's going on with them? That is just something's up with the Lions. All right, as we continue, as he said, B. Scott coming up in a bit. But before that, I don't know how real this report is, but I think the report, and this has to deal with the Rockets, is something interesting, at least to discuss. If it was real, where would your stance be? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look here, Jiffy Lube. There's 60.
Your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, fellas. Had Gibbs in my lineup and still lost. What in the hell did you have around?
Damn, your team must suck.
Man, he had 55 points by himself. What'd you have?
Seriously, your team must suck.
Would you miss some bye weeks? What'd you? Oh, on it.
Forgot to start a defense? Like what?
I'm about to say, hey man, it's 4:30, guys. People starting to get off work. Head to Katy. Head to the Buffalo Wild Wings Park Row location in Katy. T-Mill, you hear him. He is out there live, baby. He's not at the studio. He is out and about with the crew. Clint Stoerner out there as well. Brandon Scott. He'll join us in the next segment. B.
Scott's here. B. Scott just rolled. He just eased on in. He eased on in.
You, look at Brandon getting in on time. That's what I'm talking about. B. Scott in the building. Just saying, man.
Did you not expect him to be on time or what?
On time, man. I don't know. I mean, some
you act as if you've got experience with him being late or something.
I mean, I'm just saying, good. People push it.
Seems
You
like
know,
a
never know. Never know what they
Skeezy's always on time, baby.
No, he's not. I mean,
on his time.
Yeah, you got that traffic. I mean, you got to push some limits. You got a little Houston traffic in there. But he's in the building. Say hello, and you give yourself a chance to win, as there are prizes there you can win. Get in the raffle box. Our guy Shay is there. He'll help you out and get you with a chance to win. There you go. There he is. Shay's in the building, baby. Shay gonna get it big. Shay always lets it ride on holidays. Shout out to the to the Houston Cougars who are trying to respond from their loss last night to Tennessee in a great game. They're up and look like they're going to win. They're up 9 against Notre Dame right now in that Vegas tournament. So hopefully they can go ahead and pull that thing out. Crazy thing, man, with freshmen. Yesterday, man, their 5-star recruit, Kingston Flemings, went off for 25 points, and today he hasn't scored. Just freshman, young, 18, just just from day to day, baby. 20 minutes,
Nico?
No points.
Was that Nico?
So, but it looks like they're going to pull away and get a big dub. All right, before we get to B. Scott, fellas, this report came out, and I mean this is a reputable person. It's got like over 700 followers and does a lot of work with ESPN and Yahoo Sports. But he said that the Houston Rockets are reportedly showing interest in acquiring Anthony Edwards, viewing him as a long-term franchise cornerstone. And look, I don't know how real that is, but what it did make me think is, all right, is he one of those players, and what is the list, if there is a list of players that you would, because if you try to get an Anthony Edwards, you know that means you're going to give up either two or at least one of the two and much more of a Amen Thompson or Alfred Sengun. And I know, like watching them every night, it's kind of hard to cloud judgment because you get to see them every night and you understand their age. Amen Thompson, 22, Sengun, 23, and Edwards, a 24-year-old. Is he on the list? Would he be on the list of guys that you would trade one of these two for? Would you? Is Anthony Edwards on the list? I know he should be, but I'd have a hard time releasing it. I know B. Scott's probably looking crazy, but it is hard for me because I don't know what Amen Thompson is. I know already he affects the game in a major way. And he's 22 and just learning. But I don't know what he is. And I am scared to give up on that. And then as much as I continue to say, hey, man, Sengun is poor man's Jokic, and I still believe he is, But damn it, he keeps doing things that are more than poor man Jokic. He keeps doing things that seem a little closer to the real thing. And he's 23, and he looks like he's coming into his own. What is the list? 713-524-16, YouTube and Twitch. What's the list of guys that you would say, all right, I'd be willing to trade Amin or Şengün for that player? Is Ant Edwards on that list?
Yeah, I mean, look, not for me. I like where we're at right now, and I know Anthony Edwards would obviously be a beyond Durant future play, longer term play. But I'll be honest with you, I want to see how this thing plays out with the guys that we got. I think it's a lot more. It's a lot more about buying in. It's a lot more about great chemistry. It's a lot more about playing on both ends of the floor with elite energy and effort. I want to see this thing play out because you've got those two guys in particular, I think, are the backbone of what Ime Udoka wants the signature of this team to be, and it's bigger than just one player. So I want to see this thing play out.
Last two texts, nope, keep the team the same. And then another one, I would take Ant-Man in a heartbeat. I think that's probably the play. I think it's like Luka, because, I mean, he's only 24. But, again, like I said, and I know I'm probably clouded because we're watching them every night. But, like, I would never forgive myself if Amin Thompson turned into, well, I don't even know what it is. Again, I just don't even know a guy that affects the defense the way he does, and on the offensive side of the ball, who is just learning and can't shoot but still giving you like 18, 7, and 7. I don't know what that's going to look like in 3 years. So I mean, this is it is tough. Someone texted in, I wouldn't do it for Amin, but I would do it for Şengün.
Yeah, I mean, if you force me to do it, it would have to be for Amin because of the positions they play. I mean, you got to trade the guy that you're going to take away from.
Yeah, and I know someone said, well, we were saying Giannis, you would do it for Giannis. I know I feel different a little bit now after watching this season. I feel
15 games. They did see.
I feel different about these two. These two look like they have really turned the corner. I mean, you add Durant into this piece, they have more space and room. They look like they've turned the corner. I'm enjoying watching Amin Thompson. He cannot shoot a lick, but still is filling up the stat sheet. It's a weird thing. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but I mean, it's a short list, a much shorter list than I started, as you said, 15 games ago, or the start of the season. All right, let's get B. Scott in, Texans report. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on with this team. And I'll kick it off with what we kicked the show off with. Is this a must-win game for the Texans, according to B. Scott? We'll do that coming up.
Gophers men's hoops versus Florida State December 6th. Get tickets at toyotacenter.com.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love DeMeco Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as B. Scott is live in the building there at Buffalo Wild Wings, Perot and Katie. Go on out, say what's up to B. Scott and the fellas. Grab some great wings, grab you some drinks, some food. They got a great menu there. Go out, enjoy yourself, and have a good time. B. Scott, good to hear from you on a big Wednesday ahead of a huge game against the Colts. And I'm curious from you how big this is to you. Is this a must-win game to you?
Nah, it's not a must-win game. Look, I would like to win the game, but I think the larger picture is that you're on a race to 4. Like y'all were talking about this earlier in the week. How many games do you need? What do you need to do to get in? And it really is a race to 4. Like 4 out of the next 6 games is what you need. Now, would it be great to start off with 1, to not go 0-1 in that race to 4? Yeah, that would be great. But do I think you absolutely have to have this game to get in the playoffs? No. You could lose this game, still beat Kansas City, still beat the Raiders, still beat the Chargers, and still beat the Cardinals, and still have a chance to get into the playoffs. So I don't think this is a must-win as much as I would like to get it.
Yeah, I think the Chargers, the Raiders and the Cardinals are must-win games. I think when you look at the Chargers and the Chiefs, you've got to get one of those at least. And I would argue that it'd be better if you get both. It'd be even better if you get those wins over either of the Indianapolis wins. So
it's no question about it.
Yeah.
Like both of those games are more valuable because of how your schedule plays out and where you set up now in the standings. So you're much more likely. Like, we can want to win the division all you want. You can hate the Indianapolis Colts all you want, but if you just want to look at the math of it, you are still more likely to be a wild card team than anything else. And the wild card teams that are in that you control your destiny against are the Chiefs and the Chargers.
Yep.
So just the math of it dictates that those are the more valuable games. So you absolutely want to get those as much as you want to get this one coming up.
Yeah, you got to beat the 2 teams that you're significantly better than, and then ideally you got to get the 2 teams that are in the wild card running with you, or at least it looks like they're in the wild card running with you. Who knows what's going to happen in these other divisions and who could end up down there? But I think it's in our best interest if teams that are in the lead stay in the lead, and teams that are in our conversation, in the wild card conversation, those records continue to fall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we don't need New England coming back to Buffalo. We don't need Baltimore to come back to Pittsburgh. We don't need Indy to come back to Jacksonville. And because all that means is we're fighting for teams that are already sitting at 8 wins right now.
Yeah.
So it's better off if those teams run away with it and they lessen the pool of wild card teams.
Yeah, and you're rooting against every team that's good, that's in the wild card race or in your division. So like the Colts, you want them to lose games. Of course, you obviously want the Chiefs to lose games. You want the Chargers to lose games, and so that's where you are. Those are the most valuable games at this point because that's where you are in the standings.
Well, did you say Colts or did you say Chiefs?
Yeah, all of them.
I don't call me other than our games head-to-head, outside of head-to-head games.
That's what I'm saying because those games factor into your pursuit to 4,
yeah,
right? Because those are 2 of your next 6 games.
We need the Colts to beat the Jaguars.
Look, the Colts can beat the Jaguars.
I still got to believe that division, man. I don't want to give up on that.
See, I think
winning the division.
So that's the thing. I think winning the division is kind of immaterial at this point. The point is actually trying to get in and playing the odds, and you need some combination of 4 and 2. It doesn't really matter what combination of the 4 and 2 you get, as far as the teams that are like the highest. So like, okay, the Colts and the Chiefs and the Chargers. Those are the teams that are in contention. So those are the teams that you absolutely need to beat. in that pursuit to 4-2. That's basically the way it goes. Ideally, you would split between the Colts and split between the Chargers and the Chiefs, and you got like a 70-something% chance of getting in. That's the route. And that's the most realistic route, right? You beat the cookie cutters, you beat the Cardinals and the Raiders of the world, but then at the very least, you split with the Colts and you split with the Chiefs and the Chargers. Win one of the two of both of those sets of games.
You think that gets them in?
And they get you in. That gives you literally like a 74% chance of getting in. There are still some factors that could get you out, but that gives you a 74% chance of getting in. So that's what you need to do to take care of business.
What do you think about the likelihood of C.J. Stroud playing? I mean, you cover this thing as close as anybody. You're down there quite a bit. DeMeco Ryans, to me, this seems like the DeMeco Ryan that's got to remind himself that, hey, man, we haven't announced that CJ's back yet, so let me add this little caveat of if he plays every time I talk. Do you think it's that, or do you think there's still a chance that he don't play?
So honestly, I would be shocked if he didn't play, Clint.
Yeah, I agree.
But the fact that we've gotten this far and he's not out of the concussion protocol and we're still kind of dancing around the conversation, it feels like, is so today apparently he's a full participant in practice. But the fact that we got this far in the game does make me a little bit concerned about like what his effectiveness might be on Sunday night. Like once they get to the game, is he limited in any way? Are there any effects, any kind of rust? I am concerned about his actual performance more so than his availability. I think he's going to play. I'm just a little bit more so worried about the fact that it took 3 weeks for him to get out of the concussion protocol, and what exactly does that mean?
For you, B. Scott joins us as he does each and every Wednesday with his Texans report. What for you is the thing that you want to see continuing the most when CJ returns?
Oh, the Jaden Higgins emergence, right? Like, okay, so if the plan is to cheat toward Nico Collins' side or for the
which
game
Buffalo showed us.
Right.
I mean, not that every team hadn't shown us, but Buffalo damn sure showed you exactly what that looks like.
Exactly. Now, as y'all were talking about earlier in the hour, of course, the Colts have the corners that have both the size and the ability to match up with these wideouts, right? But I would also implore C.J. Stroud to one-on-one matchups because you also have the wide receivers that can go up against those guys, and Nico Collins, and I believe Jaden Higgins, as you were mentioning, Clint, someone that plays even bigger than that as somebody that they can go to, something that is like newfound money in this offense. So if there's anything, obviously like the poise and some of the clutch plays that we've seen from Davis Mills, obviously you want to see those types of things from C.J. Stroud as well. I feel like we have seen those things in the past, so I'm not expecting to see those things, but as far as like a revelation, something that we hadn't seen before or hadn't seen as much of, it's the Jaden Higgins emergence. It's the continuous emergence of sort of a Jalen Noel getting him involved. We saw even a Christian Kirk get involved in the last game if they found something in that. I want to see more of that.
Look, the Texans got a big matchup Sunday with the Indianapolis Colts. Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610 joining us. B. Scott, how do you feel about this defense? No longer, by the way, number one in points allowed. The Rams have taken over by 0.2 points, I believe. I think we are 16.5 and they're 16.3 per game. I think that's right.
It's pretty good company to be in, though.
Yeah, but no longer the leader, just to point that out. But how do you feel about the Colts offense and what they bring to the table? We all know that our defense is great, but maybe they hadn't seen this type of challenge yet, this kind of balanced attack yet, or just really what you're feeling about the Colts and our defense standing up to the test.
So to me, this is an interesting storyline from the Colts perspective because if you talk to people in Indianapolis, they are livid, and we're here at Buffalo Wild Wings and Katy right now where they're re-showing this game that the Colts and the Chiefs played on Sunday. They are livid at the fact that you had a fourth quarter where Jonathan Taylor touched the ball exactly 2 times. He had 1 carry, and they passed the ball to him once. But they had the lead in the fourth quarter, 20-9 in the fourth quarter, and their best player, Jonathan Taylor we're talking about, arguably the best running back in football, touched the ball all of 2 times. Now, Seth Payne has been on here in the mornings talking about how Shane Steichen doesn't like to run Jonathan Taylor when other teams stack the box.
They dared him.
So they dared him to do it. And so what is the Texans strategy going to be there? Are they going to say, hey, look, we're going to dare Daniel Jones? And they got some pretty good wideouts. They got some pretty good options. I would honestly argue when Daniel Jones is right, this offense doesn't really have any weaknesses when he's playing well.
I'll agree.
But if you can, I would say the strategy would be to force Daniel Jones to beat you. And if he does, then to tip your cap. But to go all in on limiting Jonathan Taylor and daring Shane Steichen to continue to call run plays against a stack box, which we know he is reluctant to do, and say, hey, we're gonna force the quarterback who hasn't been as good over the last few weeks, who nobody really believes is really that good, as they were talking about him earlier in the season. We're gonna force that guy to beat us as opposed to Jonathan Taylor, who we know is I would say a known commodity and somebody that we know is a great player.
Brandon Scott with this Texans report. B. Scott, in this game, we just talked about the offense and a lot of the things that they could do. How many points do you think it's going to take to win this game for the Texans?
So I actually picked the Texans to win this game 30-27. Do I think it's necessarily going to take 30? No, because I think you got a defense that can hold. I was talking about this last week. They scored 23 points. And if the Texans had scored 23 points every game they played this year, they'd be 10-1. That's the type of defense that you're playing right now. So do I think it's going to take 30 points necessarily to win this game? No, but that's just my pick, 30-27. I think you can win it with less than that.
Boy, you feeling good this Thanksgiving, ain't you?
Yeah, man, let's go.
Boy. I mean, somebody's going to score 27 on our defense, and our offense is going to score 30. I mean, those would both be highs.
Those would both be highs, but I could see them both happening because of what this Colts offense is capable of. But I also think that the Texans defense, that the Texans offense has shown you enough, and you add the element of C.J. Stroud. If they can get this done with their backup quarterback, who we know is limited, what could they do with their starting quarterback if he's right? Now, that's a question in and of itself. Well, how is CJ going to be affected by this concussion? I don't know the answer to that, but assuming that he's right, I don't see why the Texans can't go out there and score 30 points.
You clearly feel good about it, because I'm going to tell you right now, if the Texans offense goes out there and scores 30, the narrative in Houston changes drastically.
They scored 23 against a Buffalo defense that wasn't very good, and they didn't do anything in the second half.
Yeah, no, look, I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm just saying that if it happens, the whole Davis Mills, C.J. Stroud thing is better than everybody thought it was. And that 0-3 start is way, way back in that rearview mirror, and the Texans are going to have to be taken. They're going to have to be like the most dangerous team, you know, on the fringe, if you will, of playoff kind of deal.
I think based on the defense alone, they're already kind of on that along that rim, right? Like they're already a team that you don't want to play because they can muck up a game the way that they can defensively.
I'm going to tell you what, B. Scott, I'm not going to say it's crazy, but it's aggressive. And and for me, I'll just be honest, if the Colts scored 27, I feel like the Texans are in trouble. To me. We'll see. I know CJ is coming back, but I'm thinking if the Texans win, that score has got to be a little bit kept down a little bit more than that range. But we'll see. Big game coming up. B. Scott, we appreciate you. Hang out, man. Have you a couple of pops, man. Get you some wings or something and hang out with
fried pickles and martini, man. I'm gonna have a good time.
Hey, go ahead.
Fried pickles and martinis. How you like that mix up right there, baby?
Go, man. Don't put me
on the box. 5 o'clock. Fire Cup next. We'll give you the Texans and the Colts injury report. Rockets got a big one tonight against the team that ended their season in the latest on Lane Kiffin. That's coming up next.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. On the West Sam Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. In Brock Purdy's absence, Mac Jones did his job and even enhanced the theory that Brock Purdy's a system quarterback. Brock Purdy, since returning, is 2-0, but has thrown 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and on the season has 8 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. Purdy's also making a whopping $53 million a year and must show he's more than a system quarterback down the stretch, or many in the 49ers world will start to wonder if paying him was a mistake. I'm Zach Gelb.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
This Black Friday, Suit Mart is blowing the doors off savings. For a limited time, buy one suit, get one free. And that's not all. You'll also get 2 dress shirts, 2 ties, and 2 pairs of socks. Absolutely free. That's 2 full suits and complete accessories for the price of just 1 suit. Plus, enjoy amazing in-store giveaways happening from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's the Black Friday event you wait for all year, only at Suit Mart, the men's clothing store that makes you look great for less. Suit Mart. Style, value, done.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler. Long live Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's coming fast, and once it's gone, so is your chance to collect what you're owed. Get a lawyer. Call today at 832-LAWYERS. At Dick Law Firm, we don't do silent nights. We make noise, and we make insurance companies pay. Whether Hurricane Beryl wrecked your roof or ruined your holidays, well, we'll fight to put cash back under your tree. Don't let your insurance company play Scrooge with your settlement. Call 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. One call to Dick Law Firm, and we'll slay those insurance company excuses and protect your rights before the deadline melts away. Beryl hit hard, and now it's your turn. Call 832-LAWYERS today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT and cybersecurity? Attend classes live online or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
Get 5 quarts of Syntex Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. The 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, and a.k.a. Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is the fellas are live, and that means Tyler Milner. He is live as well, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy Park Row location. So go out there and see the fellas. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. And you still have a chance to win prizes. See our guy there, Shay, our promo staff there. He'll get you situated and get your name in the raffle box for your opportunity to win.
Hey, Ron, what's your thought? You think Tyler is as good as Osita at announcing the raffles?
Better. I guarantee it.
I don't know, man. Osita's pretty good, man.
The bar's high,
I'll be honest, man.
I mean, do you know that I did Osita's job before the job I do now, talking into a microphone?
Those are all valid, but I don't know.
I'm saying you have some greatness. I mean, Osita, hell, I hired Osita based off of it. I think you will give it everything you have. I don't think you're just going to walk up there and say
every time.
All right, and I believe in you, Will. But, I mean, right now, if you're asking me, if you're saying gun to my head, heart, or scrotum, places I don't want to get shot, I might have to go the other route.
Yes.
Apologize.
Wow. He said the other route. He's going to go with Osita.
Well, that's fine. He's also had Osita on his podcast, not me, so it doesn't surprise me.
I didn't mean to open up them wounds, Ron. I just thought it'd be a good comp, you know.
Just being honest. I mean, now he's got some motivation. Being
honest, you're wrong. I'll show you.
That's the greatness of motivation right there. He's gonna kill it. He's gonna crush it. But no, get out there with the fellas. They'll be there till 6 o'clock. Hanging out on it is Thursday normally, but Thursday is shifted to a little Wednesday. So go out there and hang out with the fellas. All right, before we get to the entirety of the injury report for the Texans and the Colts, DeMeco Ryans, we had him with the media earlier today. This is what he had to say about his two stars, Jalen Petrie, and, of course, the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, and where they are injury-wise.
Yeah, for the protocol, each guy has their own steps of what they have to pass. It's take that to heart and make sure we're taking extra precaution with the guys whenever it's a concussion issue. So right now, as we stand today, they're still in concussion protocol.
All right, you hear that right there, and we talked to B. Scott about it a little bit. And, again, if you look at the actions, fellas, and if people are just joining in and stepping in, a lot of people getting off work at 5 o'clock, you heard it right there. DeMeco said as of right now they are still in the concussion protocol, CJ and Jalen Petrie. When you hear that it's Wednesday, that feels different than when Titus came out of concussion protocol. And that feels different than when Nico came out of concussion protocol. So when you hear that, it feels funky. But the actions, Clint, say they were out there at practice. They were in their helmet. They were working just like everybody else. The actions of what they did today feels like they're going to play on Sunday.
Well, the simple fact that on the injury report, you got one of them, Stroud, that was a full participant, and then you got Jalen Petrie, who was limited. I mean, we're not putting full participant next to C.J. Stroud if he's not playing.
I wouldn't think.
I don't know. I got to believe that full participation in practice is the final step that a quarterback or any player has to go through to get out of concussion protocol. And so I would say all signs are pointing towards C.J. Stroud playing and possibly Jalen Petrie, just based on the verbiage that was used. Like if they're both at practice and they're both, in a helmet, why would one be limited, one be full if one wasn't closer than the other? So, I'd be betting big on CJ playing, and I would expect Jalen Petrie to be back as well.
Yeah, so that is the latest there with those. The rest of the injury report, DeMeco Autry, major names, DeMeco Autry and Blake Fisher, they did not practice today. DeMeco Autry seems to be getting these rest days with knee. Blake Fisher had an illness, so hopefully he's all right. Trent Brown, who has a new one every single week, it seems like, he has a hand injury that limited him in practice. And as you mentioned, Jalen Petrie was limited with that concussion, and CJ full participant. Sauce Gardner has a back issue. He was limited. Daniel Jones, as we know from yesterday, has a fibula. He was limited as well, and defensive lineman Neville Gillimore was also limited. So it looks like those guys will probably go, Clint, and they should be pretty healthy. But the one to watch there is what we think will happen is just to see what the designation is tomorrow and see if they're able to clear the steps to get out of the concussion protocol.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight the Rockets have a big one against the Warriors, and the Warriors that's the team that ended their season in that seven game first-round series last year that they just didn't have enough to win. They've clearly made some changes, and one of the big changes, Clint, is Kevin Durant, and he is going to miss this game as well, missed the last one against the Suns. He'll miss this one tonight. And I always wonder stuff like this because fans have a different thought process than what actual players in the locker room. Clint, you're the closest that any of us can get to of being in locker rooms in a professional locker room. There's some new parts to this team. Do you think this is a game that the Rockets circle? Do you think the Warriors are a litmus test or a game that means something different to these Rockets?
That's it's hard as a fan to not say, hell yeah,
I know fans, this is it.
Yeah,
but that doesn't always mean it's
I don't. I don't for multiple reasons. I don't think – I think it's too early in the season.
Yeah.
I think with no Durant, that changes the dynamic. And I don't think this game the Rockets aren't trying to prove anything, if you will. I think we're out of that prove it era of the Rockets that has been the reality the last 2 years. So I don't think this is a circled game. Now I think if Durant was playing, it could potentially be hey, I'm going to go out there and let's circle this thing for my boy. You know what I mean? Let's go because I know it means something to him. But as we sit right now, no, I don't think it's a circled game.
I think it's a good point. I think the Rockets, even though Kevin Durant is here and there's some parts that are gone there. I think after last year and where they are true title contenders, and the proving thing isn't there anymore. I think last year, anytime they played against teams like the Warriors or the Lakers or the Thunder or the Celtics, like they were in, we gotta prove, we gotta show these people who we are. I think everybody knows who the Rockets are, and I think they're treating all of these games the same. You're right. Whether they win or lose this game, it will not feel anything different to them. All right, it's just another game in November as they're trying to get themselves ready and put themselves in the space to be ready in April and in May and June. So I'm with you on that. I do think Amin Thompson probably looks at this and sees Steph Curry and gets a little something extra in him in terms of trying to defend him and not allow him to go crazy.
That's a good point. Not Curry, but Ron, that's a good point of this game in particular. Is there something there with not getting bullied? Certain guys not getting bullied. Certain guys not that they need it to arrive, but kind of another statement game. Because I think what we've seen from Şengün of late has been like statement after statement after statement, and it seems like this crew specifically likes to talk trash, likes to get be the thorn in the side. Is there something there in this game where the emphasis is, hey man, let's go bully the bully.
Yeah. Now, yeah, you're right. That's a good thing because when Şengün went up against Joker last Friday, I didn't get the feel that Şengün was like, all right, here we go. This is a prove it night to me. He just played it like it was another game. So I think these guys have get past that, but who knows? You never know. Draymond can get you into space to just to make this game feel like his game.
Well, that's where I was going with it, though. Like it's one thing as a team, we're out of that prove it stage and show that we belong and show that we can do this or that. But when you got a bully on the other side that recently has in a series was trying to do those things and maybe even accomplish it to a certain extent, is there something there about, all right, this game is circled because these guys are champions and they specialize, this one in particular, Draymond, specializes in getting under your skin. Let's go out here and take it to him and not let him accomplish that and show that we can do it in one game so that if we see them down the road in the playoffs, it'll actually mean something. It's something we can look back on. I don't know if that makes it a circle game, but it definitely makes it a game, it gives you a reason from a coach's perspective to go, this game means a little bit more than maybe a game against Detroit.
Yeah, I can see Draymond, him even being more circle for this to try to keep them down. Like, hey, man, let's approach this thing to let them know their place. They're still down here, and we're still up here. So it may be something they're looking at more. Let's make sure we keep these cats down, because I think a lot of people think the Rockets are a better basketball team right now than the Golden State Warriors. So big one tonight. We'll see how this goes. Another game without Durant. The Rockets been playing really good basketball here, Blake.
What's that? That we're going to tip off about 11:15 tonight?
Yeah, you got about 10 o'clock. There you go.
This on Showtime right here.
That's right, baby.
And I ain't talking about the old skimpy channel either. I'm talking about you.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this weekend, potentially crazy news that could lead to a lot of dominoes falling, and that is, according to Keith Carter, the athletic director for the University of Mississippi, as we've been talking, Lane Kiffin and his coaching decision has been drawn out and talked about for weeks as if there's not a season happening. An announcement on Coach Kiffin's future is expected Saturday following the game against their arch rival, Mississippi State Bulldogs, the Egg Bowl. Following that game, Lane Kiffin's future will be expected to be announced. When you hear this is what they're doing, and this is going to happen Saturday after their rivalry game against Mississippi State, this makes you think what's going to happen.
Well, look, I think he's moving on. I think he's going to LSU. I think that's where he ends up. I think this is a way to control the messaging. I think this is a way to control the madness. I think you get through the regular season with as little noise as you possibly can. I think you realize as an organization, like, hey, man, it's getting loud. We've got a coach that's always going to be himself. He's always going to be open book and transparent with the media. And, you can't let that stew for 2 or 3 weeks leading into the college football playoffs and think that's going to go well. And so, I think this is the thing where they're going to announce that he's leaving, but he's going to coach the college football playoffs and give it everything he's got.
So you do
that's
think
what
he
I think
does
happens.
coach? You do think he will coach?
Yes, I think he finishes. I think the fact that if you beat Mississippi, you're sitting at 11-1. You're on the verge of. I'm not familiar with the history at Ole Miss, but I think that would be as good, if not better, than any season in history. And then you get to move on and have a chance to go win a national championship. Yeah, man, and win a national championship in a year when really, Ohio State is the team that's at the top and been at the top, and what we have seen of them, everybody thinks they're damn near NFL roster. But really, Alabama's not who they once were. Georgia's not as dominant as they once were, and so you've got a real shot here to win a national championship. And so, yeah, I don't think Lane Kiffin would do anything that would lead him to not coach his team in that situation.
Yeah, it's interesting. You don't think this is the route that they would take an announcement after the game if he was staying. Right?
Correct.
It seems like that.
Now, unless crazier things have happened, I'm going to tell you, man. Lane has shown the willingness
to put on the show now.
He will put and look, he will take advantage of a situation with outfits and shoes and comments and tweets, and so it's not beyond them to say, hey, let's draw this out. Let's go win the Egg Bowl, and then when it's an 11-1 season and it's a monster season for us, let's go gain even more momentum by saying that you're going to stay as we roll into the college football playoff. You know, that would not shock me one bit. But I'll tell you this: he's either staying at Ole Miss, or he's obviously leaving, and I think he would leave for LSU. Either way it goes, I believe he coaches in the college football playoffs.
Do you think he can do everything that he could do at LSU at Ole Miss? Like all the things that he wants to try to accomplish?
No,
he can't. Yeah.
No, I don't personally. And even if he did, I think it's significantly more difficult. I've said this a million times, Ron. You've heard me say it. I said it about Les Miles when he was doing it down there, bro. You recruit out of Escalades. You just need a nice Cadillac dealership there locally to supply you with about 4 or 5 Escalades, and them coaches just drive in different directions for about an hour, pick your 4 and 5 stars, and come on back to Baton Rouge. That is rare. That is rare earth. And we ain't talking about politics here.
And he's in a great state too in Mississippi, but not like.
Yeah, but even in Mississippi, you got to share that with for what it's worth, Mississippi State, and you got the Alabamas and Auburn's right around the corner, and you got. We even compete in Arkansas for some players with Ole Miss. It's being a. I'll tell you this. Being a Razorback, I've looked up and several times over the years we're competing. You got a big recruit, and that recruit, and they show you the schools out next to them that have offered this kid. Ole Miss is on that list typically, and we go compete. Anytime LSU is on that list, I just assume we ain't getting that kid. That's just the reality. It's a different tier down there, and if they can get that thing rolling, it's again, as we've seen before, which I think Lane could do. That's a different man. That's just you get that thing rolling, Ron, with your guys, and you're in the SEC championship and college football playoff. With 12 teams, you're in the college football playoff every year.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what Lane does coming up as we continue. We understand there is a major challenge for the Colts in their offense because they're facing the number 1 defense. What are the challenges for Nick Caley? It looks like he's going to have his quarterback back. What are the challenges? Where are the concerns potentially where this offense could have problems against that Colts defense? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, we got fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block.
Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. And just to let you all know, fellas are still out there, still out at Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to Bud Light as well, Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy Park Row location. Go out and hang out and get things rolling before your holiday gets kicked off tomorrow. Fellas, want to let you know, got an update. Damn.
What you got?
Well, Courtney let me know, unfortunately, that I couldn't get a reservation at 1587 Prime. Not early.
You couldn't get a reservation.
She said the earliest one they had was 9:30. She said
it's just you and her. Who cares?
She didn't want to go that late. I'm with her. Ah, damn it.
He said I'm with her.
The Thanksgiving tomorrow, a big day, getting it started at 9:30.
Well, I mean that's one of them. Like you and her got to at least go up there and sit at the bar.
Changed it up here. Changed it up.
Y'all changed up the destination?
Yeah. Changed it up. Got us at a
Mercury room.
She's got it close, a speakeasy for some drinks. 7:15, and then a much more comfortable Mexican restaurant ahead of things. So I'm fine with it.
I know you're fine. I thought you would have been excited about going and checking out the joint, man.
I am. I was. But I mean, I'm fine with this too. I mean, had to go in a different direction.
I'm gonna be honest with you. One, I'm judging you. Two, I'm disappointed.
What?
Like if I went to Kansas City right now,
at 9:30 and 10, I'm looking at it right now.
Well, that's okay. It doesn't matter. If I went to Kansas City right now and 1587 was open, that was a thing, and I'm ready to go check it out. And I'm just telling you, there's no time and there's no money amount keeping me from going.
Well, hey,
it's a destination place.
Especially.
Well, no. We got different minds. I'm disappointed in you. If I come to Kansas City and me and you got a chance to go eat at 1587, I don't give a damn if it's 9:45. We're going.
I mean, well, hell, hey, different. Life's different. She's about falling asleep by 9:30.
Hey, Courtney ain't talking about that eating late, much less being at dinner at 9:30.
Yeah, why not, man?
That's perfect time.
I'm looking at this menu. This is beautiful.
Get you food, baby, straight to bed.
This is beautiful. Great menu. Much cheaper.
Which part?
All of it. Prices and everything. It's beautiful. Good. Dang. Well, maybe next time. Yeah, boy. Somebody just texted in, show was turning flips inside. You damn right I was. I'm a little because listen, I was telling Byron this is, and I think you know this a little bit about me, is like I'm thinking about it right now. I'm concerned about it. But see, once I get in, I don't know if it's me that I start stunting. I don't know what it is. But I'll forget for about an hour, like, hey, chill, man. These drinks are $20-25 a pop. This is like, and I'm just ordering. Next thing you know, I didn't come out there and I didn't order the 16 ounce. And I'm 3 drinks down. And then, oh damn! Then it hits me. I forget and let it get away from me. But I can let it get away from me tonight at this spot. Oh good. Woo, Tyler dodged a bullet there, baby. Ooh, there we go. All right. Listen, DeMeco talked about the challenges because I'm curious from you too, Clinton, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Your thoughts on this. Nick Caley versus, listen, Lou Anarumo is one of the best defensive coordinators, and he is one of those guys that's able to do a lot with less. And you would argue what he has in Indy is more than what he had all those years in Cincinnati. And we've watched him befuddle the best at times. Hell, he had Patrick Mahomes confused at times just last week. And I'm trying to figure the biggest challenge that Nick Caley's going to have with this defense. Here was DeMeco talking about the Colts and their defense and what challenges they present.
Switching up the defensive coordinator, I think they've added a lot more variety on their defense than what they've had in the past, so we'll see a ton of different looks from Anarumo. But he's done a good job with the defense as well, mixing up. They got the two corners now with Charvarius Ward. They got Sauce Gardner. So they have some players on the outside. It's going to be a tough matchup, as always, versus Indy, and one we're always fired up for. It's like you play guys in the division, but Indy, it means a little bit more. It's something about playing Indy. So we're fired up, to be going up there against them, and they playing well. They're the top team in our division right now, and we're on the hunt. So we're climbing the charts, trying to be on the hunt, and Indy is the team we're after this week.
All right, when you look at this defense and what they present, Clint, and you think about the Texans and their offense, what are the concerns? What concerns you about what the Colts defense brings to the table?
Well, look. I think there's two things, and they're both. One of them is they're both player centric, right? For me, DeMeco hit on it, and earlier in his comments about the corners and about Sauce Gardner getting comfortable and about Charvarius Ward, and then you mentioned the nickel defender. I mean, this secondary has a chance to make it really difficult on everybody not named Nico Collins, right? Like, I think Nico's going to get his, Nico's going to get off. But now Caley has shown as recently as the second half last week, the ability to just Nico out there, let them roll a safety over the top, bring a corner down, and we'll just say the hell with it. We'll try to win with other people.
Yeah. And take Nico out himself.
Right. So I don't know how many people, others, you're going to win with against this secondary. This secondary is they might be really, really good. So that's got me a little bit in my feels is just their corners versus everybody. Our pass catcher's not named Nico. They've got a lot of options. Right, and then what DeMeco was just talking about, the multiple looks from a defense. We've seen now Davis was better. The Davis version of this offense, let's call it that, because I don't think it was a quarterback so much as it was the offensive coordinator got better, the O-line got better, the operation got better. But when CJ was in there, we saw CJ struggling with some of that communication at the line of scrimmage about getting out of the huddle early and getting to the line of scrimmage so that the defense has to declare, and then you know what the hell's going on, and you can execute accordingly. Like, all of those different looks we've seen this offense really struggle with. And so do they have a grasp on that from a quarterback perspective? Does CJ Stroud have a grasp on that? So I think both of my if you ask me what are the biggest things Caley has to deal with, he's going to have to find a way to get guys off the ball. He's going to have to find a way to beat really good cover defenders. And then the communication piece, which we've seen him struggle with all year, with the exception of a couple of games.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, man. With Moore in the slot, who they feel comfortable to cover one-on-one with really good slot receivers, and I don't think they would be afraid to do that with Christian Kirk or Noel if he gets a chance to play. And he's really, really good. Nick Cross as a safety is really good also in that secondary. You could see them challenging them and saying, all right, we're gonna play tight, man-to-man, and we're going to try to force, and see if these guys can beat that coverage and send pressure and do those things. And you could see them, not saying it's going to happen, but you could see potential of, we've talked about this for years, is suffocating an offense. You could see them trying to force them to go over the top. Now, CJ, I don't think would be afraid to do it, but like you said, can Higgins do it? Can Christian Kirk do it? Can Isaiah Hutchinson do it? Do those guys have the ability to do it? That's why I think the run game and Dalton Schultz are going to be really key in this game.
Oh, critical, absolutely critical, no question about it. Look, there's another. I like talking about the last 3 weeks, and from a quarterback perspective, what can CJ take from it and grow from. And I think we've talked about this before, but to your point that you just made, I think a big part of it is going to be to have the ability to play with your instincts and take those shots and then tell Nick Caley or DeMeco, hey, man, it's all right. It's 2nd and 10. The drive's not dead, right? I mean, we're okay. We're quote-unquote behind the chains, but we can still go win. Davis managed those risk versus reward and taking risk and when not to take a risk, and he recovered really well. Like, that's one thing that I TJ, your point, is going to have to manage, which he will. I just want to see CJ get back to playing with his instincts. To hell with all the X's and O's and schemes and Caley and Slowick and DeMeco and all the cliches that the quarterbacks have to play with. I just want to see CJ get back to playing with his damn instincts. That's it.
All right, coming up as we continue here, T-Mill's best bets. He'll make you a little cash. He was 50-50 last night. Still in the green for the week, but he'll make you some cash, so stay tuned for that, as well as we'll look at this. We just talked about that offense. We'll look at the main course, the main fight of this game between the Colts and the Texans. That's next.
All right, y'all, look, there's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or on
friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back to The Drive ahead of Thanksgiving. Tomorrow will be a great day, one of my favorite days, probably my favorite holiday, Thanksgiving tomorrow, and good time to be with family and eat good food and enjoy a great day of sports. 3 big, important football games tomorrow with big-time playoff implications tomorrow. So,
Ron, can we? I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't know the other way to do it. Can we talk for briefly about Lopez wanting to change the damn time? The damn.
Yeah, he wanted September
holiday.
Yeah,
I mean,
he wanted September. Well, first he said.
Think he is?
Well, actually, first he said September because that was originally when Thanksgiving was, and then he said he really wanted to change it because of like the outdoors. Like, I said.
Now, now. I'm gonna tell you, Ron. And you being from Kansas City, this is maybe not a thing, but I'm gonna tell you, my time in Arkansas, man. Hey, you mess around with them first couple weeks of hunting season. About the only good thing going on right there is if you're a single man, boy, them streets fill up when we're during the season because all them men are out in the woods.
Listen, I'm not going to say
that's when the rut starts.
That's right.
I'm not going to. Okay. I'm not going to say that there aren't a lot of people who think the way John does. I just don't think I don't think it's the majority of people that think the way that John does. And I think there are a lot of places across the country that they don't want to be the hell outside, where the bulk of people want to be outside during November. So, that's
hell, even the opposite of the cold, like here, like last week, I didn't want to be outside here because it was too hot.
Again, there's a few. There are some people. There's a percentage. No, yeah. My man Sean said his hot take is your first plate has to be at the table.
You have to sit at the table and eat it?
You got to sit at the table. Everybody's got to sit down at the table for the first.
I'm going to sit at the table at Thanksgiving and eat with the family. We don't sit at the table. I guess me and my girls do, but like as a whole, we typically scatter once we make our plate. But at Thanksgiving, we make it a point to sit around the table and be thankful for each other.
I was thinking, I've only seen that at movies. I've never really experienced that. There's just too many people to get it to string together a table. We got people downstairs, upstairs.
You know, that's a fair point. When I was doing the Stoerner Thanksgiving, we were younger. It was fend for yourself, outside on the front porch, back porch, everywhere. You're right. But now we usually do it with my in-laws. So there's not as many of us, and we can all get around one table. So yeah, it's a good point. Fair point.
It's going to be about 40 to 50 people in both the stops I'm at. There ain't a table. We ain't got that table.
We might touch double digits. We ain't getting 40 or 50.
Yeah, it's going to be with kids. Oh yeah, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. All right, shout out to everybody there at Buffalo Wild Wings, Bud Light as well for helping us do this Thirsty Thursday on a Wednesday. Shout out to our guy Shay on the promo staff, who always works really, really hard, as well as
Big Shay. You be proud of, man. Big Shay raised that voice in here, gave that raffle away.
Did he? He felt it.
Oh, yeah. Everybody jumped and said, whoa. But Derwin walked in, and about 2 minutes in the building, he won the damn raffle.
At the buzzer.
How much you think he paid? O'Shea?
I saw 20.
Shout out to our guy Matt, our engineer, keeping us on the air and on YouTube and Twitch. Big time of him, multiple locations. So shout out to him as he's done a great job. And our guy Byron, who is in doing the hard work at the station. We appreciate you, Byron, as well. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in a little bit. To get to break even yesterday, I thought he was in real trouble at the half. When James Harden came out and inspired with 16 points midway through the second quarter, I knew that was shot. And Austin Reeves sitting there with 9 points at the half. I thought you were in trouble there, but you were able to make a comeback. So stay tuned for that. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up, as well as Area 45. They got it going coming up at 8 to midnight. And then right after us, Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will have Texans General Manager Nick Caserio live. And, that's something you don't want to miss right after we get finished. So stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, when we look at it, a lot more look at this matchup and really pitting the Texans defense, which has been the number one defense most of the year. They're second in points now to the Rams, but they've been holding that all year. And the same to be said about Indy. They've been the number one offense all season long, first in points. They're still first in points, but they've dropped to the number two offense with their outing last week. These are really all season long. The Colts have been the best offense. The Texans have been the best defense. In your opinion, who do you think has the advantage? Who do you trust more, the Texans defense or the Colts offense?
Yeah, I trust the Texans defense over any unit, obviously in Houston, but any unit that I believe is left on this schedule. There's not another offensive or defensive unit starting 11 that I'm going to trust more than I trust the Texans defense right now. I think when you look at obviously the box scores, that's obviously where it all starts. If the stats aren't there, that doesn't matter. But if you look at how they play, the chaos they can create, how they're really, really good on the edges, both the edges of the front as well as the corners. This is as well coached, as physical, as aggressive, as a committed to your identity football team as there is in all of football, whether you're offense or defense. This crew is on a whole nother level. And so, I think I would answer that question, Houston Texans defense versus, any game that's left on their schedule right now.
That's when you have no fear as a defensive and you're hoping that the ball is in the quarterback's hands, as good as that offense is, I think you have the advantage. And with Daniel Jones, if the game becomes a Daniel Jones game, I think it really takes their offense down. And everyone knows it's a Daniel Jones game. I think it really takes the offense down. So I agree with you. I think the Texans may have the best unit in football right now. Their defense of offense, special teams, whatever, I think they may have the best unit in football right now with their defense. Spectacular defense. All right, let's get to you, Tyler. T-Mill, who was out there live on location, went 2 for 4 last night, was able to at least break even. He's 5 for 8 through the week so far, so he's in the green, looking to make you some cash. What you got? What are your best bets? And remember, if you aren't able to remember this, you want to go back, go ahead and check at T-Mill Real Deal on Twitter, and you can find all of his best bets. What you got tonight?
My man, it is rivalry week, people. It's rivalry week. Week?
There it is. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Guys, Clint got to stay off that liquor, bro.
Hey, man, it was rivalry week.
There it is.
We'll tongue tie you any way you slice it.
It is. So these bets are not for tonight necessarily, but this is my last show this week. I got to go out with a bang. And it's rivalry week. That's what we're talking about. I got 4 bets for you. First in the Egg Bowl. Talked a lot about Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss today. First bet is in that game, Ole Miss, Mississippi State. I'm on the under in that one. It is a big number, if you ask me. Under 63. 63 the under between Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Next up, where the Cougs at? Whose house?
He's really feeling it. Sound like a lot of Cougs.
They got more bass in it than that typically, right?
Well, I don't know where they're at, but I am on the hometown squad. The Houston Cougars, I'm on plus 2.5. Give them 2.5 points. They're going to be in Waco taking on Baylor.
I can't believe.
And now the moment you've all been waiting for. Byron, hit my damn music.
Oh, boy.
Austin ain't ready. Where the burnt orange at? About to be a bunch of sad folks up in Austin, Texas, people. I hate to tell you. I know I'm a little biased. Y'all know I'm a Texas A&M Aggie. But it's just a matter of